Chapter 321 All-Star Theme, Future. The Happy Team, consisting of Yishio, Bozi, Xingua, and Tangro, also arrived in City B on the same day. Compared with last year, the only member who joined was Baozi. Neither Wei Chen nor Mo Fan was very interested in the All-Star. After arriving at the destination, Yishio led the group into the competition venue with ease. This seat is okay. Yishio found a seat and sat down. It's much worse than last year's seat, Xingua said. Come on. Last year it was the VIP seat of the Samsara home court. Do you think anyone can enter? Yishio said. It's pretty good here. Baozi stood up and looked around like Lu Laoao entering the Grandview Garden. Baozi, sit down. Tangro patted Baozi. Oh! At this time, in the rest area of the players. TSK. 5 All-Stars. Wang Xiaotian's face was full of envy. I have a suggestion, Wang Xiaotian suddenly said. What suggestions? Wang Jieshi looked at Wang Xiaotian with wide eyes. Since there are 5 players in Samsara, why don't they just play the team game together? Wang Xiaotian said with a sly smile. Get lost? Zhou Yichen was not happy. He came here for entertainment, not for training. I don't play team games. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes and said, TSK. This is not up to you. Today, it's up to Vici Gaming to decide. Wang Xiaotian said confidently. Then we will take care of the team competition. Chu Yunxiu said domineeringly. Hey. It's only the first day, and you're already thinking about what's next. Li Xian was a little speechless. Captain, we can play team games. Young players, like Lu Hanwen and Gao Yingjie, who have just entered the All-Stars still hope to have a big stage for them to perform. Okay. Since you 2 kids are both on the stage, your parents can accompany you, Zhou Yichen said with a smile. Fuck you. Wang Xiaotian stepped forward and hooked Zhou Yichen with his arm, and the two started to fight. Su Bin was originally afraid that the matter would get out of hand, but when he saw Wang Jieshi, Yu Wanzhou and Zhou Zikai calm faces, he knew that it was not the first time for these 2 people. Why are you so weak? Oh, I understand. Did you use too much force yesterday? Wang Xiaotian seemed to have thought of something. Wang Xiaotian, what are you talking about? Chu Yunxiu was not happy now. Someone actually questioned his ability as a man. And he was a man. Zhou Yichen, you wait for me. If we are not in the same group, I can't kill you in the singles match. Wang Xiaotian let go of Zhou Yichen and blinked. Wang Xiaotian, let's go to the singles match. Humph. You think I'm afraid of you? Zhou Yichen raised his middle finger to Wang Xiaotian. Zhou Yichen, I understand. Others, ? Pay attention to your image. Chu Yunxiu wrapped her hand around Zhou Yichen's middle finger. Hey, I can't stand the sour smell of love. Li Xian left the lounge first. Let's go. Everyone, get ready to go on stage. The staff of Wei Chao here have come to urge. Senior, can I challenge you? Before Lu Hanwen left, he said to Zhou Yichen. No. Zhou Yichen decisively refused. Why? Lu Hanwen expressed his incomprehension. Because I am in a different profession from you, Zhou Yichen said patiently. In fact, he just didn't want to fight. He would not let it go for the sake of human relationships. Especially in the individual competition. Zhou Yichen must go all out. If he accidentally beat the kid and broke his Tao heart, Wang Xiaotian would have to argue with him again, which would be a big trouble. I suggest you challenge Lu Shubia. It just so happens that you 2 didn't finish the fight last time, so this time is a good opportunity. Zhou Yichen pointed out a clear way for Lu Hanwen. Okay. Thank you. Senior. Lu Hanwen bowed. Zhou Yichen smiled. You see, he still has to thank me. As the scene was ready, the music stopped, the lights dimmed, and the holographic projection on the stage was fully unfolded. This is the charm of technology, Yishio said. There was no such advanced stuff in the first All-Star game. The league is developing better and better. As the number 10 appeared on the holographic projection, the audience began to count down. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ended. A beam of light hit the holographic projection, and various all-star characters appeared in front of the audience. And in pairs, Zhou Zikai one gun through the clouds and Zhou Yichen Yu Xingchen, Li Xian Feng Shan Guiqiu and Wu Yu's Gui Ku, Han Wenqing de Mo Gu Yin and Zhang Xinjie Shi Buzhuan. Wang Xiaotian Yu Shengfan, and Lu Hanwen Lu Yun. And finally, various character fragments merged together to form the latest combination. Wang Jieshi Wangbu Lu Xing, and Gao Ingjia Mu In. Afterwards, all the lights in the venue were turned on, and the all-star theme appeared on the holographic projection. Future. The future is not only the future of Tiny Herb, the future of Blue Rain, but also the future of Glory. Now the league has entered the time of looking forward to the future. The old players are gradually leaving, and the new generation of players are gradually rising. The league has also slowly transitioned from the Yichio era to the dual-core era. Now some teams have even developed 3 cores. Samsara is a very typical 3-core team with Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zakai and Zhang Jiala as the main players. Tiny Herb, born from a tiny seed, can become a prairie. Many Tiny Herb fans at the scene also shouted the slogan of the Tiny Herb team. Wow! Tiny Herb has done a good opening. Yichio praised. So handsome. Boss! Baozi's eyes flashed with golden light. It's okay. We will work hard to break into the league and the challenge tournament. And then we won't be sitting here. Yichio patted Baozi on the shoulder and said, Well, we will definitely do it. Baozi shouted. Oh my god. Baozi, you are going to scare me to death. Sorry. Hee hee. Welcome to the All-Star Weekend of the 9th season of the Honor Professional League. Hello, audience members and friends online. Wow. The theme of this year's All-Star Weekend is the future. Unknowingly, the league has gone through 9 years. Every season, newcomers emerge and add a strong and colorful stroke to the history of Honor with their strength. The host opened the show passionately. This season, many newcomers have also emerged. The next part of the All-Star Weekend will be the Rookie Challenge. Woohoo! After the 24 All-Stars returned to their respective teams, the Rookie Challenge officially began. The first rookie to play was Xiao Yun from the Tiny Herb team. He debuted in the 8th season and currently only has some rotation opportunities in Tiny Herb, and they are all in singles. Xiao Yun also wanted to prove to the captain that he is capable, so he signed up for this Rookie Challenge. I want to challenge senior Zhou Yichen from the Samsara team. Xiao Yun clenched the microphone and said, Damn! Zhou Yichen was speechless. He finally got rid of Lu Hanwen. But how come there is another one hiding here? Aw? Did I hear it right? He wants to challenge Zhou Yichen. The audience was shocked. In their opinion, they could challenge anyone, but never Zhou Yichen, because he would take it seriously. Go ahead. I hope you won't be clicked 7 times like your idol. Zhang Jiala laughed. TSK. After going on stage, Zhou Yichen shook hands with Xiao Yun and then entered the competition stage at both ends. This kid. Why not pick my little Zhou Zhou? He will be tortured to death. Qinhua said. How many minutes do you think he can last? Chu Yunqiu looked at Qiu Fei. You know, Qiu Fei also signed up for this rookie challenge. And his target is also Zhou Yichen. Now Zhou Yichen is the synonym of battle mage. He has achieved what others may not achieve in their lifetime in 3 years since his debut, winning 2 consecutive championships and a personal honor grand slam. Within 2 minutes, Qiu Fei said. So short. Li Hua was surprised. Short? I think I'm quite conservative. After all, I haven't seen Xiao Yun take action much. Qiu Fei responded. Speaking of which, Xiao Qiu challenged the captain's boyfriend. And I challenged his captain. Will people think we are targeting them? Xu Kersen looked at Chu Yunqiu. No. I told him before the game. Chu Yunqiu responded. While the few people were discussing, the game was over. Chapter 322 Swordsman reappears. Challenge from juniors. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. Xiao Yun's performance is still good, but he still needs more experience after stepping down. The gap is too big. Wang Jieshi shook his head and said. When Xiao Yun chose to sign up for the rookie challenge, Wang Jieshi asked Xiao Yun who he wanted to challenge. When he heard about Zhou Yichen from Xiao Yun himself, Wang Jieshi just sighed. The gap between the two was bigger than the sky. But looking at Xiao Yun from eyes, Wang Jieshi couldn't refuse. 53 seconds. Less than a minute. Zhou Yichen's attack was too heavy. Liang Fan looked at Xiao Yun's miserable state and shook his head. This is his own choice. No matter how hard it is, he has to eat it. Wang Jieshi said lightly. Esports is so cruel. Without top talent, you have to work 200% harder than others to narrow the gap with others, instead of just eating and waiting to die. How do you evaluate Zhou Yichen now? Han Wenqing said coldly. A reckless man with brains. Zhang Xinjia said. adjusting his glasses. Han Wenqing frowned. And he always felt that Zhang Xinjie was hinting at something. Captain Han. Don't think too much. Zhang Xinjie obviously saw what Han Wenqing was thinking. Thank you for your advice. Xiao Yun's face was pale when he stepped down. He was in the air all the time. Whether it was the connection of skills or the control of distance. He and Zhou Yichen were not in the same league at all. Come on! Zhou Yichen patted Xiao Yun on the shoulder and then walked off the stage. Xiao Tang. How many minutes can you last when you go up there? Qin was suddenly asked. Although it won't be too long. He won't have an easy time either. Tang Rou was still quite confident in herself. It's a pity that I don't have the chance to play against him this year. Tang Rou said regretfully. It's okay. When we enter the league, there will be many opportunities. Qin Gui encouraged. Boss. That's right. At this time, the second rookie list of the Rookie Challenge has appeared on the big screen. It is the most eye-catching rookie of this season. Lu Hanwen. A 14-year-old young player from the Blue Rain team, who has already led the list of the best rookies in the 9th season of the Glory Professional League halfway through the season. When Lu Hanwen appeared, there was no fierce applause at the scene. After all, this All-Star weekend was on the territory of Tiny Herb. As old rivals, the relationship between Blue Rain and Tiny Herb can only be described as hot and cold. If it was Huang Xiaotian who played at this time, there would not be sparse applause, but boos from the whole audience. Lu Hanwen, who stepped onto the All-Star stage for the first time, was not at all stage frightened, and said what he meant. What an honest child, Zhou Yichen said with emotion. Xiao Lu, who are you going to challenge in the Rookie Challenge this time? Is it your senior from the same team, the great Huang Xiaotian? The host looked at Lu Hanwen enthusiastically. He was eager to hear the 3 words Huang Xiaotian from Lu Hanwen, so that there would be a topic for the All-Star weekend. No. Lu Hanwen shook his head decisively. Is it the great Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team? The host thought. No. Oh. Who would it be? At this time, Lu Hanwen picked up the microphone and turned to face the player's seat, which was facing the organizer. The Tiny Herb team. Senior Lu Shibia of the Tiny Herb team. Come out and decide the winner. Puff. Ahem. Lu Shibia, who was drinking water, was startled by Lu Hanwen's sudden call. Why is there a role for me? Lu Shibia said. This result was beyond many people's expectations. After all, just as the host guessed, they all thought that Lu Hanwen would challenge Huang Xiaotian from his own team. Because many rookies in this session choose the great players they admire the most. It's better to say it's a tribute than a challenge. This was the case with Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjia last year. As a result, the person Lu Hanwen chose was Lu Shibia from the Tiny Herb team. Huang Xiaotian wouldn't be afraid of losing, so he asked Lu Hanwen to challenge Lu Shibia. I think it's possible. Hu. Who is slandering me? It must be Zhou Yichen. Huang Xiaotian wiped his nose with a paper. Lu Shibia, who was called, had left the Tiny Herb team seat and walked towards the stage. Why did you change Lu Shibia to the opponent? The host asked Lu Hanwen. Nothing. I just really want to compete with senior Lu Shibia. Is this an answer? Oh. Why do you have such an idea? The host still didn't understand. And he believed that the audience was also confused. Oh. Because we had a chance to compete before. But the outcome was not decided and was interrupted by a senior. It was at the senior's suggestion that I chose senior Lu Shibia as my opponent today. Lu Hanwen said honestly. Senior? Everyone fell into thought. It must be Huang Xiaotian. Wei Chao Fan said. Yes. That's right. It must be Huang Xiaotian, who wants to give us Wei Chao a head start. Lu Shibia. Kill him for me. Huang Xiaotian's image in the eyes of Wei Chao fans has unknowingly become worse. Although he was not very good to begin with. The senior you are talking about. It can't be Zhou Yichen. The two of them whispered and conspired on the stage. Yeah. Lu Hanwen nodded and said. Senior Zhou Yichen is a good person. Whether he is good or not. You, Senior Huang Xiaotian, know best. Lu Shibia smiled. The host also walked between the two and asked, do you two need to provide roles on the spot? No. Right? Lu Hanwen looked at Lu Shibia. I can do anything. Lu Shibia shrugged, looking indifferent. Then, let's welcome the second game of the Rookie Challenge. The youngest glory player in the history of the Blue Rain team. Lu Hanwen. Against the hand speed master Lu Shibia of the Tiny Herb team. the host shouted at the top of his lungs. This strong duel will be the first climax of the All-Star tonight. Wow. This game is good? Yishio also sat up straight. Challenger, Lu Hanwen. ID, Lu Yun. Profession, swordsman. Challenged, Lu Shibya. ID, Fideojin. Profession, swordsman. Map, personal arena, online game version. As a rookie, Lu Hanwen did not choose a fancy map. As the host stepped down, the map in the venue was projected. 99%, 100% Fideojin. Loaded. Lu Yun. Loaded. Map, personal arena, online game version. Loaded. Lu Shibya swordsman Fideojin and Lu Hanwen swordsman Lu Yun stood at the two ends of the arena, looking at each other. After the commentator quickly introduced the two swordsman characters, the game officially began. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The moment the countdown ended, the two attacked each other at the same time. 3-stage slash. Swish. Lu Shibya did not show any humility in front of the younger newcomer, and launched a rush attack with the higher attack speed of the Soul Chaser in his hand. The flying knife sword successfully approached Lu Yun. And Lu Yun, who was carrying a sword on his back, did not wait to be passively hit. At the moment the flying knife sword stabbed, a sword drawing slash was made. The range of the sword drawing slash made by the heavy sword is very large, but the speed is not that fast. As a master of hand speed, Lu Shibya quickly reacted and changed from stabbing to blocking. Clang! The flying knife sword was repelled for a distance, and after it stabilized its body, it stabbed at Lu Yun again. Against the wind stab, Lu Shibya knew very well that speed was his advantage. If he wanted to defeat the opponent, he must fully master the rhythm of the attack and put him into a passive defensive state. Looking at the sword circle coming, Lu Hanwen did not choose to defend, but took the initiative to meet it. Slash against the wind. Dang! The two swords intersected, and the sword circle of the reverse wind stab had scraped Lu Yun, and even his shoulder was scratched with blood. But the advantage of the heavy sword was brought into play. Lu Yun deflected the soul-chasing sword of the flying knife sword with a sword. Turn around and slashed the flying knife sword out with a horizontal slash. The two separated and stopped attacking at the same time, which seemed to foreshadow the arrival of the climax. After a wave of competition, the health of both characters dropped a lot. The bloodline of the flying knife sword was still a little higher than that of Lu Yun. Come on, senior. Lu Hanwen sent out the signal for a decisive battle. Come on! The two fought together, and started a round of mutual competition with great hand speed. Wow! The hand speed of both of them is soaring. And Lu Shibya is faster. He deserves to be a hand speed expert. The applause at the scene was thunderous. This kind of game is what they like. It has high technical content, and is really enjoyable to watch. Unlike the first rookie challenge, it ended in 53 seconds. Which is shorter than the time some people spend in bed. This kind of confrontation is the most popular scene for the audience. It's time to decide the winner. Chapter 323 Phantom 15 Swords. The battle between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage. The speed is so fast that some spectators can no longer watch it. They can only look up at the electronic broadcast screen hanging in the center of the venue, which keeps playing the replay and slow motion of the duel between the two. Judging from the declining health, Lu Yun's sword wounds are obviously much more than Fideojin. Lu Shibya, a player who has already become famous before entering the professional league, is a music game player who is delayed by glory. Lu Shibya's talent is naturally his hand speed. People with talent are always expected to be high, and Lu Shibya is such a person. However, as a wealthy team, the Weichao team has 3 players selected for the All-Stars every year, but none of them belong to him. Weichao is not stingy in respecting Lu Shibya. However, after 2 seasons, although his performance is not disappointing, it is somewhat unworthy of his talent. He debuted at the wrong time. The newcomers who debuted in the 7th season are collectively called the Dark Generation by people, because the sudden appearance of one person led to the advent of darkness. That is Shoei-chin. Shoei-chin's brilliance makes all the players who debuted in the 7th season pale in comparison. He alone has absorbed most of the traffic, even though Tang Hao and Sun Xiang, who debuted in the 7th season, have become the trump cards of the team. When it comes to the newcomers who debuted in the 7th season, Shoei-chin is the first person that comes to everyone's mind. He reached his peak in his first year of debut, and won the first championship in the history of the Samsara team with his teammates. In the 2nd year, he had a great harvest of honors, while winning 2 consecutive championships. He also won the Grand Slam of personal honors, including the regular season MVP, the finals FMVP, and the season's most valuable player. This is the honor that many people want to get in their lifetime. In just 2 years, Zhou Yichen's achievements have been able to rank in the top 10 of the league. But even in the face of darkness, Sun Xiang and Tang Hao broke through the darkness with their own strength, and both became all-star players. In order to break through the darkness caused by Zhou Yichen, Liu Shubia worked hard this summer. While others went on vacation to relax, he kept training himself, and even went to practice in online games. Hard work will eventually pay off. This season, Tiny Herb performed well, and Liu Shubia contributed greatly. He was in a stalemate with Qiu Fei on the all-star voting list, which lasted until the 18th round, when Tiny Herb played against Yanyu. At this time, fate played a joke, and Tiny Herb lost to Yanyu 4-6. This also led to some neutral players voting for Qiu Fei, and Qiu Fei eventually surpassed Liu Shubia and entered the All-Stars. Liu Shubia became the biggest loser, ranked 25th on the voting list. As for Liu Hanwen, he has become a rising star this season. In this All-Star voting, Liu Hanwen ranked 18th, which is a remarkable achievement for a rookie. In addition to his own strength, there is also the blessing of traffic. After the selection of the best newcomer began in the 3rd season, a rookie with strength far exceeding others will emerge in the odd season. Wang Jieshi in the 3rd season, Zhou Zikai in the 5th season, and Zhou Yichen in the 7th season are all typical. In the even-numbered seasons, however, rookies are more prosperous, such as the Golden Generation in the 4th season. Therefore, in the 9th season, Liu Hanwen was given high hopes by the media, and it was believed that he could be on par with the previous 3. Thinking of this, Liu Shubia became more and more aggressive, as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. The flying knife sword jumped up and slashed at Liu Yun with a silver blade, and Liu Yun blocked it with his back sword. Before landing, the flying knife sword launched a second attack, and the light and shadow flashed, and the soul chaser successfully stabbed Liu Yun's shoulder. The four-sword style, falling style, Liu Yun was knocked to the ground, and the flying knife sword went up to prepare for the finishing blow. But Liu Yun stood up with a carp, turned his back, and slashed with a sword to successfully repel the flying knife sword. The four-sword style, meteor style. After the meteor style, Liu Yun successively played the falling style and the breaking air style. Looking at the retreating flying knife sword, the flame shadow in Liu Yun's hand shook, and the sword energy surged out and slashed towards the flying knife sword. Sword rules the world. Liu Hanwen is going to attack. Yishio sat up straight. Liu Yun, who used the heavy sword, was not looking for the high attack power brought by sword rules the world, but the attack speed bonus. Swish, swish, swish. Liu Yun swung his sword and slashed at the flying knife sword. Now the initiative on the field was completely in Liu Hanwen's hands. I can't lose, Liu Shubia roared, and after dodging Liu Yun's slash, the flying knife sword turned half a step back, and the tip of the sword raised. The sword intent gathered was not stabbed forward, but gathered from the outside to the tip of the sword. Four-sword style return wind style. This return wind style successfully made Liu Yun turn his back to the flying knife sword. Liu Hanwen felt bad and turned around to resist the attack of the flying knife sword. However, the speed of this sword was beyond his imagination. The sword from top to bottom directly slashed on Liu Yun's heart, and Liu Yun was forced to fall to the ground again. Falling phoenix slash. Not good. The smile on Yu Wenzhou's face had completely disappeared, and Huang Xiaoyan beside him was silent. You know, he was the one who shouted the most just now. At this time, Liu Shubia's backhand was launched, and his hand speed suddenly increased to a higher level. He sought improvement in other aspects, but it did not mean that he gave up his rare talent. Liu Shubia's hand speed has increased. This is a short-range burst, the commentator said excitedly. Although Zhou Yichen had used it in the game before, it was only when the swordsman used it that the shock was the greatest, because it was fast. If it was the previous Liu Shubia, there would be a high probability of hand speed errors in this short-range burst. But after 2 years of accumulation and a summer of hard training, he can fully control it. In this field, he is no worse than Zhou Yichen. Wow! The brilliant sword light completely ignited the atmosphere of the whole venue. Under the interweaving of light and shadow, the soul chaser in the flying knife sword kept stabbing at the flowing cloud. Phantom sword. I go. I go. I go. Someone had already started counting the number of swords. But the big screen in the air had already printed out the number. 15 swords. It's 15 swords. The commentator screamed, causing all the audience to look at the big screen in the air. Liu Shibia created new history, breaking the highest record that the Phantom Sword could achieve, and raising this record to 15 swords. After a moment of silence, the scene suddenly erupted into thunderous applause, especially from the fans of Tiny Herb. I'm so awesome! 15 swords. Even the famous sword Saint Huang Xiaotian had never done it. But their own child Liu Shibia did it, and created history in the game where the Blue Rain swordsman challenged him. Lu Han when Lu Yun finally fell to the last sword of the Phantom Sword. Honor. Awesome. Yi Xiu gave a voice of approval for this limit-breaking operation and applauded it. Can you do it? Shen Guo asked Yi Xiu. It depends on the situation. All the moves are for your own benefit, Yi Xiu said. Then what is your limit? Shen Guo asked. Yi Xiu smiled and said he didn't know. It's amazing. Even Huang Xiaotian can't do it. Lu Boyuan sighed. That may not be the case, Zhou Yichen retorted. Have you seen it? Jiang Buotao looked at Zhou Yichen in confusion. You know, this pair of good brothers have fought each other privately for many times. I haven't seen it. Zhou Yichen spread his hands and said, I just think that if Huang Xiaotian puts his trash talk into this, he should be able to do it. Indeed, Jiang Buotao agreed with this. And part of Huang Xiaotian's hand speed was used to talk trash. At the end of the game, Liu Shibia won the victory with a wonderful burst. The applause from the scene lasted for a long time. Liu Shibia took a deep breath and enjoyed the applause that belonged to him alone. At this time, the director made trouble and gave Huang Xiaotian a close-up. The audience also watched from the electronic screen. Many fans of Tiny Herb directly booed. Unfortunately, Huang Xiaotian was not affected by this. He waved happily at the camera and then pointed at the blue rain icon on his clothes. There was a golden star printed on the six-pointed star. The director quickly cut the screen back. Damn! What does Huang Xiaotian mean? In Tiny Herb's home court, Huang Xiaotian's meaning was very clear. Our Blue Rain won the championship by stepping on your Tiny Herb's head. With the end of this game, the third rookie challenge also began. Lu Guaning from Yijian challenged Yufeng, the captain of the Baihua team. Lu Guaning said that Yufeng was his idol and hoped to get guidance from his idol. Yufeng also understood and played a coaching match. So boring the commentator almost fell asleep. What's so good about the coaching match? The passion that was finally raised in the last game was extinguished. The most frustrated person was the broadcasting media. The game was shot in one shot, without even a single exciting scene. The two players were just playing some routine things. It's so boring. Bozzy was almost falling asleep. However, after the end of this rookie challenge, the next game was quite interesting. Zhao Yujie of the Howling team went on stage and chose to challenge Chu Yunxiu of the Misty Rain team. When the host asked him the reason, Zhao Yujie said confidently, I want to be the best elemental mage player. Chapter 324 Zhao Yujie was beaten. Who is he going to challenge? Zhou Yichen's eyes widened. Then he took out his phone to check the time. Then shook his head. When others didn't understand, Zhou Yichen sighed. This confused everyone in Samsara. Young people nowadays are so aggressive. Yi Xiu sighed. Howling really became a case of the underdog defeating the strong. Qingguo said that she witnessed Tang Hao defeating Lin Jingyan last year. Could it be that Zhao Yujie wanted to overcome the strong with the underdog like Tang Hao did last year? In fact, there are two reasons why Zhao Yujie challenged. The first point is that since he wants to become the strongest elemental mage, Chu Yunxiu is a point that cannot be avoided. The second point is that everyone thinks that his best newcomer award was stolen. Whether it is Gao Yingjie of Tiny Herb or Qiu Fei of Misty Rain, they are more qualified to win this award than him. The best newcomer award has been selected since the third season. Wang Jieshi in the third season, Zhang Xinjie in the fourth season, Shou Zikai in the fifth season, Yu Feng in the sixth season, Zhou Yichen in the seventh season, and Zhao Yujie in the eighth season. Compared with the previous five, Zhao Yujie is indeed far behind. Therefore, he urgently needs to prove himself. And Chu Yunxiu is an excellent choice. Although Chu Yunxiu is the queen, her playing style is not tough. So as long as Zhao Yujie plays his style, it doesn't matter whether he wins or loses. However, he made a mistake today. My Extraordinary Girlfriend's finale is about to be broadcast. If you go up to play, you will miss it at the first time. Zhao Yujie really ran into the gun. Zhou Yichen explained. What is this? Straight Man Dooming asked. My Extraordinary Girlfriend is a popular TV series on major TV stations in the past 3 weeks. It has won various ratings and swept countless people. How should I put it? A TV series worth watching. Zhou Yichen didn't know how to describe it. He had watched this TV series with Chu Yunxiu before, and he was drowsy after watching it. Is it bloody? Jiang Guotao suddenly asked. You know, if you go and watch it, then we invite the captain of the Misty Rain team, Chu Yunxiu, to the stage to accept the challenge from Zhao Yujie. Chu Yunxiu was holding a mobile phone at this time, although her face was very calm. Judging from the blue veins on her hands, Chu Yunxiu was not calm inside. Captain, play faster so you won't miss it, Li Hua said. Chu Yunxiu and Xu Kersen and Shuki have been discussing this for the past few days. It's hard for him not to know. It's okay, Captain. We will tell you the ending after the game, Xu Kersen said mischievously. Okay. You guys sit here. I'll be back soon. There are not many female players in the professional circle of glory. Currently, there are only Chu Yunxiu and Su Maicheng who can be among the all-stars. Chu Yunxiu is the undisputed #1 female player in glory, with Su Maicheng being eliminated with excellent era this season. Chu Yunxiu has become the only female player among the 24 all-star players. Ever since Chu Yunxiu came on stage, the audience felt something was wrong and the atmosphere was a bit depressing. Let's start. The host was interrupted by Chu Yunxiu before he finished speaking. Is the Chu team in a hurry? The host asked cautiously. Very urgent, Chu Yunxiu said with a smile. Ah! The smile of a goddess. Many viewers were captivated by Chu Yunxiu's smile. Zhao Yujie also saw the problem, so he stopped talking. The host had no choice but to end the topic and watch the two of them step onto the competition stage. Only Zhou Yichen knew that Chu Yunxiu was very unhappy now. Okay. Both sides are now in position, and the game will start soon. Challenger, Zhao Yujie. ID, Sha Guangwen. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Challenged, Chu Yunxiu. ID, Fengchen Jianyu. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Map, Individual Arena, Competition Version. Chu Yunxiu has a very good mentality. Haha. In fact, many audience friends know that Chu Yunxiu can be as calm as she is now even in an important game like the playoffs. So it is not surprising that she has such an attitude at this time. As a guest, Li Bo commented. But this comment somewhat implied that Chu Yunxiu had more skills than passion, so she could not provide good emotional value and lead the team to go further. What is this idiot talking about? Zhou Yichen said bluntly. A person who retired after winning the championship. What can you expect from him? Zhang Jiala laughed. Does he have a championship? Zhou Yichen asked. He debuted in the 7th season, and he really didn't know that Li Ba had a championship. Yes, he won the championship with Tyranny in the 4th season, Jiang Guotao explained. Didn't you watch the finals? Wu Qi looked at Zhou Yichen. I didn't watch Yiqiu lose. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes. Oh! No wonder. 99%, 100% Feng Cheng Yinyu. Loading completed. Sha Guangwen. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Competition Edition. Loading completed. After the game started, Zhao Yujie also typed a helpless expression in the public channel. Senior. I hope you can take this duel seriously. Zhao Yujie is now really afraid that Chu Yunxiu will directly type GG after entering the game. Haha. I will. Chu Yunxiu responded politely. If you cut a close-up of Chu Yunxiu now, you will find that her face is a little gloomy. The two sides met in the middle lane, before Sha Guangwen launched an attack. Feng Cheng Yinyu hit the opponent with a fire bird, starting with a level 75 ultimate move. Zhao Yujie obviously didn't expect Chu Yunxiu move to be so powerful. This fire bird can only be avoided by teleportation, but he used teleportation at the beginning, facing large-scale range damage next. He couldn't bear it, so Zhao Yujie controlled Xiao Guanghuan to avoid Feng Cheng Yin fire bird by moving. But this big move was not so easy to avoid. The fire bird hit Xiao Guanghuan in front of him, and the shock wave generated by the explosion blew Xiao Guanghuan away. Before he landed, Feng Cheng Yin drew a line of ice across him. Why don't you use instant teleportation? Chu Yunxiu said. Damn! Zhao Yujie was furious, and still didn't use instant teleportation. So Xiao Guanghuan, who had just landed, was hit by the ice line and successfully frozen in place. What is he waiting for? Tang Hao expressed his incomprehension. Will he die if he uses instant teleportation? Wait to die, Fong Rui said indifferently. Chu Yunxiu attack at the beginning is too fierce, the commentator said in surprise. They thought Chu Yunxiu would say GG directly when he came up, based on her appearance before the game. TSK TSK TSK. Miserable, Yishuo exclaimed. Women are really strange creatures, Bazi suddenly said. What did you say? Qin Gui and Tang Rou looked at Bazi at the same time. I didn't say anything. Bazi covered his mouth with his hands. Looking at the frozen Shaguangwen, Chu Yunxiu was not polite, and chanted the summoning array absolute zero on the spot. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Xiao Yujie's face turned red. But the character was frozen, and it was useless for him to press the keyboard to pieces. Damn it! She didn't look like this before the game. Xiao Yujie felt that he was deceived by Chu Yunxiu. Such an unrestrained style of play made him unprepared. After absolute zero, blizzard followed. Shaguangwen had been frozen into an ice stick, and his health was still decreasing. On the other hand, Fengcheng Yanyu didn't lose a drop of blood. No, we have to retreat. Otherwise we will be killed by the damage. Xiao Yujie calmed down and analyzed. Just after Shaguangwen regained his ability to move, he used instant teleportation to retreat. Then he chanted Flamestorm in the distance to block Fengcheng Yanyu attack. But Fengcheng Yanyu used concentration and magic imprisonment to hit Shaguangwen directly. Send! Zhou Yichen raised his hand and shouted when he saw this scene. Magic imprisonment has no damage, but this spell can interrupt all spells that need to be chanted, and prevent the enemy mage from using any spells within 4 seconds. It is fatal to elemental mages. Damn! Xiao Yujie wanted to die when he saw all the skill icons dim. No. This can be the best newcomer. It's far worse than our Gaoingjie. Many Wei Chao fans began to mock him. Xiao Yujie was simply insulting the best newcomer award. Whoever won this award before him was not a well-known master in the league today. Of course, if this award was given to Gaoingjie, they would have no doubts. With the skills band and teleportation on CD, Xiao Yujie Shaguangwen was a pure target in Fengcheng Yanyu eyes. In the end, the fiery storm cooperated with the lightning purgatory, and various skills were used to chase and attack Shaguangwen. And finally Shaguangwen was drunk to death. Glory! Hiss! Did Xiao Yujie offend Chu Yunxiu in some way? Li Ba guessed that Chu Yunxiu was too fierce today. Xiao Yujie was beaten to pieces, and he didn't even touch the corner of Fengcheng Yanyu clothes. What kind of concept is this? You know, Xiao Yun was killed by Zhou Yichen in the first game. But at least, he met Zhou Yichen. Oh my god. It turns out that I'm not the worst. Seeing Xiao Yujie's miserable state, Xiao Yun lost heart dissipated in an instant. It's really embarrassing. After seeing Shaguangwen's skills banned, Tang Hao got up and went to the bathroom. He was afraid that if he continued to watch, he would beat Xiao Yujie when he came back. Too cruel. Captain. Everyone in Yanyu was trembling after watching, especially Shu Kursen. It seems that the amount of training will be doubled when we go back, Shu Kursen said with her head down. Senior, you are really good at this. Xiao Yujie took the microphone and took the initiative to speak. Although he kept smiling, it was too fake and his face was very stiff. It's okay. You are also very good. In comparison, Chu Yunxiu was much more skilled. Me. Xiao Yujie was choked. I didn't lose a drop of blood. What's so good about it? Is it because I consumed a lot of your mana? I didn't expect that the senior's lack of energy at the beginning was just pretending. I thought you were not going to play this game seriously. Xiao Yujie's words were a bit sharp. What is this idiot talking about? Xiao Yujie is an idiot. Making excuses like this, many viewers were speechless. As long as you are on the field, you should go all out. Chu Yunxiu responded with a smile, then handed the microphone to the host and turned to walk off the stage. Next time, I will never be fooled by the senior again, Xiao Yujie said to Chu Yunxiu back. The host keenly noticed this, so he rushed to Chu Yunxiu and handed her the microphone. Next time? Chu Yunxiu seemed a little confused. You are a sophomore, right? You can't participate in the rookie challenge next year. Ah? Xiao Yujie was stunned. What kind of answer was this? When he turned around to ask, Chu Yunxiu had already left the stage. Chapter 325. He was originally a black, so he thought he lost because he was fooled by Chu Yunxiu's listless appearance. Tang Hao came back and listened to his teammates, and he laughed out loud. Although Tang Hao was proud, he never made excuses when he lost. He lost to Zhou Yichen again and again, and finally attributed it to his lack of strength. Just like some people think that Huang Xiaotian is better at talking than in operation. Why don't you do the same when he spams text? Is it not allowed by the rules? The same old saying, practice more if you are not good. The people who make excuses after losing are the ones Tang Hao despises the most. Go back and practice more, Tang Hao said to Zhao Yujie, who came back. Yes. Zhao Yujie didn't dare to refute. After all, he was embarrassed enough. After the game between Chu Yunxiu and Zhao Yujie ended, the first day of the All-Star Weekend Rookie Challenge also came to an end, and only the last round of the match was left. Generally, the home team players come out to perform the finale. For example, in the All-Star game held at the home stadium of the Samsara team last year, the last game was the challenge between the Team Rookie Union and the captain Zhou Zikai. However, the only player in the Weichao team who meets the requirements for the Rookie Challenge is Gao Yingjie. Gao Yingjie had already participated in the Rookie Challenge last year. It is impossible for him to challenge Wang Jieshi again this year. Who should he challenge? Zhou Yichen? Zhao Yun's miserable condition is still in front of us. It is estimated that the rookies who will play in the future will hardly choose to challenge Zhou Yichen. However, for the organizer Wei Chao, Lu Shubia record-breaking Phantom Invisible Sword 15 Swords is a hot topic. Therefore, the last game of this challenge broke the usual practice. The host announced that the challenger was Qiu Fei of the Misty Rain team. Me? Qiu Fei pointed at himself, with clear stupidity in his eyes. Although Qiu Fei signed up for the Rookie Challenge himself, the notice he received was full, and Qiu Fei was a little disappointed. As a result, when he announced that he would go up to play the last game, Qiu Fei was actually a little excited. Captain, Qiu Fei looked at Chu Yunxiu with a complicated expression. Just do what you want. He won't refuse. Chu Yunxiu didn't look up and continued watching her TV series. Come on. Li Hua patted Qiu Fei's shoulder heavily. You know, he is also a player who debuted in the 7th season and has suffered for a long time. I will. Qiu Fei took the character account card and walked towards the stage. This kid won't challenge Zhou Yichen. Right? This kid won't challenge me. Right. From the moment he saw Qiu Fei on stage, Zhou Yichen knew he couldn't run away. Yo. The future of Yanyu. Huang Xiaotian said. Hello. Qiu Fei. How do you feel about being selected as an all-star for the first time? The host said with a smile. Very good. Qiu Fei said obediently. So as the last rookie of the day, which player do you want to challenge? Straight to the point. Huh. What I want to challenge is... Before Qiu Fei finished speaking, the director had already turned the camera to Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen looked at himself on the big screen and felt numb. Now Qiu Fei had no choice but to choose him. The two of them had already been put on the stage. Zhou Yichen smiled helplessly, and then gave a thumbs up to the camera. You guys are really good. Senior Zhou Yichen from the Samsara team. Qiu Fei said loudly. Oh. There was a lot of commotion at the scene. There were even masters who wanted to challenge Zhou Yichen. The tyrant. Come on. Qiu Fei. Many Weichao fans at the scene even cheered for Qiu Fei. After all, compared to the big villain, people prefer to see the scene of the hero killing the dragon. Come on. Big villain. Poochie. Zhang Jiala laughed as he spoke. What are you laughing at? You are also a villain. Bleep. Zhou Yichen said unhappily. Please invite Zhou Yichen to our stage. Zhou Yichen dragged his soulless body onto the stage. Seeing Zhou Yichen's listless look, Zhao Yujie's little head suddenly had an idea. I understand. This is a common strategy for masters. I will use it next time I play a game. Tang Hao looked at Zhao Yujie, whose face kept changing, and panicked. This kid. He must have been beaten stupid. I didn't scold him in person. Tang Hao thought. I want to challenge him too. Tang Rou clenched her fists and said. Try hard. We can challenge him next year when we enter the league. Yixiu said. May I ask how Zhou Yichen responded to Qiu Fei's challenge? The host tried to ignite the war. Come on. Do well. I'm rooting for you. Zhou Yichen smiled. Ah? The host was stunned. Why did Zhou Yichen look at a junior like that? Who would pee on him to wake him up? He is the future of Yanyu. Not the reincarnation. Could it be that Qiu Fei has already secretly contacted Samsara and is going to join Samsara next season? The host was already brainstorming at this time. If Zhou Yichen heard the thoughts in his mind, he would only say one sentence. It's really an old lady who got into bed and made me laugh. I will. Qiu Fei's eyes were full of fighting spirit. Challenger, Qiu Fei. ID, Battle Format. Profession, Battle Mage. Challenged, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Profession, Battle Mage. Map, Personal Arena, Online Version. Captain, don't you watch the game? Li Hua asked cautiously. Damn. What a stupid ending. High opening and low closing. I have already paid for membership. And you show me this? Chu Yunqiu cursed. That's right. What a bad ending. The two sisters of the Shu family also complained. What did you say just now? Chu Yunqiu looked at Li Hua. The game has started. Oh! It started so soon. Li Hua stopped talking. Silence is the bridge tonight. Insert the card to enter the loading interface. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Battle format. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Online Version. Loading completed. I saw someone on the internet jokingly call Qiu Fei Little Zhou Yichen because his playing style is similar to Zhou Yichen. The difference is that Qiu Fei is more conservative than Zhou Yichen. It may be influenced by Yi Qiu. After all, Qiu Fei is the first generation of One Leaf Autumn successor. Li Ba talked freely. The apprentice taught by old Yi is completely different from him. Huang Xiaotian complained. After all, Qiu Fei is too simple and his playing style is relatively straightforward. Unlike Yi Xiu, who is full of bad water. In comparison, Zhou Yichen is more like Yi Xiu apprentice, completely inheriting his dark attributes, especially trash talk. And the two have the same poisonous tongue. Is there a possibility that he is originally dark? Yu Wanzhou laughed. Damn! Huang Xiaotian suddenly realized that Zhou Yichen may have just borrowed Yi Xiu playing style. And as for other aspects, it can be said that he is even better than Yi Xiu. Moreover, Zhou Yichen combat quality and on-the-spot reaction ability are very high. From the voice chat of Samsara team, it can be seen that Zhou Yichen is basically the one who controls the rhythm during the chaotic battle. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ends, the game officially begins. Chapter 326 Hitting everything will only hurt you. Both sides rushed towards each other at the same time when the countdown ended. The starting moves were the same. Yu Xingchen and Zhan Gij both chose the Dragon Fang move as the starting move. Oh! Zhou Yichen became interested and changed from stabbing to picking at the moment when the Dragon Fang stabbed out. But Qiu Fei was obviously prepared for this. So he retracted his spear and retreated to avoid Yu Xingchen's sky attack. Qiu Fei really understands Zhou Yichen. The commentator praised. Anyone who has watched Zhou Yichen videos should be able to avoid it, Lu Shubia said. And the other members of Wei Chao agreed. However, Xiao Yun on the side lowered his proud head. He was killed by a set of combos because he didn't dodge. You really understand it. Zhou Yichen typed to communicate. I have watched too many videos of the seniors, so I can still react. Qiu Fei typed to respond. Come again! Yu Xingchen attacked again, holding the spear in both hands in a yin-yang grip, and stabbed at the battle format. Facing the overwhelming offensive, the battle format could only avoid the sharp edge and look for opportunities to counterattack. This won't work. Qiu Fei must fight back. Li Ba interrupted. In a duel between the same profession, it is very difficult to fight back when being suppressed. After all, not everyone has the ability to find opportunities, like Huang Xiaotian. Yu Xingchen shot back the battle format, turned around and rotated the spear, and swept it towards the opponent. Battle format jumped up to avoid Yu Xingchen's sweep. And then, battle format's heavy attack was blocked by Yu Xingchen horizontal spear. Just when battle format wanted to continue attacking, Yu Xingchen held the spear with one hand, and the free hand directly grabbed the battle format spear. What? Qiu Fei obviously didn't expect this move. Yu Xingchen pulled the spear to his side, and battle format lost weight and fell towards Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen put away his gun and hit Zhan Gusher in the stomach with his knee. Before he could stand firm, Yu Xingchen thrust out with both hands and stabbed Zhan Gusher's shoulders twice. Bright red blood spurted out on the spot, and Zhan Gusher triggered the bleeding effect. Yu Xingchen took advantage of the victory and launched a rapid thrust attack on Zhan Gusher in front of him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 100 Dragon Meteor hit. Zhan Gusher hurriedly parried, but he was a little at a loss. He panicked? Yu Wanzhou commented. It's strange that he didn't get scared when watching Qiu Fei game before, Qinghua thought, because Zhou Yichen operation was beyond his expectations. Yishio said lightly, and then seemed to think of something and sighed softly. After watching Zhou Yichen video at his suggestion, Xiao Fei spent almost all his time studying the video except for training and competition. He believed that Zhou Yichen's style of play was the most suitable for a battle mage. Yishio's starting point was to let him learn more and learn from him. Just like Zhou Yichen. After watching his style of play, he would take the essence and discard the dross, and integrate it with his own actual situation. Finally, he formed the most suitable style for himself. However, Xiao Fei was now trapped in it, blindly imitating Zhou Yichen's style of play. Calm down. Calm down. Xiao Fei kept shaking his head to keep himself calm. It's over. I won't be taken away by Zhou Yichen again. Yu Xingchen activated the ice attribute dazzling pattern, combined with the high attack speed of Long Dan itself, and continuously hit the body of the battle format. The blue magic fighting spirit hit him, and the ice effect attached to the ice dazzling pattern would make the opponent fall into a small stiffness. And there was a 50% chance to slow down the enemy for up to 3 seconds. Xiao Fei is in a very bad situation now. Not only is he slowed down by the ice pattern, but also because his low-level skills failed to hit Yu Xingchen. He was unable to use the light attribute pattern to increase his attack speed. Yu Xingchen shot back the battle format and then fired the ice attribute pattern, which automatically chased and hit the battle format. It's rare to see Zhou Yichen use the ice attribute pattern, Li Ba said. Anyone who plays combat tactics and watches the Glory Professional League knows that Zhou Yichen is most fond of fire attribute pattern and light attribute pattern. The former brings him a high power bonus, and the latter brings him a high attack speed bonus. As for ice attribute, dark attribute and no attribute pattern, Zhou Yichen uses them less frequently. But this does not mean that he does not use them at all. Zhou Yichen fighting style is not static, Yishio said at this time. Although his first move is always Dragon Fang, there are many changes in his moves. The common stab to stab, and the hidden falling flower palm are Zhou Yichen's most skilled fighting styles. Yes, Tang Rou nodded. After watching Zhou Yichen video, she also fell in love with the one-handed Dragon Fang stab as a cover, and the backhand falling flower palm as the main attack. This combo makes the battle mage more flexible in his fighting style. But if it is used too much, others will be on guard. For example, now, John Wugesher thrust forward, then stopped suddenly, and used the other hand to strike out the falling flower palm. But the highly concealed palm was still dodged by Yu Xingchen, because after Zhou Yichen saw the action of John Wugesher clearly, he knew what Xiao Fei was holding back. These were all the things he had left. Look, this is how to use the falling flower palm. Facing the continuous thrust of John Wugesher, Yu Xingchen stood still, holding the spear in his left hand and putting his right hand at his waist. At the moment when the spear stabbed, Yu Xingchen slapped out with his right hand. The powerful magic fighting spirit hit the spear of John Wugesher, and with the falling cherry blossoms, John Wugesher was knocked out. The gap between the two has not narrowed but widened. Sun Liang was a little confused. You know, he saw Xiao Fei hard training. You can understand it this way. Xiao Qiu and my Aiken originally took 2 different paths. After all, Xiao Qiu learned from Yiqiu, while my Aiken is a wild one. After all, he is a sharpshooter who plays a tactic, Xu Yunqiu explained. Hey, did Zhou Yichen play as sharpshooter before? Xu Kursen asked. The 2 sisters had just come to Yinyu, and had not heard this story yet. Well, he played as sharpshooter before he became a professional. In his words, the sharpshooter was his first love. Xu Yunqiu clearly remembered that night. After the 2 of them had a drink on the bed, she suddenly asked Zhou Yichen who his first love was. He said 4 words, Gan Yin Xingchen. Xu Yunqiu's CPU was burned at that time, and she was hurting down there, and in her head. Can that thing be called first love? Shuki suddenly started to support Zhou Yichen and Gan Yin Xingchen. Girls are professional in supporting them. Then why didn't he use Gan Yin Xingchen to enter the profession? Gan Yin Xingchen is quite famous in the sharpshooter circle, Xu Kursen asked. As a sharpshooter player, he naturally knew many great players in this circle, and Gan Yin Xingchen was one of them. Someone had previously revealed that Gan Yin Xingchen was Zhou Yichen's pseudonym, but Xu Kursen didn't expect that Gan Yin Xingchen was actually Zhou Yichen's original wife. Yu Xingchen was the mistress. Why are you so concerned about my Ah Chin? Xu Yunqiu frowned, listening to the story. I can already imagine the scene of Zhou Yichen abandoning Gan Yin Xingchen and choosing Yu Xingchen. Xu Kursen covered her mouth and laughed. Ah? Li Hua was so confused when he heard this. You can also ship this. Feng Xiaoming shouted. Through understanding these days, they all knew that Shu Kursen liked to ship CPs. But generally speaking, they were all normal CPs within the human range. But now, Zhou Yichen and Qiangyin Xingchen? And the third person Yu Xingchen. Against the sky. What the hell is in your head? I tell you to watch less weird things. Chu Yunxiu reached out and patted Shu Kursen's head. I know. Shu Kursen said aggrievedly. Knocking on everything will only hurt you. The field entered a white-hot stage. Are the two sides deadlocked? No. It was a Yu Xingchen unilateral explosive killing battle format. As for the white-hot stage, it was because Qiu Fei's face was now red. Physically and mentally, Zhou Yichen put too much pressure on Qiu Fei. In addition to the great pressure, Qiu Fei also felt a little excited in his heart. He felt his heart beating wildly. Zhou Yichen's style of play is indeed the best style of play. Should I not abandon Yi Sono? Chapter 327. Looking back, I found that I was only 20 years old. In the moment when Qiu Fei was stunned, Yu Xingchen poked him with a gun. Boom! The powerful magic fighting spirit directly blasted away the battle format. How long, Pejuan? What are you thinking about? Zhou Yichen asked in a typing voice. Although this is an entertainment match, since the challenge has been launched, you must fight with all your strength. Whether you win or lose, at least you can give yourself psychological comfort. It is not shameful to lose after trying your best. Seeing the text said by Zhou Yichen, Qiu Fei's face became even redder. Don't die on your knees. Qiu Fei's eyes lit up. You must die standing up and not kneeling. Yi Qiu had said this to him before. Come on. Good boy. That's right. Seeing Qiu Fei's renewed fighting spirit, Zhou Yichen also became excited. Fighting. Cool. The two sides fought again. Qiu Fei was full of energy and seemed to have adjusted his state. But his health was not enough for the battle. The commentator watched the fierce fight on the field and his interest in commentary was much higher. Yes. Although Qiu Fei's temporary adjustment ability was very strong, it was too late. It was too difficult to kill Zhou Yichen with this amount of health. Li Ba shook his head and said, Good fighting spirit. But unfortunately, it is not worth mentioning in my eyes. While Zhou Yichen was parrying Qiu Fei's offensive, he still had time to play 13 in the public channel. Damn. So arrogant. Qiu Fei. Kill him for me. The fans of Wei Chao cheered for Qiu Fei in anger. Zhou Yichen is still a middle school boy. Zhao Yang smiled. It's good to be young. Qiu Fei's resistance gained a breakthrough from 0 to 1. Although he lost in the end, this game also made him realize that the gap between the two of them has been getting bigger and bigger. What he did next was to catch up. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. The performance of the sophomore Qiu Fei was also good. The commentator said the words skillfully. Qiu Fei actually persisted for so long. A Wei Chao fan was surprised. Indeed, much better than Xiao Yun. In the eyes of Wei Chao, Qiu Fei is someone else's child. It would be great if Qiu Fei was in Wei Chao. How do you feel about this game? Xiao Qiu? The two returned to the stage, and the host handed the microphone to Qiu Fei. Although I lost this game, I benefited a lot. I am very grateful for the guidance of Senior Zhou. Qiu Fei said modestly. You have a high understanding. Zhou Yichen took the microphone in advance and said, No. It's because you taught well. No. It's because you understand well. No. I want to vomit. The two of them started to brag about each other in a business way. The atmosphere between the two of you is very good. It's a happy reunion. So let's move on to Beojieza. Zhou Yichen answered. The host was already cursing in his heart. I have professional ethics. I can't be angry. I can't be angry. The host gave a formal smile, covering up the anger burning in his heart. Please go down and rest first. The next part will be the live lottery. Please invite the captain of the Wei Chao team, the guest of the lottery tonight, to come on stage to announce the lucky audience tonight. Okay. Zhou Shen. Let's communicate more. Qiu Fei grabbed Zhou Yichen and said when he stepped down. What to communicate? Zhou Yichen had a question mark on his face. Playing style. I think Zhou Shen Battle Mage playing style is the most powerful playing style. Qiu Fei said excitedly. What about one autumn leaf? Zhou Yichen asked with a smile. It's out of date. Qiu Fei waved his hand and said. Ha ha ha. Just tell me what you want to ask. Zhou Yichen got to the point. I want to know what the core of the seniors' playing style is. Qiu Fei didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. The core. Adapt to circumstances. Zhou Yichen waved his hand and said, Adapt to circumstances? Qiu Fei pinched his chin and thought. There is no one playing style in the world that is unchanging. Everything is constantly developing. And the playing style must keep pace with the times. Zhou Yichen explained. Maybe my playing style is the most effective now. But in the future, with the increase in the level cap and the addition of new skills, Yu Xingchen will also become the former Yi Zhiqiu. The current Zhou Yichen looks at Qiu Fei like Yi Xiu looked at Zhou Yichen when Zhou Yichen suddenly appeared in the 7th season. Come on, kid. One day you will find your own way. Zhou Yichen finished his words, patted his shoulder, turned around and walked towards the Samsara player seat. I will. Qiu Fei shouted at Zhou Yichen back. Zhou Yichen didn't reply, nor did he turn around, but just waved his hand. This scene was also photographed by the media. And the title was the theme of this year's All-Star, the future. After the lucky draw of the organizer of Tiny Herb was over, the first day of the All-Star weekend also ended. Oh, what a pity. Qingui shook the ticket in her hand and said, There are still 2 days. Tang Rose smiled. After the event, the professional players left through the special channel, and the staff would notify several people in advance to attend the press conference to be held later. The participants of the press conference were Zhou Yichen, Lu Shubia, Qiu Fei and Lu Hanwen. After asking a few questions, the press conference ended. The group of Xingxin who followed the audience to leave agreed to meet Yijan at the tea restaurant across the overpass. The 4 of them followed the flow of people and found that there were many people crossing the overpass. They were holding various signs supporting the team or idols. There were also vendors selling team peripherals on the side of the road. Professional players will not leave through the main entrance, Tang Rose said. Yes. Their intelligence work is not very good, Yi Xiu said with his hands in his pockets. After Xingxin and Yijan met, the other professional players also formed their own teams and made dinner appointments. Many people came to Zhou Yichen, but were told by the children's parents that they had been to a private world. It hurts. Can you be gentler? In the hotel, Zhou Yichen was helping Chu Yunxiu press her shoulders, because she was watching TV series on the tablet. Chu Yunxiu's neck was a little sore. At this time, Zhou Yichen's role was reflected. Hey! Zhou Yichen sighed softly. Don't sigh. I will give you a reward after the massage, Chu Yunxiu said unhappily. She understood Zhou Yichen's thoughts too well. When he heard that there was a reward, Zhou Yichen immediately became excited. Hiss. Good. Press here. The massage time is over. And the reward time is up. After finishing, Zhou Yichen sat on the bed and began to look back on the past. Now is the time of the sage. Unconsciously, I have been playing professionally for 2.5 years, Zhou Yichen said. What are you feeling sad about? My career is twice as long as yours. Chu Yunxiu rolled her eyes at Zhou Yichen. Isn't this feeling coming all of a sudden? Zhou Yichen laughed awkwardly. After 2.5 years of debut, he has won all the awards he deserves. And he has already stood at the pinnacle of glory. Why are you sighing? You are only 20 years old, Chu Yunxiu said. Yes. Zhou Yichen turned around and found that he was only 20 years old. I haven't said you are holding gold bricks yet. I haven't despised you for being an old cow eating young grass yet. What did you say? Zhou Yichen. You have the guts to say it again. I'm sorry, Queen. I was wrong. The perspective turned to Happy and Yijan. Although Lu Guaning was drinking tea, he was bragging. You said that if I could defeat Yufeng one day, and then kill Zhou Yichen off the horse, how spectacular would that scene be? Lu Guaning said while hugging Bao Rongxing. Brother Lu, I believe you can do it, Bao Rongxing shouted. Buzzy, you are too much to my taste. Hearing the conversation between the two, several people around him lived in Bengbu. Isn't this tea? Why do I feel like these two are drunkards? Tang Rou looked at the cup in her hand and took a sip. It was tea. For sure. They had a very satisfying chat tonight. Especially Lu Guaning and Bao Rongxing. Lu Guaning because he found that Baozi believed whatever weird things he said. Baozi because Lu Guaning was generous and paid for all the meals. Lu Guaning then invited the 4 to visit their Yijan team tomorrow. After all, City B is also their Yijan's home court. And the All-Star Weekend activities are all at night. So everyone is very free during the day. Yi Xiu and others did not refuse. After all, they were originally preparing to enter the league. And seeing their peers would also be beneficial for future development. This visit not only accumulated experience for the development of the team, But the appearance of a person also made Yishio interested. And he even went down to fight with him personally. ID. Sleep for another summer. Occupation. Berserker. No one knows this ID. But the person who is operating him at this time has left a strong mark in the history of glory. Who is he? Chapter 328 An Invitation from Happy. It's you. I thought. Time goes back to a few minutes ago, when the Happy group came to visit Ijan. They were originally visiting well. But Lu Guaning's childhood friend introduced him to an opponent to fight with. And watched him have fun. Is this his childhood friend? In order to vent his anger over the past few days, Lu Guaning asked Yishio to help him teach his friend a lesson. Yishio thought that everyone in Ijan had helped him a lot. So he agreed. As a result, he was shocked when he fought. Yishio actually lost. He narrowly defeated Zhang Lulan with 5% health after sleeping for a summer. Although he used a berserker that Yishio was not familiar with. Glory textbook. Was not called for nothing. And Yishio berserker level was not bad. Yishio did not fight seriously, or even played blindly before. After all, he was Lu Guaning's childhood friend. Although Lu Guaning asked Yishio to beat him hard, he still had to understand the ways of the world. After the fight, Yishio found something wrong. He seemed to have seen Zai Shui's style of play before. After losing, Yishio frowned. Lu Guaning thought that the master was upset because of the loss. But in fact, Yishio was thinking about who the opponent was. This is already the level of a professional player. And even among professional players, it is not bad. But Yishio went through the current berserkers in his mind, and did not find a suitable candidate. The current chief berserker Yufeng was ruled out by Yishio at the first time. Yufeng did not match the style or time. The training room was quiet. Lu Guaning and others did not dare to speak, for fear of disturbing Yishio and his childhood friend. In this rare victory, did not immediately speak out and start mocking. You know, this is what he likes to do most. While Lu Guaning was thinking, his childhood friend rushed out and hugged Lu Guaning. He said with a surprised look, "Old Lu, you are so good now? You are worthy of being my childhood friend. Ah, you are good at playing berserker. Kid, although I won this round, it was not easy. If we play another round, it is hard to say who will win or lose." At this time, Zai Shui Xia also stood up from the gaming chair. "Damn. Why are you here? Isn't this Ijan? It's you. I thought." Yishio suddenly realized when he saw this person. The only one who could fight him like this was the ancestor of Berserker. "Do you know him?" Lu Guaning and his group had question marks on their faces. "Damn Yishio." Zai Shui Xia gritted his teeth and said, "Sun Jiping." Yishio said calmly, "The name Sun Jiping has disappeared for a long time. Players who have been in contact with Honor for 2 or 3 years may not have heard of it. After all, Sun Jiping retired in the middle of the 5th season due to a hand injury. But Honor veterans with more than 5 years of playing experience cannot fail to know this name." When Yishio called out this person's name, everyone was stunned except Tangro and Baozi, 2 newcomers who had just started to work in Glory. Sun Jiping, a great player in the early years, had of course appeared on TV, newspapers, and the internet. But Sun Jiping's appearance before was completely different from what it is now. He was full of vigor and vitality back then. But now, he has a bit of an old look. So when Sun Jiping walked in, no one recognized him at first glance. But when the name was revealed, everyone looked at Sun Jiping again, and found that the 2 figures were more and more overlapping. No matter how his appearance changed, Sun Jiping's sharp eyes would never change. The most shocked person among the crowd was Lu Guaning, who of course knew this person best. Sun Jiping, the former #1 wild swordsman in Glory, was much more powerful than Yufeng now. Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala were the undisputed best combination before the Golden Generation entered the league. Prosperous blood scene is still talked about to this day, and some teams even bundle wild swordsmen and ammunition experts together. You can't play Berserker without an ammo expert. This is the influence of the 2. Sun Jiping saw Yichio gritting his teeth like this. Of course there was a reason. In the 3rd season, they made great progress and entered the finals with the 1st place in the regular season. That was the closest he had ever been to the championship. But his dream of winning the championship was punctured by Yijichio Chuishia. After that, when Baiwa made a comeback in the 5th season, Sun Jiping left the field in the middle of the season due to a hand injury, and retired sadly after the season, and disappeared from the crowd. Zhang Jiala also changed his playing style because of this. and supported Baiwa alone. In the 5th season, he forced Baiwa into the finals, but was eventually ruthlessly crushed by the Wei Chao led by Wang Jieshi. Watching Zhang Jiala fall on the stage of the finals, Sun Zhiping, who was sitting below, felt very social in his heart. How much he wanted to hold the trophy with his brother. But he couldn't do it until Zhang Jiala retired at the end of the 7th season. Sun Zhiping never looked for him. He was speechless facing Zhang Jiala. "Is your hand healed?" Yishio asked, looking at Sun Zhiping's bandaged hand. "Not too well." Sun Zhiping looked at his left hand and said, then smiled slightly. "But at least I beat you." "Ouch. So arrogant." Yishio took off his coat. "Let's play another game. Xiao Tang, give me your account card. I helped him recall the pain before." "TSK, your tactics are outdated." Sun Zhiping glanced at Yishio. "Now everyone is learning from Zhou Yichen. You and I are out." "Senior is not out," Lu Guaning said loudly. "Senior Sun Zhiping, are you going to come back? We need you and Yi-Zhan." "Come back." Sun Zhiping's face was bitter. Of course he thought about coming back, especially when he saw Zhang Jiala come back to join Samsara. This idea became stronger, but his hand can no longer cope with the high-intensity professional competition. "It's okay. Although you can't adapt, you can play a game occasionally," Lu Guaning said. "You need a player like this?" Sun Zhiping was surprised. No team would be willing to support a professional player with extremely limited appearances. Money doesn't come from the wind. Of course we need it. We are too young and don't know anything. We just need a high-level senior like you to guide us," Lu Guaning said. Sun Zhiping hesitated, and then Yishio suddenly said, seeing your good brother Zhang Jiala sweating on the stage, "You must want to return to the league. And besides, Yi-Zhan itself needs an old man to help the newcomers grow. Or, you can try to join Samsara and be a temporary worker. Even if I don't guarantee that Samsara will win the championship this season, the probability is at least 80%. Samsara?" Sun Zhiping certainly paid attention to the professional league this season. Samsara's invincible posture made all the teams pale in comparison. And his good brother Zhang Jiala also found his place in Samsara. "No. Samsara doesn't need me. And I don't want to take a championship that doesn't belong to me." Sun Zhiping shook his head and said, "Senior, please consider us." Lu Guaning was very eager, and then bowed deeply to Sun Zhiping. And when Kabei did the same, Sun Zhiping was surprised. He knew that Lu Guaning's identity was not just a player, but also the owner of the team. But now he lowered his posture and asked me to join. "Then come." Sun Zhiping nodded. Yi-Zhan successfully moved him. "Great," Lu Guaning shouted happily. "Senior, please feel free to ask me any request. I will also arrange for you to go to the hospital for checkups every month." "No kidding. I have connections in BJ's hospitals, so you don't have to worry." "Damn." Sun Zhiping couldn't hold it anymore. "It's great to have money. Let's talk about the contract now. But the transfer window for this season has closed. You can't play in the game until next season at least." "Well, there is no shortage of time," Sun Zhiping said. "This half-season can't be wasted." Yishio interrupted. "What do you mean?" Sun Zhiping had a bad feeling. "Come to our happy to play in the challenge match." Yishio stated his purpose. "What's my status?" "I'm going to play the challenge match with you." Sun Zhiping laughed. "Excellent Era is playing the challenge match. I'm playing too." "Your status is higher than mine?" Yishio asked back. "Besides, the intensity of the challenge match is not that great. You can just play casually to get a feel for it. And you meet Excellent Era in the end. This is one of the few opportunities for you to beat Excellent Era, just in time to avenge them for killing you and taking your championship." Yishio bewitched. After hearing what Yishio said, everyone looked at Yishio with strange eyes. "It seems that the Excellent Era that stole the championship from Baiwa was led by you. The great god. Right? If you hadn't defeated Shuanghua alone, Baiwa would have won the championship long ago. You're even more shameless than before," Sun Zhiping said. "Who else do you have in happy?" "Boss Wei," Baozi answered. "Who?" "Wei Chen." "Oh." Sun Zhiping suddenly realized. Two shameless people are playing together. Although Sun Zhiping debuted in the 2nd season, he actually played when Honor was just launched. He met Wei Chen at that time. He didn't remember anything else but his shamelessness. "What do you mean?" "Hero." Yishio smiled. "Sign up for me and kill him." Sun Zhiping's hand shook, and he threw the account card to Yishio. "Great. Is it great? Sister skills are pretty good. Chapter 329 The Annual All-Star War. In the hotel, Chu Yunchio sat on Zhou Yichin and gave him a deep massage. Only Zhou Yichin knew how sour and pleasant it was. At this time, he was so happy that he couldn't speak. The feeling of indulgence during the day is completely different from that at night. Zhou Yichin said with a red face. Okay. There are activities in the evening. Stop making trouble. Chu Yunchio took a photo of Xiao Zhou. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the activities of the second day of the All-Star Weekend were in full swing. The activities of this night were mainly based on interaction with the audience. The game content of this night can be said to be a mod of honor. But it is not a mod designed by the players themselves, but is personally handled by the official. However, it will be available for players to download and entertain in the future. Last year All-Star Hurdle Race mod was particularly popular. And there was also the hide-and-seek segment that Honor fans liked the most. This year, several new mods were added. But no one knew what the game content was. This was a big suspense of the second day's activities. And even the professional players who signed up didn't know. After a familiar opening speech, the event officially began. The first game was projected through a holographic projection. It was a swimming pool with a springboard and a diving platform. No explanation was needed. Everyone had already guessed what the first game activity was, diving. The host also invited several older professional players to serve as referees to score. They were Han Wenqing, the captain of Tyranny, who debuted in the first season, Fang Shijing, the second captain of Blue Rain, who debuted in the first season and retired after the third season, Zhang Jiala, who debuted in the second season and was a member of Samsara. The last one was an old face, Fang Shiqian, the retired player of Tiny Herb, the god of healing. Oh my god! When these four people stand together, old Zhang looks like a child. Zhou Yichin complained. Old Zhang is young. Jiang Buitao laughed. Why are you two retired players here? The four of them started to communicate on the court. Why wouldn't I come if I was paid? Fang Shijing said bluntly. If Fang Shiqian came to Tiny Herb's home court for friendship, then Fang Shijing came for money. If he didn't want money, you can see if he would come. What is Mr. Fang doing recently? Zhang Jiala asked. Playing stocks. How is the market? Not bad. I haven't seen any color from Wei Chao in my several teams. I'm happy. Fang Shijing laughed. Heh. Fang Shiqian rolled his eyes at Fang Shijing. After the four players introduced themselves one by one to ensure fairness and openness, the host invited the all-star players, who were selected from the audience, to come on stage and began to introduce the scoring and rules of diving. Then the all-star players began to draw lots. The all-star invited to the diving event was Li Xian, the captain of the Void team. After the four players drawn from the audience came on stage one by one, the professional players participating in this event also came on stage. All-star game activities are generally 4 players drawn on the spot, 1 all-star player, and 3 ordinary players, 8 people interacting. Next, we are going to introduce 2 new faces. Watching the 2 beautiful girls on stage, the host also shouted, these are the 2 new players discovered by the Misty Rain team during the winter transfer window. Shu Kei and Shu Kursen. If you have paid attention to the Christmas event, you should know who they are. That is, who doesn't bow their heads. Don't dare to fight back. Damn. There are so many Misty Rain girls. Huang Xiaotian was not fair. Compared with Misty Rain, their Blue Rain is a temple of men. They are both rain. But why is the difference so big? Is this the all-star of Misty Rain or the all-star of Tiny Herb? An audience member asked. Yesterday's Chu Yunxiu and Qiu Fei. Today's sisters. Why do they feel that the protagonists are all Misty Rain, and Tiny Herb has become a foil? Beauty? As the sisters came on stage, the scene suddenly set off a wave of enthusiasm. Humph! I am a Sigma man, Li Xian said with his head turned away. But after seeing the sisters clearly from a close distance, Li Xian subconsciously pursed his lips with his tongue. It's really beautiful. Li Xian didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. Yanyu spent a lot of money to promote these two. Yishio sighed. Since Chu Yunxiu is now in charge of the team, Yanyu top management can't intervene now. So for the sake of traffic, they can only start from other aspects. The first person to play is naturally Li Xian. As an all-star, he has to lead the other 9 people. Plop! Fo Shan Devil Cry jumped up, adjusted his position in the air with the silver light falling blade, and then used the moonlight slash to draw a perfect semicircle, and finally landed with a small circle of water. Wow! The applause was thunderous, and the 4 judges also gave their own scores. 3 10 points, and 1 9 points. The next person to play was a friend from the audience, who played the battle method, jumping up, then trying to release Fulong Xiangtian in the air. But the result was not good, and fell into the water lying on his back. Puff! The water in Zhang Jia's mouth sprayed out directly, and then he held up a sign of 0 points. I know. This is Philippine diving. After the other players finished, it was the sisters' turn. The two stood on the diving platform together, obviously preparing for double diving. Take off, land, plop. The two people's operations in the air were completely synchronized, and it can be described in 4 words: pleasing to the eye. The two won the diving game undisputedly, leaving a very deep impression on the majority of players. After diving, they made a parkour and shooting mod, and invited Zhou Yichen, who played a trick. One shot through the clouds, and loaded it. That's right. Zhou Yichen used Zhou Zikai one shot through the clouds, which he wanted to experience for a long time. In the end, he also took down the shooting number 1 without any pressure, once again showing his extremely high FPS talent to the audience. The 4th person appeared. It was one shot through the clouds. Shu Kursen is still knocking on CP. In the subsequent live challenge, the professional players were sent by the home team as usual. This time, Wei Chao was not stupid. They set Gao Yingjie and easily defeated several spectators before ending the second day's activities. At the press conference after the game, Zhou Yichen was asked whether he would see his sharpshooter in the future. You should know that with the changes in the version and the increase in the level cap, many teams have implemented a dual professional playstyle. The double swordsman of Blue Rain and the double mage scholar of Wei Chao are still very effective. Facing the reporter's questions, Zhou Yichen's answer was also ambiguous. Will I see him? Yes. And no. Will I? If I will. After the second day of the All-Star Weekend, the highlight is about to begin. Although the All-Star Weekend is 3 days, the so-called All-Star Game actually refers to this day. The 24 All-Stars will be divided into 2 teams of 12 people to compete on this day. If it weren't for the fact that the All-Star Weekend is a performance, this might be regarded as the highest level of glory. After all, the world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. The division of the 24 All-Stars is done by the Alliance. And in principle, players on the same team will not be divided into competitors. After all, if there is an internal disagreement, the Alliance will take the blame. The pressure on the Alliance to divide this time is also much smaller. After all, Samsara has 5 players and Tyranny has 4 players. These 2 teams are put on each side, and the others are stuffed in. In terms of personnel grouping, the Alliance usually deliberately creates some gunpowder smell. Who would want to watch it if there is no fun? And the enemies, Tiny Herb and Blue Rain, just happen to have 3 players each. So they were also divided into 2 sides by the Alliance. And Samsara and Blue Rain, who competed for the championship last season, will definitely not let them fight side by side. And Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian, a pair of good friends, will not be together. After all, the All-Star Game has voice chat, and the 2 people's mouth cannons will definitely become a topic of conversation among players after dinner. Zhang Jiala transferred to Samsara, so Baiwa will naturally be put on the other side of Samsara, and Yufeng and Blue Rain will be together again, so the Alliance can also collect tears from Blue Rain fans. However, Baiwa and Tang Hao and Lin Jingyan also stood on the same side, and there were also voices of discussion, whether it was positive traffic or negative traffic. The Alliance would not refuse anyone. They knew this too well. The final grouping results were released and announced on the big screen above the stage. Chapter 330, anxious to get off work in the All-Star Wars. Although the league has tried its best to balance the strength of both sides, there is an embarrassing reality, no matter how it is divided. It has been plaguing the All-Star Game for 2 consecutive years. That is the All-Star of the healing profession. Since Fang Shiqian retired, only one Zhang Xinjie has been selected for the All-Star since last year. And this year is the same. You should know that every team in the league will have at least one profession, which is healing. And healing is a very critical part of the team game. Otherwise there would be no team that can lose in glory. And the famous saying that healing must die. Although Zhang Xinjie is currently known as the #1 healer, his identity as a tactical master adds a lot of points to him. In terms of healing technology alone, the most undisputed healing god in the history of glory is Feng Shiqian, the operator of the guardian angel Fa Feng of Wei Chao. Unfortunately, after losing to Samsara in the 7th season finals, Feng Shiqian retired. Among the current healing players, in addition to Zhang Xinjie, the one who has the best chance of being selected is Feng Minghua of the Samsara team, who has 2 crowns in hand. This season, Feng Minghua had a chance to be selected for the All-Stars, and his ranking once rushed to 25th place. The league also did a little publicity for this, but he was unwilling to do so. Glory is work, and wife and children are life. However, whether there is a healer or not does not affect the excitement of the All-Stars. Last year, both sides played quite aggressively without a healer, and there was even a 1v1 duel in the team match in the later stage. This year, the All-Stars are divided into 2 groups, Alpha and Omega. Alpha group members, Samsara team, Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Jiang Buotao, Zhang Jiala, LV Buiyuan. Misty Rain team, Chu Yunxiu, Li Hua, Xiao Fei. Wei Chao team, Wang Jieshi, Gao Yingjie, Su Bin. 301 team, Yang Song. Omega group members, Tyranny team, Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinjie, Lin Jingyan, Zhao Yang. Blue Rain team, Yu Wenzhou, Wang Xiaotian, Lu Hanwen. Void team, Li Xian, Wu Yus. Team Howling, Tang Hao, Fan Rui. Team 100 Flowers, Yu Feng. How do we play? Zhou Yichen asked. How do you want to play? Wang Jieshi looked at Zhou Yichen. Play fast. Chu Yunxiu answered. You have just 5 people in Samsara, so it's just right to play the team match. With Yunxiu, we're a family. Wang Jieshi smiled. What about you guys in Vici Gaming? Yang Song asked. 3 of us in Vici Gaming are just going to play the team competition. Wang Jieshi showed his fox tail. Then our Samsara team competition has a 100% winning rate. Zhang Jiala retorted. Since no one can come up with an idea, let's draw lots. Jiang Buotao stepped forward and took out 12 pieces of white paper, and then wrote single competition, and team competition on them. In order to avoid disagreements, Jiang Buotao even carefully added a 6 after a team competition. Captain Jiang is well prepared, Wang Jieshi said in surprise. At this time, the screen also showed the commentator. Hey, Alpha is writing something together. Is it a tactic? The commentator asked. The Alpha team is so dedicated. They are worthy of being professional players. Finally, after the discussion time was over, everyone in the Alpha team had different expressions on their faces. Zhang Jiala and Chu Yunxiu were laughing. Wang Jieshi and Zhou Zikai were speechless. Gao Yingjie was a little embarrassed. Lu Buiyuan was sighing. Xiao Fei was very excited. And Su Bin was confused. As for Zhou Yichen, his expression was a little complicated. 2 points of discomfort, 3 points of helplessness, and 5 points of surprise. The All-Star Wars were about to start. The first was the singles competition between the 2 sides. The Alpha team sent Lu Buiyuan, and the Omega team sent Lin Jingyan. Lin Jingyan won the first game, but everyone understood that the exhibition game was more about performance than competition. If you win the All-Stars, you won't win the finals. Lu Buiyuan thought to himself as he looked at Lin Jingyan back. The second match was between Li Hua and Wu Yus. The random map happened to be the Dark Forest, which Li Hua was most familiar with. Wu Yus was dumbfounded. Yin Yu paid for this all-star. In the end, Li Hua also defeated Wu Yus with the advantage of terrain. The 2 sides tied. In the third match, Chu Yunxiu appeared on Alpha's side. She was drawn based on her strength. Actually, it was Zhou Yichen who drew it. But she used a little trick to take Zhou Yichen ticket in front of everyone. Zhou Yichen spoiled her. What else could she do? Besides, she had promised Zhou Yichen that there would be a reward when she went back in the evening. Omega's side was Zhao Yang. The acting skills of both sides in this match were a bit poor. It was probably because they were in a hurry to get off work, facing the firepower bombardment of Fengcheng Yinyu. Zhao Yang Hai Wu Yang did not even dodge, and even took the initiative to bump into it. Old players no longer need to use the all-star stage to increase their popularity. For them, rest is the most important thing. I go back first. When Chu Yunxiu stepped off the stage, she winked at Zhou Yichen. She could go back to watch the drama. Damn it! Zhou Yichen gritted his teeth and watched Chu Yunxiu leave alone. He must vent all his anger on her tonight. Did you choose it? Idle? Looking at Zhou Yichen's expression, Zhang Jiala patted his shoulder and laughed. Seeing Zhou Yichen turned his head, Zhang Jiala fluttered the white paper in his hand. Just teasing him. After the 3 singles matches, the big screen also announced the list of the 2 teams in the ring match. Alpha Team, Zhang Jiala, Jiang Guotao, Yang Tsong. Omega Team, Tang Hao, Fan Rui, Lu Hanwen. Alpha Team actually completely dismantled the 5-member team of Samsara. The commentator was surprised. This lineup, it can't be decided by drawing lots, Yishio said. The first match of the team ring match was Zhang Jiala against Tang Hao. The 2 met again. And now everything has changed. The 2 who were in Baiwa in the 7th season have now left. Zhang Jiala went to Reincarnation to pursue his dream of winning the championship after his comeback. And Tang Hao went to Hao and became a core player. Both of them have a bright future. And Baiwa also has new hope. Everyone is happy. Except that some old Baiwa fans can't accept it in a short time. After the 2 went on stage and shook hands with each other, they walked towards the competition stage at both ends. Does Tang Hao hate Zhang Jiala? Of course not. If it weren't for Zhang Jiala, who gave him the opportunity to play in the 7th season and pushed him to the front after retiring in the 8th season, he wouldn't have such a big stage for him to perform. In this way, Hao wouldn't notice him. So Tang Hao didn't have time to thank Zhang Jiala. So how could he hate him? This team competition went very fast. The players had fun. The audience had fun. And the director was unhappy. No. It's too fast. There are commercials later. We have to catch up with the KPI. The director backstage said on the intercom. What should we do then? Broadcast the commercials. And take a longer intermission. While the commercials were being broadcast on TV, some impromptu programs were prepared on the spot. And lucky audience members were invited to the stage in the middle. However, everyone knows that the so-called lucky audience members are actually insiders. After a very boring program, the big show finally started. Bazi, don't sleep anymore. It's time for the team competition. Tang Ro woke Bao Rongqing up. What? Where are the Baozi? I'm hungry. Bao Rongqing opened his eyes groggily. The team competition rosters of the 2 teams were also announced on the big screen. Alpha Team, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhou Zikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Wang Jieshi. ID, Wang Buliuxing. Occupation, Mage Scholar. Su Bin. ID, Duwa. Occupation, Knight. Gaoingjie. ID, Muin. Occupation, Mage Scholar. The 6th player Qiu Fei. ID, Battle Format. Occupation, Battle Mage. Omega Team, Han Wenqing. ID, Desert Smoke. Occupation, Boxer. Yuan Zhou. ID, Soxer. Occupation, Warlock. Wang Xiaoyan. ID, Night Rain. Occupation, Swordsman. Zhang Xinjie. ID, Stone Doesn't Turn. Occupation, Priest. Yu Feng. ID, Fallen Flowers in Disarray. Occupation, Mad Swordsman. The 6th player, Li Xian. ID, Mountain Ghost Cry. Occupation, Ghost Swordsman. Oh my god. Both teams are a bit fierce. Although Alpha doesn't have a priest, its offensive power is too strong. I think Omega is still the best. Not only does it have a priest, but it also has the only 2 tactical masters left. Alpha will have to fight. Before the game started, the audience was already discussing the pros and cons of the 2 teams' lineups. Which side do you favor? Xinguo looked at Yishio. Alpha, Yishio said without hesitation. Are you so sure? This should be the most offensive lineup I can think of, Yishio said. So exaggerated? Xinguo was surprised. Double magic scholars attack from high altitude. Double Zhou combination breaks through head-on. Su Bin Knight pushes forward. Wow. Wow. This scene is incredible to think about. Yishio smiled. Both sides are ready. Let's move on to the last stage of today. The All-Star Team Competition. Chapter 331 Huang Xiaoyan is targeted. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yichang Chuanyun. Loaded. Wangbu Lu Xing. Loaded. De Mo Gu Yen. Loaded. Yi Yusheng Fan. Loaded. Battle Format. Loaded. The maps of the All-Stars are all random. But this time, the All-Stars is a designated map. And it is also a killer map. The so-called killer map refers to a scene in the map where the character's life is instantly reset to 0. This map is a joint map of glory and the next door. There is only one road. And there are cliffs on both sides of the character. As long as you fall down, the character's life will be instantly reset to 0. Today's selection is also for joint promotion. This map will also be available for players to choose in the online game. But it cannot be selected in the professional arena. It belongs to a permanent ban map. Therefore, this map is more useful for characters with control skills. Just control the opponent and then throw him down at close range. Well, what's your plan, Captain Wang? Zhou Yichen put on his headphones and talked. Just do what you think, Wang Jieshi said calmly. Look at what the senior said. Today is the home court of Tiny Herb. I dare not take over the show. Zhou Yichen smiled. Just fight, Wang Jieshi said. Okay, Ingjia. Let's go, Zhou Yichen shouted, and then rushed to the center of the map. Gao Ingjia heard Zhou Yichen words, took a run up and flew into the sky, escorting Zhou Yichen below. Then Zhou Zikai and Wang Jieshi also rushed out, leaving only Su Bin. Am I in the back row? Su Bin was stunned. He didn't expect that as a knight. He would also become a back row one day. This is the tactic of the Alpha team. Just do it. Whoever rushes slowly will be the back row. The 5 people on the Alpha team lined up and rushed forward, while the formation on the Omega side was more sophisticated. But it feels a bit strange to have Soxer and Sherbujuan standing together, Li Ba said. It is indeed a bit strange. Yishio smiled. Is it the handicap protecting the priest? Or the priest protecting the handicapped? This map is really uncomfortable, Yuanzhou said in the voice. Indeed. It is a pure lore map. And I have no room to play at all, Huang Xiaotian complained. The two sides met in the center of the map, and with a loud noise around, the fences on both sides fell into the abyss below. Go! Zhou Yichen shouted, and controlled Yu Xingchen to kill the desert smoke in the front. Yu Shengfan wanted to support Demo Guyin, but was stopped by Yi Chong Chuanyan firepower line. Yu Feng Luohua Langjia also fought with Su Bin Duhua. At this time, the advantage in the air was fully reflected. Due to the limited terrain, Omega could not withstand the attack of the 2 magic scholars. Various flasks were thrown at Sherbujuan and Swok Sar. Omega was separated from the front and back by Alpha's 2 magic scholars. The situation is not good for the Omega team. Oh my god. Zhou Zikai. You are crazy. You caught me and beat me, Huang Xiaotian muttered while dodging Zhou Zikai attack. The voice of all channels in the 24-star confrontation game of the All-Star Weekend is open. But for this reason, the league has also introduced a very humane policy. That is, other people can choose to turn off someone's microphone. For example, Zhou Zikai can't hear Huang Xiaotian beeping now. Of course, in addition to Zhou Zikai, Wang Jieshi and Han Wenqing also turned off Huang Xiaotian microphone. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Just as Yu Shengfan stabbed at Yiqian Chuanyin with a sword, Yu Xingchen on the side suddenly changed his fire, dodged a Mo Gaian high kick, and stabbed Yu Shengfan with a dragon tooth. Oh my god. Sneak attack. Ha ha ha. I'm going to hit you. Zhou Yichen laughed. After the dragon tooth, Yu Shengfan was lifted up by Yu Xingchen, and de Mo Gaian punched Yu Xingchen with a back punch to help Yu Shengfan break the fire. Well done. Huang Xiaotian was overjoyed. But Han Wenqing couldn't hear his gratitude. Be happy too early, Zhou Yichen suddenly said. Huang Xiaotian felt something was wrong at this time. But it was too late to dodge. Yiqian Chuanyan floating bullet had already been fired. It's not over yet. Huang Xiaotian was a little annoyed. Now the only one who can help Yu Shengfan is de Mo Gaian. But before de Mo Gaian can make a move, Wang Bu Luxing in the air falls from a high altitude and throws a scattering powder at de Mo Gaian. Han Wenqing did not choose to save skills, and directly activated the steel and iron body effect to avoid the negative effects of the scattering powder. But he obviously underestimated Wang Jieshi's determination. He had long wanted to end the game quickly. So after enchanting the Extinction Stardust, he used the Magic Scholar's level 70 ultimate move Broom Whirlwind on the floating Yu Shengfan. Wang Jieshi. Are you sick? Huang Xiaotian first-person perspective was shaking constantly, and the people watching him were about to faint. Yu Xingchen, who was knocked away, also arrived, and a round dance stick directly broke the domineering state of de Mo Guyin. Gentle attack. At Wang Jieshi command, Du Hua first used the shield to hit back Luo Hualang's eye, then activated the chivalry, turned around, and used the Crusader Judgment on the ground Yu Sheng Fan. No. Why are you targeting me? Huang Xiaotian shouted. I don't accept it. Seeing that his blood volume was about to bottom out, Huang Xiaotian decisively started a mouth cannon attack. Zhang Xinjie. Give me healing. I can't heal. Go with peace of mind. Kid. Shou Yichen smiled. And then Fu Long Xiang Tian took the lead in killing Yu Sheng Fan. Yu Xingchen killed Yu Sheng Fan. Yu Sheng Fan. Out. Damn. I don't accept it. There is no experience at all. What's the point of playing? Even after being eliminated, Huang Xiaotian was still outputting. You know, Huang Xiaotian's best skill is timing. But everyone was attacking him the whole time. And he even felt like he was 1 against 9. The whole world is full of malice. The elimination of Yu Sheng Fan was not a big loss for the Omega team. After all, Huang Xiaotian's power in the front was far less than that in the side. The 6th player Li Xian was about to arrive. But before that, the Alpha team focused their fire again. And the target was Luo Hualangjie instead of Demo Guyin. After all, Luo Hualangjie would retreat. But Demo Guyin would rush up and give himself up. Sure enough, before Li Xian Fengshan Guiqi arrived, Luo Hualangjie was eliminated. Yu Feng took off his headphones with a relaxed look on his face. And in the end, he didn't even use Blood Rage. After all, this was the home court of Vici Gaming. And he had to give face to them more or less. And the All-Stars was originally an entertainment event. So there was no need to be a desperate man. Yu Feng put down his headphones and heard Huang Xiaotian still cursing. Okay, Huang Xiao. It's just a fun match. Yu Feng comforted him. Even though he left Blue Rain, he was still used to calling Huang Xiaotian Huang Xiao. Can you target them in a fun match? Humph. I kill them when we get back to the league. Ah. Huang Xiaotian got angrier and angrier. Hey. Yu Feng looked at Huang Xiaotian and put on his headphones silently. In the end, Team Alpha won. This map was too unfriendly to Team Omega. It was originally a lore map. And the opponent was still a very aggressive team. In this case, the priest became a burden to the team. It seems that this map is not suitable for the priest to play, Yishio thought. Even Zhang Xinjie had a very hard time playing on this map. The 2 magic scholars in the air almost made Zhang Xinjie depressed. The terrain was narrow. There were few obstacles. And the priest played with a hammer. Fortunately, there is no such map in the league. Otherwise it would be uncomfortable, Zhang Xinjie said when he took off his headphones. Yeah. Han Wenqing and Yu Wenzhou responded. This map is not very friendly to either Tyranny or Blue Rain. Tyranny is because of the priest. Without Zhang Xinjie, the tactics cannot be executed. Blue Rain is because of Huang Xiaotian. This map is a 5v5 team game. But Blue Rain needs Huang Xiaotian to put pressure on the side. What a pity. Alpha's thoughts are different. Whether it is Samsara or Tiny Herb, this map is very suitable for them. In the end, the All-Star MVP was awarded to Zhou Yichen. The team game was a crushing victory. The data of the Alpha group was good. But Zhou Yichen stole more heads. Therefore, he ranked first in the kill list. Overall, the MVP was still given to Zhou Yichen. As for the award speech, Zhou Yichen said, "Why doesn't a battle mage steal heads?" Chapter 332 Return to the League. Focus on Samsara. After the All-Star game, Zhou Yichen and Xu Yunqiu played in City B for another day, and then returned to their respective clubs. They knew when to play and when not to play. This All-Star game was not as popular as last season. After all, there was not much fun. Unlike last season when Tang Hao defeated Lin Jingyan, Sun Xiang and Han Wenqing faced off. The scene of Zhou Yichen and Yi Qiu dancing with 2 dragons is still engraved in the minds of the audience. The subsequent 24 All-Star game also had a lot of fun. And the 1v1 battle between Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian was still very exciting. 4 days later, the Glory Professional League officially returned to the right track. All teams are ready to go. Samsara is determined to win the top spot. Tyranny must also keep up with Samsara. And Blue Rain, Tiny Herb and Misty Rain naturally cannot fall behind. From the All-Star game to the restart of the league, nearly 2 weeks is enough time for each team to make internal adjustments. Before we knew it, the league had reached the 19th round. After this round, the first half of the 9th season will be over. Half of the schedule will show the status of each team, and the teams behind will have to catch up for the playoffs. Often at this time, it is the points-grabbing battle. After this period of time, it can basically be seen which 8 teams will enter the final playoffs. The playoffs are not only for rankings, but also for prize money. You should know that the prize money for teams that do not enter the playoffs and those that enter the playoffs is a big difference. At this time of year in previous years, the most concerned thing is naturally the battle for the top spot. But this season there is no debate in this regard. The points between the current first-place Samsara and the second-place Tyranny in the regular season are actually quite large. Samsara's unprecedented 5-star lineup has been far ahead of the rest this season, and it is a galactic battleship that can be ranked in the history of glory. In addition to the team rankings, there is also a ranking of the number of MVPs after the regular season. This list is a great bonus for the regular season MVP at the end of the regular season. Last season, Zhou Yichen was able to win the regular season MVP. In addition to his gorgeous data, he also ranked number 1 in the number of MVPs after the game. As one of the 3 major awards for personal honors, regular season MVP, finals FMVP and season MVP, the weight of the regular season MVP is still relatively large. The most famous saying is, there is no fake MVP in the Glory Professional League. Yi Qiu in the first and second seasons, Sun Zhiping in the third season, Han Wenqing in the fourth season, Zhang Jiala in the fifth season, Wang Xiaoyan in the sixth season, Zhou Zikai in the seventh season, and Zhou Yichen in the eighth season. Currently, Han Wenqing of the Tyranny team ranks first in the regular season MVP rankings in the 9th season, winning 13 times in 18 games, with extremely high efficiency. In second place are Wang Jieshi of the Tiny Herb team and Chu Yunqiu of the Misty Rain team, who won 11 times in 18 games. In third place are Zhou Yichen, the MVP winner of the regular season last season, and Tang Hao of the Howling team, who won 10 times in 18 games. It is very difficult to win the MVP of the game with the all-star lineup of the Samsara 5. But Zhou Yichen is really good at brushing data, and his level of stealing heads is unmatched. Even if he missed 1 or 2 games, Zhou Yichen still maintained a very high MVP efficiency. Zhou Yichen data is really exaggerated. He is just here to play singles. Wang Xiaoyan sighed as he brushed. Whether it is damage or injury, Zhou Yichen is in the forefront. I am so happy. Who can see Zhou Yichen data without saying? 6. Time flies very fast. The 19th round of the Glory Professional League officially starts tonight. This is also the last round of the first half of the schedule. This year Chinese New Year is a bit early. January 22nd is the New Year Eve. Happy had also finished drawing lots, and was about to play the offline challenge match. Samsara opponent was 300 and first team led by Yang Kong. For Samsara, it was just a simple regular season match. But for 300 and first team, this match was a devastating blow. 300 and first team was currently ranked 9th in the regular season, very close to Baiwa team, which was ranked 8th in the regular season. Yang Song was also very uncomfortable. When he saw the start of the season and the announcement of the schedule, Yang Song felt a little uncomfortable. After all, the later he faced Samsara, the greater the pressure would be. It is better to die early than to die late. Below Samsara and Tyranny, the highest ranked team is Blue Rain, currently ranked number 3. Even if Yufeng left, it did not have much impact on Blue Rain as a whole. Young player Lu Hanwen integrated very well. Ranked 4th is Misty Rain. The only adjustment of Misty Rain this season was the addition of the Shu sisters, which relieved a lot of pressure for their singles matches. The sisters also have the opportunity to play in team games when facing a small team with weaker strength. Chu Yunqiu will let the sisters appear in the team game and play a full DPS lineup. It's so cool. Shu Kursen obviously fell in love with this feeling. It is much more comfortable than playing against a strong team. There is not much pressure. There is a chance to play, and you can bully weak teams without worrying about your winning rate. Ranked 5th is the veteran team Tiny Herb. Tiny Herb started with a great momentum, and once rushed to the 2nd place in the league. As a result, after losing to Samsara, Tiny Herb, except Wang Jieshi, no one else can play games anymore. In addition to Tiny Herb, there are also Howl and Void. After losing to Samsara, they played the next game in a daze. Therefore, Samsara is also called by the outside world Life Reversal Master. Rank 6, 7, and 8 are Howl, Void and Baiwa. These three teams have to work hard to push forward during this period. Although they have entered the playoffs, the 8th place is not a good position. They will face the villain Samsara in the first round. In addition, 301 degrees, ranked 9th, and Yuyun, ranked 10th, are also trying to get points to advance to the playoffs. Wangfeng and Thunder are in the same boat, ranking 11th and 12th. The two teams have a big gap in points from Yuyun and Yijian and Xiaohua, who are behind, are very close. Yijian defeated Fenglu 10-0 before the All-Star game, and Lu Guaning and his team were happy for a long time. The camera turned and focused on the home court of Samsara. Welcome to the 19th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. This is the first week after the All-Star game. It's been a long time since we last met. I miss you so much. Li Bo laughed. Hello, everyone. I'm Pan Lin. It's been a long time since we last met. Pan Lin's face was also full of smiles. Today's TV broadcast is the match between Samsara and 301 degrees. Samsara home court. This game is very important for both sides. Li Ba said. Yes. Samsara wants to win consecutive games, while 301st wants to enter the playoffs. Let's not waste any more time and officially enter today's game. The list of the first single-player game has been announced on the big screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. 301st, Yang Song. ID, Feng Jingsha. Occupation, Assassin. Map, Personal Arena, Online Version. Captain Yang. Long time no see. Zhou Yichen stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yang Kong. The last time they met was in the All-Star group, and both of them were in the Alpha group. Long time no see. Master Zhou. Yang Song smiled. This game was also agreed by the two before the game. As the captain of 301st, Yang Song should focus on the team's points. But after the All-Star game, Yang Song found that he had reached a bottleneck. Since his debut in the 3rd season, Yang Song has been staying in 301st and has led 301st to the playoffs. But with the retirement of old teammates, only Yang Song is left in 301st. So his style of play changed from being unrestrained at the beginning to being cautious. He also wanted to be like the assassins of other teams, who would make a fatal attack. But he couldn't do that. Once he left the field, 301 degrees would suddenly become a mess. Li Hui, who was traded in, has been declining since his position as the chief judoka of Glory was taken away by Lu Buiyuan. In this situation, it is difficult for Yang Song to carry 301 degrees on his shoulders alone without problems. So he wanted to take the opportunity of fighting against the top players to release the pressure. Zhou Yichen would not refuse either. Only by competing with masters can he improve. Come on! Chapter 333 Chief, Tactician Yu Xingchen vs. Assassin Feng Jingsha. At the urging of the staff, the two climbed onto the competition platform at both ends, and the holographic projection unfolded, showing the panoramic view of the personal arena in front of the audience. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Feng Jingsha. Loaded. Map, Personal Arena, Online Version. Loaded. As two blue holy lights were injected into the holographic projection, Yu Xingchen and Feng Jingsha appeared at both ends of the map. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The countdown ended, and the two rushed towards each other at the same time, neither of them intending to beat around the bush. Feng Jingsha started with an arc flash and rushed towards Yu Xingchen quickly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The arc flash started very quickly, and rushed to Yu Xingchen in an instant. Bang! Feng Jingsha's knife was blocked by Yu Xingchen's horizontal gun, and before he could counterattack, Feng Jingsha disappeared in front of Yu Xingchen in the next second. Cut throat. It turns out that the arc flash was just a bait, and this throat cut was the killer move. Unfortunately, Zhou Yichen reacted very quickly, and controlled Yu Xingchen to bow and avoid this particularly deadly throat cut. Then he turned the spear and carried it behind his back to block the slash after Feng Jingsha cut throat. Damn. I know this move. Su Qin carrying a sword. I learned it on a certain website these days. An audience exclaimed. Oh my god. This move was really played by him. The people in the reincarnation exclaimed. During the daytime break, they found that Zhou Yichen had been turning his spear, especially when he was training with Du Ming and Wu Qi. He always wanted to spin the spear behind him. Although he failed most of the time, He still succeeded a few times. And the effect was good. So cool. I want to play too. I will go back online and try it later. After seeing Zhou Yichen operation, some people didn't even watch the game, and quickly opened the game and clicked into the personal arena. Zhou Yichen's small operation directly ignited the battle method post bar. Now the main avatar of the battle method post bar is Yu Xingchen. And his ID is also Zhou Yichen fanboy. Now the battle method post bar is dominated by Zhou Yichen. From the establishment of Ye Zhiqiu to the retirement of Yi Qiu in the 8th season, Zhou Yichen became a god. And the battle method post bar has formed a seamless connection from the first generation to the second generation. Now in addition to exchanging battle method experience, the most common thing in the battle method post bar is Zhou Yichen video. Every game video of Zhou Yichen can be found in the post bar. The moment Su Qin appeared with a sword on his back, the battle method post bar exploded, and everyone began to imitate him. Compared with the dragon raising its head, Su Qin's sword on his back is much simpler. Back to the game. Yu Xingchen turned around and slapped Feng Jingxia's heart with a falling flower palm. The powerful impact directly blew Feng Jingxia away. However, in the middle of the backward flight, Feng Jingxia used a second jump in the air to stabilize his body, and then stabbed Yu Xingchen with a piercing heart. Clang! The dagger and the spear tip collided, making a harsh metallic sound. The dagger was shaken away by the spear. Yu Xingchen rotated the dragon gull again and hit Feng Jingxia with a charged strong dragon pressure. After Feng Jingxia landed, he quickly used his footwork to face the wind. With a swoosh, the whole character retreated and avoided the strong dragon pressure accompanied by the dragon-shaped fighting spirit. Both sides fought very cautiously. Pan Lin said, "Yes, one is the chief tactician of glory, and the other is the chief assassin of glory. Both sides are very strong. A small mistake may lead to a complete collapse." Li Ba analyzed. "We can't drag it on." Yang Song thought to himself. Feng Jingxia activated the shadow-like tracking to lock Yu Xingchen, and then rushed. Attack the vital point. Feng Jingxia activated 3 skills in an instant, and Feng Jingxia's movement speed increased significantly. He turned the dagger and attacked Yu Xingchen again. Sizzle! The dagger stabbed Yu Xingchen in the air. The assassin's level 65 killer move. Flash stab. This move did not force Yu Xingchen back, and Yu Xingchen used the Z-shaped shake to flexibly avoid the stab facing the scenery killer. Wow! This Z-shaped shake is so wonderful. Li Ba praised. Even Yi Qiu couldn't use it at this moment, but Zhou Yichen did it. What? Yang Song never thought that Zhou Yichen would use the simplest Z-shaped shake to avoid the extremely fast flash stab. Aiken is a top-notch master in controlling the timing. Jiang Buotao laughed. Yang Song's reaction was not slow either. After the frontal attack failed to hit, he immediately turned to the side and wanted to go around behind him. There is a red dot behind Yu Xingchen, which is the vital point. If the assassin accurately hits the vital point of the enemy, it will cause 200% physical damage bonus, which will definitely be a critical hit. This is Yang Song's chance. Once the vital point disappears, he can only rely on a life-threatening attack. Zhou Yichen also noticed Feng Jingxia's intention. Humph! Zhou Yichen smiled slightly and controlled Yu Xingchen to sweep Feng Jingxia with a tyrant smash. Opportunity! Yang Song's eyes lit up, and he controlled Feng Jingxia to flash to Yu Xingchen and stab him. Assassin's level 75 ultimate move. Shadow 5 styles. Split. Kill. Flash. Instant. Destroy. This time Yang Song learned his lesson, and did not use the slashing split, but chose the flashing stab first. Come on! Zhou Yichen shouted, and chose the war spear with both hands. At the moment when Feng Jingxia disappeared, Yu Xingchen turned around and stabbed him in the back. What? Yang Song was shocked. He was predicted. Round dance stick. Due to the attack distance, Feng Jingxia failed to stab Yu Xingchen. On the contrary, Yu Xingchen war spear had already pierced Feng Jingxia's heart. Yang Song wanted to use the instant one of the Shadow 5 styles to get away, but the round dance stick had already forced him to fall over, because it was judged as control. Shadow 5 styles could not be used at this time. After knocking Feng Jingxia to the ground, Yu Xingchen drew out the war spear, and Tianji successfully floated Feng Jingxia. At this time, the CD of the air leap skill was still 5 seconds away, and Yang Song could only pray that he would not lose too much blood in these 5 seconds. But Zhou Yichen obviously did not intend to drag it out. Swish. Continuous attack. Longya followed by Bailong Liuxing. activated the fire attribute dazzling pattern to increase his own strength. This time Zhou Yichen brought the full level fire attribute dazzling pattern, which could reach 125 points of strength at the full level. Yu Xingchen fired the fire attribute dazzling pattern at the moment he put away his gun, and the dazzling pattern automatically tracked and hit Feng Jingxia. Then the blue magic fighting spirit that was charged on the spot emerged. It's Fulong Xiangtian. Can Feng Jingxia avoid this fatal Fulong Xiangtian? Feng Jingxia landed and used ordinary attacks to pick off the dazzling pattern. But there was still a dazzling pattern that exploded next to it, causing magic damage to it. When Feng Jingxia picked off all the dazzling patterns, Fulong Xiangtian had already arrived in front of him. Another opportunity. Yang Tsung looked at the air leap whose CD had been turned on, and immediately pressed it. Feng Jingxia jumped up and avoided Fulong Xiangtian. Just when Feng Jingxia was about to use the life-sacrificing attack to force an attack, while Yu Xingchen was stiff after retracting his move, the blue Hao Long raised his proud head and swallowed Yang Tsung in a mouthful of shock. Dragon raising his head. Dragon raising his head. It's Dragon raising his head. Pan Lin screamed in shock. He hadn't seen Zhou Yichen use this move for a long time. Whenever I see Dragon raising his head, I will be shocked, Li Bo said with emotion. Cool. All the Samsara fans gave Zhou Yichen Dragon raising his head a warm response. Exaggerated? Li Hui smiled bitterly. Could it be that he had predicted that my air leap CD would be ready and deliberately used Dragon raising his head? Yang Tsung was brainstorming. Sure enough, he used air leap. Zhou Yichen looked at the game time in the upper left corner. Feng Jingxia ate the entire set of Fu Long Xiang Tian, and his health bar was already red at this time. At this time, the life-sacrificing attack could not be used, because the Yu Xingchen HP is much higher than Feng Jingxia's. If he uses a life-threatening attack, Feng Jingxia will be killed by the burning blood. In short, suicide. The disappearance of the vital point made Yang Tsung no longer have a chance to turn the tables. So he used the Destroy, one of the 5 shadow styles, to forcibly perform multiple stabs on Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen was not playing tricks either. He controlled Yu Xingchen to forcibly take the damage, and then successfully pierced Feng Jingxia's chest with an angry dragon-piercing heart. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. Whether it is the newly created battle method Su Qin back sword or the subsequent dragon head raising, Zhou Yichen performance is perfect. Pan Lin praised. This is the strength of the chief battle mage of glory. Li Ba echoed. Awesome. Yang Tsung smiled bitterly, and he became a background board. Captain Yang is not easy either. Zhou Yichen smiled. Sometimes if you let go, you may not be so tired. This sentence made Yang Tsung silent. He also wanted to let go, but he couldn't. He was carrying the mission of 301 degrees. Good advice, Yang Tsung said after a moment of silence. Come on. Whether Yang Tsung listened to his advice was irrelevant to Zhou Yichen. The current Samsara could not be defeated by a so-called life-threatening blow. They were all core. After that, Li Hui also came on the court, and his opponent happened to be Lu Buiyuan. The two judokas fought extremely fiercely, but in the end Lu Buiyuan won the final victory. Yun Shan equipment was much stronger than Ban Shan, and Li Hui's strength was indeed much weaker. The frustration when he was traded by Wei Chao was a big blow to him. Chapter 334 Meeting the Parents. Let us congratulate the Samsara team for defeating 301 degrees 10-0 at home, achieving their 19th consecutive victory since the start of the competition, and becoming the third team to win all the games in the first half of the season after Baihua and Blue Rain. Pan Lin announced excitedly. The Samsara team's undefeated record is much more terrifying than the previous Baihua and Blue Rain. They have been shut out 10 times. And the team that scored the most points against Samsara is Yinyu, with 3 points. You should know that even Baihua and Blue Rain, although they have won all the games, the points gap is not too big, because most of them are 6-4 narrow wins. But Samsara is a pure crushing. Now the media is no longer concerned about who can beat Samsara, but who can become the first team to get 4 points from Samsara. They no longer expect other teams to beat Samsara. Some media believe that they can hardly get 4 points. Because if they want to get 4 points, it means that they have to win at least one of the team competition and the team competition. But the team competition of the reincarnation is too terrifying. The top all-star lineup of Zhou Yichen, Zhang Jiala, and Zhou Zikai is too difficult. After the 19th round, the regular season of the league officially entered a period of off-season. But the offline stage of the challenge is about to begin. And the reports of major honor media are finally willing to give more space to the challenge. After all, the attention of this season's challenge is still very high. First of all, the wealthy Jiashi is synonymous with luxury from top to bottom. The topic of former Jiashi captain Ichio, that is, the current Xingxing captain Ishio, facing his old club is also very popular. The league also began to formally contact each team at this time to inform each team of the time and place of the final offline competition. The results of the grouping of the draw were completely released on Saturday, January 18th. In the end, the Xingxing team and the Shuachi team were in Group B, and the Jiashi team was in Group D. It seems that Xingxing and Jiashi can only wait until the finals to meet. The offline matches of the challenge tournament will start in mid-April, last for a month, and end in mid-May. The teams that enter the offline match will have 3 months of adjustment and running in time. All the teams in Samsara are on holiday, and everyone goes back to their own homes and mothers. However, Zhou did not go home this time. He went to S City. Chu Yunxiu met his parents during the All-Star game, and now it was his turn. For this, Zhou made sufficient preparations. Are you so nervous? Chu Yunxiu smiled. How can I not be nervous? Zhou was shaking when he spoke, which was much more nervous than playing in the finals. Isn't it just coming to meet you? Chu Yunxiu adjusted Zhou suit. Squeak. The door opened. Hello, uncle and aunt. Seeing the door open, Zhou bowed and said, Sister, who is this big brother? Ah? Zhou looked up and found that there was a little girl standing in front of him. Ha ha! Chu Yunxiu saw this scene and couldn't help laughing on the spot. It was over. Zhou face suddenly turned red. His toenails were tied tightly. It was so embarrassing. Oh! It's Ah Chen. Come in quickly. At this time, Chu's mother came over, wearing an apron. Hello, Auntie. Zhou stepped forward and held Chu's mother's hand, and then brought the gift outside the door in. Auntie, you haven't told me who this handsome guy is. The little girl said coquettishly. Impolite. This is your uncle-in-law. Chu Yunxiu patted the little girl's head. Humph. Female devil. Hey! Chu Yunxiu rolled up her sleeves and was about to hit. Ah! Help! The female devil is going to hit people. Okay. Yunxiu. Stop teasing Nan Nan. Chu's father also came out of the study at this time. Hello. Uncle! Seeing Chu's father coming out, Zhou quickly stood up from the sofa. Good boy. Sit down. Chu's father sat next to Zhou. Not bad. You look like me back then. Father Chu looked at Zhou. No. Uncle looks very young too. Zhou laughed. Ha ha ha. Still strong even when old. I know you. Kid. We also have a stake in Yin Yu. And we know something about glory. Father Chu took a sip of tea and said, Uncle knows something about glory. Speaking of this, Zhou was no longer sleepy. Of course, there are also some business plans. Father Chu laughed. Then the two of them walked into the study and started talking. And Chu Yunxiu had already grabbed Nanan and rubbed her face with both hands. Girl devil. I won't yield to you. The Prince Charming will come to save me. You are so young. What are you looking at? And the Prince Charming. Why don't you call him the Frog Prince? After Mother Chu finished the meal, the two of them also walked out of the study. And Father Chu smiled and patted Zhou on the shoulder. Ah Chen, I didn't expect you to have such a good business idea. If it were me, I'd just give up playing esports and come to my company. No need. Uncle. Since I have chosen the path of esports, I have to keep going. If there is no way ahead, I will open up a way. Zhou said confidently. I like you who are ambitious. Although they had not met for a long time, Chu's father immediately recognized Zhou. From the appearance, this child has a righteous face and is worthy of my Yunxiu. After dinner, the two took their daughter out. What do you think of this child? Chu's mother asked while lying on the sofa. Very good, both in appearance and in all aspects. In a few days, let's invite his parents to talk. Chu's father took a sip of tea and said, Okay, I arrange it. What did my dad talk to you about? Chu Yunxiu and Zhou walked side by side, with their daughter in between. A lot. About the team, honor, and business, Zhou said. Then what do you think of my dad? Chu Yunxiu asked again. What else can I do? Old fox. He swallowed all my New Year money. Nanan complained. Uh-huh. I think your dad is amazing. Zhou-Yichen laughed, then squatted down and pinched Nanan's face. It's so smooth. No wonder Chu Yunxiu likes to pinch it. After walking around, the three of them went home. This time, they came to see Chu Yunxiu parents on a whim. When Chu's father asked when to get married in the study, Zhou-Yichen's answer was that as long as Chu Yunxiu wanted, he could get married at any time. In fact, the official announcement was nothing to him. It was mainly Chu Yunxiu. After all, Chu Yunxiu had more male fans. And although Zhou-Yichen had many female fans, the proportion of male fans was also very high. It wasn't necessarily girls who wanted to put Zhou-Yichen in a sack and take him home. After staying in S City for 2 or 3 days, and spending 2 days with his family after New Year Eve, Zhou-Yichen returned to the club. Because on New Year Eve, the Alliance added 6 new maps, 8 level 75 wild map bosses, and the total number of wild map bosses reached 82, with an average of 11 refreshes per day and 1 refresh every 2 hours. Now all the teams couldn't stay, although the level cap was raised to level 75 before the start of the season. The Alliance only added a new area, and there was only 1 level 75 boss in it. And it was a strong boss that ordinary teams couldn't beat at all. And the giants such as Samsara and Tyranny found that the equipment dropped by the team could not be equipped by the team's trump cards at all, which also led to the fact that half of the season had passed. And there was still no level 75 silver weapon in the professional circle. The technical departments of the major teams studied the equipment of this boss for a long time, and found that only summoners could use it. The technical department of Samsara SM on the spot. Targeting? For this reason, Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain also complained about this level 75 boss online, and then deleted it a minute later because he suddenly remembered that Blue Rain seemed to have summoners. During the Chinese New Year, the Alliance only announced some small activities. At this time, the major teams knew that the official was not holding back anything good. Sure enough, on the day of the New Year Eve, all the previously hidden level 75 wild map bosses came out. I'm so angry. When Zhou-Yichen saw this news, he was still eating the New Year Eve dinner. He opened his mobile phone and found that the QQ group had exploded. Glory Chat Group, Huang Xiaotian, Night Rain. The Alliance is sick. Now the wild map boss is open. I'm beeping. Huang Xiaotian, Night Rain, has been banned by the administrator Yi Xiu. Lord Mo's smile. Zhou-Yichen, Yu Xingchen, I think what Huang Fanfan said is right. It is indeed a bit unexpected. So good that we can celebrate the new year. Zhou Zikai, One Shot Through the Clouds agree. Chu Yunxiu, Wind City Misty Rain agree +1. Jian Buitao, No Ways agree +2. Du Ming, Wu Shuan Go You agree +3. Wu Yus, Ghost Carving agree +10086. Tang Hao, played by Tang San, don't agree with me. Just log in and do it. It's not just the Honor QQ group. The online game is in complete chaos. Everyone is criticizing. And the only ones who can hold back for a second without criticizing the official operation are gods. In order to be one step ahead in the development of silver weapons, we must be ahead in grabbing boss. And the battle in the gods' domain is raging. Zhou Zikai also posted in the WeChat group that he would return to the club on the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. But Zhou-Yichen was faster and returned to the club in advance. When he returned to the club gate, he happened to see Zhou Zikai already back with a suitcase. We are in sync. Captain. Zhou-Yichen smiled. Yeah. Chapter 335 Level 75 Silver Weapon Equipment Competition. In order to snatch the new level 75 wild map boss, major clubs have also increased the treatment and bonuses of guild department personnel at this critical time. The technical department of Samsara has returned to the club and started working on the 2nd day of the Chinese New Year. Let's get started. Zhou-Yichen sat in the training room and bumped fists with Du Ming and Zhang Jiala beside him. That's right. After seeing the training room picture Zhou-Yichen sit, the others couldn't sit still and bought tickets to return to the club. Let's go! Du Ming rolled up his sleeves and said, starting in the morning, Samsara Team 1 attacked. In the battle for the boss Jungle Guardian Vic Chi on the level 70 map World Tree. When howling, Blue Brook Pavilion and Zongkaetang were fighting for the wild map boss. Samsara Guild suddenly rushed out. Under the cover of the gorgeous full-screen grenade special effects of an ammunition expert, 2 sharpshooters used the firepower line to directly tear apart the chaotic battlefield where the 3 guilds were fighting. There were also harassments from swordsmen and assassins on the side. Wherever the Samsara guild went, there was no grass growing. Not only did they grab the wild map boss, but they also wiped out the 3 guilds. The scavengers made a fortune. Damn. Samsara is not kind. Wang Xiaotian saw the message from the guild and quickly informed Yuanzhou. Then got on the car back to the club. Yuanzhou was already sitting in the training room at this time. Then the people from the 3 guilds posted the actions of the Samsara guild on the internet. Soon all the vests were pulled out, and it was obvious that the Samsara team was finished. However, all this was not over. Later, the major guilds sent messages on the world channel, saying that they were looking for allies to fight against Samsara, because Samsara had never stopped having bosses that day. I have never fought such a rich battle. Ha ha ha. The president of the Samsara guild, Sanjia Lu Dao, was crazy in the president group. 3 realms and 6 paths, Samsara. Oh, sorry. We took over the level 75 wild map boss. Ha ha. Yedu Handan, but Kixian, to what are you pretending to be? I'm beeping. Beeping. 3 realms and 6 paths, Samsara jealous? It doesn't matter. Tian Anxing, Zonkea too arrogant. Damn. Chunny Lao, Lanchi Pavilion BYD let him pretend. At 13:14 p.m. in the battle for the swordsman Eye in the Sai Canyon, the Samsara guild once again borrowed to fight between Howling and Baiwa. This time it was no longer 2 sharpshooters, but a sharpshooter and a battle mage, who worked together to forcibly insert the 2 guilds. At this time, the boss was already red blood, and the one who attracted hatred was a gangster from the Howling team, plus an elemental mage. Just as the elemental mage was preparing to cast a spell to kill the wild map boss, the battle mage of the reincarnation rushed over, cooperated with the sharpshooter behind, and shot down the swordsman Aya with 1 shot, then picked up the dropped equipment and turned around and ran away. Aishwa. Zhou Yichen, the gangster from the Howling team, burst into swearing. He was Tang Hao, the captain of the Howling team. After seeing the boss update, he led the team to fight in the online game. He had gained something yesterday, but today he had nothing. He also read the message sent by the guild and found that all the boss today were eaten by the reincarnation. Tang Hao turned around and thought that if he beat them, they would not come to fight us. As a result, the wild map boss that was beaten to a sliver of health was snatched away by Zhou Yichen, and he could no longer hold back and cursed. Thanks, Brother Tang. We reincarnation will be grateful to you. Zhou Yichen did not forget to finish off the enemy when he left. I'm so angry. Beep. Zhao Yujie was dumbfounded when he heard Tang Hao scolding in his headphones. He had never seen Tang Hao so angry since he joined the team. The next day, the first-line players of each team went on the field to snatch the wild map boss with the guild. And Xingxin was also very smart. They did not have a professional guild department, so they joined forces with several guilds. They all had resources that Xingxin did not have, and they had tasted the sweetness of Yi Xiao command several times. So this cooperation would not easily cause any discord. The Samsara team, which was killing all the enemies yesterday, suddenly became silent today. You know, even the old enemies Zongkeatang and Lanchi Pavilion put aside their grudges and decided to deal with Samsara first. As a result, Samsara did not go online today. Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen went to the technical department to create silver weapons. Sure enough, at noon, the official website of Samsara released the news that the 2 god-level characters in the team had been upgraded to level 75 silver equipment. Zhou Zakai, a shot through the clouds, a left-hand revolver, and a broken thrust. Zhou Yichen, Yu Xingchen, and Long Dan. Yiqiang Chuanyun only had shattered thrust upgraded to level 75, and his right hand was still a little short of materials, while Yu Xingchen Longdan was perfectly upgraded to level 75. The twin stars of Samsara once again attracted a wave of attention, and the technical department of Samsara also received widespread attention. You know, after winning the championship last year, the biggest change in Samsara, in addition to personnel, was the strengthening of the technical department, and they spent a lot of money. This is even harder to deal with. Yu Wenzhou was immediately overwhelmed when he thought about it. It's troublesome. Zhang Xinjia also frowned at this time. I got it. The captain's fist can be upgraded. At this time, a young player said, and you can tell from his voice that he is very young. This is the successor that Tyranny prepared for Demo Gu Yin, Song Qiang, who will debut next season. And next season, Tyranny is also preparing to follow Blue Rain and Tiny Herb and play a dual professional tactic. On the third day, for God-level characters completed the upgrade of their weapons. Jozakai. One gun piercing the clouds. Right-hand revolver. Wildfire. Wang Jieshi. Wang Buliexing. Extinction Stardust. Wang Xiaotian. Night Rain Sound Troubling. Ice Rain. Han Winching. Daemo Gu Yen. Fiery Red Fist. Now, among the 6 banned characters, only Chuexia of One Autumn Leaf has not yet broken through level 75. Of course, there is no lack of interference from Happy. After all, the more uncomfortable Excellent Era is, the more beneficial it will be for their subsequent challenge matches. On February 1st, the Honor Professional League was restarted. At noon on that day, Samsara officially announced again that the automatic pistol hunting of Baiwa Liawan and the Sky Chain of Wulong had been upgraded to level 75. Before the start of the game, they had 4 level 75 equipment, which was enough to show how terrifying the technical department of Samsara was. In addition, the weapons in the hands of the ace characters of each major team have completed the advancement. The staff jeffing of Fengcheng Yenyu of the Yenyu team. The sword four-wheel dance of Fengshan Kiki of the Void team. The cane of Soxer of the Blue Rain team. The claw blood sacrifice of Tang San of the Howling team. The war sickle of the Royal Wind team. The shield of the Weichao team. The wall of size. However, among these officially announced characters and weapons, people did not find the weapons of 3 famous characters. That is Chuexia of Yejiqiu, Swallowing the Sun of Miyu Chengfeng, and the Flash of Xinglingmi. Some players watched the excitement. Some players were surprised. But some players from clubs and guilds were a little annoyed. This piece of cake is only so big. And the 4 giants, Samsara, Tyranny, Tiny Herb and Blue Rain, took a large piece. Especially Samsara. Others, such as Misty Rain, Void and Howling, were also strong, which resulted in the cake being almost gone when they went to take it. Later, even teams like Howling and Misty Rain were increasingly unsuccessful in grabbing boss in online games. Because Yishio took the lead, all the weak guilds banded together, and some teams joined in, such as Yueyun, Hawu and Zhaohua. These 3 teams followed Yishio to eat a lot of cake. In the afternoon, Samsara was still grabbing wild map boss in the online game. Their next goal was to upgrade Shieda Zirua and Yunchanwan silver weapons to level 75, while Wu Shuangdoyue and Cruel Silence were not so urgent. Samsara opponent tonight was Ijan. After grabbing a wild map boss, Samsara Team 1 also took off their vests and changed into their own characters to run the map. Although Ijan is no pressure for them, they still need to be prepared. If they are upset, they will be greeted with a barrage of abuse. At 8 p.m., the game officially began. Zhou Yichen took the lead in the first single match, and the Ijan player was their captain Lu Guaning. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Silver Weapon, Dragon Gallbladder, level 75. Ijan, Lu Guaning. ID, Zhan Lulan. Occupation, Berserker. Orange Weapon, Heavy Sword Slash, level 65. Map, Personal Arena, Online Version. Chapter 336. The first show of the level 75 Dragon Gull. Although the Zhanfeng brought by Zhan Lulan is not a full level 70 weapon, it is a weapon chosen by swordsmen in the professional circle, because the most special additional attribute of this heavy sword is that the character's attack power is related to the character's item quick bar. That is, for every weapon placed in the quick bar, the character's attack power will increase by 10%. In Glory, the item quick bar has a total of 12 slots. That is, if all weapons are placed, the character's attack power will be increased by 120%. Therefore, in theory, Zhanfeng is the limit of attack power in Glory. However, when everyone saw the attack power of Yu Xingchen Dragon Gull, they were still shocked. This should be the most comprehensive war spear in the Alliance so far. Commentator Pan Lin said. Yeah. Li Bo nodded on the side. In his memory, Yejiqiu Chuexia did not have such high attributes as Dragon Gull. Damn. The weapons are 10 levels apart. Not to mention that Yu Xingchen is the character with the highest skill points in the Alliance. When Kabei's mouth opened wide. You said that I can beat you without these bonuses. Lu Guaning said that the gap between the two was too big in terms of personal strength and character attributes. The only thing that Lu Guaning was stronger than Zhou Yichen might be money. Brother Fu. V50 me. As soon as Zhou Yichen opened his mouth, Lu Guaning lived in Bengbu. Huh? Just a joke. Liven up the atmosphere and relieve tension. Zhou Yichen smiled. The master is quite humorous. Lu Guaning smiled politely. I regret not fighting with the master last time. Please give me more advice. Lu Guaning stretched out his hand. Please give me more advice. Zhou Yichen stretched out his hand and shook Lu Guaning lightly. And then the two walked towards the competition stage at both ends. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. John Lulan. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Online version. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. The game officially began. Yu Xingchen turned his spear and took the lead in attacking, stabbing John Lulan. On the way, the stab turned into a pick. John Lulan dodged the pick sideways, turned around and slashed at Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen turned around and showed the audience what the battle mage's Su Qin back sword was. Clang! The knife was blocked by Longdon's spear handle, and before John Lulan could put away the knife, Yu Xingchen turned around and hit John Lulan hard with his falling flower palm. Oh! Zhou Yichen combo has been updated, Li Ba said in surprise. So fast! Wen Kebei was more and more shocked as he watched. This set of combos was much faster than before. The attack speed bonus of level 75 is still very impressive. Yishio nodded and said that his 1000 chance umbrella is only level 60 at present, which is not a slow process. The 1000 chance umbrella requires too many materials. If there is a huge material warehouse and technical department like the Samsara Guild, the 1000 chance umbrella may be directly pulled to level 70. John Lulan was knocked away by the falling flower palm, and Yu Xingchen activated the shadow step and stepped forward to hit him with a combo to create a dazzling pattern. Then he activated 3 different colors of dazzling patterns of ice, fire and light attributes, and attached blue magic fighting spirit to the spear. Every hit on the enemy can cause a slight stiffness. John Lulan fought and retreated, taking advantage of the gap between Yu Xingchen attacks, holding the heavy sword and slashing forward. A heavy blow successfully repelled Yu Xingchen, and Yu Xingchen immediately released the dazzling pattern behind him. After John Lulan knocked off the flying Xianwen with a knife, he jumped forward with a heavy sword towards Yu Xingchen and launched a jump slash and a mountain collapse attack. Yu Xingchen jumped back to escape the range of the mountain collapse attack. Brother Fu is doing well, Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. It's not over yet. Lu Guaning controlled John Lulan to start the bloodthirsty battle and entered the blood fury state. The whole person was attached with murderous aura, coupled with the attack power bonus of Zhanfeng, resulting in the current John Lulan attack power is abnormally high. John Lulan rushed and stabbed Yu Xingchen with both hands holding the sword, and the speed was very fast. Charge and stab. Humph. Yu Xingchen stood still and waited until John Lulan approached. Zhou Yichen quickly slid the mouse with his right hand and quickly pressed a few keys with his left hand. Yu Xingchen dodged John Lulan's stab with one side of his body. After a shadow, Yu Xingchen returned to the original place. This is the Z-shaped shake. Not good. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Lu Guaning's head. Yu Xingchen deflected John Lulan's weapon with a shot, and the berserker would be paralyzed for a short period of time after the collision and stab. This period of paralysis was Zhou Yichen's chance. Yu Xingchen spun the war spear with both hands, and then stabbed John Lulan in the heart with a shot. Puff! After the spear tip pierced John Lulan's body, Yu Xingchen spun the war spear again, grabbed him, and threw him to the ground. Round dance stick. Although the swing arc of the round dance stick did not exceed 180 degrees, there was naturally no additional magic damage bonus. But Zhou Yichen did not want that little damage bonus, but the effect of breaking the hegemony. The hegemony was broken. Go! Wen Kebei could already imagine the tragic situation that would follow after the hegemony was broken. Yu Xingchen swung his spear to pick up John Lulan, and he broke it. Phantom Dragon Fong. 100 Dragon Meteors hit. Swish. Various skills kept hitting John Lulan. From Lu Guaning's first-person perspective, he could only see the shadow of Yu Xingchen waving his spear, and the blood that kept gushing out of his body. It was Yu Xingchen continuous attack that successfully triggered the bleeding effect. Seeing his blood bar constantly decreasing, Lu Guaning realized that he had to do something. John Lulan cut a wound on his left arm with a sword, and then turned the flowing blood into blood arrows and shot it at Yu Xingchen. Blood sword. Little trick. Yi Yuxingchen turned the spear to block the blood-red arrow. Then, while Zhang Lulan was adjusting his position after landing, Yi Yuxingchen put his left foot in front and his right foot behind, and charged a powerful blow to Zhang Lulan. Strong dragon pressure. Howl, accompanied by a dragon roar. Zhang Lulan was stabbed by the spear and flew out. Lao Lu is too passive. He can't fight back at all, Zhou Yunhai said anxiously. You go up and try. When Kabe glanced at Zhou Yunhai. I went up a long time ago. Zhou Yunhai waved his hand. He was still very clear about his own strength. Facing a great god like Zhou Yichen, he didn't know if he could hold on for 2 minutes. While the few people were talking, Zhang Lulan was caught by Yi Yuxingchen again. Damn! Why is this weapon different from before? Lu Guaning said in shock. You know, Long Dan didn't have such a high attack speed before, and this level of attack left him with no chance to counterattack. The level 75 Dragon Gall has high attack speed and high power, and even improves the critical hit rate. It is lighter than before. It should be because the material of the gun handle has been changed. Yishio thought. Isn't this a green fork with increased attack power? Wei Chen rolled his eyes and said, Old Lu can't hold on any longer. Zhang Lulan is now on the verge of red blood, while Yi Yuxingchen still has 85% of his blood. The gap is too big. Yi Yuxingchen blood loss is all caused by exchanging injuries, although the operation of exchanging blood with a berserker is very stupid. After all, the lower the blood of the berserker, the higher the attack power. However, when the blood difference is too large, there will be no problem of being killed, unless the one with more blood is crazy. Cut it once. Let me cut it again. Lu Guaning's mind has changed from how much blood the opponent has lost to success to one more cut. It's not PDD. What's the use of cutting it? Zhou Yichen was speechless. In the end, Yi Yuxingchen successfully took out Zhang Lulan with a Howlong Pajun move. But Lu Guaning was unable to hold off until the CD of bloodthirsty fighting was ready. Alas, a pity to lose. Lu Guaning consoled himself. When he returned to the stage, Zhou Yichen was also saying, a narrow victory. A narrow victory. With Lu Guaning's defeat, Wen Kabe and Zhou Yunhai who came on stage next were no match for Du Ming and Wu Qi. Not to mention the team competition. Zhang Jiala successfully defeated 3 of them. In order to show respect for Yi Zhan, the team competition consisted of Zhou Yichen, Zhou Zikai, Jiang Guotao, Zhang Jiala and Fang Minghua, plus the 6th-player Du Ming. Chapter 337 Wild Map Boss Battle. It's just a massacre. The commentator couldn't stand it any longer. Yi Zhan's tactics and on-the-spot response ability were too poor. Yi Yuxingchen charge. Bai Hua Liaowan and Yi Qiang Chuanyan firepower support. The 5 members of Yi Zhan were completely unable to cope with it. It was harder than climbing to the sky for Yi Zhan to break through the firepower line of Samsara. In the end, Samsara wiped out Yi Zhan without losing anyone. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team match. 10-0. Another 10-0. After the game, Lu Guaning also sent Yishio a few crying emojis, indicating that they were no match at all. But Yishio reply silenced all the members of Yi Zhan. Lu Guaning's QQ message. Master Yishio, what are you afraid of? Afraid of losing? Master Sun Jiping, why can a lineup with Berserker as the core play so cowardly? Lu Guaning, we. Master Sun Jiping, didn't you charge hard when you played Wind Raider before? What's there to be afraid of? You can't beat Samsara anyway. Are Barefoot afraid of wearing shoes? The 2 masters are right. We did play a little cowardly today. Lu Guaning replied to the 2 people's message and said to his teammates, well, they are Samsara. Not only did we not ignite our fighting spirit, but we played timidly. When Kabe continued, review the game carefully after returning. Yes, Captain. Soon after the game, some professional players opened the online game as soon as they returned to the club. They had to race against time to grab the wild map boss to get materials. Several games today have shown the importance of level 75 silver weapons. If you fall behind, you will be beaten. The words of our ancestors are correct and apply to any industry. Blue Rains. Sword and Curse. Broke Yun defense tonight. Soxer 75 level silver weapon god destroying curse not only increased magic damage, but also increased the hit rate. And the chanting time was also shortened a lot. A 6-star light prison in the team game trapped them all. And taking advantage of the game time, many people with a heart have sorted out what vests the major professional players use in online games. After all, Giving money is the boss. The world is not short of liver emperors. After playing a game, entering the online game with different emotions is also a disguised way of venting. And the happiest one is Xingxin. It is difficult for a team in the challenge competition to arrange a training match. They are not a wealthy family like Jiashi, who can get a VIP card for the training room in advance with connections and money, and then arrange a training match with the lower-ranked teams in the league. You should know that only teams that enter the offline challenge are eligible to have a training room. Xingxin also got this card not long ago. Not only can they fight in the challenge, but they can also choose various game maps. The maps of the offline challenge are all random, so how to practice depends on where the team's arrangement focuses. Whether you can choose the map you have practiced at that time depends on luck. As the major professional players put on their vests, the battlefield was immediately opened. The mountains are lined up, and the shadow military strategist Sha Han refreshes. The level 75 wild map boss has not been thoroughly studied by players so far, and these players are cannon fodder in the eyes of professional players. The guilds that received the news of the shadow military strategist Sha Han's refresh gathered here, and the public channel was full of messages from major guilds. Is Samsara back? No. Have Xingxin and several joint companies seen it? No. Let me make it clear first. Everyone can grab it. But if you see someone with Samsara hanging on it and Xingxin, kill him for me. They were really scared by these two major forces. During the conversation, Shehan had already staggered onto the stage. Shehan, a level 75 wild map boss, is a dark knight occupation, proficient in all 4 occupations, and has the most mysterious identity among all NPCs in Leaping Mountains. Before professional players intervened in the boss battle, countless players fell under Shehan's dagger, and the goal of professional players is the dagger in Shehan's hand, and all Dark Knight characters want to have this dagger. Shehan is the last of the 8 level 75 bosses to refresh and appear this week. In the previous 7, 6 of them were not even able to get a share of the soup because of the participation of professional players. What kind of scene will be played out with the intervention of professional players again today? As for the Samsara that they have been thinking about, the guild did not come. But some people did. You must know that they took 3 of the 7 wild map bosses that refreshed previously. In the eyes of major guilds, their Samsara is now a thorn in the eye. So this time, the Samsara guild did not participate openly in the competition for Shehan. But this does not stop them from causing trouble. Regardless of whether they can get it or not, Samsara can accept the result. To put it bluntly, they are here to stir up trouble. The wild map boss is a secondary target. The main target is to trip up other teams and guilds. Like Ping Mountains, Len Ping Peak. Sha Han refreshed in this mountain forest, and was blocked by 3 guilds at this time. They are Lanshi Pavilion, Zhong Chao Tang, and Tyrannical Ambition. In terms of guild power, the 3 most powerful families have all arrived. Even the 2-time champion Samsara is far inferior to these 3 guilds in guild development. It seems that we will not get a share of the wild map boss today. The people of the small guild side. The presence of these 3 powerful families has doomed the battle for the boss today. The winner is not the guild, but the professional players who come to take charge. Brothers, let's watch. Someone in the Tyrannical Ambition just said, kill. Someone from Lanshi Pavilion has already killed Sha Han. What are you waiting for? Kill. Seeing that Blue Brook Pavilion took the lead, Tyrant Ambition could no longer sit still. Damn this young man. Looking at the swordsman rushing out of the Blue Brook Pavilion formation, Lin Jingyan, who was hiding in Tyrant Ambition's formation, could not help but sigh. Looking at such a sharp swordsman, who else could it be except Blue Rain's newcomer Lu Hanwen? However, before Lu Hanwen's sword could pierce Sha Han, he was stopped by the people from Zongkiatang. A magic scholar flew out on a broom, jumped off halfway, and successfully stopped Lu Hanwen's swordsman with a 5-stage swing of the broom. Being young is good? Lin Jingyan sighed, and then controlled the rogue to move forward. Isn't this good? They are fighting fiercely, and we are picking up the leaks, Xiaoyang on the side said. Lu Hanwen's swordsman and the new magic scholar from Zongkiatang have fought for several rounds in a blink of an eye. You are so bad. Lin Jingyan glanced at Xiaoyang's vest. If a man is not bad, women will not love him, Xiaoyang said with narrowed eyes. Who loves you? Just when Lu Hanwen and Gao Yingjie were fighting passionately, the 2 men had sneaked up behind them. However, before the 2 sides touched the 2 little guys, blue sword shadows appeared in front of the 2 tyranny men. Wow! You two are so shameless. You can see that you have learned bad things from Zhou Yichen. You actually treat the lovely newcomers like this. It seems that the virtue of respecting the old and loving the young is only half left in tyranny. Maybe Han Wenqing has been suppressed by you. No. Who can suppress him? Damn. Who sent the text bubble? It's blocking my view. A large number of text bubbles seriously affected the view. Everyone quickly opened the settings and lowered the opacity of the text bubbles to the lowest. Under normal circumstances, they would not pull it. After all, there are some important information to see. Hey, look at Huang Fanfan text bubble. It's much better than your special effects. The sharpshooter hiding at the back of Blue Creek Pavilion elbowed the ammunition expert next to him. The two did not hang out with the Blue Creek Pavilion's guild, so the people in front just regarded them as coming to watch the fun. Hee hee. Click on the settings. Lower the opacity to the lowest, and Wang Xiaotian will be half useless. Zhang Jiala complained. Zhang Jiala really applauded this change in the alliance. Yo, isn't this the Sword Saint? Lin Jingyan smiled, and the movement of his hands had not stopped. Chu. Something is wrong. It must be 12 points wrong. Wang Xiaotian suddenly sneezed, and then looked at the Blue Creek Pavilion formation. Then he set his eyes on the vests of Lin Jingyan and Zhao Yang. Damn. This guy has such a strong sixth sense. He can even feel people scolding him behind his back. You know, Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala were chatting in the training match, and Huang Xiaotian could feel it. Haha. You are old. Now it is the world of young people, facing the joint efforts of two veterans, Lin Jingyan and Zhao Yang. Huang Xiaotian fought with ease. However, just when he was excited, another character suddenly flew out from the side and slapped Huang Xiaotian's swordsman away with a broom. Damn. You are so shameless. You all targeted me at the beginning. 3 against 1. How can you play? You are taking revenge. Right. Wang Jieshi. I beep beep beep. Huang Xiaotian, who was swept down, started with 0 frames. Too noisy. Wang Jieshi decisively opened the settings and reduced the opacity of the text bubble to the lowest. Huang Xiaotian still had some face and did not directly connect to the public channel to scold Wang Jieshi. Hey, when are we going to fight? Zhang Jiala couldn't wait. Don't worry. There is still Lao Lu who hasn't come yet. Zhou Yichen laughed. Old 6. Oh, that shameless guy. I was wondering why I didn't see him. Zhang Jiala suddenly realized. He already knew who Zhou Yichen was talking about. Chapter 338. I am Zheng Xian. Not Zhang Jiala. The professional players in front of them have entered a fierce battle. Lin Jingyan and Zhao Yang. Wang Xiaotian and Lu Hanwen. Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjie. The players watching were already dumbfounded at this time. There are so many professional players, and each of them is an all-star level figure. This is completely an all-star weekend. These people have forgotten what they are here for. They just want to be spectators and watch the performances of the masters seriously. Brothers, don't just watch. Grab the boss. Zhou Yichen reminded in the public channel. Watching how they fish in troubled waters. Yes. Boss. Brothers. Go! Everyone finally realized that they came here to grab the boss, not to watch the game. BYD only knows about the boss now. I'm going to die. Zhua. The knight who was pulling hatred in front cursed and waited for a long time, but didn't get the priest's milk. At this time, a small group of people approached this area quietly without anyone knowing. Oh. After seeing the professional players in front of him, Wei Chen exclaimed, the content of this training camp is much more intense than before. Blue Brook Pavilion, Tyrannical Ambition, and Zonkeatang. This training camp is a bit fierce. But don't worry. Just go up and do it, Yishio said. In the past few days, Xingxin has treated the boss battle as a professional training camp. After all, there are professional players entering the field every time, and they can also take this opportunity to train themselves. There are only 6 in the open. Maybe there are still hidden in the dark, Yishio said again. And Lao Lu. Wei Chen was surprised. They were already Lao Lu enough. There are also masters. There is a shadow of samsara in every battle for the first 7 bosses. Do you believe it is absent this time? Yishio asked back. That makes sense. Wei Chen pinched his chin and thought for a while, and felt that what Yibushio said was correct. Let's get ready to fight. We can just use the boss materials as a prize. Our main goal is to compete with professional players. Yishio mobilized before the battle. Comrades, go! Xiao gave an order, and everyone on the happy side rushed out. Look! Lao Lu has appeared. Zhou Yichen pointed in the direction of Happy. Then should we act too? Zhang Jiela asked. Yes. Yin Yu is about to come at this time. I change teams and see you. Zhou Yichen said, and walked towards the other team that had just arrived. Li Hua's materials are still a little short. This time, Yin Yu arrived last. Chu Yunxiu and Li Hua came. The captain and vice captain took action against the boss Shahan, and they were determined to get it. I'm here. Zhou Yichen and Chu Yunxiu exchanged words. It had been agreed before that Zhou Yichen would help Yin Yu capture the wild map boss. Of course, it was not for free. The two sides were trading. After all, family members had to settle accounts. The materials Yin Yu gave to Samsara, the most important of which were naturally the upgrade materials for Sheta Zirua Silver Angel's Guard. Zhou Yichen Vest successfully entered Yin Yu lineup. And then they killed together. The people from Yin Yu Tower are coming. Damn. Jun Mashi is coming. Run. For a while, it was like a ghost crying like a wolf. And it was constantly spreading in the channels of the three major guilds, and in the crowd with information and voice. Heh. It seems that we have become the training target of others. Lin Jingyan complained. Do you want to join forces to abuse this guy first? Huang Xiaoyan suddenly proposed. Except for the rookies. Who among the people present had not been abused by this bottomless guy? This is a good opportunity for them to fight back. Damn. I'm such a genius. As soon as Huang Xiaoyan proposed, he felt that his idea was so wonderful. Let's do it. Wang Jieshi also nodded. Or, call Lao Han over too. Lin Jingyan had already cut out and clicked on Han Wenqing chat interface. Say hello in the group and say that we're going to abuse Yiqiu today. I think you get a lot of support. Zhao Yang said. Yeah. Wang Jieshi nodded. Then controlled the magic scholar to ride on the broom and rushed towards Jun Mashi. But at this time a sword tip emerged from his magic scholar's chest. Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Jieshi finally held back. Yingjie was right next to him, so he couldn't swear. Oh yeah. Woohoo. Ha ha ha. This is revenge for the 3-on-1 just now. It's so cool. Wang Xiaoyan shouted. And he didn't leave yet, jumping up and down in front of Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi couldn't help himself anymore when he saw Huang Xiaoyan's awful look. He turned over and hit him with a broom. Jun Maxiu? We talk about it later. Killing Huang Xiaoyan first is the most important thing. Aren't you going to deal with Jun Maxiao? Zhao Yan looked at the two people fighting, with a helpless look on his face. Lin Jingyan really went to the professional players group to send a message. But it was too late and basically no one replied. They are fighting again. Let's go! Yixiu gave an order, and Tang Rou was the first to kill. As soon as Lin Jingyan returned to the game from the QQ group, he saw a battle mage killing him. And then, he was knocked to the ground by a round dance stick. I'm going to kill him! Lin Jingyan was angry. Young people don't have martial ethics and sneak attacks. They are fighting. Chu Yunxiu and Zhou Yichen were on a voice call. Let them fight. We will pull the hatred of the boss first. Yeah! Just when the few people were fighting fiercely, the three guilds came with news that the wild map boss was abducted by Yin Yu. I'm going to kill him! And Lao Lu. Huang Xiaoyan couldn't stand it anymore. Just when Wang Jieshi was about to go back to help the guild attract the boss, an ammunition expert suddenly rushed out and successfully stopped Wang Jieshi with 2 grenades. Looking at the Blue River Guild logo hanging above the ammunition expert's head. Zheng Xian? Wang Jieshi thought. Zheng Xian. Huang Xiaoyan turned his head to look at Zheng Xian and found that Zheng Xian was playing in the arena. Huang Xiaoyan stopped operating with both hands. Huang Xiao. You Blue Rain still need someone. I'm going to call if you do this. Zhao Yang typed. He's not Zheng Xian. Huang Xiaoyan typed quickly. Do you have a powerful ammunition expert in Blue River Guild besides Zheng Xian? Huang Xiaoyan knows a person by his appearance, but not by his heart. Yixiu added fuel to the fire at this time. Hack you. Old Yi. He's really not Zheng Xian. Huang Xiaoyan blushed. Haha. Hey. I'm Zheng Xian. Huang Xiao. Who is under great pressure. Zhang Jiala was even more disgusting. You are Zhang Jiala. F****ku. Samsara has an undercover. I'm beeping. Huang Xiaoyan immediately realized who this ammunition expert was. One-on-one operation. And still talking coquettishly. Isn't that Zhang Jiala? I'm not Zhang Jiala. I'm Zheng Xian. Ha ha. Zhang Jiala couldn't hold it back any longer. Blue Rain has 3 professional players. Yi Xiao hyped it up. Blue Rain has 3 professional players. Lin Jingyan echoed. Ah! You two are dead. Huang Xiaotian blushed. And controlled the swordsman to kill Jun Maxiu. Huang Xiaotian now just wanted to kill all the people in front of him. Lu Hanwen was stunned. Is Senior Zheng Xian here too? Gao Yingji asked. Obviously the 2 little guys didn't understand the situation yet. The formation ghost played well, Wang Jieshi suddenly said. And the object of his praise was obviously Qiao Yifan. Captain. The boss ran away. The tyrannical ambition sent a message. Zhao. When did Yin Yu become so stupid? Zhao Yang scolded. No way. They have a stupid son-in-law. Lin Jingyan said. Oh my god. You reminded me. Zhang Jiala is here. Will Zhou Yichen come? Zhao Yang suddenly had an idea. Be careful of Zhou Yichen. Lin Jingyan didn't care whether Zhou Yichen came or not. He would post it first. Zhou Yichen? Huang Xiaotian heart tightened. Yes. Zhang Jiala is here. How far can Zhou Yichen be? And Yen Yu? Damn. I'm exposed. Zhou Yichen said while looking at the public channel. But, you didn't do anything. Chu Yunxiu asked. Yes. Mr. Zhang. You revealed me. Zhou Yichen looked at Zhang Jiala. Bullshit. I didn't even mention you. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes at Zhou Yichen. There are bad guys among the crowd. Chapter 339 Zhou Yichen. The man with no bottom line. Zhou Yichen didn't say anything. He was thinking whether this was a smokescreen or if he was really exposed. Why think so much? Their focus is not on you. Chu Yunxiu said. You stay here. I go meet them. Zhou Yichen's hands were itching. Master. Be careful. Watching Zhou Yichen sharpshooter leave. Li Hua's vest typed. Attention. All departments. A sharpshooter is rushing over. Yi Xiao quickly reminded everyone that it was not the Shu sisters who rushed out of the Yen Yu camp. After seeing the message sent by Lin Jingyan, Yi Xiao knew who the person wearing the sharpshooter vest was. It was Zhou Yichen. The 6th brother. Tang Rou didn't care about all this. She only knew that this sharpshooter must be a master. So after killing a tyrannical ambition NPC, she rushed towards the sharpshooter. Yo! Come for me. Han Yinro. Why does this ID look so familiar? Zhou Yichen thought. The sharpshooter put his guns back into the holsters to increase his speed, and kicked away the minions that blocked his way. Tang Rou used Dragon Fang first, followed by Tyrant Smash and Falling Flower Palm, and attacked Zhou Yichen with a set of silky small combos. But Zhou Yichen dodged the sweep of Dragon Fang and Tyrant Smash in succession, and hit Han Yinro with a knee strike. The knockback effect of Falling Flower Palm was also offset by the Tyrant Body effect of the knee strike. What? Tang Rou was shocked. Why did she feel that the sharpshooter on the opposite side understood the battle mage more deeply than her? The knee strike successfully floated Han Yinro. And then Zhou Yichen kicked Han Yinro away with a whip kick. Who is it? This is Zhou Yichen. Yi Xiao explained at this time. Oh! That's okay. Tang Rou said. Who is Zhou Yichen? Baozi's memory is still so bad. The killer in the All-Star game. Qingguo reminded on the side. Oh! That handsome guy. Baozi remembered. But it was a pity that Zhou Yichen didn't hear this. Otherwise Baozi would be saved. And even Jesus couldn't take him away. Zhou Yichen took out his 2 guns. Stopped suddenly. And used violent bullets to pour madly on everyone. Bang bang bang. Zhou Yichen didn't have a fixed target. He shot whoever he saw. This sharpshooter seemed out of place in the melee. Zhou Yichen. You shameless man. And Zhang Jiala. Actually planted undercover in our Blue Brook Pavilion. Huang Xiaotian began to complain. You Huang Xiaotian. You even called Zheng Xian and Jun Maxiu. While Zhou Yichen rushed over. He didn't forget to type to divert attention. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. While Huang Xiaotian was still resisting Jun Moxiao firepower output, Zhou Yichen sharpshooter had already rushed over. Slide tackle. Roundhouse kick. Pull out 2 guns and fire while turning around. Bang. 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 What? Wang Jieshi was stunned when he saw the scene. 3 rifles physical technique. Wang Jieshi stopped the operation and watched Zhou Yichen perform quietly. Why are you hitting me? Huang Xiaotian was upset. Wang Jieshi was fine. But why did Jun Maxiu and Zhou Yichen also catch him and hit him? Let's have a duel. Huang Xiaotian said indignantly. Jun Mashia slid and directly tackled Huang Xiaotian swordsman. Duel? Who wants to challenge you? You're crazy. Jun Mashia stood up. And the flames of the 1,000-machine umbrella were sprayed out. And 3 anti-tank guns directly blasted Huang Xiaotian away. Xiao Lu. Save me! While beating up Huang Xiaotian, Baozi and Lin Jingyan, 2 rogue players, also faced each other. Your level is not bad. Baozi was surprised. How about compared to the first rogue? Baozi was talking about everything. And he poked Lin Jingyan's sore spot with one sentence. Lin Jingyan was embarrassed to say that he was the #1 gangster. It would be so embarrassing if he was recognized. And now Tang Hao level is indeed above him. Want to be the #1 gangster? Young man, you have a good ambition. Lin Jingyan typed to communicate. No. 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 My ambition is to defeat you first. Baozi said. Oh. Just when Lin Jingyan was surprised, Zhou Yichen sharpshooter suddenly shot a burst of bullets at his gangster. Zhou Yichen. Are you sick? If you are sick, go see a doctor. Even a good-tempered Lin Jingyan couldn't help it. Although it was a big melee, everyone knew not to disturb one-on-one. But he had to come and get involved. And he didn't understand the worldly ways at all. Sorry. It was a misfire. Zhou Yichen typed. A burst of bullets is also called misfire. The text was full of anger. Wait a minute. Okay. You admit that you are Zhou Yichen, right? This time, Lin Jingyan finally caught him. And quickly cut out the screenshot. Not even caring about the battle with Baozi. Oh my god. I got fooled. Zhou Yichen slapped his head. When Lin Jingyan sent the screenshot to the professional players' QQ chat group and switched back to the game, he found that his vest was lying on the ground and was being pressed and rubbed by Baozi. Are all masters so modest? Just stand there and let me hit you. Baozi sent a text bubble. Kill him. Buzzy. Zhou Yichen typed. Leave it to me. Bozzi said happily. Huh? Who are you? I'm from your Xingxin. Zhou Yichen was talking nonsense again. You are the expert that the boss is looking for. Baozi immediately understood who the sharpshooter in front of him was. That's right. Let's work together to kill him. He is a famous master. Zhou Yichen tried to CPU Baozi. Okay. Baozi invaded and nodded to show his agreement. Ah? Lin Jingyan was dumbfounded. This guy is in the same group with Xingxin. Bozzi. Come on. Okay. Under the joint siege of the two, Lin Jingyan vest fell down. And not only that, the equipment was also picked up by Baozi. Damn. Lin Jingyan slammed the table hard. It hurts. Old Lin. Where are you? While Zhao Yang was fighting, he found that Old Lin had disappeared. Dead? Zhao Yang asked in confusion. Zhao Yang, who did not receive any feedback, turned to look at Lin Jingyan. They were in the same dormitory. At this time, Zhao Yang found that Lin Jingyan had opened the QQ chat group and was madly attacking. Of course, it was not a chat group for professional players, but a chat group within the Tyranny team. Lin Jingyan, damn. This Zhou Yichen is really a piece of shit. Too shameless. Zhang Xinjia, what's wrong? Bai Yanfei, still awake? Zhang Xinjia, 5 more minutes. Lin Jingyan, Zhou Yichen actually teamed up with the gangsters of Happy to attack me. He is a human being. He is becoming more and more like Ichio. Han Wenqing, having no shame is also a kind of tactic. After dealing with Lin Jingyan, Zhou Yichen slipped away. After all, support from Blue Brook Pavilion, Tyrannical Ambition, and Zongqiatang had arrived. And the alliance forces of the 5 guilds of Xingxin, Yizhan, Weiyun, Hawu, and Xiaohua had also arrived. However, they seemed to be so bloodthirsty that they all forgot that their previous goal was the wild map boss Sheihan. So Zhou Yichen slipped back to cooperate with Yanyu Tower to kill the boss. And the equipment dropped was also collected by Yanyu. What to do next? Join the melee? Chu Yunxiu asked. Let's disperse. There's no need to go back, Zhou Yichen said after thinking. Okay. Good night. Good night. 2. Zhou Yichen took off his headphones and looked at Zhang Jiala, who was ready to go to bed. Huh? You're dead, Zhou Yichen asked. Nonsense. He died a long time ago. Zhang Jiala rolled his eyes and said, there was no other way. The moment his identity was exposed, Huang Xiaotian contacted the guild to kick him out. And then Zhang Jiala vest was messed up by the people of Blue Brook Pavilion. It was so cool to see Huang Xiaotian dead look. From the text bubble said by Huang Xiaotian, you can see how angry he was at that time. It was so cool. The next day, the big melee of the online game was on the hot search as expected. After all, it was a multi-party melee. I heard from Jiang Buitao that there were people from Baiwa joining in. Baiwa originally came to grab the wild map boss. But as soon as the group arrived, the World Channel reported that the wild map boss Shadow Military Advisor Sha Han was killed by Yin Yu Tower. Yu Feng was helpless. Seeing the fierce melee in front, he couldn't help but think of a famous saying, "I'm here." Seeing that the people around him were also very aggrieved, Yu Feng ordered to join the melee. Even the people of Jia Dynasty came to get involved. If you want to say who has the biggest gain, it must be Yin Yu Tower. After all, the wild map boss was taken by them. And the second is Xingxin. They were originally here to fight with professional players, so they treated it as a training match. And the intensity was much higher than that of a training match. Wang Jieshi, Huang Xiaotian, Zhao Yang, Lin Jingyan, Sun Xiang and Yu Feng. All of them are all-star level players. Although Samsara did not participate, Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala had a great time. And Yin Yu was also very trustworthy, trading the materials to the Samsara guild the next day. At 12 o'clock noon, the Samsara official also announced that Xiada Zirua Silver Angel Guardian was upgraded to level 75. I noticed that you have been using the sharpshooter more and more recently. Are you preparing to let Gun Yinxingchen log into the alliance? Jiang Buitao thought and looked at Zhou Yichen. I have this idea. After all, in the online game, our two sharpshooters and ammunition experts work well together. Zhou Yichen recalled the situation when they were fighting for the wild map boss. The three of them started to push forward directly from the front. Except for the wild map boss. No one could withstand their firepower bombardment. If we play against two sharpshooters, then we have to bring Lu Buiyuan up and form a full offensive lineup. Fang Minghua thought. After all, there must be a front row to support the front. Let Lao Zhang be the front. And the captain and I will rush from the side. I think other teams in the league, except for Tiny Herb, Tyranny and Blue Rain, should not be able to withstand our firepower. Zhou Yichen was not bragging. The trident formed by the three of them is undoubtedly the trident with the most firepower in the league. Try it during the training match. Samsara double sharpshooters are just another tactic. Zhou Yichen's extensive use of the sharpshooter profession in online games has become a point that every team cannot ignore. Blue Rain has 2 swordsmen. Tiny Herb has 2 magic scholars. And Void has 2 ghosts. And the effect is very good. Samsara is likely to use this to launch their double sharpshooters. Judging from Zhou Yichen's performance in online games, his sharpshooter strength should not be underestimated. Although it is only a short time, the 3-gun physical technique is not something that ordinary people can play. It is no secret that Zhou Yichen played the sharpshooter game before his debut. And according to the guild, this guy has a very high headshot rate, which shows that he plays FPS a lot. As for whether Gun Yinxingchen will enter the professional league, it depends on the decision of Samsara. Chapter 340 The Curse of February. The Alliance's Targeting. In the blink of an eye, February passed quietly. But it left behind a curse that was unique to it. Collective mistakes. The Glory Professional League completed 4 rounds of games this month. At the end of the month, the league will make a routine summary of the month's events. This includes the attendance rate of each game, the ratings of TV broadcasts, the ratings of online live broadcasts, and some overall technical statistics. The Glory Alliance is not speaking for love. They are not only the organizers of the event, but also the operators. They need to obtain various benefits by operating the Glory Professional League. As a result, when the February event summary came out, many data were shocking. The red numbers are the number of mistakes made by the players in the game. Compared with January, this item has exploded. 70% of the providers of these data are from teams ranked before the top 10 in the league, which is really incredible. However, the data of the Samsara team is green, and the number of mistakes has even decreased a lot compared to January. What's going on? All teams had problems to some extent. Only Samsara was going against the flow. The staff of the Alliance further analyzed and found that the distribution of the following mistakes was quite balanced. And each team and each player had contributed. So this was a collective mistake. And these mistakes also mean poor condition, poor performance, and upset. For example, Baiwa, which is currently ranked 8th in the regular season, was upset by Ijan, which is ranked 15th in the regular season. Lu Guaning was still a little confused after defeating Baiwa led by his idol. He had never thought about this day. On this day, Zhou Yuan and Mo Chuchen were in surprisingly poor condition. As the staff went deeper, these professionals quickly found the reason. Due to the sudden addition of a level 75 wild map boss and the version update, each team needed new materials to upgrade silver weapons. Samsara is a good example. They were the first team to end their vacation and participate in the battle for the wild map boss. That day, all members of Samsara from Team 1 to Team 2 were online, just to kill the equipment dropped by the wild map boss. Samsara did make a good start. Since then, Tyranny, Vici Gaming and Blue Rain were the first to react and collectively joined in. Some teams even joined online games to compete for wild map bosses on the day of the professional competition. Level 75 silver weapons are too important. These weapons are now the answer to the version. Whether it is Tyranny, Blue Rain or Vici Gaming, they currently only have 3 level 75 silver weapons in the team, which is far from enough compared to Samsara's 6 gods. Now Samsara has even upgraded Wushuang Goyu I's Slag to level 75. Only Cruel Silence's Silent Roar has not been upgraded to level 75 in the first line. Samsara is smart here. They have a plan. From one shot through the clouds to Yuxingchen, and then to Baihua Liaoluan. The purpose is very clear. In addition to the summary of the league, Tyranny is also doing a summary of February. Although they have 3 wins and 1 loss in 4 games, second only to Samsara. But whether they win or lose, they perform very ugly. Especially Lin Jingyan and Zhao Yang. These two people are obviously distracted by playing online games. The match against Blue Rain was like a communication meeting between 2 patients. Lin Jingyan and Zhao Yang from Tyranny, Zheng Xian and Lu Hanwen from Blue Rain. There was also the hidden Huang Xiaotian. Blue Rain was able to win despite this. In addition to the home advantage, Yu Wenzhou command was also the most important. After the match, Yu Wenzhou's face turned black. Other members of Blue Rain had never seen Yu Wenzhou so angry. Even when they lost the finals, Yu Wenzhou thought it was because they were not as skilled as others. Huang Xiaotian was also rare to remain silent. He knew what was going on. In the meeting room of the Honor headquarters, the staff attending the meeting distributed a stack of information to each participant. It recorded in detail the update periods of Honor and the monthly summary of the professional league. These were basically the update periods of wild map bosses. We have analyzed this phenomenon before, Alliance Chairman Feng Xianjun said after glancing at the stack of information. The problem is that the increase in errors this time is obviously not in line with the previous pattern. Although the refresh of the level 75 wild map boss was indeed a bit hasty. It was launched on New Year Eve, which gave the players a big surprise. The feedback from the online game was very good. Yes, but the problem is that someone took the lead. And I think you understand the effect of the level 75 silver weapon in the league, a staff member said. You mean Samsara? Feng Xianjun glanced and said. In this February, Samsara not only provided the lowest error rate, but also the highest live attendance, TV broadcast ratings, and online live broadcast ratings. It is no exaggeration to say that Samsara is now the favorite of the Alliance. Yes, the gap in strength between other teams and Samsara is quite large. Samsara now has 7 level 75 silver weapons, leading other teams. In order to avoid being eliminated, other teams can only compete with civilian players for wild map boss and create new level 75 silver weapons. The staff continued. And Samsara, in the midst of the chaos, not only prevented other teams from snatching wild map boss, but also made a lot of profit from it. Although Samsara is not wrong in the team's strategy, it is unfriendly from the perspective of the development of the league. And Chairman, don't forget the most critical point. That is, Samsara has skill points that other teams can't reach. Yes, unknowingly, Samsara advantage has spread from one side to all aspects. Character silver weapons, players, skill points. These Samsara are all top existence. You want to suppress Samsara? This is impossible. You must know that Samsara is the team that contributes the most to the Alliance. Feng Xianjun shook his head and said, No, it's not suppression, but compromise. Either Samsara gives up the fight for the wild map boss, since their warehouse materials are about to overflow, or they publish the skill book strategy to benefit all teams. Samsara will not agree. Feng Xianjun smiled. The only way is to kill them, a senior executive suddenly said. Sho Sakai and Joe Ichin contracts will end in the summer of the 9th season. So as long as the salary cap is raised, Samsara can be forced to make a choice. This is too cruel. The fans will not agree. This is the last resort. And it's best not to use it. The senior executive waved his hand. Of course, he didn't want to target Samsara, which was a popular target. But the current situation was that Samsara advantage was too great, and it had to be curbed. Otherwise, if Samsara was allowed to grow, the league would not be held at that time, and the award would be given directly to Samsara. How about we organize a discussion between these teams and players? As for Samsara, we can just have a discussion before the meeting. Samsara has made so much profit, so it's time to stop. Someone suggested again. Then let's do it. Chairman Feng Xianjun nodded and approved the plan. Samsara? Ah! Feng Xianjun is now in pain and happiness. Compared with the previous chairman, Yi Qiu was the leader of the league in the first 3 seasons. But this leader refused to show up and refused to accept endorsements. When Feng Xianjun began to take charge of the league, the golden generation was all the rage. The league entered an era of competition among heroes and tyranny. Tiny Herb and Blue Rain emerged one after another to become new champion teams. Feng Xianjun also thought about training Han Wenqing, Wang Jieshi and Huang Xiaotian to become the spokespersons of the first person in honor of kings. But they all failed in the end. Han Wenqing is needless to say. After Tyranny won the championship in the 4th season, Feng Xianjun wanted to send him to the throne of the first player. As a result, Han Wenqing's domineering face looked like a promotional photo of a crime movie, no matter how it was photographed. After Tyranny, Tiny Herb won the championship, and the magician became the darling of glory. But Wang Jiexi's appearance has obvious flaws. Uneven eyes. But it is better than Han Wenqing. Especially in the 6th season, Tiny Herb also entered the finals. Feng Xianjun even wrote the copy of Wang Jiexi's top, waiting to read it at the finals. As a result, it was Blue Rain who stood in front of him. And Tiny Herb became the loser that night. For Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou must be mentioned. Feng Xianjun believes that Blue Rain's success cannot be avoided without Yu Wenzhou. As for Huang Xiaotian, he was past the moment he opened his mouth. Feng Xianjun disliked him very much because of his long-windedness. On the contrary, Yu Wenzhou's personal image and conversation are very suitable. But he is a clumsy hand. Feng Xianjun couldn't help but sigh that it would be great if Yu Wenzhou wasn't a clumsy player. Seeing that he couldn't find a successor, Feng Xianjun had a new idea. To directly transition from the first player of honor to the Gemini era. And to hype up CP, which girls love the most. As for who is the first player, let the majority of netizens argue. Black and white traffic. The league has it all. Famous Geminis include Han Wenqing and Zhang Xinjie of Tyranny, Yu Wenzhou and Huang Xiaotian of Blue Rain, Wang Jieshi and Fang Qian of Tiny Herb. These combinations have obvious focuses. That is, the main attacker and the auxiliary attacker. Zhang Xinjie, Yu Wenzhou and Fang Qian can't overshadow the other 3. Zhou Sakai and Zhou Ichin double Zhou combination are not only young and promising, but also have tacit cooperation, can convince the public with strength, and have a good personal image. In Feng Xianjun's eyes, this is a perfect Gemini. In the end, Samsara lived up to expectations and won the championship of the 7th and 8th seasons in a row, bringing huge profits to the league. As a result, the extreme expansion of Samsara has now become an obstacle to the development of the alliance. What a twist of fate! Chapter 341 Discussion. The Game of Capital. Feng Xianjun personally visited Samsara and had a secret conversation with its senior management. Then, in his private name, he convened the relevant personnel of the top 10 teams in the league for a discussion. This is not the first or second time that the league has convened the teams for a discussion. They all know how the major teams played in February. Baitu, Weichao and Blue Rain have even held an internal exchange meeting. And the theme of the meeting is the performance of the players in February. Since there was no special roll call, the people who came from the major teams were a combination of club managers and team captains. 20 people from 10 teams in total, sitting at the big round table in conference room 1 of the league headquarters. These people are not unfamiliar at all, having been here several times before. When the time was almost up, Chairman Feng Xianjun also arrived at the venue. As for why they were called here, everyone knew that the lack of a balance between the league and online games not only affected the league, but also seriously affected the gaming experience of ordinary players. You should all know why I called you here at this time. Feng Xianjun handed the information in his hand to everyone. Humph. If it weren't for Samsara leading the way, and Yi Xiu stirring up trouble, we would definitely not have thrown ourselves into online games. The captains of the major teams have basically gone to grab the boss, and know what the situation is ahead. A big melee. Lu Hao, the current captain of the Thunder team, which ranks 10th in the league, decisively directed the fire to Yi Xiu and Samsara. Lu Hao is working very hard now. Of course not because of the good treatment of Thunder, but because he has never regarded Thunder as his new home since he came to Thunder. In his eyes, Thunder is just a springboard, and he is already seeking a better way out. If he can lead such a Thunder into the playoffs, then for Lu Hao, there is no need to worry about the next home. Therefore, in the competition for Wild Map Boss, Lu Hao fought hard. But every time someone came to muddy the water, Yi Xiu led Xingxin one. Samsara another. Happy is to hone itself, while Samsara is purely to weaken the strength of the major teams and sell materials. Every team present has traded funds from Samsara for materials needed to upgrade silver weapons. Samsara has made a fortune from this. Lu Hao did not forget to add. Samsara manager smiled and said nothing. Took a sip of water. But his eyes were always fixed on Lu Hao. He took note. The funds Samsara got from the material transaction this time were very huge. But the Alliance could talk to them about this. And Lu Hao was nothing. Josuke also smiled and said nothing, while others looked at Lu Hao with strange eyes. This kid is so brave. If I remember correctly, Samsara opponent this Saturday is Thunder. Fool? Yuanzhou muttered softly. Okay. Samsara has made a compromise. They will not enter the competition for Wild Map Boss. Captain Zhou, you have enough materials. Feng Xianjun smiled and looked at Josuke. Of course. If we have all the materials, we will not be eliminated. The manager of Samsara smiled back. You should know that the task currently pending in Samsara Guild is to prepare for the level 75 of the silver weapon Silent Roar of Cruel Silence. But in fact, the materials for Silent Roar are enough. This is just an excuse for Samsara not to be eliminated. Yinyu materials are enough. Right? Feng Xianjun then looked at Chu Yunqiu. Everyone knows the relationship between Yinyu and Samsara. Yinyu has shared a lot with Samsara. Of course it is enough. As for Yi Xiu, before Feng Xianjun finished speaking, Lu Hao jumped out excitedly again. How about we join forces and kill Yi Xiu first when we see him? How about we divide the exploded equipment equally? Feng Xianjun was so angry that he laughed. His original plan was to let the major teams focus on the game, not to get involved in the Wild Map Boss, and not to be distracted by seeing Yi Xiu. As for Wild Map Bosses, as long as Samsara withdraws, all the major guilds will be able to get a share. In fact, each guild needs to invest some energy in online games, which is understandable. But don't spend too much energy on it. The professional league is the real business. Of course, if you do this, I can't do anything about it. After all, there is a team eyeing the championship. Feng Xianjun didn't say it too clearly. The manager of Samsara and Josuke just smiled. They focused on online games. And Samsara was also invested. How come the mistakes of all the people in Samsara didn't increase? If Zhou Yichen was here, he would definitely say, if you are not good, practice more. If you can't afford to lose, don't play. Feng Xianjun's words reminded everyone that the championship is the most important. Everyone looked at Samsara. And Josuke was not afraid. He also looked at the captains. Zhou Yichen's words were still ringing in Josuke's mind. When the captain gets angry with us, there's no need to be scared. Since they think we're the villains, we fight back and beat the shit out of them in the league. But the problem is, we didn't take the initiative to provoke Yi Xiu. It was him. This time, it was Yuanzhou, the captain of the Blue Rain team, who spoke up. Originally, Yuanzhou didn't want to get involved in online games. After all, in his opinion, the guild is the guild, and the team is the team. What's the big deal about the team intervening in the guild? But Huang Xiaotian pleading made Yuanzhou go to the online game and experience it. He found that it was really Yi Xiu who was playing tricks. He put his face close to him. So why didn't he fight? Now Yi Xiu is actively causing trouble. Han Wenqing said. Yes. He keeps catching us and fighting. He doesn't care about the Wild Map Boss. But we can't ignore it. But this makes it impossible for everyone to concentrate on grabbing the boss. And we have to be distracted to deal with him. Yufeng said. He felt the same way. The last time, Li Sun from our team was killed by Yi Qiu and his men before he left the city. He said there was a top sharpshooter and a battle mage. Void Captain Li Xian said unhappily, then looked at Zhou Zikai, and then glanced at Chu Yunxiu. It's not me, Zhou Zikai said. Humph. Of course it's not you. There is a shameless person who won't admit it even in person. Tang Hao crossed his arms and said, Who are you saying is shameless? Chu Yunxiu didn't like to hear this. I didn't say you. Of course I know you didn't say me. Hey! Seeing that they were about to quarrel, Feng Xianjun hurriedly stopped the two. Some people can only talk when they can't beat them in the game. Chu Yunxiu chuckled. You? This broke Tang Hao's defense. But it was the truth. He had never beaten Zhou Yichen since his debut. But let's not talk about him. How many people have beaten Zhou Yichen so far? Okay. Now the focus is on Yi Qiu. Feng Xianjun doesn't want to provoke Samsara anymore. Now there is one more person on the blacklist of Samsara manager. Disqualify them from the challenge. So they will definitely not jump. This was obviously said by Lu Hao. Lu Hao can't tell. You have left Jia Shi. But you still care about Jia Shi? Li Xian said suddenly. No. No. Yi Qiu is too hateful. Lu Hao said in a panic. How about this? I have a solution. Yu Wanzhou said. Anyway, they only have these people. My idea is that we focus on grabbing the boss and stop fighting among ourselves. When they arrive, each family will be more conscious and take the initiative to stand up. We will form a team here to fight against them. We all know what they are thinking. It's training. We will form a team to train with them. And the others can concentrate on grabbing the boss. After grabbing it, there will be no internal fighting. Just disperse. This is a good idea. Feng Xianjun nodded and said. That kid shouldn't participate. Feng Xianjun turned his eyes to Zhou Zikai. No. Zhou Zikai said without hesitation. But everyone knows that my child has a bit of a temper. Since there is no feedback in the online game, please bear with him in the game. The manager of Samsara smiled. Silence is the bridge tonight. The words of the manager of Samsara were soon put into practice. In the last game of April, when Samsara played against Thunder, Lu Hao was very unfortunate to be matched with Zhou Yichen. Lu Hao had an extremely painful night. It would have been fine if Zhou Yichen had hit him quickly. But he never used high-level skills. Lu Hao still couldn't beat Zhou Yichen, who only used low-level skills to torture him. Zhou Yichen also showed the audience once again what a high hit rate is. And every shot hit Lu Hao hard. Oh my god. This Lu Hao is too miserable. Dai Yanqi didn't dare to watch anymore. It's his own fault, Fan Shuisai said. In private, they all called Lu Hao by his full name. Captain? Lu Hao couldn't bear it. In their hearts, there was only one Thunder Captain. And that was Xiao Shiqin. The torture is over. Chapter 342 Thunder Without Resistance. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this game. Samsara is temporarily leading 3-0. Commentator Pan Lin announced the scores of the two teams. Lu Hao thought that he would face one of Du Ming and Wu Qi in the third round of the singles match. Lu Hao was very confident in himself against the two. Samsara started with full firepower. And Zhang Jiala started the singles match. The Thunder side played Dai Yanqi. And Luanlu Yinshan fell helplessly under the fire bombardment of Baiwa Liuan. This firepower is too terrifying. Dai Yanqi panted after the game. The rhythm of the whole game was controlled by Zhang Jiala. The map with many obstructions was blown to pieces by Baiwa Liuan grenades. In the second game, Samsara sent Jian Watao for the first time in a long time. He successfully caught Fang Shui's ghost talent with the help of Liu Zhan, and finally killed him with one blow. Needless to say, in the third game, Lu Hao, who was too smart, met Zhou Yichen, who was very angry. As for the effect, it can be seen from Lu Hao's red cheeks after the game. Since my debut in the 5th season, I have never been abused like this. Lu Hao's hands were shaking with anger. The image he had created with great difficulty was destroyed by Zhou Yichen in an instant. Seeing that the others didn't say a word, Lu Hao became even more angry. Can you do something? We are going to be shut out. Captain Lu, there are so many teams that have been shut out by Samsara. Not just us, Dai Yanqi said weakly. Although they also want to enter the playoffs. The current situation is that excluding teams like Tyranny and Tiny Herb that they can't beat. The highest ranking of Thunder is 8th. Oh my god. 8th again. And playing Samsara again. Don't mention Daiyanchi. Bong Shuasai was dizzy. In the first 2 seasons, they played Samsara every time in the playoffs. And their heads were beaten. This time, Xiao Shichin is not here. And they don't want to play Samsara even more. You? Lu Hao's brain was about to explode. How could he have such a group of teammates without motivation? In the team competition later, Samsara sent Josukai to start. And finally completed a 1-on-3 victory very easily. At this point, all the Thunder fans at the scene were silent. And some even left early. And the Samsara fans in the away area kept shouting. 10-0. After the halftime break, the team competition rosters of the 2 teams were also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Josukai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Zhou Chen. ID, Hiyu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. LV Buiyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, Judoka. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Wu Qi. ID, Cruel Silence. Occupation, Assassin. The 6th person. Fong Minghua. ID, Shioga Ziru. Occupation, Priest. Thunder, Lu Hao. ID, Darkness. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Fong Shuasai. ID, Ghostly Talent. Occupation, Assassin. Daiyanchi. ID, Wanlu Sound Dust. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Xie Chengfeng. ID, Soul Protector. Occupation, Guardian Angel. He Ming. ID, Law is Intolerable. Occupation, Elemental Mage. The 6th player Chung Tai. ID, Broken Wind. Occupation, Judoka. Map, War Grassland. Damn. I've never seen this full DPS lineup of Samsara. Damn. Why is Samsara Command gone? When the Samsara lineup was announced, not only the commentator, but even the audience was dumbfounded. This lineup is the first time I've seen Samsara use it, Li Ba said, adjusting his glasses. Previously, when playing against a weaker team, Samsara would change the lineup by bringing Du Ming and Wu Qi up to play a full DPS lineup. But Jiang Buotao was always on the field. But today, Jiang Buotao didn't play against Thunder. Aiken always brags about his command. Let me see how good he is. Jiang Buotao laughed. Zhang Jiala is still here. He has much more experience than himself. And they have played a full attack lineup many times in training matches. Just go ahead and do it. What if we lose? Du Ming asked. If we lose, my value will be exposed. Jiang Buotao is very open-minded. This lineup has never been used by Samsara before. This is the first time. This lineup reminds me of the game between Samsara and Tiny Herb in the 7th season finals. Li Ba talked freely. In that game, Samsara lineup change, and Wu Qi starting lineup gave Tiny Herb a big surprise. Pan Lin recalled the situation at that time. Yes, it seems that Samsara will give Thunder a big surprise today. Li Ba laughed. What does Samsara mean? You don't even want to command us. You look down on us? Damn. Lu Hao's red face suddenly turned black. Captain Lu, stop complaining. Enter the game. 99%, 100% EU Stardust. Loading completed. A shot through the clouds. Loading completed. 100 flowers in disarray. Loading completed. Darkness. Loading completed. Wanlu Yinshan. Loading completed. Map, War Grassland. Loading completed. After the map is refreshed. As the countdown ends, both sides rush from the 3rd floor to the lowest grassland at the same time. Before the 2 sides meet, the 2 commentators introduce this map to the audience as usual. Although this map has appeared many times. As professional commentators, it is still necessary to popularize it to new audiences. When both sides reach the 2nd floor, as the party with more long-range output, they launch an attack on Samsara. Wanlu Yinshan and Fa Buronking chant fire bombs at the same time, while Samsara chooses to ignore it. As long as they come to the grassland, Lei Ting will face the wrath of Samsara. If Xiao Shichin is present at this moment, he will order all members to stay on the 2nd floor, relying on the advantage of high-level attack and waiting for Samsara to attack. But obviously Lu Hao does not have such a flexible thinking. His tactics are formulaic, still commanding his teammates to go to the grassland to take the initiative to attack. Ah! Seeing Lei Ting's actions, Yi Xiu, who was watching the game, couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Xingguo asked in confusion. As long as Lei Ting goes down to the grassland, he will be slaughtered, Yishio explained. It seems so. Xingguo understood after a little thought. She is no longer the newbie before. Now she has learned a lot by following the team and Yishio guidance. Samsara lineup is not a full output lineup at all, but a face-to-face lineup. Yu Xingchen and Yunshan Wan are in the front. Yi Qian Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liaowan are supporting. And Cruel Silence acts alone to put pressure. Samsara face-to-face lineup may not be able to withstand the double frontline lineup. Not to mention that Lei Ting is a single frontline lineup. Lu Hao Darkness can only be regarded as a half frontline lineup. He also needs to protect one Lu Yinshan and Fa Buronking. 2 output points. What kind of combo lineup is this for Thunder? Wei Qing complained. If Guardian Angel is used as a single front row, Thunder is invincible. The best solution for Thunder should be to push Yiming to the 6-man and raise Chung Tai's priority. 1 elemental mage is enough, Yishio said. Lu Hao has a brain pump. Xingguo waved her hand. After arriving at the grassland, the process was just as Yishio said. Thunder was completely unable to withstand the 5-face lineup of Samsara. When Wan Lu Yinshan wanted to chant and release skills, he found that Cruel Silence was close. Darkness and Fa Buronking were also blocked by Yun Shanluan and Bai Hua Liaowan grenades. Guimei was even more embarrassed. He didn't know who to attack. Treatment? He didn't have any treatment at all. Yiming and Dai Yanqi roles completely overlap. If Thunder wants to get up, one of them must be given up, Yishio said. If it was you, who would you give up? Tang Rose suddenly asked. I am Lei Ting. I will definitely give up Yiming. Dai Yanqi is young, beautiful, and has a lot of fans. She is also quite capable. This decision shouldn't be difficult, Yishio said with a smile. While talking and laughing, Lei Ting was completely overwhelmed. And the first to fall was the Soul Guardian in front. Yi Chong Chuanyun killed the Soul Guardian. Soul Guardian. Out. A Guardian Angel was simply the front row, facing the pincer attack of Yu Xingchen and Yi Chong Chuanyun. Even if Fang Shiqian, the god of healing, came, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Of course, Samsara was not without any losses. Yun Shanluan and Cruel Silence's health bars dropped a lot. General attack killed them in one wave. Seeing that Lei Ting had the intention to retreat, Zhou Yichen decisively issued the order for a general attack. Okay. Retreat. Lu Hao chanted a frost wave array to try to stop everyone. But just as he was chanting, Cruel Silence, who was attacking Wan Lu Yinshan, suddenly changed his fire and stabbed the unprepared Darkness with a life-threatening blow. Fuck. When he finished chanting, the dagger with flames had already stabbed him. Goodbye. Wu Qi typed 2 words on the public channel, triggering a life-threatening blow. The health bars of the two dropped at the same time. Cruel Silence used air jump to get away from Darkness to avoid being killed by Samsara concentrated fire. And Darkness wanted to retreat, but was knocked into the air by Yu Xingchen long-prepared Fu Long Xiang Tian. With a sound of bang, Lu Hao Darkness disappeared from everyone's sight. Yu Xingchen killed Darkness. Darkness. Out. Fuck. After Lu Hao pounded the table, he covered his face and thought. The retreating Cruel Silence was caught by Gui Meikai on the side. And Gui Meikai successfully took him away using Shadow Style 5. Gui Meikai killed Cruel Silence. Cruel Silence. Out. Can you hold on from the front? Fang Xuecai took over the command. It's a bit difficult. Dai Yanqi Wan Lu Yinshan was already close to Yunshan Wan. And after a set of combos, she didn't even have time to release the teleport. Fa Buronking, who was standing by, was even worse off. He was dizzy from the explosion of Bai Hua Liaowan. The director even cut a small part to show Yiming first-person perspective. All he could see were the special effects of the hand grenades. Red, green, and flashing with lightning. Not to mention the time to chant. Yiming didn't even have time to blink. In the end, before the Thunder 6-man Chung Tai's Sui Sui Foam arrived, Samsara lost Fa Buronking and Wan Lu Yinshan. After Xia Deziru arrived, the Thunder had no chance to fight. So Fang Xuecai typed GG on the public channel. No more fun. Let's congratulate Samsara for shutting out the Thunder 10-0 in an away game. This game is crucial for the Thunder. I'm sure they can't accept the score of 10-0. Panlin said. Yes. We lost 10 points. I just checked and Weiyun defeated Chikai 7-3. Weiyun surpassed Thunder and became the 10th in the regular season, while Thunder dropped to 11th in the regular season, one step further away from the playoffs. Captain Lu, you played well. Zhou Yichen shook hands after the game. You? Lu Hao pointed at Zhou Yichen. Don't be angry. You are not the only one who was shut out by us. Zhang Jiala patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. Come on, kid. Lu Hao blood surged when he heard Zhang Jiala words. Damn. He didn't look like he would faint. Du Ming was surprised to see Lu Hao close his eyes. It's none of our business. Zhou Yichen rolled his eyes and said, Let's go. It is said that Xuanqi led by our old captain was defeated by Happy 10-0. Fang Minghua said. Old captain? Zhou Yichen thought about it. He debuted in the 7th season, and he didn't know the old captain very well. Chapter 343, The First Goes to Glory. Please give me your advice. The old captain that Fang Minghua mentioned is naturally Zhang Yiwei, the former user of one gun piercing cloud, a professional player who entered the league in the 2nd season, and later joined Samsara as the captain. In those days, he was also a famous generation of sharpshooters. But now his halo has been completely overshadowed by his juniors. Before the game, Yi Shou affectionately called him Gun King, and he just smiled. He didn't dare to be the Gun King. It's not modesty, because when he was controlling one gun piercing cloud, there was indeed no nickname of Gun King. In fact, after Samsara won the championship in the 7th season, it looked for Zhang Yiwei, and Samsara was willing to take care of him in his old age. But Zhang Yiwei refused. He didn't want to take advantage of the popularity of Samsara Championship. He was a man of face, and Samsara Championship had nothing to do with him. Samsara now has 2 titles, which is unique in the league. What kind of help can he provide when he goes back? After Zhang Yiwei ended his professional career, he suddenly became the coach of the Xuanqi team, setting a historic precedent. You should know that before him. Professional teams never had such a position as a coach, and those who did were only responsible for ordering takeout. And because of his joining, Xuanqi finally successfully stayed in the league. Therefore, Zhang Yiwei should have at least half of the credit for Xuanqi performance. However, facing Xingxin led by Yi Xiu, Xuanqi was ruthlessly crushed. Zhang Yiwei's tactics were too thin for Yi Xiu. It's not surprising to be shut out by the tactical master, Zhou Yichen said. Indeed. Fang Minghua turned his head and thought. Yi Xiu is the leader of the tactical masters. Jiang Buotao would also watch the game videos of the tactical masters in his spare time to see how they arranged. However, Jiang Buotao gave up after watching Yi Xiu video for a short while because he didn't understand it very well. Yi Xiu command was often improvisation. Whether it was switching fire or focusing fire, the target changes were very flexible. This also proved that Yi Xiu's judgment of the situation on the field was very terrifying, and he could clearly see the enemy's loopholes. This depends on talent and time accumulation, and you can't see it by watching the video. After Xingxin defeated Xuanqi, they also successfully qualified as the first in Group B. The second was the traitor, and Xuanqi unfortunately stopped in the group stage of this year's challenge. The quarterfinals were also decided that night. The next challenge will continue to be an elimination system, with one game to determine the winner, regardless of home and away games. The map for the game is designated by the organizer, and it is specially made by Honor Games for the event. However, the competition system for the quarterfinals of this challenge will be updated, the same as the competition system of the Honor Professional League playoffs. But it has changed from BO3 to BO1. That is, the original 3 stages of the game will be reduced to 2 stages. The individual competition will be cancelled, and it will be changed to 2 stages, the ring competition and the team competition. Then the game is based on the number of points per person. This system was a great success in the playoffs last year, and many new sponsors joined the professional league. This also made the official think that there was nothing wrong with the change in this system. The top 8 of the challenge tournament will play once a week, and the final champion will be decided in 3 weeks. It seems that the challenge tournament final is likely to be Xingxin versus Excellent Era. Jiang Buotao picked up the new Honor Weekly and said, the final will probably be on the eve of the playoffs. Zhou Yichen thought, well, before I knew it, more than half of the 9th season has passed. Zhang Jiala said, the league will invite guests to commentate on the challenge tournament final. We have a spot in Samsara. Who of you is willing to go up? The manager of Samsara walked in and said. No one spoke, but just turned their eyes to Zhou Yichen. Why are you all looking at me? Zhou Yichen. Aiken. It is indeed the most suitable. It's you. Who else? Zhou Chen asked. Wang Xiaotian and Han Wenqing. The manager said. Wang Xiaotian. I really. Zhou Chen didn't know what to say. In the second match against Blue Rain, Blue Rain won 3 games in a row in the singles match and gained a 3-0 advantage in the away game. But facing the gorgeous team competition lineup of Samsara, even though Wang Xiaotian fought desperately, he still fell under the gun of Baiwa Liuan. In order to deal with Blue Rain in the team competition, Samsara especially found a big picture. But in the end, only Wang Xiaotian Night Rain was left. He didn't even click GG. He just ran around with Samsara. Wang Xiaotian. Are you sick? I'm really angry. Zhou Chen couldn't help but spray. And the referee behind him quickly awarded Zhou Chen a yellow card. This is the first time Zhou Chen has received a yellow card since his debut. I know. Not only Zhou Chen was in the red, but also Du Ming. As the 6th man, Du Ming originally came up to reap the remnants after Xia Zirua died, but was led by Huang Xiaotian to brush WeChat's steps. Not only that, but he was also forced to accept Huang Xiaotian's mental attack. Although the opacity of the text bubble had been lowered to the lowest, Huang Xiaotian would still refresh the public channel in the lower left corner. It's annoying just to watch. Finally, with everyone's combined efforts to beat them, Samsara got rid of this fly. Huang Xiaotian tortured his opponents, teammates, commentators, and the audience on the spot by himself. No one else can do it. On Saturday, the 34th round of the Glory Professional League officially started, and Samsara faced the Void at home. After Samsara successfully defeated Tyranny 8-2 in the 32nd round, it established its first place in the league 6 rounds in advance. The moment it saw the news, Baiwa, who was ranked 8th, tried desperately to climb forward. The 8th place in the regular season was destined to stop in the first round. Not only the outside world, but also the internal professionals. No one thought that a team could successfully beat Samsara. The support rate for Samsara Championship reached an unprecedented 86%, while Tyranny, who was ranked 2nd, had only 4%, and the other 18 teams had a total support rate of 10%. This game was harmless to Samsara, but it was very important to Void. Void is currently ranked 6th in the regular season. If they lose this game, they will drop to 7th in the regular season. The 8th place Baiwa is very close to them in points. This also means that if Void does not perform well in the future, they may drop to 8th place and face Samsara in the first round of the regular season. Brothers, come on. Li Xian took a deep breath and said, Void is already a frequent visitor to the playoffs. But like Thunder, it has never made it past the 2nd round. Before, Void, Thunder and Misty Rain were known as the 3 weaklings in the playoffs. But last year, Misty Rain successfully defeated Void and entered the semifinals for the first time. In the semifinals against Blue Rain, if Huang Xiaotian had not played bravely, Misty Rain might have met Samsara in the finals. This year is also a bit uncomfortable for Void. Samsara's unprecedented 5-star lineup is almost flawless. The 2nd place Tyranny 4-star lineup is slightly inferior, but should not be underestimated. Although the 3rd and 4th place Wei Chao and Blue Rain have personnel changes, the core has not changed. The 5th place Tianyu followed closely behind Blue Rain, and the 3 teams behind them, Void, Howling and Baiwa, were grouped together because their points were very close, and the rankings could change at any time. Come on! Wu Yus cheered on the side. I'm on. Li Xian wiped the sweat off his hands, and said that this starting lineup was the result of Li Xian's careful consideration. Lose the person, but not the formation. Buddhists fight for a stick of incense, and people fight for a breath. As the captain, Li Xian would naturally not be timid. He wanted to bring the precious first point to Void. The starting list of the 2 teams in the singles match was also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhou Chen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Void, Li Xian. ID, Foshan Geeky. Occupation, Ghost Swordsman, Formation Ghost. Map, Personal Arena, Online Game Version. Huh. I'm a golden generation. What's there to be timid about? Li Xian shrugged and walked towards the stage. Come on. There aren't many great players left for you in Glory, Jian Buotao said with a smile. If I remember correctly, this was Zhou Chen's first time facing Li Xian. He had no chance since his debut in the 7th season, and he didn't meet him in the 2 encounters in the 8th season. It was a matter of fate. But today, the two finally met. Captain Lee. Long time no see. God Joe. Long time no see. Please go easy on me. Li Xian smiled and shook hands with Zhou Yichen, the first Ghost Swordsman in glory. Please teach me. Zhou Yichen deliberately didn't say the formation ghost, but said the Ghost Swordsman in general. Ha ha ha. The first battle mage in glory. Please teach me. Li Xian liked what Zhou Yichen said. You know, the question that the outside world has been arguing about is who is the most advantageous ghost sword player between Li Xian and his good partner Wu Yus. To be honest, he can't give a clear answer. Everyone will be very careful to avoid this question. But now, when Li Xian heard Zhou Yichen mention the number 1 ghost swordsman, he was still very happy in his heart. After the staff reminded them, the two of them walked towards the competition stage at both ends, and the holographic projection in the center of the stage also unfolded. The first match between the two sides was about to begin. Chapter 344 Fengshan Devil Cry nailed to the wall. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Li Ju. Hello everyone. I am today's commentator Bebe. The first match of Samsara vs Void is about to begin, with Zhou Yichen vs Li Xian. Let's wait and see. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Fengshan Devil Cry. Loading completed. Map, Personal Arena, Online version. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Yu Xingchen took the lead in launching an attack after the countdown ended. Zhou Yichen's purpose was very clear. To entangle Fengshan Devil Cry so that he didn't even have time to chant the ghost formation. Li Xian naturally saw Zhou Yichen's purpose. So after the countdown ended, he inserted a knife under his feet to summon the Soul of Silence. The Soul of Silence will seal the skills of all enemies in the formation, and the enemies cannot use any skills during this period. However, Zhou Yichen was not scared away by the silence formation generated under Fengshan Guiqi's feet. Yu Xingchen rushed directly into the silence formation and stabbed Fengshan Guiqi with a gun. Damn. Reckless man. Li Xian was shocked by Zhou Yichen's action. In his opinion, the silence formation can avoid close combat, interrupt Zhou Yichen's offensive rhythm, and then further chant the dark formation to counterattack. But he didn't expect Zhou Yichen to be so reckless. But Li Xian turned his head and thought that Zhou Yichen was originally famous for his recklessness. Zheng! Fengshan Guiqi held a knife forward to block Yu Xingchen's spear, and then operated the four-wheel Tianwu to fly backwards and cut out a circular ghost energy. The full moon slash. Unfortunately, Yu Xingchen dodged sideways, and Zhou Yichen subconsciously approached Fengshan Guiqi with a palm. But when he hit him, he remembered that his skills were blocked by the silence formation. This palm was not strong enough, so it was naturally impossible to shake Fengshan Guiqi away. Li Xian reacted quickly, and used this ghost slash to knock Yu Xingchen out. Li Xian is worthy of being the first ghost in glory. Yishio saw this and said, the silence array has just ended. If he can't get out of the way, Fengshan Guiqi will be pierced by Yu Xingchen. Before Yu Xingchen landed, Fengshan Guiqi ghost array had already landed at his feet. Dark array. Although this array does not cause any damage, all enemies in the array will be blinded to a certain extent. Seeing Yu Xingchen fall into a blinded state, Fengshan Guiqi wielded his sword and pointed to the sky to summon many tombstones to fall from the sky. Ghost Swordsman level 65 continuous range skill Death Tombstone. A very smooth set of Dark Array plus Death Tombstone combos. Facing this small combo, the wisest choice is to stay where you are, and bet that the tombstone above will only hit you once. Because tombstones basically don't hit the same place. It is a ranged skill. However, Yu Xingchen was different. He chose to use Z-shaped shaking and S-shaped movement to quickly escape from the range of the Dark Array. Before the Dark Array fell, Zhou Yichen locked the coordinates of a direction. Before the Dark Array was generated, the skill release range could be seen. Yu Xingchen was also very lucky. Even if he was hit by the tombstone above, he did not suffer the curse effect. Ah! Li Xian's brain shrank when he saw this scene. Senior, are you a little too reckless to forcefully escape from the range of the Dark Array? Qiao Yifan, who is also a formation ghost, is very familiar with this combo. If he is not reckless, he is not him. Yishio waved his hand and said, the most important thing is that Yu Xingchen did not suffer the curse effect. Did I bring the wrong skills? No. The curse is there. Li Xian fell into a state of self-doubt. This small combo still hit Yu Xingchen health a lot. Seeing Yu Xingchen escape from the Dark Array, Foshan Giki immediately wanted to make up an offensive ice array. However, Yu Xingchen threw the Dragon Gall directly, and a javelin directly pierced Foshan Devil Cry. Battle Mage can play like this, Tang Rou exclaimed. Oh! Confident operation. This was Yi Xiu evaluation. This attack was too confident. Zhou Yichen was completely betting that Li Xian would not cancel the ice formation. If Li Xian used Foshan Devil Cry to cancel the ice formation, and then knocked off the flying Dragon Gall with a knife, then Yu Xingchen would be in a state of empty hands. But he bet right. Li Xian ignored the flying spear and continued to chant to summon the ice formation to freeze Yu Xingchen. After he finished chanting, the spear that pierced the air and flew directly into his heart. Empty-handed Yu Xingchen movement speed was increased, and he escaped from the range of the ice formation before the Ice Soul launched a roll attack. After that, he rotated his hands to pull out the spear that stabbed Foshan Devil Cry's heart, and swept Foshan Devil Cry's ankle with a crushing blow. Li Xian immediately activated the Ghost Step, and the Ghost Step was invincible for a period of time when the skill was activated. Not only did he avoid being knocked down by Tyrant, but the afterimages left behind could also confuse the enemy. Li Xian operation is too sophisticated. Zhang Jiala couldn't help but sigh when he saw this. Li Xian was the most accomplished person he had ever seen in the field of ghost formations. But this trick can't confuse Achen. Jian Buitao laughed. Sure enough, Zhou Yichen quickly found the true body of Foshan Giki from the afterimage. Seeing Yu Xingchen stabbing, Foshan Giki summoned ghosts to transform into armor around himself. Ghost Swordsman level 25 pure defense skill afterimage. Alas, Li Xian is still conservative. Yi Xiu sighed and said that facing a reckless man like Zhou Yichen, being timid would only encourage this guy's arrogance. The best choice is to chant the Gray Array to increase his load, and then take the Ghost Claw to take the initiative of the attack in your own hands. Once the rhythm is controlled by the guy on the opposite side, the result is basically no need to guess. Although Zhou Yichen is reckless, he is rough and meticulous. He is a reckless man with brains. Yi Xiu often said this to Tang Rou. In Yi Xiu's eyes, Tang Rou is a reckless man without brains. The armor that Foshan Giki summoned, the ghost, was quickly broken by Yu Xingchen, and Foshan Giki offset the damage from Yu Xingchen many times. But the problem for Foshan Giki now is that Yu Xingchen has completely entangled him, and Li Xian has no time to chant the Ghost Array. If a Ghost Array can't chant the Ghost Array, then what's the point of playing? Swish. Moonlight Slash. Foshan Giki slashed at Yu Xingchen with a knife. This knife carried Li Xian earnest hope. If he could hit and blind him, then the time for counterattack has come. But unfortunately, Yu Xingchen easily dodged it. Before Foshan Giki retreated, Yu Xingchen's left hand had hit him. This time it was not an ordinary palm, but a falling flower palm. The close-fitting falling flower palm directly knocked Foshan Giki out. And before he landed, the dragon tooth connected the sky and successfully picked Foshan Giki up again. Captain Li, come and feel the full body massage of Samsara. Zhou Yichen still had time to type in the public channel. After Yu Xingchen activated the Shadow Step, he continued to combo at Foshan Giki floating in the air, filling up the dazzling pattern. Swish. Halong Pejuan followed by Nulong Chuanqin knocked Foshan Giki out again, like a badminton. Yu Xingchen stood still and fired the condensed dazzling pattern behind him, and then hit the opponent with a charged Fulong Xiangtian. Halong Pejuan, Nulong Chuanqin followed by Fulong Xiangtian. A very standard battle mage combo. Li Xian reaction was fast enough. He controlled Foshan Giki to hold a katana to knock down the flying dazzling pattern, but was still hit by an ice-attributed dazzling pattern and suffered a short stiffness. It's over. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Li Xian's head. He couldn't avoid this Fulong Xiangtian, even if he pressed the direction keys frantically. The character was in a stiff state and couldn't escape at all. At this time, Li Xian thought of a line of lyrics. I want to escape, but I can't. Bang! After the explosion of Fulong Xiangtian ended, people found that Foshan Giki had been nailed to the wall of the arena by Yu Xingchen's silver white dragon gallbladder. Then Foshan Giki turned into a beam of light and dissipated in the arena. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for defeating Li Xian and winning the first singles match. Samsara temporarily leads 1-0. The commentator announced the result of the match. Zhou Yichen fighting method is really pleasing to the eye. Li Ju praised. Thank you for the advice from Captain Li. But it's a pity that I didn't see Captain Li Ghost Array chain, Zhou Yichen said after the game. You didn't even give me a chance to chain the ghost array. Li Xian shook his head and said that he didn't even have a chance to fight back at the end. And the terrain of the personal arena was not big, so he was stuck at close range and couldn't escape at all. In Li Xian's eyes, Yu Xingchen was like a sticky candy that he couldn't get rid of. In the second game, Du Ming was about to play on the side of Samsara, while the side of Void sent out the vice-captain Wu Yu's. Compared with Li Xian formation Ghost, Wu Yu's formation/dual cultivation was much more flexible. And before the game, Guiku's silver weapon Red Lotus Sky Dance had just been upgraded to level 75. In the end, Wu Yu's won the game by a narrow margin. In the third game, Wu Qi of Samsara faced Li Sun of Void. Both were assassins, but Wu Qi was better. At the end of the singles game, Samsara led 2-1, which was also the only point that Void could get in the whole game. Chapter 345 Samsara leading the trend. Samsara won the team competition very easily. Zhang Jiala, who started the game, defeated 2 opponents with 1, but unfortunately fell to Guide Saijia, who was defending the game. Guide Saijia is a player who debuted this season. He is a priest-level exorcist. Not many people know him. After all, the attention of the newcomers in the 9th season is basically focused on Lu Hanwen of Blue Rain. Regardless of age or the future successor of Night Rain, Lu Hanwen's career is destined to be extraordinary. Guide Saijia is very humble and steady. In Li Xian's eyes, Guide Saijia is the future of the Void. Although Guide Saijia's performance this season is not so outstanding, it is very stable. His performance is not like a newcomer, but a veteran who has been fighting for many years. This kid is not bad, Jiang Buitao praised. Well, the operation is very stable, without any fancy moves. The Void is good? Zhou Yichen nodded in agreement. It's a pity that this kid is not a ghost swordsman. Otherwise the Void would have been hyped up long ago. Fang Minghua said. How do you feel? Li Xian said to Guide Saijia, who was leaving the game. Awesome. Guide Saijia happened to have something to do at home in the first half of the game against Samsara, so he didn't play. He regretted it for a long time. Although he faced Zhang Jiala, the master who defeated the transparent and semi-transparent feast, the 100 Flowers Dazzling. Although he won, it was a narrow victory. If it weren't for the fact that the 100 Flowers Dazzling's mana was exhausted at the end, it would be unknown who would win or lose. Captain, can I play in the team competition? Guide Saijia looked at Li Xian eagerly. Go ahead. I'm a little weird today. Saijia will go up to take my place. Yang Haoxuan took the initiative to say that his condition was indeed not very good today. If he played in the team competition, he might even drag down his teammates. So he simply gave this opportunity to the younger generation. Thank you, senior. Guide Saijia bowed to Yang Haoxuan. It's a small matter. Yang Haoxuan waved his hand. He was trained in the Void team when he was 15 years old. He got a professional contract in the Void team at the age of 17 and debuted in the Void in the 7th season. It was originally thought that although his debut would not be earth-shattering, he could still rely on his strength to gain many loyal fans. As a result, until now, fans have called him Sheng Wixuan, sometimes a god and sometimes a ghost, which also reflects the instability of Yang Haoxian's state. After the halftime break, the list of the 2 teams in the team competition was also announced on the big screen. Reincarnation, Zhou Zikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Buitao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuwan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Du Ming. ID, Wushuan Goyue. Occupation, Swordsman. The 6th person. Fang Minghua. ID, Xioga Ziru. Occupation, Priest. Void, Li Xian. ID, Fo Shan Guichio. Occupation, Ghost Swordsman Array Ghost. Wu Yu's. ID, Gaik. Occupation, Ghost Swordsman Array/Dual Cultivation. Ku Jiaoan. ID, Fully Transparent. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Guide Saijia. ID, King Ziji. Occupation, Exorcist. Tang Lisheng. ID, Soul Keeper. Occupation, Guardian Angel. The 6th person. Li Sun. ID, Ghost Light Firefly. Occupation, Assassin. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. The starting lineup of Samsara has changed again. Li Ju was surprised. But the core has not changed, Cup said. This time, just like the last time against Thunder, Samsara put out a full offensive lineup. And Wuqi Cruel Silence also became Du Ming Wuxuango Yu. The reason for the replacement is not difficult to guess. Cruel Silence is to put pressure on the side, while Wuxuango Yu will put pressure on the front. Many teams have imitated the all-offensive lineup of Samsara, such as Yin Yu and Howl. But Howl and Samsara just put the priest in the 6th position like Samsara. Yin Yu was even more exaggerated, directly replacing Xinghan Qianlan, letting Sun Liang play the 6th man, and the Shu sisters start. The offensiveness of the lineup put by Yin Yu was even more exaggerated, and all 5 players had unlimited firing rights. Yin Yu also became the fastest team to finish the game in April with such a lineup, and the teams ranked behind could not stop Yin Yu offense at all. However, there were still many restrictions, so Yin Yu adjusted the lineup in the first game of May. Sun Liang returned to the starting lineup, and Feng Xiangming went to the 6th position, and Xu Kersen became the starting player, because Xu Kersen's offense was obviously much stronger than Xu Qi. You are going to break through us, Li Xian said to Jiang Guotao before the game. How could it be? The defense of the Void Twin Ghosts is still very strong, Jiang Guotao said modestly. I can't beat you guys. 33 consecutive wins. That's exaggerated, Wu Yus interrupted. No, it's 34 consecutive wins, Zhang Jiala said confidently. 6. After the friendly exchange before the game, both sides stepped onto the competition platform at both ends. The big screen continued to rotate the detailed information of the roles of the two teams, and the holographic projection showed the overall picture of the ancient Roman Colosseum. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yiqiang Chuanyan. Loaded. Bai Hua Liuan. Loaded. Foshan Giki. Loaded. Wuxuan Goyue. Loaded. Map. Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. Loaded. When the page was loaded, the two commentators also quickly went through the map. There was really not much to talk about this map. The refresh point was fixed. The battlefield was fixed. And the only variable was the substitution area in the audience seats. However, the substitution area of the ancient Roman Colosseum ruins was a bit conspicuous. After all, everyone could see it. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The 5 starting players of both sides rushed out from the refresh point at the same time. After entering the Colosseum, the Samsara side lined up, while Yiqiang Chuanyan jumped onto the audience seats. On the Void side, Guike and Qin Ji were at the forefront. Fengshan Guiqi and the Guardians stood together, acting as free men to provide fire support at any time. The Void's formation is good. It should be able to fight against Samsara. However, Li Ju regretted it as soon as he finished saying this. After the two sides met, Yu Xingchen jumped over Qin Ji and rushed straight to the back row of Void. When Guike and Qin Ji wanted to turn back to encircle Yu Xingchen, Wu Shuangou and Bai Hua Liaowan had already killed him. Zhang Jiala unique Chaos Thunder started, and the special effects produced by various grenade explosions provided cover for Yu Xingchen. Samsara had played this way more than once or twice, but it happened that this kind of play always produced results, because the range of Chaos Thunder was too large. It was easy to break up the enemy's formation, and with the firepower of a gun piercing the cloud on the side, it was very easy to tear a hole directly, allowing Yu Xingchen to go in and swim. Just like now, the chaotic thunder of Bai Hua Liaowan cooperated with Yu Xingchen to directly break up the formation of the Void. In the audience, Yiqian Chuanyan set up a Gatling machine gun and fired mindlessly at everyone in the Void. Foshan Giki opened the knife formation, holding the handle of the knife and inserting it into the ground to summon the knife soul, providing strength and intelligence blessing for teammates in the Ghost formation. The Guardian of the Spirit also opened the Holy Shield technique, with itself as the center, during which it can resist most forms of damage, including Yiqian Chuanyan bullets and Wulong Wave's sword. But they had no way to stop Yu Xingchen advance. And Qin Ji also wanted to ban Yu Xingchen equipment, including skills. The distance seemed not far, but it was very difficult to get close to Yu Xingchen. During the period, he not only had to suffer the attacks of Yiqian Chuanyan and Wulong, but also had to beware of Wuxuan Goyue and Bai Hua Liaowan. Although Wuxuan Goyue was entangled with Geik now, if Wuxuan Goyue wanted to leave, Geik could not stop him. Focus on Yu Xingchen. Li Xian gave the order. The Void's formation was too loose, and they had to gather together. Yu Xingchen had already entered the Void's encirclement. It would be great if Yu Xingchen could be eliminated after the gathering. They are going to focus on me, Zhou Yichen said in the team voice. The Void's movements were too obvious. They were all leaning towards him. The Guiku and Qin Jichu in front were also fighting and retreating. At this moment, a completely transparent explosive grenade announced that the Void's encirclement of Yu Xingchen had begun. However, this explosive grenade was accurately shot down by Yiqian Chuanyun, who then stepped on the steps and jumped down from the audience. Zhou Zikai is here. We have to get rid of him quickly. Seeing Yiqian Chuanyun coming, Li Xian was a little anxious. However, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Why does it feel like the Void is a little anxious? But he is very frugal in using skills. Qingguo suddenly had this doubt. Do you feel like you've seen him before? Yishio smiled. Isn't this Blue Rain? As expected of a Blue Rain legend. Wei Chen remembered it immediately. If Void is determined to kill Yu Xingchen, then all he needs to do is for the Guardian to activate the Angel's aura to buy time for Fengshan Guiqi chanting Ghost formation. Yishio analyzed. Then use the transparent lightning to blast Yu Xingchen. Will Void win in this way? Tang Rou asked. Yu Xingchen will die. And then Void will die. Yishio spread his hands. TSK. This is why some teams switch targets multiple times. It is very difficult to kill the opponent with one switch. After all, the opponent is not a bot, and will not stand there stupidly for you to hit. Although Void's goal is to focus on Yu Xingchen, it actually wants to gather the loose personnel together to reorganize the attack. The next direction of the Samsara team was very clear. They would defeat the Void team one by one before they joined the team, creating a difference in numbers. Then, their lineup advantage would be fully utilized. Just as the Void team was approaching Yu Xingchen, the Samsara team turned to fire. Chapter 346, Wearing Tanghulu. Focus on Quan Xian. In the team voice channel of Samsara, Jiang Guotao issued the order to switch fire. Their target was Quan Xian, who was attacking from the side. At this time, Quan Xian was still attacking without pressure, and was completely unaware of the danger. Wu Xuangoyu took the lead and successfully moved to Quan Xian with a 3-stage slash. Although Quan Xian dodged the 3rd stage of the upward strike, the hidden falling breasted style successfully knocked Quan Xian down. It was not until then that Gu Jialan realized that Samsara target was himself. Just as he was about to operate Quan Xian to throw a smoke bomb, Wu Langwei breaking slash successfully caught Quan Xian, who was lying on the ground. Then he raised his sword to cause it to float briefly, and a wave barrier formed on the ground also imprisoned Quan Xian. Save me! Gu Jialan shouted for help in the team voice. Damn it! Samsara's switch of fire came too suddenly, and Li Xian was completely unprepared. You want to leave now? Captain Li. The most troublesome situation for Li Xian has occurred. Yiqian Chuanyun arrived and cooperated with Yu Xingchen to completely block Fengshan Guiqi and the Guardian. The most important thing is that if he hadn't arrived, Wu Su alone would not be able to play the double ghost formation. Samsara has done a great job of restricting Li Xian. Yishio thought for a while and said, the purpose of Zhou Yichen going in is actually to block Fengshan Guiqi and cooperate with Yiqian Chuanyun to split the battlefield. You should know that what the Void fears most is that the two ghosts are not on the same side when splitting the battlefield, because then their two ghosts can't play any role at all. Especially like now. Yu Xingchen entangled Fengshan Guiqi to death. Box 1. Commentator Li Ju blurted out that Box 1 is not a rare tactic. It is widely used in many games, such as basketball professional games. Box 1 in the Glory Professional League refers to a tactic in which one person sticks to the opponent's main output and takes the opponent away from the main battlefield, allowing teammates to output and harvest. The Blue Rain team definitely used this tactic the most. To some extent, Box 1 seemed to have tailored it for Huang Xiaotian, because Huang Xiaotian's unique style of play was difficult to integrate into the system. At this time, Box 1 perfectly resolved this point. The battlefield was divided, and the Void was very uncomfortable. There was no room for the two ghosts to play. Beige explained. Now Wulang and Wu Shuangoyue were fighting against the Transparent, and Bai Liuwan was blocking the Ghost Carving and King Ziji. The grenade bombing made it impossible for them to support the Transparent. At this time, Gai Saijia's problem was revealed. He was too stable, and was reluctant to use the seal in his hand. In his opinion, the seal must be reserved for Yu Xingchen or Yiqian Chuanyun. Two key characters. Why is the seal delayed? Yishio had this question at this time. In his opinion, the best solution for the Void at the moment was that Guide Saijia's King Ziji gave all the skills to Bai Hua Liaowan to force him back. In this way, Guiku also has time to chant the ghost formation to support full transparency. Or give up full transparency, and turn around to attack Yu Xingchen together with Fengshan Guiqi. If it was an ordinary ammunition expert, Guide Saijia would have no problem playing like this. But this is Zhang Jiala, and his long range and close combat style is unique. No, Bai Hua Liaowan is too annoying. Kai Jia, we can't delay any longer. Wu Yu's also realized this problem. Yeah. Hearing the deputy captain's words, Guide Saijia acted decisively. With a shake of his left hand, a piece of talisman paper appeared in his hand. Qing Zhiqi threw the war sickle at Bai Hua Liaowan, and with a wave of his right hand, a blank talisman paper appeared. Golden light appeared, and words appeared on the talisman paper. Qing Zhiqi held the talisman paper with both hands and hit Bai Hua Liaowan with a fixed talisman in his left hand and a flying fire meteor in his right hand. Bai Hua Liaowan bent down to avoid the flying war sickle, and a smoke bomb was fired. With the smoke covering, Bai Hua Liaowan disappeared in front of Qing Zhiqi. Qing Zhiqi rushed into the smoke to chase Bai Hua Liaowan, but the smoke was too big. Even Wu Shuangou, Wu Lang and Quan Tuming were covered by it. Gu Jialan was delighted, and he saved the smoke bomb. Zhang Jiala is really a good person. However, the next second, the good person in his eyes rushed over. In fact, when the smoke rose, Zhang Jiala followed the coordinates of Quan Tuming. When Quan Tuming noticed Bai Hua Liaowan, the hunting bullets in his automatic pistol had already been fired. Floating bullet. The unlucky Quan Tuming was floated again. Send. This was the first thought in Gu Jialan's heart after Quan Tuming was floated again. Be careful of Yu Xingchen. Li Xian said this in a team voice at this time. It turned out that Wu Shuangou used the smoke to successfully advance to Fengshan Guiqi's side to accept Yu Xingchen's position, while Yu Xingchen rushed to the front battlefield without looking back. The Samsara team had great tacit understanding in this wave of position swapping with the help of smoke. Zhou Yichen and Du Ming only had one sentence in the voice channel: switch positions. That's all. Oh Gu, I help you, Wu Yu shouted. Dark Array. Guiku successfully helped Quan Tuming to clear the fire, and Bai Hua Liaowan and Wu Lang were immediately blinded. However, even though it was pitch black in front of him, Zhang Jiala still relied on the remaining vision from before to perfectly hit Quan Tuming with a shrinking grenade. Quan Tuming, who had just stood up, didn't even clean up the dust on his body, and was knocked to the ground again by the huge impact of the shrinking grenade. How miserable! Some viewers couldn't bear to watch it. From the beginning of the game to now, Gu Jialan was either being beaten or on the way to being beaten. Why am I not dead yet? Gu Jialan was beaten unconscious. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a blue dragon appeared in front of Quan Tuming, and the dragon pupil stared at Quan Tuming tightly. Boil! While the giant dragon bit the transparent, it also knocked away the ghost carving that was escorting it. Why did I fly? Just now. Wu Yu was still chanting the Gray Array, and finally prepared to start the ghost feast to harvest a wave of blood. But the Gray Array just finished chanting and took off. The giant dragon knocked the two into the air, and then the magic fighting spirit in the body exploded instantly. At this time, the ghost carving and the transparent happened to be on the same horizontal line. Very close. Bang. With a gunshot, the ghost carving fell to the ground, and the transparent had disappeared without a trace. One shot through the cloud killed the transparent. Transparent. Out. Huh? How did the head come from the cloud? Some viewers didn't see clearly. How did the cloud steal the head of Yu Xingchen? The director was also very sensible, and gave a playback in the lower left corner of the big screen. People then realized that it was the Barrett sniper of the cloud, which directly passed through the body of the ghost carving and hit the transparent body. It's like a candied Haas. Yi Xiao was a little surprised. He had seen this move before, in the exhibition match. I didn't expect that the move in the exhibition match would appear in the professional match. The cup was a little surprised. What a coincidence. Right now, Li Sheng, Li Xian roared, and the Soul Keeper raised his battle axe and released the Guardian Angel's level 70 move, Angel's Power. This move directly repelled the Samsara people, and Fengshan Guiqiu and Guiku merged together. The two chanted at the same time, and the Blood Formation and the Silence Formation appeared in the arena. Unfortunately, Samsara had expected it, and all the members dispersed and left the range of the double formation. Without the ammunition expert, they can't do enough damage. Du Ming. Change people. Jiang Butao commanded. Wu Shuangdou slashed the void people with a silver blade and jumped onto the audience, rushing towards the substitution area under the eyes of the void. And the void could only watch helplessly as Samsara replaced the priest on the field. The sixth player of the void, Ghostlight Firefly, also joined the field. But the front row Qing Jiqi was a little overwhelmed. The gun artillery martial arts of Yiqiang Chuanyan hit Guide Saijia without any resistance. For the first time, he felt the feeling of being pulled and numb. Although Yiqiang Chuanyan was right in front of him, his talisman paper could not touch the opponent. Guide Saijia felt as if thousands of ants were crawling in his heart. Foshan Kiki saw this scene, so he played the dark formation and successfully forced Yiqiang Chuanyan back. Just when the two sides were deadlocked, Ghostlight Firefly took action. His target is Chapter 347, 1 second set of moves. The Ghostlight Firefly hiding on the side finally chose to take action. He moved at the moment when Fengshan Kiki released the Dark Array. His target was not the one-shot piercing cloud who had left the Ghost Array range, but Yu Xingchen, who was responding on the side. The moment he saw the fire, Zhou Yichen was speechless. Why did they all like to attack him at the cost of their lives? He didn't attack the one-shot piercing cloud who was so big next to him. Zhou Yichen now thought that he was the player who suffered the most at the cost of his lives. Ji Lung, Feng Jingsha, and Gemaikai all seemed to have assassinated him. Zhou Yichen's hand slipped, and a residual image of Yu Xingchen appeared on the holographic projection, successfully avoiding the Ghostlight Fireflies at the cost of his life. The afterimage disappeared. Yu Xingchen returned to the original place, jumped up and drew a perfect arc in the air, avoiding the Ghost Lantern Fireflies' attack again. And the silver-white dragon gall blazed abnormally under the sun, blinding. After landing, Yu Xingchen inserted the war spear into the ground and chanted Magic Fighting Spirit. When the Ghost Lantern Firefly turned around, Yu Xingchen pulled out the war spear, and the fighting spirit from the ground surged and hit the Ghost Lantern Firefly into the air. Boom! Fighting the mountains and rivers. Gather fire on the Ghost Lantern Firefly, Jiang Butao commanded. Originally, his target was Qing Jiqi, but since the Ghost Lantern Firefly was so anxious to come up and die, let him do it. One volley of ice bullets all hit the Ghost Lantern Firefly. In addition to causing magic damage, it also triggered the freezing effect. Help! Li Xian issued an order for rescue. The void could not be short of people. Gue Ke and Fengshan Gui waved their swords, and several tombstones fell from the sky and hit everyone. After forcing the reincarnation back, the two ghosts in the void chanted again, but a flame flying from the side stopped the two ghosts from beating the formation. Holy fire! Shao Guziru activated the angel wings to stay in the air, and the fully transparent exit allowed Shao Guziru to control the overall situation in the air without any pressure. After releasing the holy fire, Shao Guziru placed the cross on his chest. After chanting, a holy light fell from the sky and hit Ghost Lantern Firefly. Holy Commandment Light. Now Ghost Lantern Firefly, whose vision was exposed, had no way to hide, and the damage received during the period would be increased by an additional 30%. Yiqiang Chuanyan once again set up the Gatling machine gun and kept shooting at Ghost Lantern Firefly. The bullets hit his body, and it was extremely painful. As an assassin, Ghost Lantern Firefly's movement speed is very fast, but it can't withstand the mini-gun lines. Oh my god! This Ghost Lantern Firefly is going to die. Critical hit. Critical hit. Critical hit. What kind of luck is Zhouzikai? Void fans are going crazy. The Holy Commandment Light will increase the damage by 30% when it hits the body. And the shot piercing the clouds also has critical hits everywhere. Who can withstand this? I don't know for a moment whether Zhouzikai is too lucky or Li Sun is too unlucky. An audience member commented on this. Seeing that Ghost Lantern Firefly was about to give up, the two ghosts immediately started the Ghost Feast after chanting the Ghost Formation. All the ghosts that were ordered suddenly exploded and looked for enemies in the formation to devour. However, there was no Samsara character in the formation, and the operation of the void was completely controlled by Samsara. Li Xian is anxious again. He sighed and said that the void could not go further. In addition to the limitation of its own strength, it was Li Xian's personality. Facing a strong enemy, Li Xian tends to get anxious at a critical moment and wants to turn the situation around. But such an operation is tantamount to showing the flaws to the opponent. such as the Ghost Feast after releasing the Ghost Array this time, which is a bit too obvious. It's okay to treat ordinary teams. But this is Samsara. Once the flaws are exposed in front of them, they will not be polite. They are anxious. Zhou Yichen communicated in the team voice. Well, we are not anxious at all. As long as Lao Fan stays in the air now, we can be invincible, Jian Guotao said. Indeed, after the only main long-range output character was completely transparent and eliminated, the suspended Xiaodezirua could not be touched by the void. Unless Gui Denging would jump to the audience seats and use the second jump of the air jump, there might be a chance to touch Xiaodezirua. But it was just touching. The assassin who did not risk his life was already less threatening in the eyes of Samsara. What should I do? Li Sun asked. In the team voice chat, Li Xian was silent. He wanted to say something cold. He was too anxious. But now was not the time to regret. He would think about it later when reviewing the game. Li Xian was brainstorming. His brain was not enough. Samsara would not wait for Li Xian to come up with a plan. After the Feast of Ghosts and Gods, the Samsara people launched an attack on Qin Jifei. Qin Jifei had not received much milk from the Guardian before he went forward to meet the enemy. With a claw of his little hand, a talisman paper appeared in front of everyone. Qin Jifei put the talisman paper on his body, and his whole body was shining with golden light. Hard body talisman. During this period, his own physical defense and magic defense were greatly improved, which was much more powerful than the steel and iron bones of a fighter. Clang. Yu Xingchen and Qin Jiqi fought together, but Qin Jiqi was beaten back soon. The close combat level of both sides was completely different, and Qin Jiqi was fighting with one hand, and the other hand was always trying to secretly pinch out a talisman paper, and then give Yu Xingchen a surprise. But it was obvious that Zhou Yichen was on guard and controlled the distance very subtly. It's okay to be pulled by the sharpshooter. But how can the battle mage pull me? Guide Saijia was a little numb. Don't look back, Zhang Jiala shouted. And the flash shot out. Even Yu Xingchen, who had his back to the dazzling flowers, could feel a flash of light behind him. There was a big white light on Qin Jiqi's head in the holographic projection, which meant that he was blinded. Also blinded was the guardian who came to support, with white on his forehead. Qin Jiqi, who had eaten 100, quickly pinched out the meditation talisman and prepared to stick it on himself to remove the character's abnormal state. As a result, Yu Xingchen went up and kicked Qin Jiqi on the right hand, and then used a falling flower palm to knock Qin Jiqi away fiercely. Before flying backwards, Yu Xingchen switched the war spear in his right hand to his left hand, and stabbed Qin Jiqi on the thigh with Haolong Pujuan. Wow! The change of moves in this second is too fast, Li Ju praised. In this second, Yu Xingchen performed 3 moves: front kick, falling flower palm, and Haolong Pujuan. This is the short-range burst brought by high hand speed. Yishio popularized it to the newcomers of Xingxin. I can do it too, Tang Rose said confidently. And then she didn't even watch the game, and devoted herself to the personal arena. What Zhou Yichen could do, she could do too. Oh! Women's competitive spirit. Yishio shook his head and said. Li Xian and Wu Yuz were still experienced partners. The moment they saw Bai Hua Liaowan holding the gun, they turned their heads away. But it was too late for Li Xian to remind him again. After the blue driver was knocked out, Samsara focused its attention on the Guardian. Defeat them one by one, leaving the 2 ghosts to the end. This is Samsara's strategy for the Void. When other teams face the 2 ghosts of the Void, they always want to get rid of one of them first, which happens to fall into the trap of the Void. And the Void likes to let the ghost act as the front row to attract opponents to rush him. After the opponent chases him deeply, the Void will shrink the formation. As long as you enter the double ghost formation, you can't escape. Samsara is very smart. The first step is to prevent the 2 ghosts from joining together, and the second step is to defeat their teammates one by one, leaving the 2 ghosts to the end. Just like now, Samsara will focus all its firepower on one person. After solving the Guardian, Samsara will turn its attention to the blue driver again. If the 2 sides exchange blood, Samsara will make a steady profit. After all, there is a priest in the sky that the opponent can't touch, which is simply too cool. The remaining 3 voids did not choose to play GG. Li Xian obviously wanted to hold on for a while, but in the end, he was helpless. After Qin Jitsu was eliminated by Yu Xingchen, Li Xian still had no choice but to play GG. Both of them were running out of mana and health. Samsara still has a priest. What the hell? Glory. Let us congratulate Samsara for defeating Void 9-1 at home, raising their winning streak to 34 games. They are only 4 games away from 38 consecutive wins in the season. Let's wait and see. If Void wants to go further, it has to develop new tactics. This was Yishiel's first feeling after watching it. When he was there, Void played this way. Now that he is retired and is about to impact the league, Void still plays this way. Using Ghost Carve as bait to force the opponent to take the bait is fine against other teams. But once facing a team with relatively strong overall individual strength, Void is silent, because the opponent would not be stupid enough to let the two ghosts reunite. So the Void was stuck there. Hey, let's slowly explore after we go back, Li Xian sighed after the game. Now many teams in the league are seeking change. Wei Chao and Blue Rain have dual professions. Tyranny has gradually shifted its focus to Zhang Xinjia. Samsara has blossomed in many aspects. And the offense of Misty Rain and Howling is also good. Only they, the Void, are still relying on their old capital. The old capital can help them enter the playoffs. But what happens after entering? One round. This is not the result that Li Xian wants. And this is not the result that the Void wants. The Void must make changes. However, all this has nothing to do with Samsara. Samsara has already locked the first place in the regular season. In Jiang Buitao's opinion, their opponents in the playoffs are either Baiwa or Void. And the probability of Howling is not high. And next week, the offline quarterfinals of the challenge will also begin. Chapter 348. After 34 rounds, the challenge quarterfinals began. On May 10th, the 34th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League ended. Samsara defeated Void at home and won 34 consecutive victories, only 4 games away from their regular season victory. Since the beginning of the season, Samsara has been leading the entire league with an invincible attitude, and has even taken the first place in the regular season. Samsara has also become the first team to rank first in the regular season for 3 consecutive seasons. 5 All-Stars have no other disadvantages except being expensive. In addition, due to their super high scoring efficiency, Samsara has broken the highest regular season points since the expansion of 20 teams. You must know that Samsara still has 4 rounds to play. They are Hiwu, Lin Hai, Qing Kai and the final Howl. At present, Samsara points have reached 316 points, far exceeding the 276 points created by the Excellent Era team in the second season. At that time, the league had only 16 teams in total, and there were only 30 regular season games in the entire season. So if we want to compare the scores under these two different backgrounds, we can only compare the average score per game. The average score of 9.2 points per game in that season of the Excellent Era team was so abnormal that it could not be more abnormal. However, after 34 rounds of Samsara, their average score per game has reached 9.29, which has exceeded the average score of 9.2 created by Excellent Era in the second season. You should know that the game of Samsara has not ended yet. If they get 34 points in the next 4 games, they will surpass Excellent Era and become the team with the highest average score in the history of Glory. This season Samsara really confirms the manager's words. Samsara in the 9th season, there is no dead end. Below Samsara is the Tyranny team led by the 4 kings. From the beginning to now, Tyranny performance has been very stable. It is the only team that can eat the tail gas of Samsara. In the 34th round, they beat Tiny Herb 7-3 at home, which also means that Tyranny basically stabilized the second place in the regular season, and shared the half zone with Samsara. But Tyranny is not afraid of Samsara. Even though they were double killed by Samsara in the regular season, the victory or defeat in the playoffs has nothing to do with the regular season. In the 7th season, Samsara was also double killed by Tiny Herb in the regular season. But what about the finals? In the regular season, there are many games and a long cycle. And what matters is the stability of the team. Some teams even only play 1 or 2 maps. In the playoffs, the elimination system is used, and the winner is determined in BO3. What matters is the burst and the surprise. After Tyranny, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th are Tiny Herb, Misty Rain, and Blue Rain. These teams are regulars in the playoffs. Since the 4th season, these 3 teams have never fallen out of the playoffs. They were also the top 4 teams last season, and the points of these 3 teams are relatively close. Tiny Herb and Blue Rain are getting better and better. Although Misty Rain used a full offensive lineup to catch many teams off guard, The Xu sisters are still not as good as Zhou Zikai. And Xiu Fei is not Zhou Yichen. Chu Yunxiu was under the greatest pressure in terms of output. So after losing to Blue Rain in the second match of Misty Rain, Chu Yunxiu also changed back to the original lineup. The double rain battle was also tied 1-1 in the regular season. After that, the competition for the last 3 playoff spots in the 6th, 7th, and 8th rounds was also extremely fierce. The Howling team ranked 6th in the next 4 rounds. Except for Samsara, the other teams were relatively average. However, if they want to maintain the 6th place in the regular season or even go further, then they must win these 3 games. Facing Samsara, the Howling team must also score as many points as possible. At least they cannot be shut out like in the first half. Without a single point, the Void team ranked 7th. The Void sat in the 6th place in the regular season for most of the season, but was snatched away by the Howling team in the 34th round. The double ghost combination persisted for many years, but they have been neither high nor low, and seem to have a bottleneck. This is also reflected in the Samsara game. The tactics of the Void are too scarce and urgently need to be updated. Otherwise the Void will never make a breakthrough. The Baiwa team ranked 8th. You should know that at the beginning of the season, they once rushed to the top 4 of the regular season, but ended up with a high start and a low end. The appearance of the new Baiwa reminded people of the Thunder led by Xiao Shiqin. Moreover, Baiwa position is still unstable, and the 8th place in the regular season is suspenseful. Following them is the 301st team, a typical civilian team. The problem of 301st is also obvious. That is, all the pressure is on the captain Yang Kong. If new blood can be added to reduce the burden on Yang Song, then this 301st team is still full of miracles. After the 301st team, there are several teams that are more closely grouped. Xiaohua, Weiyun, Yizhan, and Hou are neatly ranked from 10 to 13 at this time. The most surprising one is Yizhan. Originally thought they came to relegation, but they came to impact the playoffs. Sun Zhiping's help to them is undoubtedly huge, which also made Lu Guaning happy for a while. If we were to select the most disappointing team during this period, it would undoubtedly be Thunder. Previously, it was ranked 10th in the regular season and even had a good chance of making the playoffs. But now it has slipped to the 15th position. The reason for Thunder's sudden decline is also very simple. That is, internal conflicts broke out. The fact that dual elemental mages cannot coexist was reflected in Yanyu as early as before. So Lu Hao wanted to demote Dai Yanqi to the 6th man. This Fang Xuesai and the management disagreed. After Xiao Shiqin left, Dai Yanqi became their spokesperson. Dai Yanqi endorsed several Thunder products. This also made Captain Lu Hao very dissatisfied. As the captain, he did not have a product endorsed. This Thunder also had something to say. What could Lu Hao endorse with a wolf-like look on his face? A coffin! So the conflict between Lu Hao and Thunder broke out. And the management even publicly stated that Lu Hao commission would be terminated after the end of the season. Thunder is not worried about being eliminated. They have enough points. There is no way. In addition to the Samsara team, the 2 teams of Time and Wind Plunder are too bad. In the eyes of everyone, Time and Wind Plunder are destined to be eliminated. Compared with the 10th ranking of the teams in the middle of the professional league, the strength gap in the challenge tournament is relatively large, and most teams are not under great pressure. 10 days later, the challenge tournament quarterfinals started. The most interesting match was not the Excellent Era team or the Happy Xian team, but the match between the Zhuxian team and the Traitor team. Because the opponents of Excellent Era and Happy Xian are not strong, almost everyone is optimistic about their advancement to the next round. Especially after the news that Sun Zhiping, the former first Wild Swordsman of Glory, joined Happy Xian. Happy Xian's momentum was completely unstoppable. Among the challenge tournament quarterfinals, the Traitor team is undoubtedly the biggest dark horse in the offline competition. Although it lost to Happy Xian in Group B, it overturned the former professional team Xuanqi. However, this most interesting match turned out to be the most mediocre one. The Traitor played cautiously and timidly. Too many people's optimism put too much pressure on them. They had stumbled into the quarterfinals, but unexpectedly they were crowned as dark horses. Therefore, they played more cautiously in this match than before, while the Zhuxian team followed the rules and took the Traitor away step by step. The match between the Xingxin team and the Jiashi team was also not suspenseful, and they easily defeated their opponents. In the upper half, Xingxin and Zhuxian are finally going to meet. and this should be a good quality match. As for the lower half, with Jiashir, there is almost no chance for any player team with a lineup of 3 all-stars. You know, Jiashir lineup is at the playoff level in the professional league. On the second day, when Chingwe happily brought breakfast to everyone, she found that they were reading the league weekly report in the training room of the internet cafe. What's wrong? Chingwe walked over and handed them breakfast. Oh my god! This Samsara team is too amazing! Wei Chen sighed as he looked at the 34 consecutive wins and 316 points printed on the newspaper. The lineup is too luxurious. Yishio said that although the excellent era led by Yishio had 276 points and an average of 9.2 points per game in the second season, they had lost. At that time, they had lost to the Baiwa team led by Sun Jiping. Only once. Samsara will not really win 38 games. Sun Jiping took a breath. Let me see their next opponent. Yishio flipped back. 38 wins are inevitable. Yishio concluded after seeing these 4 teams. Among them, only Windhowl has a chance to score some points against Samsara. Win? It's a pipe dream. So far, let alone defeating Samsara, no team has been able to get 4 points from Samsara. There are quite a few teams that have scored 3 points, including Tyranny, Blue Rain and Tiny Herb in the second half, and Misty Rain in the first half. However, these teams scored in the single-player competition. No one has ever made a breakthrough in the team competition and team competition of Samsara. Although Yenyu also has 3 all-stars in the competition, Samsara has 3 gods. Zhou Yichen and Zhou Zakai are undoubtedly the twin stars of the alliance. And Zhang Jiala is the single core who led the team into the finals. These 3 are very exaggerated when they are pulled out alone, let alone when they are combined. Just when people thought that this would be a very dull week, Samsara issued a notice at noon on May 15th. This news immediately spread in the online game and rushed to the top of the hot search. Some people finally put their minds at ease. And some people picked up the information they had thrown aside before. Some people. I knew it. Chapter 349 Gun In Xingchen is on stage. Reincarnation. In the monthly update of the character account card on the 15th of Honor, we announced that the sharpshooter account card Gun In Xingchen has officially joined the reincarnation roster. And the player using it is the best rookie of the 7th season, the regular season MVP of the 8th season, the finals FMEP, and the most valuable player of the season Zhou Yichen. The 15th of each month is the time for the Alliance to check the character account cards of major teams. Of course, if the team wants to use a new account card in the game, it can also report to the Alliance before the 15th. This account card can only be used after the Alliance announces it on the 15th. If Zhou Yichen uses Gun In Xingchen in the league, then Zhou Yichen will become the 3rd dual professional player in the history of the league. The previous 2 are from Wei Chao, God of Healing Feng Shiqian, and his successor Yuan Baiqing. Once this news broke out, it completely set off the professional circle. QQ professional chat group. Li Sun, big news. Big news. Big news. Important things should be said 3 times. Gun In Xingchen. Come on. Feng Rui, stop shouting. I saw it. I thought Zhou Yichen was just playing around. But it turned out to be real. At Zhou Yichen. Come out and explain. Zhou Yichen, EU Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen, what do you mean by explanation? I don't know. Huang Xiaoyan, Yu Shunfan, you changed your name very quickly. The playoffs are coming soon. You use this. Is it a conspiracy of your Samsara team? Or is this another smoke bomb? In fact, you don't play at all. Damn. Heart. Zhou Yichen, EU Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen, I changed my ID. How can I not play? He. Zhou Zakai, Yiqiang Chuanyun. Jiang Buitao Wulong. +1 Lu Buiyuan Yunshan Luan. +10086 Wang Jieshi, Wang Buliexing. After you said this, I agree with Huang Xiaotian's statement. Is it a smoke bomb? Yu Wenzhou looked at the chat group and fell into deep thought. There was no way Samsara played too many wolf games. When fighting for the wild map boss, Zhou Yichen always used the sharpshooter vest. Just when they thought that Samsara would play against 2 sharpshooters in the second half and had made sufficient preparations, they found that Samsara had not changed at all. Some people's day and night research has become a joke. As a result, now Samsara has directly announced that Gun In Xingchen has entered the big list. What does this mean? Will he be on the list or not? Should I throw away or keep the information in my hand? Zhang Xinjia, sure Bourgeois, I think since it has been officially announced, He will definitely be on the list. The chat group has two factions. One believes that he will appear on the stage, and the other believes that it is a smoke bomb released by Samsara. As for the person involved, his words are half true and half false, and those who believe him are little fools. However, all discussions ended on May 17th at 8 p.m. The 35th round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League officially opened. Samsara played against the Hawu team at home. It was originally a game with a huge gap in strength, but unexpectedly obtained the TV broadcasting rights. This made other teams smell something wrong, and the players seemed to have thought of something and turned on the TV to watch the broadcast. Xingqian also gathered all the members and sat in front of the big screen to watch the game. However, the first and second games of the singles match were over, and everything was harmonious. Du Ming, who started the game, and Wu Qi, who played the second game, easily crushed the two veterans of the Hawu team. So boring, Bazi said listlessly. This game was not as exciting as playing in the individual arena. It shouldn't be, Yishio thought. Just when everyone exclaimed that they were deceived, the director specially gave Zhou Yichen a shot before the third game of the singles match started. Hey, here it comes. Yishio's eyes lit up. And sure enough, the game information of the third singles match between the two teams was announced on the big screen, and people's curiosity finally settled. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Gun Yin Xingqian. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Hawu, Zhao Bin. ID, Daolong Tao Sha. Occupation, Qigong Master. Map, Wilderness 28. Wilderness 28 is a map with some cover, but no twists and turns, which is more suitable for gun-related professions. Zhou Yichen also rarely chose the personal arena. You know, that is his favorite map. A straightforward bayonet fight. In fact, one of the main reasons why Zhou Yichen did not choose the personal arena is that the opponent is a Qigong master. The light in the personal arena is too bright, and sometimes it is impossible to see the opponent's airflow attack. Then the slightly darker map of Wilderness 28 is undoubtedly the most suitable. Oh my god! Now we can finally see how good Zhou Yichen Sharpshooter is. Some viewers have been looking forward to it for a long time, and even from the beginning of the season, it has been rumored that Zhou Yichen will use the gun chanting star. And now there is a result. Damn, I'm going to be killed as a background board. Zhao Bin thought to himself. How good Zhou Yichen Sharpshooter is. They often hang out in online games know too well. Gun Yin Xingqian had already become famous after the opening of the 7th zone. After all, many players who had posted him online at that time thought that he was just a lock. So much so that Gun Yin Xingqian disappeared for a while, which made many players think that he was cheating and his account was blocked. The truth is that Zhou Yichen changed his job to play a battle mage. Zhou Yichen came to the stage, holding the account card that had accompanied him for many years. Gun Yin Xingqian's silver weapon was also upgraded to level 75. A reincarnation of inhumanity. Master, please give me more advice. Zhao Bin said modestly. Don't be nervous. Please give me more advice. Zhou Yichen smiled. Zhou Yichen Sharpshooter is finally here, Pan Lin explained. Yes, I think many people have been looking forward to it for a long time, including me. Li Ba smiled. The hottest topic these days is naturally whether Zhou Yichen will use Gun Yin Xingqian. There are even many media who think that Zhou Yichen Sharpshooter is much better than the battle mage. Anyway, it's all for the sake of attracting attention. 99%, 100% Gun Yin Xingqian. Loading completed. Daolong Tao Sha. Loading completed. Map, Wilderness 28. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. As the countdown ended, both sides walked towards the center of the map at the same time. Compared with Daolong Tao Sha as somewhat restrained, Gun Yin Xingqian directly put his two guns back into the holsters and strode forward. The silver weapon used by Gun Yin Xingqian is Qin Tian, which advocates high attack speed and high critical strike. Guns are different from other weapons. The attack speed attribute does not refer to the speed of the bullet flying, but is expressed in the form of reloading. The fastest is the automatic rifle, such as the silver weapon flashing of Shinglingmi and the silver weapon free of Gun Lindanyu, both of which have very high attack speeds. The Qin Tian used by Gun Yin Xingqian is slightly inferior, but the critical strike rate is very high. The impact of such attributes is that Gun Yin Xingqian headshot damage is extremely high. Of course, Gun Yin Xingqian skylifting is not comparable to the Broken Frost and Wildfire of Yichang Chuanyun. Gun Yinshinchen arrived at the center of the map one step ahead of De Lang Taosha and hid. When Zhao Bin De Lang Taosha arrived, there was silence around, and occasionally a few crows could be heard screaming. The strange atmosphere made Zhao Bin realize that something was wrong. The sharpshooter's movement speed was not lower than that of the fighter. Just as De Lang Taosha carefully moved forward, Gun Yinshinchen, who was hiding behind the cover, took action decisively. The bullet-firing rate of Gun Yinshinchen, which was activated with double shooting, was increased. After De Lang Taosha was shot, he rubbed the air mass and gathered the air around him, thus forming a small magic shield to cover himself. Air Wave Shield. The range is very small, but the defense provided by the skill is very strong. Huh? Zhao Bin snorted coldly, then operated Tao Luo Sha Ming to condense the air, and grabbed Gun Yinshinchen with his right hand. Cloud Catch. Zhao Bin wanted to take back the initiative of the attack, but Gun Yinshinchen retracted his double guns, dodged the Cloud Catch with a beautiful slide, and approached Daling Taisha. Gun Yinshinchen stood up and pulled out his revolver, and kept shooting at Daling Taisha in front of him. Bang bang bang. Sharpshooter level 60 ultimate move random shooting. Oh! Perfect gun control. Yishio agreed. Yeah. Zhou Zikai looked at Zhou Yichen operation and nodded. Before the game, Zhou Zikai had a one-on-one training with Zhou Yichen. Gun Yinshinchen random shooting directly broke the tortoise shell of Daling Taisha. Before it counterattacked, Gun Yinshinchen kneed and successfully forced Daling Taisha to float in the air. Zhao Bin was not stupid either. He quickly activated the steel bones, greatly increased his physical defense, and entered the domineering state. After landing, he waved his palm to summon the magic circle, and then many breaths would emerge and float down. Gun Yinshinchen stepped on the shoulder of Daling Taisha and jumped up to escape the range of the airflow. Damn it! Zhao Bin fired at full power. Chi Blade. Landmine Shock. Chi Guan Chanhong. Zhao Bin used 3 intermediate skills at once, but the effect was minimal. Are you done? The time for steel and iron is running out. Chapter 350 Zhou Yichen Dynamic Position Selection. Seeing the text bubble set by Gun Yinshinchen, Zhao Bin subconsciously glanced at the status CD above the health bar, found that the effect of steel bones only lasted for 3 seconds. What are you standing there for? Kid, this is a competition. You have to get excited. Zhou Yichen fired a burst of bullets at Daling Taisha while typing. The bullets flew towards Daling Taisha in an arc shape. Curved shot. Zhou Yichen is really good at controlling the gun. This kid must have played FPS before. Wei Chen guessed. Such a fast reload. Yi Xiu's attention was on Gun Yinshinchen's silver weapon, although it was not as fast as the flash of life and death and the free movement of Gunlin Bullet Rain. It was not much different. After all, they were automatic rifles, and his was a revolver. Warfare plays with attack speed. Does the sharpshooter also play with attack speed? Tang Rou asked. Style. That's it, Yi Xiu explained. After Gun Yinshinchen changed the magazine, the skill effect of steel bones of Daling Taisha also ended. Zhao Bin was very smart at this time. He quickly found a cover as a cover, and then hid behind the air ball to launch a sneak attack. However, the embarrassing thing was that the cover closest to him was actually a short ditch not far away. The only larger one was actually next to Gun Yinshinchen. When? Zhao Bin had a question in his heart. After he activated steel bones, in order to seize the initiative of attack, he was unconsciously led astray by Zhou Yichen. This is dynamic positioning. Yi Xiu explained to the people of Happy who didn't know. Rely on the information transmitted to the brain by the eyes. Remember the characteristics of the map, and then pull the opponent into the familiar field through positioning and movement to fight. I haven't seen such an excellent positioning for a long time. The last time I saw it was the game between Tyranny and Blue Rain. Li Ju recalled. I remember that it was Qin Miyun, a newcomer who debuted in Tyranny this season. After Li Ju said this, the cup also remembered. Qin Miyun, a young player standing next to the 4 All-Stars of Tyranny this season, is not young at all. Compared to Lu Hanwen, who has attracted much attention this season, Qin Miyun is already 21 years old. You know, for new players, it is difficult to keep a stable mentality when fighting next to 4 All-Stars, let alone play well. But Qin Miyun performed very stably, even to the point of being a little transparent. Qin Miyun was born in Tyranny training camp. He was not well known until last season when he was discovered by the vice-captain Zhang Xinjia. That was Qin Miyun's excellent dynamic positioning. You know, Before that, Tyranny's starting lineup also had a sharpshooter. That is Wang Qixian. Although he is not a great player, his skills are not bad either. But his mentality is a little unstable. But there are too many players with unstable mentality, such as Yang Haoxuan of Void and Zhou Yuan of Baihua. At the beginning of the season, Tyranny let Wang Qixian go and let Qin Miyun enter the first line, and even gave him the starting position in the team competition. This made everyone full of expectations for Qin Miyun. But soon, people were completely disappointed. Qin Miyun's performance was not bad, but too mediocre. He had no outstanding performance on the court, and the technical statistics after each game looked so bland. There are too many such players in the league, ordinary and without characteristics. And the strong performance of Blue Rain Lu Han when completely overshadowed the rookie scenery. And it was like Zhou Yichen in his 7th season. As for Qin Miyun, no one paid attention to him anymore. The media did not pay attention to him. And even Tyranny itself did not promote him. It was not until a blogger cut out Qin Miyun first-person perspective that people realized something was wrong. That is, Qin Miyun position selection was basically very reasonable and correct every time. Just like a robot, rarely making mistakes. In the second match with Tyranny, Zhou Yichen also discovered this. In the team game, Qin Miyun position selection of 09 degrees was very tricky, and there was an indescribable feeling. So after the game, Zhou Yichen specially found Qin Miyun first-person perspective to watch and learn. And then Zhou Yichen had an idea. I feel like I can do it too. So, he went on. Yes, the appearance of Gun In Xingchen was so sloppy. It was just that Zhou Yichen wanted to experiment whether his dynamic position selection could be as good as Qin Miyun. If it was done, and the effect was good, then Gun In Xingchen could become a surprise weapon in the reincarnation. If the effect was not so good, it didn't matter. Then say goodbye to the X, and shout I love you to Yu Xingchen. On the court, Zhou Yichen's excitement reached the extreme, and Zhao Bin mentality was close to the point of collapse. There was no shelter, and Steel Bone was still on CD. And he was hit by Gun In Xingchen knee and floated in the air again. This time, there was no Steel Bone to save him. Wow! Zhou Yichen showed us the gun martial arts unique to the sharpshooter. But why does this style feel similar to Yu Xingchen? Bei said. Although he changed his profession, I can still see a lot of Yu Xingchen shadow in Gun In Xingchen. Li Ju nodded. It feels like he is just bullying the weak. Wei Chen said bluntly. Zhou Yichen position selection is no worse than Qin Miyun, and his operation is even better than Qin Miyun. Yi Xiu looked at it for a while and said, this is talent. Sun Jiping looked at his injured hand. Your work is too hard. But he is very regular. He goes to the hospital to check the condition of his hand every off-season. And the team has massage every day. The conditions are not as simple as ours at that time. Yi Xiu said. Yes. The development of the league is getting better and better now. Sun Jiping sighed. Burst shooting. Gun In Xingchen strengthens the probability of physical critical hits. After firing a round, when the big wave is about to land, a roundhouse kick will hit it hard and send it flying. Then the two guns merged into a Barrett sniper rifle with extremely strong lethality. At the moment when the big waves washed away the sand and landed, the bullet shot out from the gun barrel. Bang! Headshot. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning this single match. Gun In Xingchen debut was perfect. Zhou Yichen sharpshooter is indeed as powerful as the rumors say. Bei praised. It seems that Ah Chen has adapted well. Jiang Guotao laughed. So the double sharpshooter set in the team match? Zhang Jiela asked. Well, let's try it. Let's test He Wu to see how it works. Fang Minghua nodded and said. It feels really different. Zhou Yichen said when he stepped down. The experience of different professions is completely different. So do you think Yu Xingchen is cool? Or Gun In Xingchen is cool? Du Ming asked from the soul. Hee. Both are cool. Zhou Yichen grinned and laughed, while everyone was discussing how to arrange the team match. Zhang Jiela, who started the team ring match, had already completed a 1-on-2. Damn. We failed to win 3 games against 1 again. Zhang Jiela returned to the stage with a rage. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Zhou Yichen sang beside him. That's right. Zhang Jiela was just a little bit away from winning 3 games against He Wu. What a twist of fate. After LV Boyuan came on the court to kill the last player, the ring match ended, and Samsara led He Wu 5-0. It looks like another 10-0 game. Li Ju turned off the commentary microphone and muttered to himself during the halftime break. He couldn't remember how many times Samsara had won 10-0 this season. Samsara fans have advanced from whether they can win to whether they can shut out the opponent. In the subsequent team match, Samsara put out the long-awaited double sharpshooter lineup for the first time. The starting lineup was Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen, Jiang Guotao, LV Boyuan and Zhang Jiala. And the priest Fang Minghua moved to the sixth-man position. When entering the game, the scene was just as people imagined. One-sided, He Wu's front couldn't withstand the attack of Samsara. In fact, Yen Yu had used 2 sharpshooters in the team competition before. But the offensive effect was not as exaggerated as expected. But Samsara was completely different. Yun Shanluan and Wulong stood in the front and rushed forward. On the side, there was double fire suppression from Yiqiang Chuanyuan and Qiangyin Xingchen. And behind them, there were 100 flowers Liaowan grenades for cover. Jiang Guotao said, "It's so cool. Who would want to stay behind if they can fight like this?" As for He Wu, he was very miserable. Who did we offend? Chapter 351 The Challenge Finals opens. He Wu didn't last long in front of the full offensive lineup of Samsara, and was pushed down in one wave. The output of both sides was completely different. And due to the multiple firepower lines, He Wu's formation was compressed into a ball. Then, he was completely surrounded by Samsara. Samsara also demonstrated how to play the offensive lineup of double sharpshooters. Let us congratulate Samsara for winning this team game. It's another 10-0. I can't remember how many 10-0 Samsara has had this season. Li Ju shook his head and said, after 35 rounds of Samsara, the points reached a terrifying 326. When the Cup saw Samsara points, he couldn't help but take a breath for the other 19 teams in the alliance. Too exaggerated. The day after this game, the major teams also started a new round of research on the Samsara team. Learn how other people play with 2 sharpshooters. In the conference room of the Misty Rain Club, Chu Yinxia was reviewing the game between Samsara and He Wu. She focused on Samsara formation and the positions of the 2 sharpshooters. Zhou Yichen positioning is really good. Xu Kersen, who is in the same profession, praised that if she were on the court, she would never be able to make such an excellent positioning. Go down and take a closer look. Analyzing frame by frame will be of great help to you too, Chu Yinxiu said to the Xu sisters. In the Tyranny Club, Zhang Xinjia stood in front of the big screen and kept drawing the overall attack route of Samsara with colored markers. In Tyranny View, Samsara's use of 2 sharpshooters this time was definitely not a whim, but was well prepared. This also made Tyranny, which was already under great pressure, even more stressed now, because the Yu Xingchen and Guanyin Xingchen are 2 completely different lineups. The focus of their playing style is also different. The most important thing is that the playoffs are approaching. If they don't study it quickly, Samsara will use this new lineup in the playoffs. What do you think of Zhou Yichen's position selection? Zhang Xinjia looked at Qin Muyun. It's great. And his position selection is purposeful. Mostly for attack. Qin Muyun pinched his chin and said, my position selection is more for stable output. I understand. Zhang Xinjia nodded. He already understood what Qin Muyun meant. The 2 have different styles. Qin Muyun is more stable. Zhou Yichen is more aggressive. But Zhou Yichen aggressiveness can always get results, which is enough. In addition to Tyranny studying Samsara, the most nervous at this time should be Void, which ranked 7th in the regular season, and Baiwa, which ranked 8th in the regular season. These 2 teams are most likely to face Samsara in the playoffs. They still have a glimmer of hope against Tyranny. After all, the tactics of playing in the playoffs against Tyranny have been known to everyone since last season. Ao Lao too. Facing Samsara, they can't see a glimmer of hope. They can't beat them in offense and can't defend. As for Ao Lao too, Samsara is younger than you. When the time comes, it will be you who will die of exhaustion. After watching Samsara game, Li Xian only said one sentence. Why not give the championship to them directly? And Samsara's use of double sharpshooters has become a hot search. And there are many analysis videos about Samsara lineup below. At this moment, it seems that the whole world is studying Samsara double sharpshooters. Oh! All of them are studying our videos. Zhou Yichen watched short videos for a long time. And 8 out of 10 were about Samsara. It's good to study. If you study it for a little more time, they will find that they have wasted a little time. Zhang Jiala said. So will you still use double sharpshooters in the next few regular season games? Du Ming asked. Yes. Why not? Anyway, we may not play in the playoffs. Let them study. Zhou Yichen smiled. Oh! I can already imagine their expressions in the playoffs. Heart. Wu Qi, who had listened to everything, said, what should we do if our teammates are too ruthless? Of course, we should choose to join them. In the subsequent matches between Lin Hai and Chi Kai, Samsara still used 2 sharpshooters, which made other teams more convinced that Samsara must want to take advantage of their unfamiliarity with this lineup. One trick to eat all the world. Let us congratulate Samsara for its 10-0 victory over Chi Kai, raising the regular season points record to 346 points, with an average of 9.35 points per game, which is simply inhumane. When there was only 1 round left in the league and the regular season was about to end, the challenge match also entered the final showdown. In the end, it was Jia Shi and Xingxin who entered the finals. And this showdown finally made it to the front page of the Esports Weekly, overshadowing any showdown in the professional league the next day. In the headline on the front page, the 2 words Yiqiu were placed larger than the icon of Xingxin. Yiqiu? Or Yiqiu? People don't care about this question. People care about the highlight of Yiqiu, the former captain of Excellent Era, against his old club. If there is no Yiqiu, no matter how exaggerated the strength of Happy is, it is not enough to be reported on the front page. At 12 noon, the official league also announced the commentators of the Challenge Tournament Finals, namely Zhou Yichen of the Samsara team, Huang Xiaotian of the Blue Rain team, and Yu Wenzhou. The reason for inviting Yu Wenzhou is actually to fear that Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian will fight while talking, so they find a middleman who can talk to mediate. In the afternoon, they have arrived at the venue of the Challenge Tournament Finals, Lulisong Comprehensive Sports Center. Hey, isn't this Huang Xiaotian? Hey, isn't this Zhou Yichen? Still alive? You are still alive. How can I die? Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian both had smiles on their faces, but they were secretly competing when shaking hands. I am. Okay. That's enough. Yu Wenzhou came over to separate the two. They didn't know when they started to be sarcastic when they met. Aren't you good brothers? Just when they entered the special passage, Jia Shi and Xingxin had already met unexpectedly at the door of the lounge. I was wondering why I could smell the smell of gunpowder from a distance, Zhou Yichen joked. And the 3 of them walked towards the 2 teams together. Oh, isn't this Zhoushan? Yiqiu smiled. Oh, Yishan is not modest. Zhou Yichen waved his hand. Next to him? Seeing Huang Xiaotian not speaking, Yiqiu deliberately asked. My bodyguard. Before Huang Xiaotian could speak, Zhou Yichen blurted out. Get lost? Old Yi. What do you mean? Pretending not to know me. Huang Xiaotian opened up. It's so noisy. Su Mucheng was the first to escape from this place and entered the lounge of Jia Shi. It's really noisy. Tang Rou agreed. Oh, isn't this Captain Xiao? I miss you so much. Zhou Yichen was like a social terrorist. You miss me. You can advance to the next round, Xiao Shiqin said with a smile. Since Zhou Yichen entered the league, he has beaten the Thunder led by Xiao Shiqin in the first round of the playoffs for 2 consecutive years. Xiao Shiqin really has no complaints. Hello, Master Zhou. I am Tao Xian, the boss of Excellent Era. Tao Xian came over and stretched out his hand to Zhou Yichen. Boss, is there anything? Zhou Yichen asked. Nothing. Just a greeting in advance. After all, we may be opponents in the finals in the future, Tao Xian said confidently. Poochie. Before Zhou Yichen could react, Huang Xiaotian laughed first. What are you laughing at? Sun Xian looked at Huang Xiaotian in confusion. I thought of something happy. What happy thing? I won the championship in the 9th season. Puff. Hearing Huang Xiaotian words, Zhou Yichen couldn't hold it in anymore. What are you laughing at? Sun Xian was completely confused. I also thought of something happy. I also won the championship in the 9th season. Compared to the 2 smiling faces, Yu Wenzhou was much more reserved. Now Jia Shi doesn't even have the qualifications to challenge reincarnation, let alone tyranny. And in Yu Wenzhou's opinion, Jia Shi may not win this challenge match 100%. The opponent is the ancestor of tactics. After chatting for a few words, the 3 commentators entered the exclusive lounge. As a result, when they pushed the door open and went in, there were already people sitting there. Chapter 352 Xiao Shiqin 1-on-3 Attack. When the 3 commentators pushed open the door of the lounge, several old friends were already sitting there. Oh! The captains are all here. Zhou smiled. Why didn't you tell me you were here? Zhou walked towards Chu Yunxiu. I didn't want to come, but I couldn't stand the nagging next to me. Chu Yunxiu glanced at Qiu Fei beside him. You still can't let go of Jiashi. Zhou joked. No, Qiu Fei said. I just want to watch Jiashi die. Oh, I understand. I understand. Zhou mouth corners slightly raised. So arrogant. Although Qiu Fei was traded to Yinyu, he debuted from the Jiashi training camp, and Yi Qiu also taught him a lot. But now his teacher and his old club are standing on the opposite side. Fortunately I'm in Yinyu. Qiu Fei breathed a sigh of relief. If he had stayed in Jiashi, the shameless Tao Xian might have asked him to play and beat his teacher. TSK. There are so many people sitting here, and someone only has eyes for the other person when he comes in. Wang Jieshi said after taking a sip of tea. Could it be that he also has eyes for you? Captain Wang. I'm not gay. Wang Jieshi hands tightened, because he suddenly had the urge to slap Zhou to death. What do you think of this game? Han Wenqing brought up the topic. I'm more optimistic about Jiashi. Captain Yang Tsung of 301 said first that 301's points could no longer exceed Bai Hua, and they were sure to miss the playoffs. After being ranked 9th in the regular season for 2 consecutive seasons, Yang Tsung wanted to die. I'm optimistic about Jiashi too, Wang Jieshi said. What about Captain Han? I'm optimistic about Yi Qiu. No, it should be Yi Qiu. Han Wenqing was still so cold. He didn't say he was optimistic about Xingxin, but only said he was optimistic about Yi Qiu. I think Xingxin will overthrow Excellent Era, Zhou said loudly. Qiu Fei, you think the same, right? Qiu Fei didn't know what to say. Everyone present was a great player, except for him. A little Karami. Let's go. 3 great players. It's time for us to enter the arena. Commentator Pan Lin walked in at this time. Everyone looked at the time and found that the game was about to start. So they entered the arena and found a seat. Of course, they sat in the VIP seats. They didn't choose to sit in the audience because they were afraid that something unexpected would happen in such an important occasion. At 7:30 p.m., when the lighting was basically dark, the on-site commentator began to loudly announce the players to enter the arena. Starting with the Excellent Era team. The first to appear was not the captain Sun Xiang, but the vice-captain Xiao Shiqin. The holographic projection of life and death was also played on the field. Oh, isn't this borrowed from our Samsara? Zhou said in the commentary booth. At this time, he hadn't opened the microphone yet, so he could speak freely. Pan Lin also reminded the 3, mainly Zhou and Huang Xiaotian, to be careful with their words and actions. It's obviously borrowed from our Blue Rain. Huang Xiaotian was not convinced. You two are just kids. How can you argue like that? Yu Wenzhou was convinced. Excellent Era has so many fans. Zhou could clearly hear the warm applause from the audience, especially after Sun Xiang and his one autumn leaf appeared at the end. The atmosphere on the scene reached a climax. After Excellent Era, the next team to appear was Happy Team. After seeing Yi Qiu appear, the scene was already full of boos, and even mixed with a lot of curses. TSK. This is the attitude of Excellent Era fans towards the number 1 player in their team's history. As the founder of Excellent Era 3 Crown Dynasty, Yi Qiu is the undisputed number 1 player in Excellent Era team's history. This weapon is level 75. Yu Wenzhou focus was on Lord Grimm's weapon, the 1000 Chance Umbrella. It's much more advanced than my Dragon Gallbladder and Sky Piercing. Zhou felt that the person who designed the 1000 Chance Umbrella was truly a genius. Well, it's a little worse than my Ice Rain. Huang Xiaotian continued. Damn. You are so shameless. This 1000 Machine Umbrella is far better than your Ice Rain. TSK. After the players were introduced, Pan Lin signaled the 3 to prepare for the commentary. The 3 nodded to Pan Lin, indicating that it was okay. Then the 3 people's microphones were turned on in the backstage. Hello everyone. I am Pan Lin, the commentator today. The 3 people sitting next to me are new faces, but they are old friends to everyone. Hello everyone. I am Yu Wenzhou, the captain of the Blue Rain team. Hello everyone. I am Huang Xiaotian, the vice-captain of the Blue Rain team. Hello everyone. I am Zhou the mixed-up guy of the Samsara team. What the hell? The audience listened and suddenly found something wrong. Zhou is really good at joking. You are not a mixed-up guy. Pan Lin wiped his sweat. And Zhou Yichen started the rhythm. There is no way that there are always some NCs on the internet who say that Zhou Yichen is mixed up. And Zhou Yichen does not refute it. Some people say that he is a gangster and a scumbag. But in Zhou Yichen's opinion, these people are all bastards. Zhou Yichen was so happy that he could not wait to attract attention to his grandfather. After the pre-match preparations were completed, the starting rosters of both sides were determined and could not be changed. Speaking of Captain Yu, the alliance said that the subsequent starting rosters would be temporarily assigned by the teams on site. Is that true? Zhou Yichen asked. 80%. What impact does this have on you, Samsara? Your lineup can be matched by a pig. Indeed. You can match it as you like. Zhou Yichen nodded. At 8 p.m., the game officially began. The first player sent by Xingxin was Tang Rou, and the one sent by Jia Shi turned out to be Xiao Shiqin, which was somewhat unexpected by Yi Xiu. Sun Xiang actually gave up the opportunity to start. Oh! Xiangzi. Before Zhou Yichen finished speaking, Yu Wanzhou covered his mouth. It seems that Jia Shi's appearance was completely beyond Xingxin's expectations. What do you think? Captain Yu? Pan Lin considered the overall situation. Sun Xiang used to be the starting player for Excellent Era. This time, the change in formation must be Xiao Shiqin's strategy. The map for the tournament is Port Town, and both teams have naturally studied it. Let Zhou Shen introduce this map to us. Okay. No problem. Port Town. ABA. To sum up, Port Town is a very comprehensive map. After hearing him, the three people beside him were stunned. The few people had discussed the topic before, mainly about how to answer after bringing up the topic. And introducing this map is what Zhou Yichen has to do, in order to prevent Zhou Yichen from saying the wrong thing. Yu Wanzhou specially edited it, printed it out, and gave it to Zhou Yichen. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yichen recited it to him completely. Awesome. Wei Chen, who was sitting in the player's seat, only said 2 words without any emotion, just like a high school student reciting a book. After the introduction, the game officially began, and the process was not so bizarre and tortuous. Tang Rou's choices were basically within Xiao Shiqin's plan. The rhythm of the whole game was completely controlled by Xiao Shiqin. Tang Rou walked into the trap set by Xiao Shiqin step by step. Then she was deeply trapped in it, and couldn't extricate herself. The heart of playing tactics is dirty. This is Zhou Yichen's evaluation of this game. Zhou Yichen scolded 4 people in one sentence. Not to mention Yu Wanzhou, who kept smiling on the commentary desk. Zhang Xinjie, who was sitting in the VIP seat, had a black face. Why let him go up to commentate? Full of rhythm. The popularity of Samsara is very high. Wang Jieshi said. Then why not invite Zhou Zikai? Someone asked. But when he finished speaking, everyone was silent. Instead of inviting Zhou Zikai, why not put a human-shaped sign of Zhou Zikai in the commentary seat? The effect is the same. Damn. It's too noisy here. Why do I feel like I'm in the center of Jia Dynasty Hall? At this time, in the audience, a young boy was not at all interested in the noise of these Jia Shi fans around him. After all, it was not the first time he experienced it. Jia Shi fans are like this. You can't blame Happy for this game. Xiao Shiqin played really well. Xiao Gao, what do you want to say? Come on. Yi Fun. The 3 players of the Tiny Herb team, Su Bin, Lu Shubia and Gao Yingjie, were hiding in the audience and watching the game carefully. They did not enter the VIP seats to watch the game, because Gao Yingjie thought it was embarrassing to sit there and cheer for his good friend Xiao Yifan. So he pulled Lu Shubia, and then Lu Shubia pulled Su Bin. However, the second player to play in Happy was not Xiao Yifan, but Mo Fan. Xiao Yifan may not appear in the ring match. Su Bin thought, even if he doesn't play in the ring match, he will definitely play in the team match. Gao Yingjie said firmly. The second player to play, Mo Fan, failed to equalize the score and was ruthlessly suppressed by Xiao Shiqin. But his scavenging style of play did cause considerable damage to Xinglingmi. The third veteran Wei Chen was 1 step behind, but was also defeated by Xiao Shiqin. Oh my god! Xiao Shiqin is awesome! Zhou Yichen exclaimed. He performed a 1-on-3 performance in the final. TSK. He only bullies newcomers and veterans. Huang Xiaotian felt indescribably uncomfortable watching Wei Chen being defeated. Wei Chen sat motionless in the player seat, his eyes fixed on his calloused hands. I am really old. It's a pity for Wei Chen. He was almost able to take Xiao Shiqin away. And this cannot but mention Xiao Shiqin's tactics of playing a wave, which was too decisive. Pan Lin said. After Xiao Shiqin 1-on-3 performance, Xingxin also responded. The biggest boss in the history of glory has appeared. Chapter 353, 1 against 3? Who wouldn't be able to do that? Xingxin has used their ultimate move, Pan Lin said excitedly. It's Yiqiu. Oh no. It should be Yiqiu now. The fourth player to appear on the Xingxin team is none other than the former captain of Excellent Era, the founder of the first dynasty team in the history of glory, and the greatest god in history, Yiqiu. Then Xiao Shiqin can go home. His mission has been completed, Wang Xiaoyan said. He knew Yiqiu level very well. He didn't know how many times he had been abused since they met. At the beginning of the fourth round of the ring match, Xiao Shiqin did not choose a tactical move to start the game, but directly controlled life and death to move towards the center of the map. The mana and health of life and death were not enough to support him to continue fighting, so it was better to go straight and punch as much as he could. As a result, Yiqiu Lord Grim kept pulling life and death, consuming it in the distance, and Xiao Shiqin was speechless. After several waves of fighting, Shanglingmi didn't even touch the corner of Jun Moshao close. After the mana was exhausted, Xiao Shiqin typed GG in the public channel. It's not fun at all. Instead of torturing yourself, it's better to end it early. After Xiao Shiqin stepped down, the second player to appear on the stage of Jiashi was Xinjian. Jiashi's tactics were also very clear. They let Xinjian go on stage, and they definitely didn't expect him to defeat Yiqiu. Xinjian had only one purpose for appearing, which was to consume Yiqiu's physical strength and Jun Moshao's state as much as possible. Tao Xian had already given Xinjian a death order. I don't care what method you use. Just prolong the time of this game for me. Yiqiu is no longer young. As long as you wear him out, Xingxin will not be afraid of him. In Tao Xian's view, Yiqiu was the only threat to Jiashi, except for Tang Rou, who had some talent, and Sun Zhiping, who still had strength. Others were not even in his eyes. Just when Tao Xian had planned everything, Yiqiu's words successfully shook Xinjian's heart. Jun Moxiu, are you going to continue to be so cowardly? Like a puppet without any opinions of your own? Lian Jin. Xinjian is feeling mixed emotions now. He is not very talented, and he is still a rotating player after so many years in Excellent Era. He also wants to be a starter, but his strength does not allow it. In the 9th season of the challenge, the personnel changes. The departure of Lu Hao, He Ming and Gui Yang gave him hope. He became a main player for the first time. However, in the eyes of Sun Xiang, Xiao Shiqin and others, Xinjian is just an optional role. If there are better talents, then Xinjian will definitely be the first player to be replaced. Yiqiu knows Xinjian too well. He does whatever others say, without any opinions of his own. This is why Yiqiu liked to use Xinjian when he was in Excellent Era. He is too obedient. Is this good? This is not good, because this is easy for Xinjian to be taken advantage of. Such is the starting position, which is what he dreams of. Lord Grim, sometimes, having a good fight is more important than intrigue. Tao Xian knows Yiqiu, and Yiqiu knows Tao Xian very well. Xinjian's purpose of going on the field is obviously to consume himself. If he keeps avoiding fighting, Yiqiu individual players really can't do much to the boxer. Yiqiu said this to arouse Xinjian's warlike heart hidden deep inside. If he is a coward, who would play the boxer? It has become a consensus in glory that boxers are all reckless. Since you want to fight, then come. Xinjian decided to rebel once. This time he didn't want to be a puppet. He wanted to be Xinjian. Damn! This idiot. Tao Xian looked at Lian Jin rushing towards Lord Grim, and couldn't help cursing. Boss Tao, there is no need. I am here, Sun Xiang said confidently. Xinjian couldn't remember the last time he fought with Yiqiu. The guy now called Yiqiu. Xinjian was extremely excited today. He seemed to feel a different self. This is like a boxer, Han Wenqing commented with a cold snort. As a top boxer, Han Wenqing despised the cowards who played boxers and were timid. Although the final result was not unexpected, Yiqiu easily defeated Xinjian. But this time, when Xinjian stepped down, he was greeted not by the fans scolding, but by applause. This time, they saw a different Xinjian from before. And seeing the thunderous applause, Xinjian couldn't help but clench his fists. I finally made the right choice once. Jiashi, play your seat. Why don't you play the game according to my method? Tao Xian scolded Xinjian, who came back. Boss, I'm not your puppet. I'm a human. A living person. This was the first time Shinjian treated Tao Xian coldly. You're a rebel. Seeing Shinjian's look, Tao Xian couldn't help but get angry. Boss, we're still in the game. Xiao Shiqing grabbed Tao Xian and said, Humph. After the challenge, you should leave Excellent Era. There's no place for you here. Tao Xian said the most vicious words in the most relaxed tone. Xiao Shiqing was annoyed. The finals weren't over yet. And Tao Xian said this. He had begun to doubt whether it was the right choice for him to come to Excellent Era. Su Mucheng watched all this from the side. Such Tao Xian really made her feel unfamiliar. If my brother was here, Excellent Era wouldn't be like this now. Su Mucheng often thought so. Watch me. Sun Xiang took off his coat and walked towards the competition stage. Wow. This game is going to be interesting. Zhou Yichen's eyes lit up. He wanted to see how strong Xiongzi was now. Happy, Yishio. ID, Jun Mashu. Occupation, Sanren. Excellent Era, Sun Xiang. ID, Yijiqiu. Occupation, Battle Mage. Map, Port Town. 99%, 100% Jun Mashu. Loading completed. Yijiqiu. Loading completed. Map, Port Town. Loading completed. The game is in the countdown, and will start soon. Who do you think will be the last one standing in this duel between the new and old captains of Jiashi? Pan Lin handed the topic to the three guests. I am optimistic about Yishio. Zhou Yichen spoke first. Are you so sure? Pan Lin was surprised. He thought the three would make a choice after thinking about it. Sanren. Very powerful. Zhou Yichen laughed. This group of people had no idea what Sanren was powerful about. They only saw that he had many small skills. But they didn't notice that the combination of skills was linked to each other. This game was still quite critical. If Yishio won, they would tie the score to 3-3. If Sun Xiang won, the score would be 4-2. Yishio. No more words. Just go to the middle lane. Sun Xiang was very direct. When he was driving one autumn leaf to the middle lane, he did not forget to type in the public channel to remind Yishio to come over and die. Don't worry. Make up for the blood first. Yishio replied. Make up for the blood? Sun Xiang remembered that Yishio didn't lose much blood in the last game against Shinjian. Oh my god. Prayer of hope. Old Yi. You are so shameless. Huang Xiaotian looked at the holy light coming out of Jun Moshao body, and the mana that was constantly restored, and knew that Yishio was using the priest's prayer of hope. You can still play like this. The three members of the tiny herb, who were watching this game in the audience, were also dumbfounded. This was too shameless. However, Sun Xiang did not do anything. He kept walking around the center of the map with one autumn leaf under his control. One autumn leaf. Then you can come back slowly. And call me when you are ready. Jun Maxiao, okay. Thanks. One autumn leaf, you're welcome. Puff. Tao Xian almost vomited a mouthful of old blood when he saw Sun Xiang's speech. Playing? Oh. How come this Sun Xiang looks much more pleasing to the eye than before? Qingwa said happily. How's the reply going? Sun Xiang asked in the public channel. Not bad. Almost done. Almost full. Then why don't you just fill it up? Sun Xiang said. Boil. Tao Xian couldn't help it now. This Sun Xiang is a fool. He doesn't play when he has an advantage, but has to wait until the opponent's status is full before attacking. How mean! After Jun Moshao's status was fully restored, the two finally met in the center of the map. Zheng! The Thousand Chance Umbrella and Chuexia intersected. One Leaf Autumn took a step back and poked out a dragon tooth. The Thousand Chance Umbrella opened up like a shield to block One Leaf Autumn's attack. Then Jun Mashu rushed forward, and Sun Xiang's vision was blocked by the open umbrella, and he could not catch Jun Moshao's next move at all. Damn! So disgusting. Sun Xiang cursed inwardly. This weapon is really perverted. By the time he saw Jun Mosha, the falling flower palm of his left hand had already hit Yijiqiu's shoulder. Yijiqiu was knocked out, and Jun Mashu retracted his weapon. Bang bang bang. Gun type profession level 15 skill Gatling machine gun. After pouring out 20 bullets, Jun Mashu approached Yijiqiu. Then he drew out the short sword hidden in the umbrella handle. Swish swish swish. Swordsman floating skill uppercut. Damn. This move is really hard to defend against. So disgusting. The Jiashi fans who saw the scene felt as uncomfortable as if they had eaten shit. After floating Yijiqiu, Jun Moshu used several small skills of different professions. Barbecue with gunfire, continuous thrust of the battle mage, and moonlight slash of the ghost swordsman. Sun Xiang won't be killed like this. Right? Wang Xiaoyan said. But the next second, Sun Xiang counterattack began. Chapter 354 Yishio Shadow Step. With a combination of wind and cloud and fighting through mountains and rivers, Sun Xiang quickly recovered and started to fight back. Halong Pajuan. Bashui. Bailong Liuxing hit. Sun Xiang counterattack was very active. It was obvious that Jun Moshao combo just now had a great impact on Sun Xiang. That is, to deal with Sanren, you must take the initiative to attack. Once you fall into a passive defensive state, you will be suppressed by Sanren. So in Sun Xiang view, attack is the best defense. Don't retreat. Come and fight. While attacking, Sun Xiang did not forget to attack Yishio with words. However, all this was harmless to Yishio. His mind was very calm, and he carefully observed every step of Yishio's movements, trying to find flaws from it. Well done. Crush him to death. Tao Xian waved his fist and shouted for Sun Xiang. Sun Xiang's spirit was very focused at this moment, and he was no longer as lonely and arrogant as before. In preparation for the final of this challenge, Sun Xiang watched a lot of Zhou Yichen POV to learn how to move and insert normal attacks between skills. Sun Xiang positioning is good, Zhou Yichen praised. It seems that Xiangzi has put a lot of effort in today's game. It's a bit like that. Yuan Zhou nodded and said. But Lao Yi won't let the situation remain so stagnant. He must be harboring a lot of bad water. Wang Xiaoyan complained. Jun Mashi rolled to avoid Yijichio's stab, and then opened the 1,000-machine umbrella to block the dazzling pattern shot by Yijichio. Not only was Sun Xiangyu blocked again, but he was also hit by the rebounding dazzling pattern. Boil. Sun Xiang really couldn't stand this thing. It was too disgusting. Damn. Spell reflection. Su Bin, who was sitting in the audience, couldn't hold it anymore. This umbrella can really be used as a shield when it is opened. Amazing. Lu Shubia shook his head and said, this weapon is too abnormal. Gaoingjia said. Jun Mashi retracted the myriad chance umbrella, unveiled the black cloak behind him, and successfully caught the retreating One Autumn Leaf. Mage Scholar level 15 skill Shadow Cloak. One Autumn Leaf was blinded for 4 seconds while receiving dark magic damage. The combo of Sanren is really hard to defend against, Yuan Zhou said with emotion. Spell reflection close to the Shadow Cloak control. No rules combo, Zhou Yichen said. This Shadow Cloak is well used. Wang Jieshi, who was watching the game in the VIP seat, commented. The cloak enveloped One Autumn Leaf, and the powerful recoil brought by the skill made the two fly backwards. But in the process of flying out, Jun Mashu switched the weapon form again, the myriad chance umbrella gun form. He swept at One Autumn Leaf and fired 3 cannonballs at it before landing. The cannonballs were in a triangular shape. The hit One Autumn Leaf fell into a short state of stiffness, unable to stand up, and finally fell to the ground. Gunner level 5 skill anti-tank gun. It's over. Tao Xian held his head with both hands. He could already imagine how Lord Grimm would beat One Autumn Leaf. After Lord Grimm landed, he rushed close to One Autumn Leaf and successfully lifted it up before One Autumn Leaf stood up. Then Lord Grimm activated the Shadow Step. The director cut the screen to Sun Xiang first-person perspective. Damn! Wang Xiaoyan exclaimed, and then stared at the screen. There was no sound at the scene. Everyone looked at Sun Xiang perspective. Is this the pseudo-combo of Shadow Step? Pan Lin asked. He was a pure Honor of King's Cloud player before. He didn't really get involved in the Honor of King's online game until the league made requirements for every commentator. As a result, he couldn't extricate himself from the pit. In addition to work, Pan Lin spent almost all his rest time in the online game. He often lamented why he had no talent for games. Now, looking at Yishio's Shadow Step, although he didn't understand it, he was shocked. If he wasn't a professional commentator, he would have blurted out 2 words, awesome. Unlike Pan Lin, Zhou Yichen and the other 2 were amazed at how long Yishio continued to use the Shadow Step. If the Shadow Step is used all the time, it can undoubtedly help players save a lot of operations and energy. But at the same time, it requires players to have more accurate awareness and judgment. Zhou Yichen can also perform such a Shadow Step, but he is only 20 years old. At his peak, while Yishio is already 26, and will soon be 27 years old. At Yishio age, He is already at the end of his career. But his technical strength is still improving. It's terrifying to think about it. Yi Xiu's energy has not decreased. Yu Wenzhou admired him sincerely. Humph. It seems that he has not fallen during this period. Although Han Wenqing said so, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Awesome, Wang Jieshi said. The other players nodded in agreement. If they were at Yi Xiu's age, they might have left glory and changed their careers. Shibya, can you play it? Su Bin asked. Yes, but it's not so accurate and there may be mistakes. Lu Shibya nodded and shook his head. Hiss. Now Su Bin knew more about Yi Xiu's horror. Damn. Calm down. Calm down. Sun Xiang, you are the best. Sun Xiang kept comforting himself. Everyone else felt so horrified. And Sun Xiang, as the person involved, was already sweating. Throw. Jun Maxia threw Yi Zhiqiu out. And Yi Zhiqiu rolled and inserted his spear into the ground to stabilize it. We can only fight. Sun Xiang made up his mind. Yi Zhiqiu's health was running low. And Sun Xiang had to fight hard. Otherwise, he would be worn down by Jun Maxia if he continued to fight. Yi Zhiqiu stood up, pointed his spear at the ground, and black magic fighting spirit surged out. This is Fu Long Xiang. Sun Xiang, are you going all out? Zhou Yichen knew that Yi Zhiqiu wanted to use Fu Long Xiang Tian by looking at his movements. But Jun Mo Shao still had so much HP. Even if he took your Fu Long Xiang Tian, he would not die. But if Jun Mo Shao caught Fu Long Xiang Tian and made him stiff, Yi Zhiqiu would be dead. Isn't it a bit reckless? Yu Wenzhou thought. If he wasn't reckless, would he still be Sun Xiang? Wang Xiaotian replied. That makes sense. The director switched the screen to full view, and a dark dragon soared into the air, opening its bloody mouth towards Jun Mo Shao in front of it. And its blood-red dragon pupils stared at Jun Mo Shao closely. Yi Xiu did not panic, and skillfully controlled Jun Mo Shao to dodge to the side. At this moment, the dragon suddenly turned around and bid Jun Mo Shao. Dragon raises its head. It is Dragon raises its head. Sun Xiang played Dragon raises its head. Pan Lin stood up excitedly. What a fuss! Zhou Yichen looked at Pan Lin, whose face was flushed, and his heart was calm. Dragon raises its head. Isn't it a basic exercise? This shouldn't be considered Dragon raises its head. It should be considered Dragon turns back. Yu Wenzhou said immediately. Captain Yu is right. Dragon turns back. Dragon. Before Pan Lin finished speaking, he saw Jun Maxia approaching one autumn leaf with the help of Fu Long Xiang Tian. Sun Xiang's heart was broken when he saw Jun Maxia being brought here by Fu Long Xiang Tian. Yi Xiu did not perform any fancy operations. He pulled out the short sword hidden in the umbrella handle and cut his throat. The 20% physical bonus of the back attack that ignored defense, plus the critical strike effect. This attack directly forced one autumn leaf to red blood. And to make matters worse, this throat cut triggered the bleeding effect. Then, before one leaf's stun ended, Lord Grimm's Dragon Fang extended one leaf's stun time. A swing from behind successfully killed one leaf. Glory! Let us congratulate Yi Xiu for defeating Sun Xiang. Following Xiao Shiqin 1-on-3. Yi Xiu also fought back against Excellent Era with a 1-on-3. The score between the two sides is now 3-3. Tied. Pan Lin announced the result of the match. Looking at one leaf slump in front of him, Yi Xiu felt mixed emotions. The character that had accompanied him for 7 years finally ended in his own hands. It's okay. Failure is only a temporary thing. Being handsome is a lifelong thing, Zhou Yichen said. It seems that I still need to practice. Sun Xiang clenched the account card in his hand and walked off the stage. After Sun Xiang, the fourth player to appear was Excellent Era substitute player Wang Zhe. Chapter 355 Happy. The champion. Ah! Xiao Shiqin sighed. His plan was completely shattered by Yi Xiu's strong personal strength. Although Jun Maxia only had 21% of his health left, he had no confidence in Wang Zhe. After Sun Xiang came back, Tao Xian rarely got angry, but patiently said that it would be fine if they fought back in the team competition. This made Shen Jian a little annoyed. Double standard dog. Tao Xian was not a fool, scolding Sun Xiang at this time. What if he was unhappy with the team competition and played randomly? Tao Xian didn't dare to gamble. This was Jia's only chance. If it failed, then Jia would collapse. And Wang Zhe's appearance was indeed not beyond Xiao Shiqin's expectations. It was better to expect Yishio to type GG in the public channel than to expect him to defeat Yishio. Glory. Yishio completed a 1-on-4 against Excellent Era. Happy reversed the score and temporarily led Excellent Era 4-3. Pan Lin shouted. Although Pan Lin's level was not good enough, his commentary was still very passionate. Ha! Why is there no sound around? It has become a library. The scene that was so noisy just now was now silent. Lu Shubia was very happy. The Excellent Era fans made him wear headphones to watch the game. Now they all shut up. Lu Shubia can finally take off his headphones and enjoy the game. This is the first 1-on-4 in the challenge match. Su Bin thought. As for Gao Yingjie, he was already in a trance. Where is Yifan? Why hasn't he played yet? Will Yifan play in the team competition? Ha ha! Tao Xian was so angry that he laughed. Yishio, who was kicked out of the club by him, really gave him a big surprise today. Yishio also lay down on the gaming chair. Jun Mashi only had 8% of his health left. If he guessed correctly, the last player to defend Jiashi should be Su Macheng. With such a small amount of health, Yishio was not going to increase his health. There was no need. Macheng, I leave it to you. Brother Tao, I have never begged anyone in my life. Now I beg you to help Jiashi win this game. Okay? Tao Xian looked at Su Macheng. Su Macheng stood up from her seat. If you look closely, you will find that her eyes are a little red. Look at most of the cheering signs in the audience. They are all here for you. Tao Xian was still outputting. No need to say. I know. Su Macheng walked straight to the competition stage. Happy watched Su Macheng go on stage. And everyone felt very social. Macheng. Qingguo watched Su Macheng go up to the competition stage and enter the game. Su Macheng did not speak. And Yishio typed a line of words. Jun Mashio, do what you should do. You are undoubtedly the #1 gunner of glory. In the end, Su Macheng did not disappoint the fans of Jiashi. After taking away Yishio Jun Mashio, she defeated the defending player Sun Jiping of Xingxin with an extremely strong attitude. Seeing Su Macheng's appearance, Zhou Yichen could only sigh that fate was playing tricks on him. Jiashi is so shameless that they put pressure on my Macheng. Chu Yunqiu, on the other hand, was speaking up for her sister. Let us congratulate Su Macheng for successfully defending the ring. The ring match is over. Jiashi leads Xingxin by 5-4. The next step is the team match between the two teams. After Su Macheng stepped down, she did not choose to walk to the Jiashi player seat, but sat directly in the Xingxin player seat. There is no need to do this. Macheng. Yishio smiled. This is my own decision. He is no longer the Tao brother of the past. Su Macheng said. He has his reasons. Seeing Su Macheng sitting in the Xingxin player seat, Tao Xian didn't feel anything. But Xiao Shiqin was going to explode. In his tactics, Su Macheng is a key point. After all, during these days in Jiashi, Xiao Shiqin has understood that Su Macheng is the main output of the team, and Sun Xiang is more of a frontline support for the entire battlefield. Now, the output is gone. Xiao Shiqin smiled. He didn't know how to play the next team game. If Su Macheng is not here, who will fill this vacancy? Wang Zhe? Or Zheng Xinghe or Meng Yongming? Or just GG? Su Macheng is gone. Jiashi is going to play. Zhou Yichen also smiled. People who don't understand think that the core of Jiashi is Sun Xiang. But the most important thing is the firepower support provided by Su Macheng on the side. Relying on strong firepower, Sun Xiang 1 Autumn Leaf will play very comfortably in the front. In the 8th season, Jiashi record was not good, mainly because the team members had their own ideas. Sun Xiang threw his head and rushed forward, and Su Macheng didn't care about anything and just focused on output. As for Lu Hao, he was just trying to fish in troubled waters, which was useless, and he wanted to grab the spotlight. Now Xiao Shiqin joined and kicked out the cancer Lu Hao. Jiashi finally stood on the same boat temporarily. The result is now that the main output of the team jumped to the enemy's boat. The longer the halftime break, the more noisy the scene was. Su Macheng's problem almost made the next team competition forgotten. I laughed. Jiashi is digging its own grave. Lu Shubia complained mercilessly. Come on. Team competition. Since we can win the ring competition, we can also win the team competition. Come on. Guys. Tao Xian kept cheering for the players who were about to play. Let's go! Sun Xiang still maintained his enthusiasm as always. Let's go too. Xingxin also walked towards the competition stage in a team. After the halftime break, the team competition of the two teams officially started. Xingxin, Yixiu. ID, Jun Mashu. Occupation, Sanren. Tang Rou. ID, Han Yinrou. Occupation, Battle Mage. Xiao Yifan. ID, Isi Yunhui. Occupation, Ghost Swordsman Zhen Ghost. Bao Rongqing. ID, Baozi Invasion. Occupation, Rogue. Unwinnie. ID, Xia Shuingliang. Occupation, Priest. The sixth person, Wu Chen. ID, Xiaoqiang. Occupation, Gunner. Excellent Era, Sun Xiang. ID, 1 Autumn Leaf. Occupation, Battle Mage. Xiao Shiqin. ID, Life and Death. Occupation, Mechanic. Xinjian. ID, Lian Jin. Occupation, Boxer. Zhang Jiaxing. ID, Weaving Shadow. Occupation, Priest. Wang Zhe. ID, Matchstick. Occupation, Sharpshooter. The sixth man, Fang Fengran. ID, Awakening from a Dream. Occupation, Boxer. Who is Wu Qin? An audience member asked. Most of the people watching the scene were excellent Era fans, and only a small number were Happy fans. As for the former captain of the Wuji team, naturally no one paid much attention to him. Some people were afraid that Happy had cheated and invited experts to be foreign aid, and they specially opened the official website on their mobile phones to look for this person's information. It was found that this person was indeed a member of the Happy team's registration list. But in the offline competition, he had no record of any appearance at all. Could this person be the secret weapon of Happy? The more Jiashi fans thought about it, the more anxious they became. In addition to Su Muqing's departure, Jiashi lineup was really not good enough except for Sun Xiang and Xiao Shiqin. If Wu Qin was a master, plus Yixiu, the biggest boss in the history of glory, Tang Rou, who was not low in talent, and Baozi, who was incomprehensible. Why does Happy's lineup feel better than Jiashi? Look! It's Yifan. Yifan is on the court. Gao Yingjie stood up excitedly when he saw Xiao Yifan on the court. Come on! Yifan. Gao Yingjie put his hands in front of his mouth in a trumpet shape, although the sound was still not loud enough. Xiao Yifan noticed it. Seeing his good friend cheering for him, Xiao Yifan waved at him. TSK TSK TSK. What an enviable friendship. Although Lu Xiubia and Xiao Yifan had no intersection in Tiny Herb. After all, Xiao Yifan was a little transparent in Tiny Herb. But when Xiao Yifan looked over, Lu Xiubia still waved his fist at him, signaling to cheer him on. The process of this team match was beyond everyone's expectations. Xingxin used the box 1 tactic, and the person who executed this tactic was Tang Rou. Her goal was to defeat Xiao Shiqin, who had defeated her in the first round of the ring match. Yixiu was even more terrifying. He fired at full power. He not only held back Yi Zhiqiu and Lian Jin, but even in the 1v2 process, Yixiu Jun Mo Xiao still had the advantage. You go to support Xiao Shiqin, Sun Xiang said in the team voice at this time. Xinjian seemed to be helping Sun Xiang, but in fact, it was useless and even made things worse. Sun Xiang couldn't stand it anymore. It would be better for him to battle with Yixiu one-on-one. Every time he wanted to launch an attack, this idiot was watching from the side, and Jun Mo Xiao flashed and blocked him in front of him as a shield. If there was friendly damage in glory, Sun Xiang would really want to stab Xinjian to death now. Xinjian, I was right about you. Yixiu didn't forget to make up the knife in the public channel at this time. On the other side, Bao Rongqing's Baozi invasion had already approached Zhang Jiaxing, and Xiao Yifan was covering for him. What is this guy doing? Zhang Jiaxing was angry. He couldn't understand Bao Rongqing's operation at all. This gangster was just playing blindly. How could he follow up a knee attack with a brick? Or a throat lock with a sand throw? Fuck. What is this? Tang Hao, who was watching this game in the VIP seat, felt that his eyes were about to be polluted. Jiashi is going to send it. Zhou Yichen didn't say anything, but mouthed to Huang Xiaoyan. Yes. Huang Xiaoyan responded, seeing that the two of them were silent, but their mouths were moving. You won. Zhou's CPU burned out. Xiao Shiqin on the spot command was good enough, but he couldn't stand his teammates being too stupid. This Wang Zhe only knew how to hide, and didn't deal any damage at all. Xiao Shiqin was about to cry as he was still being restrained by Han Yanrou. Happy's priest is gone, Wang Jieshi said at this time. Sure enough, Zheng Lingmi finally got rid of Han Yinrou's entanglement, but was knocked to the ground by Xiao Chong's anti-tank gun the next second. Switch fire. Zheng Lingmi. After seeing Xiao Chong rush to the front battlefield, Yi Xiu decisively gave the order to switch fire. Jun Maxiu used the recoil of the shadow cloak to escape from the duel with one autumn leaf. Yi Xiu. Don't run. In an instant, all of Xingxin's people were around Zheng Lingmi, except for Baozi Invasion, who was still being Jiying. Everyone else had arrived. It's over. This was Xiao Shiqin's first thought, as Yikunhui laid down a dark formation. Zheng Lingmi's eyes were dark. Jun Maxiu drew out his short sword and added a knife formation. The two ghosts shot the formation and played in Xingxin's lineup. Beautiful dark formation. Xingxin's ghost swordsman is really good, Li Xian exclaimed. Obviously he had forgotten that this ghost swordsman was the one who was beaten by him in the All-Star Rookie Challenge last season. Under the siege of various big moves, Xiao Shiqin Zheng Lingmi became the first character to fall. Jun Maxiu killed Zheng Lingmi. Zheng Lingmi. Out. Xingxin's goal is too clear. But on the other hand, why did Jiashi suddenly not know how to play? Pan Lin asked in doubt. Because Su Macheng is not here. The pressure on Jiashi is too great. And Wang Zhe can't make up for the output gap caused by Su Mucheng's departure. Zhou Yichen explained. Ah! Qiu Fei sighed when he saw this. If he was here, this problem might not exist. Lian Jin, who came to support, also left the scene with Zheng Lingmi. Han Yinrou killed Lian Jin. Lian Jin. Out. Baozi Invasion was also killed by Sun Xiang. Boss, I'm going to run. Well done. Baozi, your death is valuable. Yi Zhiqiu killed Baozi Invasion. Baozi Invasion. Out. Sun Xiang now knows very well that if he wants to win, he can only protect the priest. But Xingxin is not in a hurry. Yi Xiu chooses to surround and kill the rest of Jiashi, preferably Yi Zhiqiu and Jiying. It's Qiao Yifan again. His ice formation successfully retained Wang Zhe's match, with Han Yinrou's damage. Match can't stand it, Pan Lin said. Qiao Yifan is a really good player, Yu Wenzhou praised. Qiao Yifan did a great job in terms of overall situation and timing. Zhou Yichen echoed. Gao Yingjie was happier than eating honey when he heard the two great players praising Qiao Yifan. Yifan, you are finally recognized. You are no longer a nobody. Han Yinrou killed Huachai. Huachai was out. At this point in the game, the situation was very clear. Some of the psychologically fragile Jiashi fans burst into tears on the spot. And a small group of people who supported Xingxin, led by Tian Qi, began to cheer. Who said Jiashi is invincible? Now, the former dynasty Jiashi is heading towards destruction step by step. After taking away Jiying, only Sun Xiang was left in Jiashi. Looking at the people in front of Xingxin, Sun Xiang smiled with relief. Glory is not a one-person game. Yi Xiu typed the sentence in the public channel. Yeah, but I won't say GG. If I die standing. After Sun Xiang sent the text, he roared and rushed towards the people of Xingxin. At this moment, Sun Xiang was completely mature. After desperately replacing Han Yinrou, Yi Zhiqiu fell down. Sun Xiang left the game with a smile. Glory. Let us congratulate Xingxin for defeating Dynasty Jiashi 10-7 and winning the championship of the Glory Professional League Season 9 Challenge. At the same time, they also won the ticket to the Glory Professional League Season 10. Xingxin. 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 Tian Qi and others shouted. Xingxin really won. Next season will be difficult, Su Bin worriedly said. This season has not ended yet. He started to worry about the next season. Really won? Qingwe felt that all this was like a dream. They came from the grassroots and defeated Jiashi, who was once invincible in the league. Next season will be interesting, Yu Wenzhou said with a smile. We at Samsara will take it first this season, Zhou Yichen said confidently. Chapter 356 Regular Season Finale and Awards Review. What are you playing for? Tao Xian was angry. He knew what the loss of this game meant. It meant that Jiashi building had collapsed. Many sponsors saw that Jiashi didn't even have the level to return to the league after the challenge, so they would not sponsor it anymore. Why didn't they sponsor Xingxin, who defeated Jiashi? Tao Xian kicked the chair angrily, and then left the game alone. Well played. Well played. With the style of my old man in the past. Wei Chen looked at the dark faces of all the members of Jiashi and clapped his hands deliberately. The sound was loud, as if he was afraid that Jiashi couldn't hear it. I shua, second sound. I shua, fourth sound. I, fourth sound. Shua, fourth sound. Oh! Tianqi couldn't believe that their Xingxin really defeated Jiashi. We won. Yes. We won. They cheered loudly. Next. Overturn the reincarnation. Hearing Tianqi's bold words, the friends on the side quickly covered his mouth. Zhou Yichen was still watching on the commentary desk. If he heard it, they would have a hard time in the 10th season. After all, in their eyes, Zhou Yichen was a black-bellied man, and his heart was black. Zhou Yichen, slander. He slandered me. The fans of Jiashi were like statues, all standing there in a daze. At this time, the fans of Jiashi were filled with sadness, loss, and sorrow, watching Tao Xian leave. Xiao Shiqin did not choose to keep him. He only signed a 1-year contract with Jiashi, and he left this summer. Is your contract expired too? Xiao Shiqin looked at Sun Xiang on the side. Yeah. Sun Xiang nodded. Do you have a next home? Xiao Shiqin asked. No. But I'm not worried. Sun Xiang was still so confident. I know there is a club that is very suitable for you. I guarantee that you will be the absolute core if you go there. Xiao Shiqin smiled. Where? Sun Xiang looked at Xiao Shiqin in confusion. He disdained to go to a weak team. Xiao Shiqin waved at Sun Xiang and whispered the name of a team in his ear. Hearing Xiao Shiqin's words, Sun Xiang immediately pulled away. Oh my god. So this is the purpose of your coming to Excellent Era. Captain Xiao is so insidious. Don't be embarrassing. I just thought of it suddenly. Don't slander me. After handing the screen to the scene, Zhou Yichen and the 3 commentators left the commentary desk and returned to the lounge. At this time, the lounge was already surrounded by many professional players who came to watch. The commentary is good, Li Xian said first. You are really good when you open your mouth. Yang Song joked that he thought that the league's invitation of Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian to commentate might be the most wrong choice they had ever made. Several times, the backstage staff wanted to shut off Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaotian microphones. Yi Xiu is really amazing. Some professional players praised him, saying that at the age of 26 or 27, he could still bring a brand new team back to the league through the challenge tournament. They couldn't do it. After the award ceremony, Wang Jieshi, Yu Wenzhou and Han Wenqing found Sun Xiang and Xiao Shiqin respectively. As for what they talked about, it is unknown. Zhou Yichen naturally stayed with Chu Yunxiu for a while, and then separated. After all, there was a game tomorrow. And just when everyone was looking forward to interviewing the winner of Happy, Happy suddenly slipped away. It turned out that it was because they didn't know this at all. It was like an old lady crawling into bed and making me laugh. The next day, the final battle of the Glory Professional League was in full swing. During the day, a big melon was revealed. That is, Yi Xiu life after retirement. An Excellent Era did not provide any help. This time the public opinion was completely reversed, and all the spearheads were pointed at Excellent Era. All the great players stood up for Yi Xiu. This is a shame. Han Wenqing, the captain of Team Tyranny, Yi Xiu old friend and archenemy for 10 years, said angrily, I didn't expect Excellent Era to treat their former king like this. Yu Wenzhou, the captain of Team Blue Rain, expressed his incomprehension. Yi Xiu was treated unfairly. This is the opinion of Wang Jieshi, the captain of Team Tiny Herb. As for Zhou Yichen, he only said 4 words. Excellent Era? Shit! Hearing Zhou Yichen criticism, the Excellent Era fans did not refute much, because they also felt that their team treated the players a bit inhumanely. Except for some new fans and the brainless water army who deliberately discredited Yi Xiu. The older generation of Excellent Era fans are grateful to Yi Xiu. Excellent Era glory was brought by Yi Xiu, and they will not forget this. As the most authoritative esports home in the circle, it did not hesitate to report this incident as the main headline in the Monday edition of the Esports Weekly. At 8 p.m., the final battle of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League officially started. This time, in the second battle against Samsara, Hao had much better luck than last time. Tang Hao defeated Du Ming, and Fang Rui defeated Wu Qi, bringing 2 small points to Howling. In the end, Samsara defeated Howling 8-2 and won its 38th consecutive victory. At the end of the team competition, the scene also set off the fireworks prepared in advance, and the golden shredded paper flowers fluttered on the stage. 38 consecutive wins. Samsara team has achieved the first record in history that has never been achieved before and may never be achieved again. In one season, 354 total points, 9.36 points per game. This season Samsara has undoubtedly become the strongest regular season team in history. Lee Ju was very smart when announcing this point, and did not directly say that this season Samsara is the strongest team in history. After all, Samsara has not won 3 consecutive championships. If he said that Samsara did not win the championship in the end, he would be drowned by the spit of Samsara fans. Damn it! 38 consecutive wins. How can we play with him? The people of Happy also made up for the press conference later. And now Chinghua went out to solicit sponsorship. Happy's performance still attracted the attention of many groups. Awesome. Wei-Chen has already said this many times. Yi Xiu also felt that Samsara performance was too exaggerated. Of course, he thought it was not the 38 consecutive wins that were exaggerated, but Samsara's scoring efficiency, with an average score of 9.36 points per game. By the end of the regular season, no team could get 4 points from Samsara, because Samsara team competition had a 100% winning rate. A few days after the end of the regular season, the official also announced the awards for this season's regular season. The first to be announced were still the 3 undisputed awards based on the back-end data statistics. The King of Singles was awarded to Du Ming of the Samsara team this season. Although Du Ming lost several singles matches this season, he lost many times. He participated in almost all of the 38 singles matches in the entire regular season. Then, there was the Star of Defending, which was undoubtedly awarded to Zhou Yichen, as the player with the most 1-on-3 this season. The damage he dealt in the team competition was far greater than that of others. Zhou Yichen also successfully won this award for the second time. One-hit kill. This award was also won by Samsara, and it was finally awarded to Zhou Zikai. The best newcomer this season was also undisputed. That is, the 14-year-old Lu Hanwen of the Blue Rain team, who broke the Glory professional age record. The best 6th man was awarded to Bai Yanfei of the Tyranny team. The reason is also very simple. The 6 men of the top-ranked teams have changed except for Bai Yanfei of the Tyranny team and Song Xiao of the Blue Rain team. But Tyranny performance is better than Blue Rain, and Blue Rain already has the best newcomer. So the best 6-man alliance awarded by Yanfei. The most improved award, also known as the New Look Award, was also awarded to Zhao Yang, a veteran of the Tyranny team. Zhao Yang's performance this season is very good, and it can be regarded as a second spring of his career. The best combination. This award is still won by Samsara Double Week. And this season no one will complain about the double Ghosts of the Void, because the data of the Samsara Double Week combination directly beat the double Ghosts of the Void in all aspects. After the award was created in the 4th season, it was monopolized by 2 groups. One was Yi Qiu and Mu Chung Feng from the 4th to 6th seasons. The other was Yi Chuan Yun and Yi Xingchen from the 7th to the 9th seasons. The most important award, the regular season MVP, was awarded to Zhou Zikai of the Samsara team under the decision of the league. Under the MVP, the league's text read, led Samsara to an unprecedented 38-game winning streak. Zhou Zikai captain status still added a lot of points. With this, Zhou Zikai also completed the Grand Slam of personal honors, namely the 7th season finals FMEP, the 7th season's most valuable player, and the 9th season's regular season MVP. Became the 5th player in the history of honors to complete this honor, followed by Yi Xiu, Wang Xiaoyan, Wang Jieshi, and Zhou Yichen. This regular season, Samsara is undoubtedly the biggest winner. Chapter 357 on the eve of the playoffs. After the regular season awards were announced, the Glory Professional League also announced the 8 teams for the playoffs, as well as the matchups in the 2 halves. These became final after the 38th round of the regular season and could not be changed. Rankings of the regular season of the 9th season. Regular season first. Samsara advanced to the upper half of the playoffs. Regular season second. Tyranny advanced to the lower half of the playoffs. Regular season third. Tiny Herb advanced to the lower half of the playoffs. Regular season fourth. Blue Rain advanced to the upper half of the playoffs. Regular season fifth. Misty Rain advanced to the upper half of the playoffs. Regular season 6th. Howling advanced to the lower half of the playoffs. Regular season 7th. Void advanced to the lower half of the playoffs. Regular season 8th. 100 Flowers advanced to the upper half of the playoffs. Regular season 9th. 301st Team. Regular Season 10th. Xiaohua Team. Regular Season 19th. Time Team, eliminated. Regular Season 20th. Wind Raider Team, eliminated. Playoff matchups, upper half, Samsara vs Baiwa. Blue Rain vs Misty Rain. Lower half, Tyranny vs Void. Tiny Herb vs Howling. After the playoff matchups are announced, there are still many things to watch. Zhang Jiala is going to face his old team. How come Blue Rain and Misty Rain meet again? During the 10-day preparation period, major media also visited the 8 teams that entered the playoffs. Samsara is determined to win the championship with a perfect record. Tyranny believes that the regular season and the playoffs are 2 different competitions, and publicly called for Samsara to meet in the finals. This obviously did not take the other 6 teams seriously. Wang Jieshi did not say anything about this, but just smiled. Last year Tiny Herb could beat them once in the playoffs, and this year they can beat them a second time. Howling and Void said, "Thank you. No one cares about our lives." Oh my. The support rate of Samsara is really exaggerated, Yishio said while holding the new issue of Honor Weekly. The first section reported the awards of the regular season of the 9th season, and then the support rate of each major team in the playoffs. Samsara's support rate for winning the championship was as high as a terrifying 90%, while the other 7 teams only accounted for 10%. Let me see. Weichen snatched the weekly report. Samsara momentum is sky high. Weichen sighed. If Samsara doesn't win the championship this season, it will be difficult to end. Tang Rou interrupted. It seems that the collapse of Excellent Era has made the alliance focus on Samsara. Yishio said that after the challenge ended. Yishio also talked a lot with Tao Xian. When he learned that he decided to sell Excellent Era, Yishio did not say anything. Hey, if Muchio was here, wouldn't you and I be like this? You two must be better than the 2 weeks of the reincarnation. Tao Xian fantasized. Let's not talk about the account card that Su Muchio originally planned to use to enter the alliance, was Mu Yucheng Feng. There is no if in all this. How is the sale going? Yishio asked with concern. It's okay. Some guys are eyeing this piece of fat meat. The bargaining faces are really familiar. Mu Yucheng Feng. Name a price. Yishio said to Tao Xian. You don't want 1 autumn leaf anymore? Tao Xian asked. It doesn't need me anymore. Mu Yucheng Feng. 450,000 for happy. The old price. Tao Xian smiled. Thank you. The two sat on the steps of Excellent Era, smoking cigarettes, without communicating, looking at the setting sun in the west. Excellent Era came to an end. The fall of the old dynasty will inevitably be accompanied by the advent of the new dynasty. Amid the league's vigorous publicity, the playoffs are approaching, and the event has finally become the main theme of the Glory Circle again. The 8 teams that entered the playoffs have promoted their teams through various channels. Any team that entered the playoffs will have thoughts about the championship, as long as they can get through 3 rounds with difficulty. The Glory Championship trophy will be within their grasp. Among the 8 teams, Samsara has the greatest publicity and the loudest slogan. Samsara Dynasty. These boring reporters actually asked them what they think of our Happy. Chingua found a column on the playoff team's opinions on Happy in the lower left corner of the weekly report. What do you think of Yishio return? When mentioning Yishio, Han Wenqing cannot be ignored. The reporter mentioned this in the post-season interview of the Tyranny team. Well done. I am looking forward to the matchup with him on the court. I hope he will perform better next season than in Excellent Era. It was the first time that the reporter saw Han Wenqing smile after winning the championship in the 4th season. The same question was also asked to the current league's overlord, the Samsara team that won 2 consecutive championships. Well, looking forward to. Shozakai thought for a long time and said 3 words. Well, what are you looking forward to? Captain Joe? I'm really looking forward to playing against him. After all, I haven't had enough of the 7th season. Joe-Ichin said confidently. Forget it. The reporter was silenced by these 2 people, as a player who also retired and returned. What do you think of Yishio's victory over Excellent Era and his return to the league? Yishio's return has made my quiet heart boil again. This guy's absence is really a loss for the league. Zhang Jiala clenched his fist. But isn't it a loss to lack Excellent Era? After all, Excellent Era is the first dynasty of the league. The reporter asked. That's just the old dynasty. Samsara will replace Excellent Era and establish a new dynasty. The humble Jiang Buitao took over the topic. I always believe that Samsara can win. no matter who the opponent is. This is the confidence that the record brings him. Jiang Buitao's speech shifted people's attention from Yixiu's return to whether Samsara can replace Excellent Era and become the second-generation dynasty. It can only be said that Jiang Buitao is worthy of it. He immediately led the topic to Samsara. Jiang Buitao really doesn't show off. Yixiu noticed this. All the members of Samsara are monsters. After a short off-season, the competition for the championship of the 9th season is about to begin. The first match is the interesting match between Samsara and Baiwa. In the 7th season, Samsara successfully defeated Baiwa and entered the playoffs for the first time and won the first championship in team history. After the game, Zhang Jiala even retired directly. Therefore, many people think that Zhang Jiala was beaten to retirement by Samsara, rather than the so-called lack of spirit and unwillingness to play. Because in their opinion, Zhang Jiala and Samsara should be mortal enemies. But now Zhang Jiala has joined Samsara and has a very good running in. This group of people has suddenly become clowns. The first round of the game was held at the home court of the Baiwa team, and there were still many boos for Zhang Jiala at the scene. But the size of Samsara fans is worthy of being the largest in the league. Not only was the away area full, but some even sat among the Baiwa fans. Hearing the boos from Baiwa for Zhang Jiala, the fans of Samsara fought back, shouting, "Come on, Zhang Jiala." The fans are too enthusiastic. Zhang Jiala, who was waiting backstage, heard the shouts of Samsara fans, many of whom were Zhang Jiala personal fans. They believed that Zhang Jiala's choice to pursue the championship was not wrong, and Zhang Jiala was ready to endure the boos from Baiwa fans. But the boos were drowned out by the shouts of Samsara fans. You know, this is Baiwa home court. So before the game started and the players entered the court, the fans of both sides started competing. On one side, they were crazy. Ouch. And on the other side, they were crazy. Come on. Damn. Is this Baiwa home court? Commentator Pan Lin expressed doubt. Samsara? Awesome. Li Bo was at a loss for words. At 8 p.m., the first round of the playoffs officially began. Welcome to the first round of the playoffs of the 9th season of the Honor Professional League. First of all, let us welcome the Samsara team, which won the championship in the 7th and 8th seasons of the Honor Professional League and won 2 consecutive championships. Samsara, 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 cough cough. Samsara, Samsara. Some fans were so hoarse from shouting that the Samsara logistics department was very considerate and prepared throat lozenges for the fans before the game started. Captain Jozakai. One shot through the clouds. Titled Gun King. Gun King. Jozakai. Gun King. Jozakai. Gun King. Jozakai. Jozakai waved to the fans. Wow. It's the smile of a male god. Vice Captain Jiang Buitao. Wulong. Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao. Jiang Buitao. Like Jozakai. Waved to the fans. Team member Zhou Chen. Yu Xingchen / Qianin Xingchen. Titled God of War. God of War. Zhou Chen. God of War. Zhou Chen. God of War. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen. Mom will always love you. The voice was so loud that even Zhou Chen himself could hear it. Damn. My macho mom fans are here again. They are all present. Zhou Chen made his signature hard gesture, and then made a shut-up gesture to the Baiwa fans, because he knew that when Zhang Jiala appeared on the stage, there would be a lot of boos. Zhou Chen's gesture was still somewhat effective. When Zhang Jiala appeared on the stage, the boos were obviously much smaller than before. Of course, it is also possible that he had exhausted all his strength in the competition with the Samsara fans just now. What do you feel? Zhou Chen elbowed Zhang Jiala, who was expressionless on the side. Generally, I thought I would be criticized by thousands of people. Why not the great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger? Can we not be awkward? Chapter 358. Yesterday, they were the double flower. Today they are the opponents. After the introduction of the players, Zhang Jiala did not have any extreme fans throwing bottles at him while he was returning to the player seats, because Zhou Chen and Jozakai, 2 top players in the league with the highest traffic and strength, were right next to Zhang Jiala. If he threw the ball wrong and hit the 2 of them, they would have to accept the anger of the fans of the double Zhou combination, especially Zhou Chen macho fans. They are very scary. Almost everyone heard the voice of support just now. At this time, Zhang Jiala suddenly felt that someone was staring at him. He turned around and found that it was Sheila, a security guard of Baiwa, who had been there since Zhang Jiala was there. He was a loyal fan of Baiwa, and he did not understand Zhang Jiala's sudden retirement and return to the reincarnation. But he did not have the opportunity to find Zhang Jiala to ask clearly. Sheila, Zhang Jiala did not know what expression to use to face it, so he had to lower his head and not look at him. The people in the reincarnation stopped when they saw that the two knew each other. Eat melons. Welcome back. Xiaolu smiled after a silence. Can I ask why? For the championship. Is the championship really worth abandoning your home for 6 years? Zhang Jiala looked up at Xiaolu and found that he was already in tears. Worth it. Zhang Jiala's eyes suddenly became firm. I'm already 26. Seeing Zhang Jiala's sharp eyes, Xiaolu understood everything. Yes, he is not young anymore. Everyone understands that Zhang Jiala needs a championship. I understand. I wish you success. Xiaolu choked up, then wiped away his tears with his sleeves. Everyone in the reincarnation, please be safe and go this way. Old Zhang, are you okay? Zhou Yichen asked with concern. It's okay. It's easy to think too much when you get older. Zhang Jiala joked. That's right. Zhou Yichen nodded. Don't say anything. There's no problem with Lao Zhang starting. Fang Mingguo looked at Zhang Jiala. No problem. Leave it to me. Zhang Jiala clenched his fists. He was ready to beat up his old club. This time the playoffs league changed the way the players were arranged to appear, from the original 5-man list to the list not being determined in advance, but the teams on the spot temporarily assigned. Such rule changes can increase the uncertainty in the game, but also reduce the existence of upsets. After all, as long as the situation in the ring match is not right, the strong team will immediately send the ace player to win the head points. Welcome to the game side of the 9th season of the Honor Professional League Playoffs. I am the commentator Pan Lin, and sitting next to me is Coach Li. Hello everyone. I am Li Ba, the commentator and guest of today's playoffs. Li Ba waved to the audience in front of the camera. What does Coach Li think of the direction of today's game? Pan Lin asked the first question. I think if you watch the regular season, you will support Samsara without a second thought. Li Ba laughed. Samsara is too exaggerated now. A hexagonal team. No weaknesses. You have to know that Li Ba is a famous player of tyranny. This evaluation is already very high. He has never given tyranny such an exaggerated evaluation. After a slight adjustment, the starting list of the two teams' ring matches was also announced on the big screen. This playoffs also added a broadcast function to broadcast player information in real time. The first person to appear on the Samsara side was naturally Zhang Jiala, while the first person to appear on the Baiwa side was actually the captain Yufeng. Samsara, Zhang Jiala. ID, Baiwa Liuan. Occupation, ammunition expert. Baiwa, Yufeng. ID, Luowa Longzui. Occupation, berserker. Map, Port Town. I didn't expect Baiwa to choose such a map. Did they understand it after watching the challenge finals? Pan Lin asked. Baiwa chose the map of the challenge match between Excellent Era and Happy in the finals. The difference is that the map for the finals was announced when the offline match just started, while Baiwa chose it by herself. This map is very comprehensive and has a comprehensive style. Water battles, street battles, indoor battles, etc. can all be realized on this map. Baiwa wants to play brain games with Samsara. Yishio smiled. In his opinion, Samsara overall combat quality is very high, and there are also black-bellied monsters. What does Baiwa think? I wanted to have a good fight with you a long time ago, Yufeng said to Zhang Jiala with a smile when he came on stage. At this moment, looking at Yufeng's smile, Zhang Jiala actually felt that he was a bit like old son. Come on. Let me see how well you can play Luohua Longzai in your hands. Zhang Jiala stretched out his hand, and the two shook hands. The big screen at the back also announced the information of the two characters. 100 flowers in disarray. A level 75 silver weapon hunting. A mess of fallen flowers. A level 75 silver weapon burying flowers. The two flowers of the past have become today's opponents. 3, 2, 1. Fight! As the countdown on the broadcast ended, the two rushed out of the refresh area at the same time. The characters of both sides refreshed symmetrically, with 100 flowers dazzling refreshing in the upper left corner of the map, and falling flowers in a disarray refreshing in the lower right corner of the map. You can see the movement of both sides. Neither of them chose to go around. Both sides went straight to the center of the map. I can understand falling flowers in a disarray. But does 100 Flowers Dazzling Refresh also play like this? Pan Lin asked. This is Zhang Jiala 100 Flowers Dazzling Refreshing. To this day, I still remember his unique melee and long-range fighting style. Li Ba smiled. Come to the center and decide the outcome in a manly way. Zhang Jiala typed on the public channel. That's exactly what I want. Yu Feng responded. He was afraid that Zhang Jiala would beat around the bush with him. Old Zhang's fighting spirit is about to explode. Zhou Chen, who was watching from the audience, said, well, the ruins of the fallen flowers should remind him of his days in Baiwa. Fang Minghua smiled. It was a pity that none of the members of Samsara had ever seen the peak of Baiwa. Baiwa was at its peak in the second and third seasons. Except for Zhang Jiala. The most experienced member of Samsara was Fang Minghua, who debuted in the fourth season. Needless to say, Zhou Chen's desire to play professionally was touched by Yishio breaking through Baiwa. So I won't pierce Zhang Jiala's fragile heart here. The two are about to meet. Looking at the holographic projection overlooking the view. As long as the two pass through this alley, they will face each other across the sculpture in the center of the town. There will be a firefight. People stared at the alleys on both sides. Zhang Jiala Baiwa Liao1 rushed out first, followed by Luohua Longjia on the other side. But Baiwa Liao1 occupied the flower bed in the center faster than Luohua Longjia, and then threw a grenade at Luohua Longjia. During the period, he replaced the ice bombs and fired a volley at him. Luohua Longjia was not stupid either. He rolled to avoid the exploding grenade and slashed at Baiwa Liao1 with a charged cross slash. Baiwa Liao1 hid behind the huge sculpture. The cross slash hit the marble sculpture, and the sculpture trembled slightly. Luohua Longjia's attack had not stopped yet. It was obvious that he wanted to directly smash the obstructing sculpture in the center. Zhang Jiala also noticed the sculpture that was shaking and falling dust. So he rolled over and left behind the sculpture. Sure enough, the next second, the sculpture fell backwards. Bang! The sculpture fell to the ground, causing a loud noise and smoke. Luohua Longjia swung his sword to blow away the smoke and found that Baiwa Liao1 was gone. Strange. Where did they go? Yu Feng slid the mouse with his right hand and kept rotating the view, trying to find the trace of Baiwa Liao1. Are you looking for me? At this time, a text bubble suddenly appeared in front of Luohua Longjia. Not good. When Yu Feng reacted and operated Luohua Longjia to turn around, the muzzle of the gun was already pointed at his head. Chapter 359 Yu Feng is powerless. Baiwa Liao1 took advantage of the rising smoke and entered the alley in a hurry. But how did he get behind Luohua Longjia? Pan Lin, the commentator, said he didn't understand. He couldn't learn this operation. Blind spot. Yishio explained at this time. Zhang Jiala blocked Yu Feng's first blind spot just now. It should be the blind spot, because of frequent analysis errors. Li Bo commentary was not confident. When he turned around, Baiwa Liao1 bullet had already been fired, and Yu Feng subconsciously pressed the jump button. The bullet that had hit Luohua Longjia's head hit Luohua Longjia's neck. Ah! Zhang Jiala's eyes widened. What kind of new way to dodge bullets is this? But it was harmless, because Baiwa Liao1 fired a stiff bullet. But after Luohua Longjia was stiffened, Baiwa Liao1 did not rush to fire a floating bullet to float the opponent. Sure enough, the next second, Yu Feng started a bloodthirsty fight. His whole body was surging with blood, and the hegemony effect provided by the skill relieved the stiffness. Then he swung his sword at Baiwa Liao1. Zhang Jiala was not stupid either, and quickly threw a smoke bomb. As the smoke spread, Luohua Longjia completely lost Baiwa Liao1 vision. Damn! Seeing that he had already turned on the blood fury state, but couldn't find an opponent, Yu Feng was about to have a brain congestion. Such a thick smoke. Is the designer playing the game with his butt? Of course, Yu Feng could only say this in his heart. Otherwise, if someone heard it, he would be punished. When the smoke dissipated, Baiwa Liao1 had disappeared from the spot. Where is he? Looking at Luohua Longjia, who was drawing his sword and looking around in a daze on the holographic projection. Zhou Chen felt funny. Yu Feng is a little anxious. He wants this victory too much. Fang Minghua shook his head and said, yes, Yu Feng wanted to prove himself too much. Before in Blue Rain, no matter how hard he tried, he could only rank behind Sword and Curse. For this reason, after losing in the finals of the 8th season, Yu Feng made up his mind to leave Blue Rain and proved that he had the ability to lead a team. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Originally, after hearing the news of Zhang Jiala's comeback, Yu Feng was not going to go to Baiwa. But after communicating with Baiwa, he found out that Zhang Jiala went to Samsara. Yu Feng also expressed his understanding of this. Who doesn't want to be a champion? Yu Feng is still very happy that Zhang Jiala is not returning to Baiwa. After all, he came out of Blue Rain to be the boss. If Zhang Jiala is there, the captain will definitely not be his. What's the difference between that and being in Blue Rain? From the third pick to the second pick? It's better to stay in Blue Rain. We can see from the holographic projection that Baiwa Liaowan has entered the alley again, silently watching Luohua Longjia, who is still looking around. Pan Lin saw this weird scene and went through all the sad things in his heart, so he didn't laugh out loud. This wave of blood rage was dragged over like this. So Yu Feng is at a loss, Li Ba said. The players of Baiwa were anxious, and Yu Feng, who was sitting on the field, was even more anxious. He naturally knew that if this wave of blood rage didn't make any profit, then it would be a pure loss. And Yu Feng's personality is not the kind of person who likes to spit trash talk and delete words, which led to Yu Feng in this situation. Can only worry. Many people have noticed that Yu Feng has opened the public channel many times, but he didn't say a word. As for Zhang Jiala, he was staring at Luohua Longjia intently. As long as Luohua Longjia looked over here, he would immediately stick his turtle head in. The main attack is to shrink freely. After seeing the blood on Luohua Longjia disappear, Zhang Jiala knew that the duration of the bloodthirsty battle was over. While Yu Feng was still looking back and forth, Baiwa Liaowan rushed out from the side. Chaos Thunder. This Chaos Thunder directly disrupted Yu Feng's thinking. 8 grenades with different effects bombarded not only knocked Luohua Longjia down, but also made Yu Feng's brain a mess. How could he come out from there? This was the first thought that popped up in Yu Feng's mind. But time waits for no one. Luohua Longjia was already knocked down by the big move of the ammunition expert. Chaos Thunder. Oh! A full-level Chaos Thunder. Yishio was a little surprised, because Zhang Jiala liked to use Chaos Thunder to attack first, so he usually didn't click the full level. But this time he did. Baiwa Liaowan's attack did not stop, and he fired a volley at the fallen Luohua Longjia. There were also incendiary bombs and explosive bombs interspersed among them. Now Luohua Longjia was also affected by multiple negative effects such as electric shock, burning, and poisoning. When Yu Feng came to his senses and was about to stand up by controlling Luohua Longjia, Baiwa Liaowan's explosive grenade was stuffed into his mouth. The powerful impact of the grenade blew Luohua Longjia away before he could stand up, and Baiwa Liaowan's other grenade followed closely. The explosive grenade? Luohua Longjia is on the verge of red blood, while Baiwa Liaowan only suffered a few knife wounds. Pan Lin looked at the health bars of both sides and felt incredible. Although Zhang Jiala was very strong, Yu Feng was not bad either. At this stage, Luohua Longjia was almost at red blood, while Baiwa Liaowan still had 80% of his health. In the end, Yu Feng also chose to throw away his brain and cooperate with the high physical attack bonus provided by the passive Blood Awakening, trying to fight Baiwa Liaowan head-on. Devil Breaking Slash, Blood Shadow Wild Blade, Collapse Mountain Strike. Yu Feng threw all his skills out at once. Zhang Jiala was not a fool. Although he had a lot of health, he would not fight head-on with a red-blooded berserker. What kind of play is Yu Feng? Pan Lin was shocked. He had never seen such a crazy berserker. But if you think about it carefully, Sun Zhiping, the former #1 berserker of glory, played like this. Yu Feng's hand speed has soared to 360. And at the same time, he also raised Zhang Jiala's hand speed. In the end, in the last wave of the two people's attack, it was still Zhang Jiala Baiwa Liaowan who stood to the end. The HP lead was too much, and Yu Feng realized it too late. In the end, Zhang Jiala defeated Yu Feng with a 54% HP advantage. Yu Feng's desperate play successfully exchanged 12% HP for Zhang Jiala's 26% HP. If it had been earlier, Yu Feng might have done better. Oh my god! I managed to hold on. Zhang Jiala breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect Yu Feng to launch such a fierce counterattack in the final stage. Now the better Zhang Jiala performed, the more humorous the expressions on the faces of the Baiwa fans were. Huh? It's my turn. Zhou Yuan stood up from his seat. Yu Feng played first, and Zhou Yuan played second. This was decided before the game. Their idea was simple. All the players with higher combat power were put in front, and they would take whatever they could get. The ring match of the reincarnation was too domineering. And it was so in the regular season, and even more so in the playoffs. After all, with 5 All-Stars, no matter how they were arranged, Baiwa had no chance of winning. In addition, a blogger has done an analysis before. The most difficult ranking of the ring match for Samsara is to put the Trident in the first, third and fifth positions. Now that Zhang Jiala is on the first position, the third position is likely to be Zhou. Therefore, Baiwa can only put its strength on the front and get the first 2 kills before talking about the team match. Samsara lineup is too difficult to solve. Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen and Zhang Jiala contracts will expire at the end of this season. Samsara remaining funds should only be enough for 2 weeks. As for Zhang Jiala, it depends on what he thinks. Yishio said. Yes, with Samsara lineup, let alone the team match, no team can beat it in the 5v5 ring match. Su Maicheng nodded and said that Su Maicheng had already arrived at Happy at this time, and Jiashir had already started a clearance sale. Do we have a chance? Tang Rou asked. Puff. Wei Chen just came over and drank some water. When he heard what Tang Rou said, he immediately sprayed the water out of his mouth. What's wrong? Tang Rou found that everyone else looked at her with strange eyes. Sister, sometimes being too confident is not a good thing. Do you believe that Samsara can kill all of us in Happy by just sending out the Trident? Trident? There may be no Trident next season. Yishio smiled. Why do you have any ideas? Qinguo looked at Yishio. Yes. I definitely want to pursue the championship when I return to the league. After all, who would have too many championships? Yishio spread his hands. You are not interested in Zhou Yichen. Are you? Su Maicheng asked. What are you thinking about? Zhou Yichen current worth is too much for our small temple, and Samsara can't let him go. Shuang Zhou is their cash cow. Yishio smiled. Then are you interested in Zhang Jiala? Qinguo asked. I didn't say that. You said it. Now in addition to the funds for the challenge, Xingxin also has a lot of sponsorship. There is no way Xingxin doesn't have much else. But there are a lot of beauties. And Tang Rou's father Tang Shusen also gave a lot of startup funds. It's called pocket money. At that moment, other people in Xingxin felt the huge gap between people for the first time. Wei Chen was even more suspicious. My little money can only be regarded as other people's pocket money. Chapter 360. The gap is bigger than the sky. When everyone in Xingxin was discussing how to poach players from Samsara, Zhang Jiala on the field shuddered. Is someone thinking about me? Zhang Jiala shook his head and put it behind his mind. On the field, Hua Fancy Jin was unilaterally suppressed by Hua Liaoluan. Why does it feel like Zhou Yuan wilts when he sees Zhang Jiala? Someone discussed. The son met his father. Zhang Jiala was too familiar with Zhou Yuan habits. After all, in the 7th season, due to the retirement of old players, he could only choose to promote new players to the training camp. And Zhou Yuan was promoted by him. And Zhang Jiala still remembers some of his little habits. What he didn't expect was that he had said these problems to Hua 800 times. But BYD Zhou Yuan had not changed. Now Zhang Jiala is very glad that he left Hua and chose Samsara. Otherwise he would be angry to death. On the contrary, Zhou Yuan is not very familiar with Zhang Jiala. Although he often sees Zhang Jiala POV. Watching and learning are two different things. Zhang Jiala ammunition expert's melee and long-range play style has been so long, and no one has been able to play it completely. Zhang Xian of the Blue Rain team is the closest. But he has no ambition, which makes him stuck there. For Zhang Xian, playing professionally is now a job. He has already won the championship that others dream of. So why not just lie down? Zhang Xian sometimes saves the team from dire straits. Of course, you don't care how the team is in dire straits. Have I ever told you not to stare at your broken bullets when playing ammunition expert? In the end, Zhang Jiala still pointed out the problem that Zhou Yuan had not changed in the public channel. Zhou Yuan has a problem that he will not change the bullets until the bullets are used up. After the ammunition expert changes his job at level 20, he needs to change the magazine when using special ammunition. This results in that sometimes the pistol has few bullets. He throws a grenade, wants to catch a round, and finds that there are no bullets. So he has to change the special magazine. This also gives the opponent enough time to react. Seeing the text bubble sent by Zhang Jiala, Zhou Yuan was stunned for a second. At this moment, He seemed to see the Captain Zhang who had worked hard in the 7th season and defeated the newcomers of Tyranny by himself and successfully entered the semifinals. Not only Zhou Yuan, but also the Baiwa players and Baiwa fans in the audience were silent. Huh? Why is no one scolding Lao Zhang? Zhou Yichen found that the Baiwa fans in the audience had actually shut up. In the battle with Yufeng just now, the Baiwa fans had scolded him fiercely. I don't know. Lao Zhang is going to win, Jiang Guotao said. Baiwa Liaowan successfully blocked Hua Fansigen's movement with a very beautiful tracking grenade, and then successfully paralyzed him with an electric grenade. Finally, he added a shuttle and successfully took the opponent away. Glory! Let's congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning the second game. 1 against 2. Currently, Samsara leads by 2-0. Zhang Jiala's own health is not much. Only 12%. As an opponent, he really shouldn't remind Zhou Yuan of the problem. But as a former captain, Zhang Jiala still couldn't help it. Hey, I'm such a soft-hearted and kind boy. Unlike Zhou Yichen, who is so black-bellied. Zhang Jiala slandered Zhou Yichen behind his back again. The third player to play was Zhou Guangyi, who had just transferred from Tyranny this season, and brought the legendary assassin Ji Lung with him. Seeing that the assassin was playing in the third game, Zhang Jiala chose to go all in. After seeing Ji Lung, he threw all his skills out at once, doing as much damage as he could. In the end, Baiwa Liaowan successfully cleared the blue bar, and then was stabbed in the heart by Ji Lung, and fell to the ground. Zhang Jiala was eliminated with a smile. Zhou Guangyi was at a loss. Although Zhang Jiala was eliminated, he still took away 28% of his health in the end. Pan Lin looked at the last exchange of blood between the two sides and said, "This is Zhang Jiala conspiracy. He can't escape it." But Zhou Guangyi positioning was indeed a bit careless. Li Bo commented, "Awesome." Zhang Jiala took off his headphones and walked off the stage. Just as he was about to welcome the boos from the audience, he found that the audience was so quiet. Then the fans of the away area watched Zhang Jiala return to the stage and gave him warm applause. On the other hand, the fans of Baiwa have not yet come out of the previous sentence. Then the fans of the Samsara side watched Zhou Guangyi go on stage. So they set LV Boyuan in the second place. "Old Zhang, you are in good shape today." Zhou Yichen handed him a cup of water. "It's okay. It's okay," Zhang Jiala said. "Oh my. 228 HP. Not bad." Zhou Yichen pouted and imitated Zhang Jiala's words. "Are you itchy?" Zhang Jiala took a sip of water and said, "It's itchy." Zhou Yichen couldn't stop Zhang Jiala from saying this. "You are such an interesting life." Zhang Jiala was silent for a moment and said this. Zhou Yichen's smile disappeared immediately and moved to the faces of other people in the reincarnation. The players of Baiwa were the ones who bore Zhou Yichen anger. Unfortunately, there was only one Zhu Xiaoping left for him. Both Zhou Guangyi and Zhang Wei were defeated by Lu Boyuan. Lu Boyuan also proved to people that his all-star was pure. As for Zhou Yichen, who was the third player to appear, he could only vent his anger on Zhu Xiaoping, the last player to appear to defend the ring. At the end of the ring match, Baiwa only got 2 kills, and the score was 5-2. Ah! Yufeng sighed. As long as he watched this ring match, the most intuitive feeling was that the gap between the two sides was too big. They were not teams of the same level at all. If the team level of this season was ranked, Samsara was undoubtedly T0. Tyranny was T0.5. Second only to Samsara. Wei Chao, Blue Rain and Misty Rain were T1. The points of these three teams were relatively close. Who was right and who was wrong mainly depended on the status of the day. Howling, Void and 100 Blossoms are T2 and are at the end of the playoffs. Whether they can break through the first round depends on luck. As for other teams, no comments will be made. Although Yufeng knew that the hope was slim, at least one thing was clear. That is, Zhou Yichen would indeed use a sharpshooter in the playoffs. After all, it was Gun Yin Xingchen who was used to abuse Zhu Xiaoping. After the halftime break, the two teams' lineups for the team competition were also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, Yichang Chuanyun. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, Wu Lang. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liaowan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiao Guziru. Occupation, priest. The sixth person. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanwan. Occupation, judoka. 100 Blossoms, Yufeng. ID, Luohua Langzui. Occupation, mad swordsman. Zhou Yuan. ID, Hua Fancy Jin. Occupation, ammunition expert. Zhou Guangyi. ID, Ji Lung. Occupation, assassin. Mo Chuchen. ID, Ao Feng Kenhua. Occupation, priest. Zhu Xiaoping. ID, Feng Ku. Occupation, summoner. The sixth player. Zhang Wei. ID, Sun Luo. Occupation, mage scholar. Map, Niha Peninsula. Damn. There's a liar. Yu Feng said he was cheated after seeing the lineup of Samsara. This picture is the multi-range lineup they used to target Samsara. But they didn't use double sharpshooters at all. It seems that Samsara double sharpshooters are just a cover. Other players watching the game said. No. I don't think it's that simple. Yu Wanzhou said. At the same time, Zhang Xinjia and Tyranny also felt this. Samsara two completely different lineups are really a headache. Two lineups. Zhang Xinjia needs to spend a lot of energy to study. But they have to study Void and Microherb first before facing Samsara. In the eyes of everyone in Tyranny, whether Samsara is facing Baihua or the winner of Blue Rain and Misty Rain in the upper half, Samsara has a very high advantage. Because the frontal strength of these three teams is not particularly high. They cannot withstand the charge of Samsara. Will Baihua play this map? Yishou had such a question in his heart. And soon Baihua told him the answer. Chapter 361, the first round of home court curse was broken. Niha Peninsula. As the name suggests, there are many swamps. And it is a map specially designed for long-range characters. The whole map is symmetrically divided into 4 parts. And the 4 parts are separated by several large or small swamps. There is also a perfect circle in the middle of the map. The characters can enter the swamp without life damage. But the movement speed will be reduced by 70. In addition, there are many trees that can be used as cover. It is obvious that Baihua chose this map because they believe that Luanhui would choose a full attack lineup with 2 sharpshooters and ammunition experts. However, they did not expect that Luanhui would become more stable in the playoffs and use the lineup with the most times and a 100% winning rate. As Yishio thought, Baihua chose this lineup just to restrict the opponent, but did not consider that they themselves would be restricted. The most obvious ones are Zhu Xiaoping and Zhou Yuan. The summoners summon beasts move too slowly in the swamp, and they are simply live targets for the opponent. As an assassin, Ji Lum was in even more pain. After entering the quagmire, his speed dropped significantly. Why does it feel like Baihua is not as skilled as Luanhui in playing this map? This was Li Bao's first impression after watching for a while. Luanhui was in good order. Yiqian Chuanyun and Baihua Liaowan did not choose to enter the quagmire, but Yu Xingchen and Wulong pushed forward. On the other hand, all members of Baihua entered the quagmire, trying to attack the lineup of Luanhui. As a result, they all got stuck. Baihua, will you? A question mark appeared above Huang Xiaotian's head. They had also prepared for this map. After all, whether it was Luanhui or Yenyu, they had more long-range output. This map can still limit the opponent's output, especially Yenyu, whose output mainly depends on Chu Yunxiu Fengcheng Yenyu. As the game progressed, people already had the answer in their hearts as to whether Baihua would play this map. Why did Baihua choose this map? Do you want to get black traffic? Baihua was in their home court, chose the map by themselves, and then was blown up by the opponent. What Baihua didn't expect was that Samsara had also studied this map. Just before the start of the playoffs, they ran through this map together, and even asked their second team to practice it. They knew that as long as they were not fools, they would think of which map was both suitable and easy to be ignored for long-range output. Then Niha Peninsula must be the first, because this map is really a bit hellish. After Yufeng Falling Flowers and Disarray was sent out, Baihua had no resistance at all. Glory! Let us congratulate Samsara for winning the first game of the playoffs 11-2. It feels a bit easy. Panlin felt that everything was too smooth. From the ring game to the team game, Baihua was the one being chased and beaten. There was not even any power to fight back. This game was a dull win and a dull loss. The atmosphere at the scene is a good proof. Samsara fans didn't feel anything when they saw their team win. Isn't it natural to win? They are double champions. 100 Flowers fans didn't feel anything when they lost, because they didn't expect to win against Samsara, which won all the regular season games before the game. Sure enough, there will be no disappointment without expectations. After the first game of the playoffs, the League Daily didn't report much, and their focus was even on Zhang Jiala's match against his old club. It just so happened that the MVP of today's game was awarded to Zhang Jiala. At the press conference after the game, there were many sensitive questions, including why Zhou Yuan had to be reminded during the game. Zhang Jiala answered very calmly. Zhou Yuan is a good junior, and he is very optimistic that he can lead 100 Flowers to stand up again. Afterwards, he firmly expressed his desire for victory and the championship. Zhang Jiala said that this season might be the season he is closest to the championship. 100 Flowers can't stop a champion's heart. This sentence became the title of the League Daily. The second half of the second day's game officially started, with the second-place Tyranny team challenging the seventh-placed Void team away from home. This game was not as interesting as the first game between Samsara and Baiwa. Tyranny fully utilized the importance of veterans, and the more surprising one was Zhao Yang. Although it was the first time to play in the playoffs, Zhao Yang played very well, defeating Yang Haoxuan and Guide Saijia in succession. But unfortunately, he was stopped by Wu Yuz and failed to complete a 1-on-3. So this is what the playoffs feel like, facing the Void Twin Ghosts. Han Wenqing was not afraid at all. Not only did he penetrate Li Xian defense in the ring match, in the team match, he showed his demeanor as the king of fighters, with a pair of iron fists piercing the heart of the Void. In the end, Tyranny played away and successfully defeated the Void team 11-7. The Twin Ghosts still had the same problem, and the tactical system was too single. The whole world knew that the Void Twin Ghosts had to play like this. Although Li Xian was eager to change, the road to change was not so easy. Have you decided? You know, if you change now, we may have a very difficult time next season. Not to mention this season. Wu Yu stared at Li Xian. It's decided. There is no construction without destruction, Li Xian said firmly. On the third day, the third-ranked Wei Chao in the regular season visited the sixth-ranked Wind Hao in the regular season. For Wind Hao, Wei Chao is simply their nightmare, because Wind Hao's criminal combination has no way to deal with the two magic scholars of Wei Chao. Wang Jieshi and Gao Yingjie can focus on solving Xiao Yujie Xiao Guanghuan. As for the priest of Wind Hao, they may not even know where the priest is. In the first round of the ring match, Wind Hao fans still saw hope. The captain Tang Hao, who started the game, was in great shape. He first defeated Lu Shubia and then Liang Feng, but unfortunately lost to Su Bin, who played the third game. Fan Rui, who played the second game, was also in the best shape. While defeating Su Bin, he also took Gao Yingjie away with a slight advantage. The new criminal combination of Howling pushed the atmosphere to a climax, and Howling led Tiny Herb 4-1. What a huge advantage. Some fans of Howling even began to imagine that they could enter the semifinals. However, that man broke their dreams again. Wang Jieshi, who was defending the ring, took away the low-blooded Dimi Shini without any injury, and then killed 3 people in a row, tying the score to 5-4. Oh my god, Wang Jieshi is really fierce. In the Samsara conference room, everyone watched the whole process of Wang Jieshi 1-on-4. Really fierce. Zhang Jiala sighed. Wang Jieshi was too abnormal. You are worthy of being the captain. Gao Yingjie's eyes were shining with gold. That is the god of our Tiny Herb. He will not let us down. Lu Shibia cheered. It is an honor for Tiny Herb that Wang Jieshi is in Tiny Herb. Damn. Tang Hao was numb. The 4-1 advantage was reversed. Who could bear this? Fang Rui on the side was very calm. He even thought that getting 4 points was a good result. After all, Tiny Herb has a very high winning rate in the ring match, second only to Samsara. Of course, all this is thanks to Wang Jieshi. Without Wang Jieshi, Tiny Herb's winning rate in the ring match would drop by half. Not just that. In the team match later, although Howl's early deployment was perfect, Xiao Guanghuan even found a place with shelter to avoid the attack of the 2 magic scholars. But Tang Hao Tang San was completely dragged down by Lu Shubia flying knife and Su Bin Duhua. And Fang Rui ghostly suspicion stabbed Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps. Tiny Herb's attack was immediately hindered, and the front and back rows were completely separated by Tiny Herb's 2 magic scholars. Tiny Herb's priest Ruan Yongbin healing spirit desperately saved the beaten captain Tang Hao. But Tiny Herb's fire was turned. The priest of Howling became the first character to be eliminated in this game. This time, Tang Hao did not criticize Ruan Yongbin. On the contrary, he felt a little guilty because his irrationality led to the priest's elimination. In the end, Wei Chao launched a wave of attacks, and the lack of treatment of Howling was successfully eliminated from top to bottom. I'm sorry. This is my fault. I shouldn't be impulsive. Fong Rui looked at Tang Hao with an unexpected look. You know, after losing the game in the past, Tang Hao would just be alone and sulking, and kept silent about his mistakes. After the anger subsided, he would organize the team members to review the game together, and only in the review would he talk about what problems he had. This was the first time Fong Rui heard Tang Hao admit his problems in public after the game. It's okay. We still have room for error, Fong Rui said. Well, next time we must get back at it, Tang Hao said with a clenched fist. The third day ended with the Wei Chao team defeating the Howling team 11-8. On the fourth day, the Blue Rain team, which ranked 4th in the regular season, played away against the Misty Rain team, which ranked 5th in the regular season. The Double Rain battle was about to start. This was also the one that people thought had the smallest gap among the 4 playoff matches. After all, the two sides had wins and losses in the regular season. But in the playoffs, Blue Rain still had a psychological advantage over Misty Rain. Whether it was the first round of the 7th season or the second round of the 8th season, Blue Rain defeated Misty Rain. In the ring match, Misty Rain's new all-star Chiu Fei performed well. He started the game and defeated the 14-year-old Lu Hanwen, who broke the record for the youngest age. And Lu Hanwen's performance clearly showed that he was still a little uncomfortable with the playoffs. Yi Yushengfan was a little uncomfortable being suppressed by Fengcheng Misty Rain's firepower. He was originally at a disadvantage in health, and now it's even worse. Now the ring match has come to the last game, with Blue Rain's ace player Huang Xiaoyan facing Misty Rain's absolute core Chu Yunxiu. Since Li Hua, who appeared in 4th place, consumed a lot of Huang Xiaotian health, Chu Yunxiu had a natural advantage at the beginning. In addition, the Misty Rain map was relatively open, with no large obstacles to serve as cover. As a result, Yi Yushengfan could only passively take the beating when facing Fengcheng Yanyu. Fuck. What kind of map did Yanyu choose? Huang Xiaoyan complained in the public channel while dodging the magic attacks from Fengcheng Yanyu. I chose it specially for you, Chu Yunxiu typed in response. Hey. Now! Huang Xiaoyan seized the opportunity when Fengcheng Yanyu released her skills, and successfully moved to Fengcheng Yanyu with the 3-stage slash. Go to hell. Huang Xiaotian was about to show off his skills, but Chu Yunxiu was prepared. The close-range Dark Knight Flying Shadows successfully hit Yi Yushengfan, causing his sword to directly hit the air. Looking at the darkness in the perspective, Huang Xiaoyan shouted, Swindler! 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 What greeted him was not pity, but bombardment. Heavenly Thunder and Earth Fire. Firestorm! 2 large-scale damage skills successfully carried away Huang Xiaotian Yi Yushengfan. Glory! Let us congratulate Chu Yunxiu for defeating Huang Xiaotian and winning the ring match. The score is 5-4, and Yanyu is temporarily in the lead. From the ring match map selection, Yanyu is preparing to play a full offensive lineup in the team match. Yu Wenzhou said. Worthy of being the emperor of analysis, Yu Wenzhou. Yanyu prepared a full offensive lineup for Blue Rain before the game, and they did not choose to change back to the original lineup like Samsara. Yanyu has gone on the road to full offensive lineup and will never return. The subsequent team match also confirmed this point. Yanyu faced Blue Rain and directly played the full offensive lineup they often used in the late regular season. Chu Yunxiu, Li Hua, Chiu Fei, Sun Liang plus Shu Kursen, and the 6th-player Feng Xiangming. Blue Rain also has a lineup with a relatively high winning rate. Yu Wenzhou, Huang Xiaoyan, Lu Hanwen, Zheng Xian, Su Jingxi, and the 6th-player Song Xiao. In terms of the map, Yanyu chose the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Is this Yanyu or Samsara? The commentator couldn't help but ask. Trouble. Yu Wenzhou frowned. This map is too disgusting with a lineup with more long-range output. The ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum is an alternative lore map, which tests the team's ability to fight team battles and the degree of fit of the lineup. If we say which of the 8 teams entering the playoffs is most afraid of charging, Blue Rain must be the first to bear the brunt. Blue Rain's play is essentially a full one, allowing Huang Xiaotian to wander outside the team and harass the opponent's side. However, once Blue Rain's 4 is broken, Huang Xiaotian 1 will be useless. The team game screen is just as analyzed before the game. Blue Rain's 4 players can't stand Yenyu full output. In order to prevent being harassed by Night Rain, Yenyu said Sun Liang to intercept. Chu Yunqiu task to Sun Liang is very simple. To stop this chatterbox even if he dies. So Huang Xiaotian encountered Sun Liang, a crazy man who didn't care about his life. Even though Yu Wenzhou responded to the front. The single front row of the Guardian Angel couldn't bear it at all. And Lu Hanwen was more protecting Yu Wenzhou. The output of the two teams was completely unequal. Fuck. What kind of damage is this? Zheng Xian couldn't help but complain. Single damage. AoE damage. And group control. Zheng Xian was numb. In the end, Yenyu took away Blue Rain's Guardian Angel Soul Speaker before Night Rain killed Ling Zhou. When Huang Xiaotian wanted to attack from the flank, he found that the team had been completely defeated in the front. Yenyu only lost one battle format in the front. And this team game ended with Huang Xiaotian trash talk. Let us congratulate Yenyu for playing at home and defeating Blue Rain 11-6 to win the first round of the playoffs. They also broke the home curse in the first round. After the game, Su Jingxi and Lu Hanwen minds were all muddled. And they kept blinking their eyes. The skill special effects were too fancy. Fortunately, we have the home advantage for 2 rounds. Yu Wenzhou was not particularly worried. He was sure that Yenyu would continue to go all out on the offensive in this game. Then, returning to Blue Rain's home court, it would be easy to target them. Yenyu was not carried away by the victory. They knew that the next round was the most important. So far, the results of the first round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League have all been released. Upper half, Samsara, ranked 1st in the regular season, defeated by Hua, ranked 8th in the regular season, 11-2, and Yenyu, ranked 5th in the regular season, defeated Blue Rain, ranked 4th in the regular season, 11-6. Lower half, Tyranny, ranked 2nd in the regular season, defeated Void, ranked 7th in the regular season, 11-7. Wei Chao, ranked 3rd in the regular season, defeated Howling, ranked 6th in the regular season, 11-8. Summary: only Yenyu managed to defeat the strong with the weak. Chapter 362 Devil's Home. New map. After the first round of the playoffs, each team started an exciting review activity, leaving them only 2 days to adjust. In the Samsara meeting room, although Samsara defeated Bai Hua with a huge score advantage in the first round, review is still very important. Even if they won easily, there were still some small mistakes. After all, no one can guarantee that they will not make mistakes. What they have to do is to correct these small mistakes. The playoffs are about who has prepared more, and who has better adjustment ability. And the leader of this review meeting was not Jiang Buotao, but Zhang Jiala. Because Zhang Jiala found something wrong in yesterday's game. Seeing the increasingly skilled cooperation between Hua Fanxi Jin and Luo Hua Langzui, Zhang Jiala was too familiar with this position. Bai Hua has the signs of Fan Hua Shui Jing. Zhang Jiala words were shocking. No way. Zhou Yichen expressed doubts. Fan Hua Shui Jing was too difficult to replicate. I played against Yu Feng once in an online game. Zhang Jiala once again made a shocking statement. We didn't communicate at the time. Which just proved that Yu Feng was capable. Therefore, whether the new Bai Hua can play the flower blood scene depends mainly on Zhou Yuan. Zhang Jiala explained. No way. He is still under your shadow, and has not come out. Zhou Yichen said. Hey, this kid, although he works hard, he lacks a bit of spirituality. By the way, what if Bai Hua plays the flower blood scene? Jiang Buotao asked with a smile. And he didn't look worried at all. What if you play it? If you want to win? It depends on whether my dragon gallbladder agrees. Zhou Yichen said domineeringly. You are so pretentious. What's the matter? The second round of the first round of the Glory Professional League officially kicked off at the Mercedes-Benz Cultural Center, the Devil's home stadium of Samsara. The scene was already full of Samsara fans from all over the country. Last summer, the venue was expanded from a 3-sided viewing platform to a 3-dimensional 4-sided viewing platform. It's really a Devil's home court. In the lounge, everyone in Bai Hua could hear the earth-shaking shouts of the Samsara fans outside. After all, it's the newly crowned team that won 2 consecutive championships. Their fan base is not comparable to ours. When it was Bai Hua's turn to play, the Samsara fans did not boo, but welcomed them with warm applause as usual. However, in Bai Hua's view, these applause were like invisible pressure on their shoulders. The big screen above the Samsara stage was even more high definition. Seeing their own and their characters' information appear on it, they clenched their toes tightly. When it was their own players' turn to appear on the stage, the applause and cheers became even more enthusiastic. Samsara Devil's home court was not only because no team had conquered it, but also because of the atmosphere on the scene. Often, some nervous players would easily perform poorly in such an atmosphere. After the pre-match introduction of the players of both sides, the director handed the screen to the commentary seat. After the players of both sides gathered together to cheer each other up, the captain showed the starting lineup to the staff. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator Bebe. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator Li Ju. Today, the two of us will comment on the second round of the first round of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. Will Samsara take down Baiwa and advance to the semifinals for the 4th time in a row? Or will Baiwa catch up and tie the score? Let's wait and see. Go. Our old tactics. True and false. False and true. Jiang Buitao said to Zhou Yichen, who was doing radio gymnastics. Huh. No problem. Leave it to me. Zhou Yichen took a sip of water and then walked towards the stage. When he was about to go on stage, he happened to see Zhou Guangyi of Baiwa. This time, Baiwa made adjustments to the order of the ring match, and the starting lineups of the two teams were also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Gun Yin Xingchen. Occupation, sharpshooter. Baiwa, Zhou Guangyi. ID, Ji Leng. Occupation, assassin. Map, Magma Arena. This map appeared in the audience's field of vision for the first time, because it was a map specially made by Honor Game for the playoffs. So it was not in the Honor Gallery. This map will not appear in the training rooms of the regular season teams, only when the playoffs begin. The 8 teams that enter the playoffs will have the opportunity to practice this map. What is this map? Why have I never seen it before? Some viewers don't understand. Even though they have watched many games, they have never seen this map. After the map was announced, the electronic large screen and holographic projection on the scene, the screen in the TV broadcast, and the commentary were all introducing this map to everyone. Of course, they were holding the commentary provided by the league. Oh my god! It's only been a short time, and Samsara knows this map? In fact, this map is not difficult. It is a tic-tac-toe with a circle around it. The rest of the map is full of hot lava. Summary: a map that tests your skills. This map really fits Zhou Yichen's style. After explaining, Li Ju sighed. But this is not a single-player match. It's a competition, the Cup said. That's right. And Zhou Yichen did not use a Yu Xingchen, but Gun Yin Xingchen. Does this mean that the tone of this round is double sharpshooters? Li Ju guessed. What does Samsara mean? Yu Feng fell into thinking. They did not hit Samsara lineup in the first round. Samsara came again this round. Is it a smoke bomb or real? Yu Feng CPU burned. How disgusting. Why can you use characters with different professions and styles? If a small rule can be added now, Yu Feng will definitely choose the ban pick next door and ban Gun Yin Xingchen. I've never fought a one-on-one match with you. The sharpshooter, Zhou Guangyi said. Hey, you beat him today. 99%, 100% Gun Yin Xingchen. Loading completed. Ji Leng. Loading completed. Map, Magma Arena. Loading completed. After loading, the two characters entered the map. Zhou Yichen Gun Yin Xingchen was in the south, and Zhou Guangyi Ji Leng was in the north. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ended, the game officially began. Both of them moved very fast, but in different directions. Ji Leng was obviously heading towards the shortest route in the middle, and Gun Yin Xingchen was wandering around the periphery. And then he fired a burst of bullets at Ji Leng with his two guns. Bang, bang, bang. Since there was no obstruction in this picture, as long as Ji Leng could not get close to Gun Yin Xingchen, he could only passively take bullets. Zhou Guangyi's expression was similar to that of the old man on the subway looking at his phone, and he was in great pain. Now Gun Yin Xingchen avoided close combat with Ji Leng. Zhou Yichen's position selection was very clever. There was always a piece of lava between him and Ji Leng, and Ji Leng was very uncomfortable. Now the easiest way to get close to Gun Yin Xingchen was to go into the lava. Beige quickly analyzed the situation on the field. It depends on whether Zhou Guangyi has the courage. He didn't. But Zhou Guangyi didn't sit there and wait for death. Instead, he tried to forcefully get close to Gun Yin Xingchen after starting the sprint. Fool! Wu Qi, who was sitting in the player's seat, commented that Zhou Guangyi's choice was obviously a manifestation of brainlessness. If you don't want to go into the lava, the best way to get close is to go to the side road. But Zhou Guangyi Ji Lung actually chose to attack from the middle straight road. How is it possible? Before he could get close, Ji Lung was shot in the head and became stiff. Not a battle on the same level. Chapter 363, The Mole in the Magma. As Yufeng said, the two were not at the same level. In Yufeng's opinion, Zhou Yichen was playing behind Zhou Guangyi. In fact, Yufeng had guessed that Zhou Yichen would start, and that was why he chose to send Zhou Guangyi up to force Zhou Yichen to exchange his life with a life-sacrificing attack. But Gun Yinshingshan was not what he expected. Zhou Yichen's double account was really a headache. Now Zhou Guangyi couldn't use a life-sacrificing attack on Zhou Yichen, because he couldn't reach him at all. You can't just throw the dagger over after activating the life-sacrificing attack. After Ji Lung was shot in the head by Gun Yinshingshan and became stiff, Gun Yinshingshan retracted his double guns, then set up a Gatling machine gun and fired wildly at Ji Lung. Beep beep beep. Oh my god. It's too brutal. This was simply a one-sided slaughter of Ji Lung by Gun Yinshingshan. After firing a burst of bullets, Gun Yinshingshan threw away the Gatling machine gun and then walked towards Ji Lung at the farthest distance. Zhou Yichen was still very afraid of Ji Lung's life-threatening attack. After all, when the assassin's life-threatening attack reaches the maximum level, the health value burn no longer has a percentage upper limit. Although with his current health, he can no longer exchange his life for another's. But this is a ring match, and it is very necessary to minimize the damage received. Zhou Guangyi still has some ideas. He stood in the center of the map. No matter how Gun Yinshingshan moved, Ji Lung would not be very far away from him. At most, there was a piece of magma between them. At this time, a line of lyrics was very applicable. The distance between us seems to be far and near. Gun Yinshingshan is clearly there, but Ji Lung just can't touch him. The attack distance is one aspect, but the more important thing is the clear structure of this map, which allows Zhou Yichen to easily judge Zhou Guangyi's actions. Poochie, seeing Ji Lung on the holographic projection, looking anxious but useless. Some audience members couldn't help but laugh. As for Zhou Guangyi on the competition stage, his face was red. Even though the enemy was right in front of them, the two of them were moving in the opposite direction around a piece of magma. During the movement, Gun Yinshingshan could still keep asking Ji Lung to take bullets. Chow! I can't stand it anymore. Zhou Guangyi couldn't stand it anymore, so he went directly into the magma, and then used the air step to jump up under the magma. And the mother-child stab. Swish! The layer of the sword tip that had faded away flew quickly towards Gun Yinshingshan in an arc trajectory. Gun Yinshingshan shot away with a gun, and looking at Ji Lung who was coming from under the magma. Zhou Yichen snorted coldly, while dodging Ji Lung's piercing stab. He kicked Ji Lung into the magma again with a roundhouse kick. Then he started double shooting, and the bullets were fired madly towards the bottom of the magma. Don't you need to make a fatal attack? That's right. Zhou Yichen was waiting for Ji Lung's fatal attack. It's not that Zhou Yichen was bragging. If he wasn't afraid of the assassin's fatal attack, he could kill Zhou Guangyi in this picture. This is a good opportunity to use a fatal attack, Zhou Yuan shouted. But Yufeng frowned. In his impression, Zhou Yichen was not a brainless, reckless man. On the contrary, he was a brainy and a bit black-bellied reckless man. Standing there like this, knowing that Ji Lung had a fatal attack in his hand, he didn't choose to move under the magma. It's wrong. 9 out of 10 is wrong. But Zhou Guangyi didn't feel anything wrong. He thought Zhou Yichen just wanted to make up for the damage. So while taking advantage of the gap between his attacks, Zhou Guangyi controlled Ji Lung to rush out of the magma, and the flaming dagger from the magma pierced the Gun Yinshingshan. Can't hold it back? Zhou Yichen snorted coldly, and at the moment Ji Lung jumped out, he controlled Gun Yinshingshan to slide and distance himself from him. No displacement now. Zhou Guangyi slid the mouse to turn the camera, and after controlling the footwork to stand still, he stabbed at Gun Yinshingshan again. At the moment when he stabbed, Gun Yinshingshan slid again, dodging the knife and knocking down the anxious Ji Lung. Sharpshooter's level 50 awakening state skill dual control. After the sharpshooter is activated, any skill that is still on cooldown can be refreshed immediately. Before Ji Lung stood up, Gun Yinshingshan threw a grenade, and then saw the fire on Ji Lung's dagger disappear. Gun Yinshingshan retracted his double guns, quickly came to Ji Lung's side, and successfully forced him to float in the air with a knee strike. Without a leap to counter, Ji Lung could only watch himself being hit by a combo in midair. Bang bang bang. After finishing a round, Gun In Xingchen kicked Ji Lung into the lava. Before falling into the lava, Ji Lung used a quick air step to move to the center of the map. But Gun In Xingchen jumped up directly, stepped on Ji Lung's shoulder with his hand, and then shot him in midair. Damn! This kick directly knocked Ji Lung into the lava again, while Gun In Xingchen stood steadily in the center of the map. Does the hot bath feel good? Zhou Yichen typed and joked in the public channel. Zhou Guangyi didn't reply this time, because he didn't have much health left. And Ji Lung had already entered a burning state due to entering the lava many times. However, Gun In Xingchen was already waiting for him to emerge from the lava in the center of the map. Because the passive skill of the sharpshooter caused the bullets he fired to have a slight stiffening effect. Gun In Xingchen's silver weapon Qintian was developed on this basis. After the bullets of Gun In Xingchen hit the head, they would have a considerable 1-second stiffening effect on the enemy. Zhou Yichen sharpshooter has a very high headshot rate, which caused Ji Lung to be killed in seconds as soon as he showed his head. And the stiffening effect brought by Qintian made Ji Lung sink into the lava again. After trying several times, Ji Lung wanted to break through from all directions of the lava. But every time he showed his head, he would be shot in the head by the opponent, and then fall into stiffness and sink. Oh my god! Whack-a-mole. My favorite game. But, looking at Ji Lung's health, this mole is going to be killed. Show up and kill him! Zhou Yichen typed. Zhou Guangyi was speechless. So accurate. Why doesn't he play FPS? But has to torture us. Zhou Guangyi roared inwardly. Zhou Yichen seemed to sense Zhou Guangyi's displeasure. So he set up a Gatling machine gun the moment he showed his head. Beep beep beep. Ji Lung was swept into a hornet's nest. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning the first game. There is nothing much to say about this game. Whether it is the role, the player, or the understanding of the map. The two sides are not on the same level. Li Ju said directly and clearly. Yes. Gun In Xingchen still has 94% of his health after the fight. Almost full of blood. Beige said. After this game, Zhou Guangyi felt that there were only two words. That is, frustrated. It was so frustrating. All his moves were expected by the opponent. The opponent not only used a lock, but also used a prediction. It was not fun at all. This game was a double blow to Zhou Guangyi physically and mentally. I'm afraid. Guangyi was beaten to a pulp. Mo Chuchen looked at Zhou Guangyi, who looked exhausted. If you didn't know, you would think he was squeezed dry. I don't dare to fight you like this, Zhang Wei said. How does Zhou Yichen sharpshooter feel? Yufeng asked. He had never fought against Zhou Yichen sharpshooter. Frustrated. Uncomfortable. Powerless. After Zhou Guangyi drank a sip of water, he said 3 words at once. Seeing that Zhou Guangyi was still panting, Baiwa knew that he still had adjectives. Beast. Chapter 364 3-Gun Physical Training. The second player to appear in Baiwa is veteran Zhang Wei. He debuted in Baiwa in the 3rd season. He does not have outstanding talent or breakthrough growth. In the Baiwa team, he seems so ordinary and bland. Not only is his name popular, but his strength is also popular. He has no ambitions. Although he is the most experienced player in the team, he does not put on airs. He just silently dedicates his own strength, even though these powers seem so insignificant. Baiwa, Zhang Wei. ID, Saluo. Occupation, Mage. If I use one word to describe the second game, it is bland. Blandness is the truth. From the beginning to the end, everything is so bland. The rhythm of the game is completely controlled by Zhou Yichen. It stands to reason that the mage who flies into the air should have an absolute advantage in the magma arena. But Zhou Yichen is really accurate today. And Zhang Wei's playing style is very standard. High EQ, standard. Low EQ, dull. Although Zhang Wei lost, he still knocked off 20% of Gun In Xingchen health. After all, in the magma arena, the mage scholar only needs to attack the enemy crazily in the air, while the characters on the ground have more things to consider. However, neither Zhou Guangyi nor Zhang Wei could force Gun In Xingchen random shooting and Barrett sniping. Zhou Guangyi. Zhang Wei, sorry. I didn't let Zhou Shen have fun. Zhou Yichen came up and pierced too. And his health was very healthy. This is not good news for Baiwa. Bei said. We are all used to Zhou Yichen using Yu Xingchen to pierce too. But I didn't expect his sharpshooter to do the same. There is a saying that there is no weak profession. Only weak players. Li Ju said with a smile. After Zhang Wei's defeat, the third player to appear in Baiwa was Zhou Yuan. And Yu Feng finally stayed in the position of defending the ring. Baiwa, Zhou Yuan. ID, Hua Fansigen. Profession, ammunition expert. Whenever Zhou Yuan and other players who debuted in the 7th season answered which season they debuted, the next sentence they said would always be "oh." It turned out to be Zhou Yichen's season. When mentioning the 7th season, the first person people think of is definitely Zhou Yichen, which has led to the fact that these players, who debuted in the same season, have always lived under Zhou Yichen's shadow. Now, the only ones who can break through the shadow are Sun Xiang and Tang Hao, one of whom took over the fighting god one Autumn Leaf, and the other is the owner of Tang Sanda, the current #1 gangster character in the league. Both of them have withstood the pressure brought by the gods, while Zhou Yuan, who took over by Hua Liaowan in the 8th season, was completely defeated by public opinion. Too tired. When the Baiwa executives wanted him to continue using Baiwa Liaowan, these 3 words were Zhou Yuan's answer: "If you want to wear the crown, you must bear its weight." This is also the reason why Baiwa found Yu Feng to be the head of the family. Zhou Yuan is not suitable to be the top leader. He can only be the second in command. The pressure Zhou Yichen put on the players of the 7th season is infinite, both in terms of strength and performance. Zhou Yichen maintained a 100% winning rate against players who debuted in the same season. "I can't beat Yu Xingchen. But can I beat Jiangyin Xingchen?" Zhou Yuan had such an idea in his mind. 99%, 100% Hua Fansigen. Loading completed. Map, Magma Arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Both sides finished loading. Jiangyin Xingchen took the lead and ran towards the center of the map. Hua Fansigen was also very proactive and threw 3 grenades with different effects at Jiangyin Xingchen in front of him. Impact grenade. Explosive grenade. Electric shock grenade. Looking at the flying grenade, Jiangyin Xingchen stopped, swung out the revolver, and the bullet flew in an arc. Bang! The grenade and the bullet collided and exploded, and a burst of fire blocked Jiangyin Xingchen and Hua Fansigen in front of him, forming a perfect picture. The 2 sides did not stop the attack. Gun Yin Xingchen set up the Gatling machine gun and kept shooting at Hua Fansigen on the other side of the fire. Hua Fansigen did not choose to escape. At the same time as the explosive grenade was thrown, the flash bomb was fired. Zhou Yichen reacted very quickly. After throwing away the Gatling machine gun, he took out the double revolvers in the holster, fired the explosive grenade, and slid his view to turn around and successfully dodged the flash bomb fired by Hua Fansigen. This is Zhou Yichen reaction speed. Li Ju couldn't help but sigh. Too fast. Hua Fansigen was not stupid either. He immediately threw the tracking grenade. But unfortunately, before the spiral wing with the grenade approached Gun Yin Xingchen, it was blown up by a shot. Hua Fansigen took advantage of this time to replace the ice bullet, and the muzzle sprayed blue flames, and the bullets with ice attribute magic damage were shot at Gun Yin Xingchen. Gun Yin Xingchen kept dodging the bullets from Hua Fansigen, and the secret was to jump back and forth left and right. Damn! It's Wolf Warrior. Xian Yin Xingchen put his 2 guns back into the holsters and kept approaching Hua Fansigen. During this time, he was hit by several bullets in the shoulder. Zhou Yichen's luck was still so good that Xian Yin Xingchen was not frozen. The timing was also very good. When Xian Yin Xingchen approached Hua Fansigen, his magazine was just emptied. Seeing Xian Yin Xingchen coming in front of him, Zhou Yuan's first reaction was to run. Although both sides were ranged characters, the close-range sharpshooter was much stronger than the ammunition expert. 4 steps. 3 steps. Before Hua Fansigen took a step, Xian Yin Xingchen's fist came up. Hua Fansigen had to be forced to take this punch, but Zhou Yuan couldn't resist the next roundhouse kick. 3 rifles physical technique. It's 3 rifles physical technique. Zhou Yichen used 3 rifles physical technique. The cup was very excited, since Zhou Zikai used the 3 rifles physical technique in the competition. No one else has used it. Therefore, in the realm of gun and physical skills, Zhou Zikai can be said to be unmatched. Good news, there is a second person who has performed 3 gun physical skills. Bad news, they are teammates. You should know that 3 gun physical skills are not a realm that can be achieved by hard work, and it is impossible without talent. Now it seems that Zhou Yichen actually has the top talents of both the battle mage and the sharpshooter professions. No! It should be said that Zhou Yichen has an unparalleled gaming talent. Born to be an esports professional player, Can you stay stable within 3 steps? This is the most critical question for Li Ju. Stabilized. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen. MVP. 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 The cheers of MPV Zhou Yichen have already sounded at the scene. The only one who suffered damage was Zhou Yuan on the field. With a side kick, Hua Fan Sijin was kicked directly into the boiling magma. Gun and artillery martial arts. Hua Fan Sijin, who fell into the magma, supported the edge with both hands and then climbed up hard. A dramatic scene appeared. Gun Yinxingchen slid in front of Hua Fan Sijin. Under Zhou Yuan's strange eyes, Gun Yinxingchen stepped on Hua Fan Sijin's hands. In honor, the character moves upward by pressing the spacebar and W. But now even if Zhou Yuan keeps pressing these 2 keys, Hua Fan Sijin does not move at all. The optimization of honor is really good. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Ding ding ding. While Zhou Yichen was enjoying the pain of his opponent, he suddenly heard the sound of the timer. So he let go of Hua Fan Sijin's hands and quickly retreated. Sure enough, at the moment of letting go and retreating, a grenade exploded directly under Gun Yinxingchen's feet. Chapter 365 Zhou Yuan, who thinks too much. Time grenade. At the moment when Hua Fan Sijin fell into the lava, she swung her little hand and stuck to the edge of the lava. From the first-person perspective of Gun Yinxingchen, it was really not noticeable. The previous time sound was also covered by the gunshot. Fortunately, Zhou Yichen had good hearing and heard the discordant sound. Even so, Gun Yinxingchen was still affected by the time grenade. And Hua Fan Sijin also took the opportunity to jump out of the lava. The stiffening bullet was launched in an attempt to fix Gun Yinxingchen in place. But unfortunately, Gun Yinxingchen easily avoided this slow-firing stiffening bullet with a sliding shovel. Hua Fan Sijin followed up with a floating bullet. But unfortunately it also failed to hit the opponent. In order to avoid being approached again, Zhou Yuan controlled Hua Fan Sijin to fire a burning bullet towards the front. After the bullet touched the ground, it fell to the ground and produced flames. Gun Yinxingchen would not stand on fire to fight against Hua Fan Sijin. Zhou Yichen suddenly laughed sarcastically, because he found that Hua Fan Sijin's incendiary bombs restricted him to an area, and all he needed to do was to aim the gun at the other party. Zhou Yuan was also dumbfounded when Gun Yinxingchen bullets came. There was magma on the left and right sides, his incendiary bombs in front, and the back road was the wall. It seemed that he had no place to move. Zhou Yuan built a grave for himself. Dooming laughed. Gun Yinxingchen set up a Barrett sniper in the center of the map in front of Hua Fan Sijin. Oh my god! The sniper was directly stuffed into someone's mouth. Gun Yinxingchen openly set up a Barrett sniper in the middle of the map. How would Zhou Yuan choose? Li Ju explained. Well, I don't think he would shoot easily. Because, bang! Before the cup finished speaking, flames spurted out of the muzzle of the sniper rifle, and the bullet with extremely strong penetrating power directly penetrated Hua Fan Sijin's shoulder. Well, this time, the cup was amateurish. He said he would not shoot in the last second, but the bullet was out of the barrel in the next second. Fast, accurate, and ruthless. This is the evaluation of Zhou Yichen's shot. It was fast, and Zhou Yuan had no reaction at all. It was accurate, and the bullet hit Hua Fan Sijin's shoulder holding the gun. It was ruthless, and Hua Fan Sijin's health was close to red. On the other hand, Gun Yinxingchen still had 50% of his health. But in the next second, Hua Fan Sijin fought desperately. Random thunder. All kinds of grenades exploded directly in front of Gun Yinxingchen, and the special effects on the full screen temporarily blocked Gun Yinxingchen's vision. Zhou Yichen was not stubborn, and chose to operate the character to retreat directly to the center of the map, waiting for Hua Fan Sijin to come up and deliver. After all, he only had one way to choose. He couldn't swim in the magma. Often the most unlikely thing becomes the most likely thing in an emergency. On the holographic projection, people only saw Hua Fan Sijin throwing out the random thunder and then jumping into the magma. The damage of this random thunder is still very considerable. The most important thing is that it blocked the vision of Gun Yinxingchen. Hua Fan Sijin. He jumped off the cliff? Li Ju looked incredulous. What did he see? Ah? Hua Fan Sijin was trying to swim in the magma. And Zhou Yuan also knew that Zhou Yichen's reaction speed was better than his. So using the fire produced by the explosion to sneak attack Gun Yinxingchen was more like giving it away. So he chose a risky idea. Turned on the smoke bomb to attract the opponent's attention. Jumped into the magma himself. And went around to the side to give the opponent a fatal blow. Imagination is beautiful. But reality is cruel. Even with the smoke bomb as a cover, Zhou Yichen still heard a discordant sound from the explosion of the grenade. This is the official gaming headset of the league. You can hear not only footsteps, but even farts. Xian Xingchen is very cautious. He retreated directly to the edge of the center of the map, away from the two lava areas on the left. Beige explained. Did he find Hua Fancy Jin jumping into the lava? Li Ju guessed. Hua Fancy Jin is coming out. Jiang Guotao, who was watching from the audience, said that this was lava, not a stream. If Hua Fancy Jin didn't come up, not only would she lose more blood, but she would also have to add a negative state of burning. It can only be said that Zhou Yuan's choice was too extreme. After Qian Xingchen fired a shuttle at the smoke, Zhou Yichen found something wrong. Because all the bullets hit the wall behind heavily. Either Hua Fancy Jin was not in the smoke, or Hua Fancy Jin was lying on the ground. The result was already obvious. As for the situation of lying on the ground, Zhou Yichen felt that Zhou Yuan would not do this unless he was a fool. And Zhou Yuan also knew that he could not continue to swim in the lava. Otherwise, he would commit suicide while swimming. So he jumped out of the lava decisively. But the moment he jumped out, a bullet flew out. Headshot. Hua Fancy Jin was stiffened. And before he could fall to the ground, he was kicked back into the lava by Gun Xingchen. I've seen this scene before, an audience member said. Yeah. Zhou Guang's eyes lit up at this moment. It was too familiar. Whack-a-mole. Zhou Yichen was speechless. Why did Baiwa like to jump into the lava one by one? Is there a bonus or something? They like to put themselves in a negative state so much. The difference between the two whack-a-mole, Zhou Yuan and Zhou Guangyi, is that Zhou Yuan is on guard. Poisonous gas grenade? Before Hua Fancy Jin fell into the lava, the stiffness effect ended. With a little hand, the poisonous gas grenade released highly toxic green gas after touching the bottom. Gas can not only cause damage, but also be used as a Q-version smoke bomb. Hua Fancy Jin also successfully stood up from the lava, but he returned to his original position. After going around in circles, Hua Fancy Jin didn't get any advantage except losing a large tube of blood. On the other hand, Gun Xingchen did nothing, but Hua Fancy Jin played himself badly. It's really a bit SM. What are you doing? Zhou Yichen couldn't help it, and asked in the public channel. Zhou Yuan was silenced by Zhou Yichen's words. He had already begun to imagine how Bai Huafan would scold him. Stupid? Zhou Yichen's words were accurate and broke the defense. Don't think about it. Zhou Yuan. Go up and fight him. It's better to die standing than to live on your knees. Zhou Yuan cheered himself up. And then Hua Fancy Jin rushed straight towards Gun Xingchen. Send. Gun Xingchen put his double guns back into the holsters, rolled to avoid Hua Fancy Jin's bullets, and kicked at the opponent. Zhou Yuan retreated to avoid the kick. But the next second Gun Xingchen pulled out his double guns and fired a magazine at him. The switching between short and long range is very smooth. This kid is really a genius. Yi Shou had to admire that Zhou Yichen's talent was second only to him. Hua Fancy Jin's injury-for-injury style of play gave Zhou Yichen a headache. He also wanted to retain his health and mana to fight for people. But Zhou Yuan had let it go. A barefoot man is not afraid of wearing shoes. Just do it. In the end, Hua Fancy Jin succeeded in killing himself. But he also exchanged 40% of Gun Xingchen health. After killing 3 people, Gun Xingchen only had 36% of his health. Damn. If I had known that the blood exchange efficiency was so high, why didn't I play like this at the beginning? I'm such a fool. Zhou Yuan cursed. In the last wave, he used 9% of his health to exchange 10% of Gun Xingchen health. Zhou Yuan did make a profit. Just a little bit. Chapter 366. You jump. I jump? Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for becoming the first player to achieve a 1-on-3 victory with different professions in the league. Li Ju congratulated. The fans of Samsara and the audience were used to it. Zhou Yichen had achieved a 1-on-3 victory too many times. He played more in one season than others in their entire careers. Who can do this? Have you figured it out? This was the first sentence Yu Feng said to Zhou Yuan when he returned to the Baiwa player seat. Well, it's over. Anyway, we have been pushed to the edge of the cliff. Zhou Yuan clenched his fists and said, Flower blood scene. Success or failure depends on this one move. The two of them bumped fists. The fourth player to appear on the Baiwa side was Zhu Xiaoping. This game also allowed Zhou Yichen to see what the human wave tactics were. After loading, Feng Ke summoned a variety of summoned beasts without waiting for Gun Yin Xingchen to make any moves. Soon, the road was filled with large summoned beasts. Gun Yin Xingchen set up a Gatling gun and fired wildly at the summoned beasts that were rushing towards him. But the effect was minimal. After Feng Ke's death knight came out, the summoned beasts rushed forward and Gun Yin Xingchen was, "Fuck. What the hell?" After the game, Zhou Yichen's mind was fuzzy. Except for the beginning of the game when he could see Feng Ke. The rest of the time his vision was filled with summoned beasts. The magma arena was so small that it was difficult for him to move. And Zhu Xiaoping was very smart. He sent two of the most tanky summoned beasts to block Gun Yin Xingchen way. Gun Yin Xingchen had to stop and get rid of the summoned beasts first. But the sharpshooter's attack was limited, and he was overwhelmed in a short while. Why didn't I send Zhu Xiaoping up earlier? Yu Feng sat in his seat and thought. It's really disgusting. Damn. If I hadn't been forbidden to switch accounts in the middle, I would have killed him with Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen was still cursing when he stepped down. You've already defeated 3 people. Give them some face. Fang Minghua rolled his eyes at Zhou Yichen. Who will go next? Zhou Yichen took a sip of water and asked. I go. Jiang Butao stood up. If it was the previous competition system, Jiang Butao should have arranged Wu Qi or Du Ming as the second player in the list. But now he knew that the opponent was a summoner. Wu Qi assassin and Du Ming swordsman could attack the summoner over the summoned beast. But Jiang Butao chose to play in person for no other reason than that he was itching to fight. Compared with the sharpshooter, the magic swordsman was much easier to fight. At the moment the countdown ended, Jiang Butao Wu Lang began to chant the wave array to force Feng Ke to move. Jiang Butao thinking was very clear. He only left Feng Ke one way, which was the road to hell. Zhu Xiaoping decided to take Wu Lang's set and summon a large number of summoned beasts to fill the arena. But unfortunately, Jiang Butao guessed this. So he used the wave slash and directly caught Feng Ke in the middle of the map. Then he successfully floated Feng Ke in the air with an upward strike. Zhu Xiaoping also reacted quickly and started to alternate positions, with a little flying dragon behind him. But all this was within Jiang Butao expectations. Wu Lang did not rush to follow up with a combo after floating Feng Ke in the air, but stood still to accumulate power and chant the wave array. In Zhu Xiaoping's eyes, he thought that this wave array was to control him. After all, he thought too little. And the frost wave array directly hit the Feng Ke who had changed positions. The position of the magic array was just right. And Zhu Xiaoping's Feng Ke was in the middle. The only way to solve it was to jump down to the magma next to it. Several small icicles hit Feng Ke, causing ice magic damage and freezing effects. Seeing Feng Ke's movement, Jiang Butao frowned. What was he going to do? Jumping into the lava. Does Baiwa have any special hobby? Sure enough, the next second, the slowed Feng Ke jumped straight into the lava. Zhu Xiaoping knew very well that once he was frozen by the frost wave array, he would definitely be greeted by the flaming wave sword with the highest single target damage and the flaming wave array with the highest range damage. So Zhu Xiaoping would rather eat the fire of the lava than the fire of Wulong. After all, in comparison, the damage caused by the lava is much smaller than that of the flaming wave sword. Poochie. Seeing Feng Ke jump into the lava, the audience off the field couldn't hold it anymore. Everyone was laughing. Except for the Baiwa players and the Baiwa fans in the away area. Why didn't they laugh? Is it because they don't like to laugh? Everyone in Baiwa is a talent. Old Zhang, you teach well. Zhou Yichen put his hand on Zhang Jiala's shoulder. Get lost. The moment he saw Feng Ke jump into the lava, Jiang Butao's cerebellum shrank. He reacted in the next second and controlled Wu Lang to run towards the lava. The moment Feng Ke jumped up, Wu Lang swung the sword to release the power of light attribute fluctuation. Swift Light Wave Sword. The full-level wave sword caused light attribute magic damage to Feng Ke and also paralyzed him. I know. Degumo. Feng Ke twitched a few times and fell into the magma again. Bai Hua has a show effect. The audience was amused. Wu Lang did not stand there stupidly waiting for Feng Ke to come up, but waved his sword to kill the surviving summoned beast. After killing the summoned beast, Wu Lang jumped directly into the magma. What? Jiang Butao also jumped down on his own initiative. The cup yelled. You jump? I jump. Jiang Buitao naturally did not want to jump down to feel the temperature of the magma, but he wanted to take the opportunity to kill Fengke. When Fengke was about to return to the shore from the other side, he found that a sword had been poked in his butt. Before he could react, Wu Lang had already jumped up, turned around and pressed him down with a sword. After jumping onto the open space, a flaming wave sword was chopped out, accompanied by the raging fire, and the magma directly boiled up. How good it tasted, only Fengke below knew. In the end, Jiang Buitao also relied on his high attack to kill Fengke. According to the statistics after the game, the one who dealt the most damage was Yin Magma. Yin Magma, MVP, with Zhu Xiaoping leaving the court. Yu Feng, the general who defended the ring, was the only one left in Baiwa ring match. Yu Feng must get this point. Otherwise it would be too hopeless to bring in 1 point. Li Ju shook his head after the game, and said that now the points are calculated by head. And once the team competition enters, the 5-1 point lead is too big. The highest score of Baiwa is only 7 points, which means that as long as Samsara gets 3 head points, this big game is over. Samsara will become the first team to advance to the playoffs for the 3rd time. Yu Feng naturally knew this. So after entering the court, Yu Feng did not say blood. He knew that if Samsara was not stupid, the 3rd player to play must be Zhouzikai, who was the best to beat him. After Yu Feng took Jiang Buitao away, before the 3rd player of Samsara was announced, Zhouzikai had already stood up. After seeing Zhou Yichen defeat 3 opponents, they changed their tactics decisively. They crushed Baiwa in the first 3 moves. It turned out that this tactic was very effective. At the end of the match, the score was 5-2, with Samsara leading Baiwa by a large margin. Chapter 367, Baiwa on the edge of the cliff. The current situation is very unfavorable for Baiwa. They only got 2 small points in the ring match, which is the same as the situation in the first round. In the first round, Baiwa also only got 2 small points in the ring match in their own home court. And then the team match was pushed flat without getting a single point. The opponent's Devil home court. The score is behind. And if they lose, they will bid farewell to the stage of the 9th season. Now Baiwa has come to the edge of the cliff. But from the expressions of the players, they are still very relaxed. Yu Feng still calmly discussed with his teammates how to play the next team match. In fact, at the beginning of the season, Yu Feng once set a very high goal. He wanted to prove himself too much. But as the schedule progressed, he found that he couldn't eat a fat man in one bite. The overall strength of Baiwa was completely different from that of his old club Blue Rain. So he set the goal of this season to enter the playoffs. So their mission this season has actually been completed. But as long as they enter the playoffs, who doesn't want to go further? But now they have let it go. If they can't beat them, they can't beat them. Yu Feng also knew that last season in Blue Rain, even with such a good lineup, they still couldn't beat Samsara. This season in Baiwa, it's even more impossible. Brothers, just enjoy the game and play the style of our Baiwa. Yu Feng cheered. Yu Feng thought very clearly that even if they couldn't beat Samsara, they would still beat them in other ways, which was a spiritual victory. As for Samsara, they were even more relaxed. They never felt that Baiwa would cause them any obstacles. Even if Zhang Jiala mentioned the flower blood scene, Samsara didn't think it was a threat. The reason why Flower Blood Scene swept the league at that time was that he was the first dual-core play. But the league was adhering to a single-core play at that time. Basically, at least 3 of the starting players of all teams were supporting the core, and 1 played the role of a free man. And Flower Blood Scene fixed the battlefield on the front, which also led to the single-core team being completely unable to fight against the dual-core of Baiwa. Only 1 person has ever defeated the dual-core with a single core. That is Yichio. But now the situation is different. The top teams are basically multi-core teams. Samsara is a very typical 3-core team. A trident. Weichao has 2 magic scholars. Blue Rain has 2 swordsmen. And Misty Rain is an all-attack team. Except for Tyranny, the lineup is a bit retro. However, I heard that next season, Tyranny will also implement a dual professional lineup. Of course, this is all gossip. The specific situation is subject to the official news. Get ready to go. The first step of the 3 consecutive championships is waiting for us to complete. Fong Minghua put his hand in the middle of the crowd. Others stacked up one by one. Samsara, invincible. After the halftime break and a short show performance, the team competition is about to begin. The big screen above the stage also announced the list of players of the two teams in turn, including their character data. Samsara, Zhouzikai. ID, Yiqiang Chuanyan. Profession, Sharpshooter. Jiang Buotao. ID, Wulong. Profession, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Chen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. LV Buiyuan. ID, Yushan Wan. Occupation, Judoka. The sixth player. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaoga Ziru. Occupation, Priest. Baiwa, Yufeng. ID, Luohua Lanjia. Occupation, Mad Swordsman. Zhou Yuan. ID, Huafansigen. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Zhou Guangyi. ID, Ji Lung. Occupation, Assassin. Mo Chuchen. ID, Alphan Canhua. Occupation, Priest. Zhu Xiaoping. ID, Finka. Occupation, Summoner. The sixth player. Zhang Wei. ID, Saluo. Occupation, Mage Scholar. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. Samsara did not prepare their ultimate move for Baiwa, but still took out their highest winning rate map. And the lineup on this map was different from last season's all-offensive lineup. Samsara attack is much more violent than Misty Rain. So far, the output of Samsara is Zhou Chen, Zhouzikai and Zhang Jiala. The Trident, this season is still at the top of the official output list. Baiwa lineup is the same as the first round. This is also their starting lineup this season. There has been no change. All 38 team matches were played according to this lineup. After both sides came on stage, they shook hands and walked towards the competition stage at both ends. Baiwa did not make things difficult for Zhang Jiala. Whether it was the old generation or the new generation, Yufeng is not that kind of person. The old generation also respects Zhang Jiala. It is an indisputable fact that Zhang Jiala led them to the finals in the 5th season. If everyone is well, it will be sunny. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. A shot through the clouds. Loading completed. Hundreds of flowers are in disarray. Loading completed. Hundreds of flowers are in disarray. Loading completed. Hundreds of flowers are in profusion. Loading completed. Map, Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins. Loading completed. When the page is loading, the commentator introduces some information about this map to the audience as usual, as well as the winning rate of both teams on this map. The winning rate of the Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins of the Samsara team this season is 100%, and the total winning rate is 93.2%, which is exaggerated. Beige looked at the tablet on the commentary seat and the data recorded in it, and couldn't help but take a breath. The Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins is worthy of being the king map of the Samsara team. This map was designed in the 4th season of the league, but it was not put into use in the league until the 5th season. At that time, the most favorite player to play this map was Baiwa, because it was a pure frontal lore map, which was most suitable for Baiwa, who had a bloody scene of flowers at that time. Unfortunately, due to Sun Zhiping's injury and retirement in the middle of the season, Baiwa never actively used this map again. Samsara also used it several times in the 5th season, winning more than losing. They found that this map could maximize Zhouzikai role. In the 6th season, Samsara used it more frequently. At that time, Samsara was not only called one-man team, but also Gladiator, because they played this map every now and then. Zhou Chen addition in the 7th season made this map completely become the king map of Samsara. You are watching the second round of the playoffs of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. The home team Samsara is playing against the away team Baiwa. Samsara leads 1-0 in the big score and 5-2 in the small score. Will Samsara defeat Baiwa and advance to the semifinals? Or will Baiwa make a comeback? Let's wait and see. 3, 2, 1, fight! As the countdown ends, the game officially begins. Both sides enter the arena from the entrance area. Samsara is an all-offensive lineup, so the formation is a line, while Baiwa is a 212 formation. Luohua is in a mess and Huafansigen is in the front. Ji Lung is in the middle. Finka and Alphan Canhua are together, and walk at the end of the team to avoid being dispersed by Samsara. Baiwa formation is very good, which can effectively resist Samsara charge. Bazi nodded and said, "It seems that Baiwa has not been affected by the huge disadvantage." At this time, during Xingxin's training match, Yishio, who was watching the match, was not concerned about whether Baiwa lineup could stop Samsara. This position looked so familiar. Yishio pinched his chin and thought. He seemed to have seen this formation of Baiwa before. Where exactly was it? Chapter 368 Reappearance of the bloody scene of flowers in the world. The two sides soon met in the center of the arena. And the Samsara formation was in an arc shape. And it was going to wrap up the 100 flowers. When Yufeng hadn't figured out which side to break through, Yu Xingchen immediately rushed over with his sword. And Yufeng could only stop thinking and control Luohua Langjie to meet him. Seeing Luohua Langjie and Yu Xingchen fighting each other, Wu Lang, who was at the edge, went back the same way and stood behind the team. He started chanting the wave array with his sword. And a moment later, a larger blue array appeared under Luohua Langjie's feet. Frost wave array. Retreat. Yufeng gave an order. And after the cross-slash repelled Yu Xingchen, he commanded the whole team to retreat to the rear. Is Yufeng afraid of this frost wave array? No. It's because he found that his formation was a bit scattered. If he didn't retreat, then with the ability of Samsara to disrupt the situation, the formation of the 100 flowers would be divided into two parts. Front and back. Now when all teams face Samsara team competition, the first thing to pay attention to is that the formation must not be separated, unless you take the initiative. Otherwise, once separated, Samsara's strong individual strength will play the greatest role. Seeing that Baiwa has a tendency to retreat, Samsara will naturally not let them succeed easily. Baiwa Liaowan starts with a standard chaos of thunder. And the melee begins. At the moment the grenade flew over, Yufeng knew that he could not retreat, and could only move forward to meet it. Zhou Yuan. Fight them, Yufeng shouted, and then operated Luohua Langjie to kill them. Seeing that the morale was a little low, Yufeng, as the captain, had to set a good example. Fight. The first to respond was Zhou Guangyi. And Ji Lung attacked Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen. This time he brought a full-level life-threatening attack, which can achieve full-blood life for life. Why choose Yu Xingchen? Because compared with Yiqiang Chuanyun and Baiwa Liaowan, Yu Xingchen is much more cumbersome, and has a greater chance of hitting. Unfortunately, Zhou Yichen was prepared. When he saw Ji Lung sneaking behind Luohua Langjie and not making a move yet, he knew that this Lao Lu would definitely target him. Zhou Yichen knows Lao Lu the best. Flash bomb. The moment Zhou Yichen saw Ji Lung rushing over, he communicated in the team voice. Zhang Jiala did not hesitate at all. The moment Zhou Yichen spoke, the flash bomb of Baiwa Liaowan was out of his hand. The fastest reaction was Yiqiang Chuanyun. Zhou Zikai slid his mouse and turned his head to avoid the flash bomb from his teammate. Yu Shanluan and Feng Ke were in a more uncomfortable situation. They were blinded. The same was true for Ji Lung. He was hit by a lot of flash bombs. Zhou Guangyi's screen looked like welding from behind. This life-threatening attack finally missed. Yu Xingchen turned sideways and swept Ji Lung directly. Then he jumped to avoid the mountain collapse attack from Luohua Langjie. Damn. We are both young people. Why do you react so quickly? Yufeng expressed his confusion in his heart. Yu Xingchen landed and inserted the spear into the ground. After charging, he pulled out the spear, and the magic fighting spirit surged out from the ground. Boom! When Luohua Langjie wanted to retreat, it was too late, and he was hit into the air by the magic fighting spirit, fighting the mountains and rivers. Old Yu. Zhou Yuan controlled Hua Fansigen and looked back, and found that his back was in a mess caused by Yiqian Chuanyun and Yunshan. Feng Ke and Ji Lung were almost unable to hold on. At this moment, Zhou Yuan felt that everything in the world was quiet. He seemed to be able to hear the heartbeats of his teammates and the shouts of fans. Zhou Yuan. Stand up. I am Zhou Yuan. I am not a substitute for anyone. What the senior can do, I can do too. Zhou Yuan's eyes condensed. And Luohua Langjie started a bloodthirsty fight and fell back to the ground. Hua Fansigen rolled to Luohua Langjie's side, and then threw thunder, and special effects filled the entire screen. Afterwards, Luohua Langjie fought against Yu Xingchen and Wulan alone, and Hua Fansigen was madly outputting behind him. This is Fanhua Xuejing. Li Ju was completely stunned at this moment. His mind was brought back to the era when the two flowers were in the league. Fanhua Xuejing set off a huge wave as soon as it entered the league. In the second season, although they were defeated by the experience tyranny due to lack of experience, but in the third season, they swept away the haze, swept the entire league, and entered the finals with an extremely strong attitude. It's a pity that they met Yi Xiao, who was still at the peak. One autumn leaf defeated Fan Hua Shuejing with a shot at Chuixia. This story has become a gossip for Glory fans after dinner. But as Sun Jiping retired midway in the 5th season due to a hand injury, Bai Hua was never able to find a successor to Luohua Longjia. Luohua Longjia fell silent until the 7th season, when Bai Hua saw Sun Xiang trying to pierce the darkness when Zhou Yichen was covering the sky with one hand. Bai Hua believed that Sun Xiang's play style was very suitable for Sun Jiping. They thought that as long as Sun Xiang was brought into Bai Hua and cooperated with Zhang Jiala, they could play the bloody scene of flowers again. Unfortunately, things did not go as planned. Sun Xiang chose Jiashi between Bai Hua and Jiashi. Whether from the club, position, or role, going to Excellent Era was undoubtedly the most correct choice at that time. However, this result was so cruel for Bai Hua. Again, Ye Jiqiu, the second captain of Excellent Era, no one could refuse. Now seeing Yu Feng and Zhou Yuan, this new combination played a bloody scene of flowers. The eyes of the boss of Bai Hua, who was watching in the VIP seat, were red. At this moment, he saw the shadows of Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala before. In the 2nd season, when Sun Jiping found him and said that he wanted to form a team to enter the league, he agreed without hesitation, because Sun Jiping's Jianghu spirit was too much to his taste. In the few years after entering the league, Xuanhua also brought him great benefits. But later, Sun Jiping's sudden retirement and Zhang Jiala's retirement without returning to Bai Hua dealt him a heavy blow. He also talked with Zhang Jiala privately and completely understood Zhang Jiala's desire for the championship. That's why he released Bai Hua Liuan. There's a line in the lyrics that goes, "The last love is letting go." I don't want to use words to pull, so I choose not to blame Bai Hua. It's time to enter a new era. Yu Feng and Zhou Yuan played the bloody scene of flowers, marking that Bai Hua has cast off the haze and entered a new era. Some Bai Hua fans in the away area have already burst into tears, watching the blurred but clear figures on the field, playing the bloody scene of flowers, which completely moistened their eyes. In addition to them, the one who felt the most deeply was Zhang Jiala on the field, seeing the tacit cooperation of Luohua Lijue and Huafan Xijin playing the bloody scene of flowers in front of him. Zhang Jiala was stunned. Is this considered betrayal in person? Old Zhang, be careful. Zhou Yichen's reminder was a step too slow after all, and Bai Hua Liaowan was affected by the grenade and blew away. Zhang Jiala thought he had let it all go. He started again, and moved towards the championship step by step. So when facing the fallen flowers and mess used by his old partner, Zhang Jiala didn't think it was a big deal, because it wasn't Lao Sun who was operating it. But when the bloody scene of flowers appeared, Zhang Jiala was still distracted. He still felt guilty about Bai Hua. The bloody scene of flowers is very cool, but useless, compared with Zhang Jiala's loneliness. Zhou Yichen, who was sitting next to him, seemed particularly excited. The expressions of the two were in sharp contrast. I have long wanted to try what it feels like to break the bloody scene of flowers. Chapter 369. A stalk of gentian breaks a new flower. On the edge of the most desperate cliff, two gorgeous flowers grew. Can these two flowers bring new vitality? People were looking forward to it. But the next second, all the fantasies people had were ruthlessly torn apart by a silver spear. It's Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen rushed up. What is he going to do? Li Ju shouted. A white figure rushed out of the firelight, wearing silver-white armor, like the Prince Charming in the heart of a girl. How long Pajuan? The magic fighting spirit attached to the blue dragon blasted the fallen flowers out of the bloodthirsty fighting state, and then rotated the gentian. And at the moment when Hua Fanshijin rolled, the war spear fell out of his hand. Using inertia to exert force, Hua Fanshijin was stabbed to the ground. Round dance stick. Hua Fanshijin did not last long before being ruthlessly broken by Yi Yuxingchen. This kid is too reckless. Yi Xiao shook his head and smiled. If it was him on the field, he would choose to find the flaws in the combo between the two sides first, and then use a little to bloom, thus covering the whole situation. But Zhou Yichen was much simpler and more brutal, relying on his strong personal strength to push forward directly. There was a sense of déjà vu that it was either you or me. I'm going to die. Zhang Jiala, who watched the whole process, was stunned. He had also seen this scene. He even experienced it personally. But the feeling was completely different. However, although Yi Qiu One Leaf Autumn also broke the double flower alone, Yi Qiu playing style was very rational. while Zhou Yichen's playing style at this time was full of two words. Violence. Is this what people often call the aesthetics of violence now? In the Xingxing meeting room, Wei Chen, who was sitting on the side, was stunned. He never thought that the flower blood scene, which was famous for its violence, would be completely defeated by violence one day. Sure enough, violence is better than anything else. Fighting is awesome. Zhou Yichen felt his adrenaline surge. Yuxingchen was alone against Luohua Langjue and Hua Fanzijin, which made Wulong and Baiwa Liaowan behind him look extremely dumb. There's nothing for me to do. Jiang Butao smiled helplessly. With Yichen, I can rest easy. Zhang Jiala looked at Yixingchen's invincible figure, and after a long time, he uttered two words. Awesome. It turned out that Yichio broke the double flowers alone at that time. As a teammate, it turned out to be this feeling. And it was the finals at that time. Maybe Yichio teammates would be even more shocked. But the gods in their eyes in the past were sent into the mortal world by their own hands. And then, they reaped the consequences. Back to the game. After Yuxingchen broke the 10,000 methods with force, Baiwa formation completely collapsed and disintegrated into two parts. The connection between Luohua Langjue and Hua Fanzijin, and the back row was forcibly cut off by Yuxingchen. Captain, help! Mo Chuchen was almost unable to withstand the attack of Ichiang Chuanyun. But Luohua Langjue was entangled by Yuxingchen. And Hua Fanzijin wanted to support, but was blocked by Wulong Wave Array. Zhang Jiala cheered up again, and controlled Baiwa Liaowan, to hit Zhou Yu on Hua Fanzijin at close range. The new double flowers were completely blocked by the reincarnation. The unstoppable flower blood scene in the past has now become a flash in the pan. The Baiwa fans experienced three emotional changes in a short time. First, they were crushed by the reincarnation and became powerless. Then they had hope when the flower blood scene appeared. And finally Yu Xingchen ruthlessly pierced the silence of fantasy. It was the battle mage again. And the Baiwa fans had a shadow on this profession. Focus on Alphancan Hua. Jiang Butao in the back caught the situation of the Baiwa priest, and decided to get rid of him first. After all, they didn't bring a priest in the starting lineup. So as long as they set away the enemy priest, they would basically be invincible. The moment the commander gave the order, all the members of Samsara moved. A shot through the cloud started to shoot randomly. Even though Feng Kusuman Beast was standing next to Ao Feng Kanhua, most of the bullets from his revolver still hit Ao Feng Kanhua. This is Zhou Zikai gun control. The people of Baiwa are not fools. They know from the actions of Samsara that they are going to focus on the priest. But the most helpless thing about the game is that you know he is going to target you. But you have no way to do anything. Shuanghua was tightly entangled by Yu Xingchen and Baiwa Liaowan, and could only watch Wu Lang bypass from the side. But the two were powerless. Despair. Li Ju said two words when he saw this scene. Some of the Baiwa fans who watched this game already felt difficulty breathing. Seeing this, their biggest feeling was that the rhythm of Samsara was too suffocating. The pressure made them breathless. How much pressure the players on the field had to face. Seeing the people of Samsara approaching, Mo Chuchen began to panic. He knew that he was the target of the opponent's concentrated fire. You have to operate. Calm down. Calm down. The first thing Mo Chuchen had to do was to calm himself down and ensure that the operation was not deformed. But before he could think about how to operate next, a gun pierced the cloud, and a quick knee strike made him float into the air. Well, he doesn't need to operate now. Just wait to die. Help! Seeing Ao Feng Kanhua being lifted up, Jiling jumped up and used the air step to try to push his teammates down. But the opposite happened. Yun Shanluan grabbed Jiling's feet and pulled him down. Then threw him into the air and slammed him down. Air slam dunk. It was too late for Feng Ku to combine with the Elf King at this time, because Wu Lang's support had arrived. A Bing Chuan Wave sword was shot out, directly interrupting his chanting. As for Ao Feng Kanhua, it was much more miserable. Unable to save himself, he could only watch Yi Qian Chuanyun holding a large machine gun and shooting at him madly in midair. Watching his teammates being killed. It was fine if he was stopped, because of the perspective. Yu Feng could clearly see Ao Feng Kanhua being ravaged by Yi Qian Chuanyun. But he was powerless, because Yu Feng himself could not save himself. Luohua Langzhe and Yu Xingchen pulled away from each other. And then he cut a wound on his left arm with a sword. And the blood in the wound turned into blood arrows and shot at Yu Xingchen. The sword of blood. Yu Xingchen held the spear with both hands and kept knocking away the flying blood arrows. Luohua Langzhe took the opportunity to slash at the opponent with a cross, trying to repel him and rescue his own priest from the side. However, Yu Xingchen just stood there stupidly, and the cross-shaped sword energy directly passed through Yu Xingchen. Huh? What happened just now? Some viewers were puzzled. Did you hit it? But there was no damage. Yu Xingchen passed through the attack? Huh? Yu Feng was dumbfounded. It was fine if there was no knockback. And there was no damage. This is too much. It's fine if the reincarnation equipment is good. But why is there a cheater? Yu Feng thought depressedly. Old Yi. This trick is quite useful. Zhou Yichen smiled. Now he also called Yixiu Old Yi like Huang Xiaotian. All this went back to when Xingxin won the challenge championship and Huang Xiaotian wanted to test Yixiu water. But Yixiu also knew that Huang Xiaotian was sent by Yu Wenzhou to spy on the enemy. So Yixiu called Zhou Yichen. And the scene became a 1-on-2 match between Huang Xiaotian. Although the result ended with Huang Xiaotian failure, Zhou Yichen did not dodge Huang Xiaotian cross slash. But Yixiu did. This caught Zhou Yichen attention. So after watching it repeatedly, the blind student found the highlight. It's worthy of being a textbook of glory. Zhou Yichen had decided that Yixiu was too comprehensive. Now this trick was used by him in the game. Old Yi, you can rest in peace. Chapter 372 of the top 4 have been chosen. Baiwa, go far away. Yixiu sentenced Baiwa to death with one sentence. The formation was scattered. And in Baiwa's eyes, Samsara had no flaws. But in Samsara's eyes, Baiwa had flaws. Alphan Kanhua, who had not received support, was the first to be broken by Samsara. Captain, I'm going to die. A gun piercing the clouds killed Alphan Kanhua. Alphan Kanhua, out. With the priest out, the situation became clearer. Although the result of the game was doomed after Yu Xingchen broke the flower blood scene played by Xian Xuanhua on the spot. In the final analysis, Yu Feng and Zhou Yuan understanding of flower blood scene was not deep enough. They were formulaic flower blood scene. And the so-called formula was that they imitated the playing style of Sun Jiping and Zhang Jiala. Without their own things, Yu Feng was okay. He had already entered the door. But Zhou Yuan was simply a pirated version of Zhang Jiala. Once the fragile formation was broken, Zhou Yuan panicked. He didn't know what to do next. Yu Feng still knew how to operate Luohua Longjue to fight back. He could only wait for fate to come. When Zhang Wei, the sixth player of Baiwa, arrived on a flying broom, Ji Lung had already fallen at the feet of Yun Chanluan. Yun Chanluan killed Ji Lung. Ji Lung, out. Kill Feng Ku. This game should be over. Jiang Buotao said expressionlessly. Yes. Yu Xingchen switched fire. And Luohua Longjue finally got a chance to breathe. Why do I feel that he is making rapid progress? But I am standing still? Yu Feng wiped the hot sweat from his head. And Hua Fan Si Jin on the side was also beaten by Baiwa Liaowan and couldn't fight back. As if Zhou Yuan's spirit was drained away after playing Fanhua Xuejing. Facing Baiwa Liaowan, Zhou Yuan could only change his defense. And he didn't even have the intention to take the initiative to attack. All I can say is that kid, you have to practice. Not only technology, but also mentality and other aspects. The dragon goes out to sea, accompanied by the splash of magic fighting spirit hitting Feng Ke. A shot of Barrett sniper shot out. Bang! A shot of cloud piercing kills Feng Ke. Feng Ke, out. Can Feng Ke hold on? He can't. With the elimination of Zhu Xiaoping, the third member of Baiwa, the total score of Samsara has reached 8 points. The cup said. Baiwa has reached the most critical moment. Samsara's score has reached 8 points. If they get one more kill, they will directly advance to the semifinals of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. Li Ju said. Theoretically, the highest score that Baiwa can get is only 8 points. Which means that even if the switch of Samsara is turned off, it can enter the extra round. Final 4. Final 4. Final 4. The Samsara fans at the scene have begun to shout the name of Final 4. Although they have entered the semifinals many times. Entering the semifinals means that they are getting closer and closer to the championship. The game was over. And Samsara set its next target on Hua Fan Si Jin, who had the lowest HP. Hua Fan Si Jin, Jiang Buotao, and Zhou Yichen spoke at the same time. And it was obvious that they had the same opinion. Although Luohua Langjie also had relatively low HP. The CD of his skill bloodthirst fighting should have been turned on. And the lower the HP of the passive swordsman, the higher the physical attack. The sixth man, Sun Luo, was in the sky, so it was not easy to be a concentrated target. Then, in the end, only Hua Fan Si Jin was left. If he was sent away, the game would be over. Let's fight. Yu Feng decided to give it a try. Not to mention winning. At least he had to kill one and not be shut out. You said it, Brother Tao Bo. In the end, under the concentrated fire of Samsara, Hua Fan Si Jin still fell. But Bai Hua was not without gain. That is, they forcibly killed Yu Xingchen. The other people in Samsara were all numb. Luo Hua Langjia, Hua Fan Si Jin and Sun Luo. All three of them used their skills on Yu Xingchen. Ha ha! Seeing this scene, Wang Xiaotian, who was watching the game in the Blue Rain meeting room, laughed heartily. This is the end of being struck by lightning for pretending to be cool. He was beaten up by a group of people. They would kill him even if they died. How much do you think Bai Hua hates you? Fortunately, it's much less than Vici Gaming hates you. Yu Wanzhou joked. TSK. They are just jealous. Wang Xiaotian rolled his eyes, and said that the atmosphere of Blue Rain was still so relaxed. It didn't look like a team that was 0-1 behind. Although Yen Yu caused them a lot of trouble in the first round, they were confident that they could complete the comeback against Yen Yu in the next 2 rounds at Blue Rain's home court. In the end, before Shiga Zirua could arrive at the battlefield, Luo Longjia was sent away by Ichian Chuanyan. In the end, Saluo, who was struggling to hold on, had no choice but to be taken away by Bai Hua Liuan. In fact, after Hua Fan Si Jin was eliminated, Bai Hua could type GG on the public channel. But they still fought to the death until the last moment. For this, the audience gave them warm applause. It was both a cheer for Samsara to advance to the next round and an admiration for Bai Hua's persistence to the end. Let us congratulate Samsara for defeating Bai Hua 11-3 and advancing to the next round with a score of 2-0. The cup announced the result of the game passionately. Samsara has been the first team to enter the semifinals for 3 consecutive years, and everyone is used to it. Their opponent in the semifinals is the winner of Blue Rain and Misty Rain. Currently, Misty Rain leads Blue Rain 1-0. However, in the eyes of everyone in Samsara, except Joichin, everyone else is optimistic about Blue Rain's comeback and advancing to the next round. Great. It seems that this year is your year again. Yu Feng smiled helplessly after the game. Keep it up. Jiang Buitao cheered Yu Feng. You have led the team to the playoffs in the first year. Old Yu, you are already very good. Zhou Yichen patted Yu Feng on the shoulder. Zhou Yichen has a good relationship with other professional players. This kid advocates violence on the court and focuses on human relationships off the court. Thank you. Yu Feng smiled. You still need to practice. Especially your mentality. Zhang Jiala said to Zhou Yuan. Well, one day I will beat you. Zhou Yuan said with courage. I'm waiting for that day. On the second day after Samsara defeated Bai Hua, the League Weekly also summarized the game. Samsara was as strong as ever. As for Bai Hua, the Weekly remained optimistic about their prospects for the next season. After all, although Yu Feng and Zhou Yuan only played the flower blood scene for a short time, it was also a problem of insufficient running in. The League Weekly was optimistic that they would be able to thoroughly practice the flower blood scene next season. As for Samsara, the Weekly clearly expressed that they were optimistic about Samsara becoming the second team to win 3 consecutive championships after excellent era. At 8 p.m., Tyranny and Void officially started the game in the lower half. In the end, Tyranny won the game. Although Void seemed to have made changes, the effect was not satisfactory. Fans of Void are used to it. They always enter the playoffs from the back and always lose in the first round of the playoffs. They can't see hope. On the other hand, Tyranny, although it is an old team, at least they have results. Tyranny also made it to the semifinals after a long time. They didn't make it to the semifinals last season, but they suffered a lot of rumors. This time, they must get back everything they lost. Captain Han Wenqing expressed his desire for the championship in the post-match press conference. Yishio was right. Who would complain about having too many championships? Chapter 371, Top 4. A tense double rain battle. On the third day, at the home court of Tiny Herb, the same start, and the same reversal by Wang Jieshi. The difference is that Tang Hao's face was gloomy from the beginning. Although Wang Jieshi has been emphasized many times, when he appeared on the court, The unstoppable momentum made the Howling seem to be facing Samsara. Wang Jieshi is really a treasure boy. Zhang Jiola, who was watching the game in the Samsara conference room, said that Wang Jieshi was a natural leader when he debuted. Without Wang Jieshi, Tiny Herb would not be what it is today. Although this sentence is a bit exaggerated. After all, other people, such as Fan Shiqian, have made a lot of efforts on Tiny Herb's road to victory. But Wang Jieshi is like this. In the hearts of Tiny Herb fans, Wang Jieshi is the god of Tiny Herb. This also puts Gao Yingjie under infinite pressure. Wang Jieshi's position in the hearts of Tiny Herb fans is unshakable. Just like on the court, the ring match was once again handed over to Wang Jieshi. He was the only one left. But there were still 3 people left in Howling. What was the result? Let us congratulate Wang Jieshi for his success in defeating 3 players. 5-4 in the ring match. And Wei Chao turned defeat into victory. This is Wang Jieshi. This is the magician. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. Wang Jieshi. The applause was thunderous. And Wang Jieshi saved the team again. TSK TSK TSK. Wei Chao's strengths and weaknesses are very obvious. Zhou Yichen smacked his lips and said, "Everyone knows where Wei Chao is strong. As long as Wang Jieshi stands up, Wei Chao can defeat all enemies in front of him. Everyone also knows where Wei Chao is weak. As long as Wang Jieshi doesn't stand up, Wei Chao will be a mess." Wei Chao relies too much on Wang Jieshi. You have to know that the magician is also a human being. And now Wang Jieshi is no longer the 18-year-old young man. But in the team competition, the main output is still Wang Jieshi Wang Yuxing. And Gao Yingjie Mu In is still the secondary output. Although Gao Yingjie has shown some signs now, Wang Jieshi thinks that this is not enough. Is Wang Jieshi so scary? They are all like cowards. Why don't they deal damage in the ring match? Are they going to drag it out? Are they going to tire Wang Jieshi to death? After the ring match, Tang Hao lost his temper at the 3 people who came out later. The team match hasn't started yet. But Tang Hao has become famous. Too wretched. Forget Fan Rui. He has always been like this. Zhao Yujie. Can I ask what you were waiting for on the court just now? Waiting to die? Me. Zhao Yujie was about to refute, but found that there was no reason. So he closed his mouth again. Okay. The game is not over yet. Fang Rui came out to fight on the round table. If this fight started, there would be no need to fight the team match. Just go straight to the end. Maybe what I said just now was a little harsh. But I am also considering everyone. We are all here. No one wants to give up. Right. Tang Hao also calmed down and found that he had scolded too much just now. There is no way. These 3 people fought too badly. He and Fang Rui worked hard to kill 4 of them. But none of them could be killed. This is the only difference between the 3 little ones in Jackie Chan's adventures. Can you find a trio that is more useless than them? Tang Hao already has the idea of rebuilding the Howling team. If he continues to play like this, he may never touch the championship trophy in his life. However, this season, the Howling team may be defeated in the quarterfinals again. The top teams in the past few seasons are too stable. Samsara, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, Tyranny and Misty Rain almost monopolized the top 5. As a result, other teams can only compete for the last 3 places. But according to the rules of the playoffs, the last 3 places have to compete with the top 3 in the regular season. It is easy to say that the underdog can defeat the strong, but very few can do it. After all, the top-ranked teams have 2 home courts, which is why Blue Rain did not panic at all even if they lost in the first round. In the team competition, Howling was completely unable to deal with the 2 magic scholars of Tiny Herb, and the rhythm of the entire game was firmly in the hands of Wang Jieshi. Although Fang Rui burst out in the middle and found an opportunity to get close to Yuan Baiqing's cordyceps, the timely support of the flying sword made Fang Rui's ghostly suspicion return in vain. In the end, only Tang Hao Tang San was left struggling to support. Howling's priest was finally brave once, but Tiny Herb made him lose so thoroughly. Is this hurdle impossible to overcome? Tang Hao was furious. As early as Baiwa, he had been in the semifinals with the team. But what he wanted was to lead a team as a captain and lead the team into the semifinals. Tang Hao's dream will be left until next season, with Tang San out. While congratulating the Tiny Herb team for winning this game, they successfully defeated Howling with a big score of 2-0 and entered the semifinals of the league for 8 consecutive seasons. They once again broke this record. Commentator Pan Lin said, "Since entering the semifinals for the first time in the second season, Wei Chao has remained in this position and has never fallen down. This is enough to prove how terrifying the Foundation and new forces of Vichy Gaming are. There are many teams that can consistently reach the quarterfinals, but only a few can consistently enter the semifinals. It's the semifinals again. Wang Jieshi sighed as he watched the flying highlights. He wondered if they could make it to the finals this time. Vichy Gaming opponent is finally not Samsara. Their semifinal opponent is Tyranny, who was eliminated by them in the first round of the playoffs last season. This season, Tyranny 4 All-Stars are coming in full force. We have successfully entered the semifinals and fulfilled our season expectations. Now all we have to do is maintain a positive attitude and move towards the finals, which is our stage. Wang Jieshi gave a speech in the lounge after the game. With Vichy Gaming big win over Wind Howl, 3 of the semifinal seats have been confirmed. Samsara in the upper half, Tyranny and Vichy Gaming in the lower half. The last spot will be decided between last season's runner-up Blue Rain and semifinalist Misty Rain. The two teams are old rivals. In the 7th season, the two teams met in the first round of the playoffs. In the 8th season, the two teams met in the semifinals to compete for the finals. Now the two teams are back in the first round to compete for the last semifinal spot. On the 4th day, Blue Rain was at home. With the home advantage, Blue Rain swept away the decline and defeated the high-spirited Misty Rain 11-7. The two teams fought to 1-1. The overall situation was reversed. The two teams did not adjust the time and had to play the BO3 final game the next night. After the second round, Misty Rain gathered in the hotel to start a short review, mainly to find out their own problems. You won, Joe. You have calculated us to death. After watching the video, Chu Yunqiu said, "Is this the tactical master?" Shu Kursen sighed. In today's game, Misty Rain still used an all-offensive lineup, but the map chosen by Blue Rain was the Niha Peninsula. This match of Blue Rain taught everyone how to play a lineup with more long-range output characters on this map, especially Baiwa. I hope Baiwa can take a good look at how Blue Rain plays. Captain, will we still use the offensive lineup tomorrow? Qiu Fei asked. Now Yanyu is facing a very unsolvable problem. That is, whether to continue using the full offensive lineup when it is blocked. If they continue to use it, Blue Rain will still choose Niha Peninsula. Then they can click GG. Chu Yunqiu admitted that she was not as good as Yu Wenzhou in terms of tactics and on-the-spot command. Should the lineup be changed? Chapter 372. Who is on the first floor, and who is on the 5th floor? At this time, Yu Wenzhou was also thinking about this question in the meeting room of the Blue Rain Club. Will the lineup of Yanyu change the next day? Captain, I think whether it changes or not, it is absolutely right to choose the Niha Peninsula map. Look how difficult it is for Yanyu to play this game. Huang Xiaoyan interrupted. I think what Huang Xiao said is right. Zheng Xian echoed. Hearing Zheng Xian agree with his point of view, Huang Xiaoyan blinked at him. Huang Xiao, I'm not gay. Get lost. Yu Wenzhou smiled as he watched them laughing and playing. But the pen in his hand kept turning, which showed that he was still thinking. Yu Wenzhou thinking was as follows. Knowing that Yanyu all-attack lineup was broken, then according to common sense, the deciding game should be changed back to the regular lineup. But the closer you are to the red, the closer you are to the black. Chu Yunqiu may be influenced by the reckless thinking of Zhou Yichen beside her pillow. Yanyu will gamble and not change the lineup. So Yanyu will still choose the all-attack lineup. And Chu Yunqiu may know that she will think of this level. So she will change her mind and choose to return to the regular lineup. In this way, she is on the 1st level, and he is on the 5th level. They should still choose the regular lineup. There is no need to choose the Niha Peninsula. Our things are exposed, Yu Wenzhou said. So, let's play like this. On the 5th day of the playoffs, the double rain battle between Blue Rain and Yanyu finally ushered in the final chapter. If Blue Rain wins, they will advance to the semifinals for 5 consecutive seasons. And they will also achieve the achievement of 3 captures of Yanyu in the playoffs. If Yanyu wins, they will defeat Blue Rain for the first time in the playoffs and get rid of the title of Blue One. In the ring match, Yu Wenzhou saw Chu Yunqiu starting and smiled slightly. Chu Yunqiu did not defend the ring, which means that Yanyu wanted to change the head points in the ring match. So the intention of the team match was very obvious, and they wanted to go head-to-head with them. Captain, how about I go directly in the next game and block Yanyu's scoring path? Huang Xiaoyan said confidently. He was confident that he could defeat Chu Yunqiu in the 2nd place. No need. If we cut off the opponent, We can change the strategy and continue to play full offense. Our research yesterday was in vain. Yu Wenzhou smiled. That makes sense. Huang Xiaoyan moved his not-so-smart little head and found that what the captain said was right. Zheng Xian was the first player in the ring match for Blue Rain, facing one of the best firepower players in the league. Zheng Xian caused some trouble to Chu Yunxiu, but he eventually fell under the firepower of Fengcheng Yanyu. I'm under a lot of pressure. Didn't I come here to fight Qiu Fei? Zheng Xian said with a wry smile. The reason why Yu Wenzhou promoted Zheng Xian to the first place was to use the map with more obstructions to get rid of Qiu Fei, who had been stable in the first place before. As a result, today, Yanyu changed the order of appearance, and Chu Yunxiu appeared in the first place. Qiu Fei was left in the last place by Chu Yunxiu. Chu Yunxiu is in very good condition today. It seems that she is not affected by yesterday's failure. Xiao Wei and Jian Bin are responsible for commentating this game today. The two fighting on the field are Fengcheng Yanyu and Lin Fengfan. This kind of map with large obstructions should be suitable for thieves to perform. But Fengcheng Yanyu hit the fan with a precise magic imprisonment, causing it to use any spell skills within 4 seconds. Afterwards, the flame storm cooperated with the elemental power and successfully floated the fan. Chu Meizi's elemental mage is still so violent. Can Zhou Yichen handle it? Huang Xiaoyan began to think wildly again. Are you sure he ate the elemental mage? Song Xiao asked. And then the two suddenly thought of something, looked at each other, and then smiled evilly. How disgusting. Lu Hanwen, who watched the whole thing, said, Children speak without restraint. Hey! Yu Wenzhou held his forehead. Whenever he talked about these things, he would take Lu Hanwen aside, fearing that they would teach the flowers of the motherland bad things. Captain, Chu's sister has already defeated 2 people. Let me go up and punish her. Huang Xiaoyan volunteered to fight. You want to steal the head? Yu Wenzhou said. Fuck. Captain, who do you think I am? Do you think I am Zhou Yichen? The head-stealing monster. Huang Xiaoyan got angry when he heard Yu Wenzhou say this. In the off-season before, they played a certain MOBA game for leisure, and Zhou Yichen was so happy to steal. Huang Xiaoyan felt that playing Honor of Kings was really unfair to him. Okay. Xiao Lu. Go. Yu Wenzhou patted Lu Hanwen beside him. Captain, watch me. Lu Hanwen clenched his fist and said confidently. The 14-year-old Lu Hanwen resolutely stepped onto the competition stage, and then returned to the Blue Rain player seat in despair. Almost. Just a little bit. Yes. Fengcheng Yanyu on the field only had 2% of his health left, which was just a matter of 1 sword for Lu Hanwen Liyun. But this crucial sword was dodged by Fengcheng Yanyu by moving. Then, he was electrocuted by Fengcheng Yanyu Lightning Ring with extremely fast speed. Chu Yunxiu has now completed a 1-on-3 against Blue Rain, and the situation is very good for Yanyu now, Xiao Wei said. But Fengcheng Yanyu with such a small amount of health should not be able to hold on for long. Just a normal attack, Jianbin said. Sure enough. Song Xiao, the 4th player of Blue Rain, said Fengcheng Yanyu, who only had 2% of his health. Away with a Qigong wave. Huh? Not bad. Chu Yunxiu loosened her hair after the game. Yanyu sent the Shu sisters in the 2nd and 3rd positions. Song Xiao lived up to his title of Mr. Qi in the playoffs, and defeated 2 beautiful sharpshooters in succession. The score of the 2 teams has returned to the original point. Song Xiao's performance in this ring match is much better than the previous 2 games. Xiao Wei sighed. After all, if we don't perform well, this summer will be over. Jianbin smiled. Some people only perform well at ordinary times and fail at critical moments, while some people only perform well at critical moments and fail at ordinary times. If it were you, which kind of person would you choose as your teammate? Now, the ring match of Shuangyu has entered the final stage. Why don't you have anything new in your battle mage? Young man, do something special. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaoyan kept sending text bubbles to harass Qiu Fei, but he didn't know that Qiu Fei had adjusted the opacity to the lowest before the game. So Huang Xiaoyan trash talk didn't really affect him much. But what Qiu Fei was uncomfortable with now was that he couldn't break through the attack of Yu Shengfan. Huang Xiaoyan attack speed was as fast as his mouth. In the end, Qiu Fei still didn't find a chance to counterattack and was entangled by Huang Xiaoyan. Although there were several opportunities to counterattack in the middle, Huang Xiaoyan Yu Shengfan restricted Qiu Fei like a python. He was angry in his heart, And he was even more angry when he saw Huang Xiaoyan still refreshing the public channel. So Qiu Fei was angry for a while. In the end, the battle format still fell under the silver blade of Yu Shengfan. Although Huang Xiaoyan won, he knew in his heart that this game was not easy. Qiu Fei almost escaped several times. Glory. 1 through 2. Isn't this simple? Huang Xiaoyan said with his cute little tiger teeth after the game. The ring game ended with a score of 5-4, which both sides could accept. After the halftime break, the rosters of the two teams in the team game were announced on the big screen above the stage. Sure enough, my analysis was not wrong. Unfortunately, they did not choose the Niha Peninsula. Chapter 373 Huangsha Mouth. A lie. Blue Rain, Yu Wanzhou. ID Soxer. Occupation, Warlock. Huang Xiaoyan. ID, Night Rain. Occupation, Swordsman Light Sword. Lu Hanwen. ID, Lu Yun. Occupation, Swordsman Heavy Sword. Zheng Xian. ID, Guns and Bullets. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Su Jingxi. ID, Soul Speaker. Occupation, Guardian Angel. 6 person. Song Xiao. ID, Tao Lu Shaming. Occupation, Qigong Master. Smoke and Rain, Chu Yunxiu. ID, Feng Cheng Yanyu. Occupation, Elemental Mage. Li Hua. ID, Lin Nkao Jing. Occupation, Ninja. Qiu Fei. ID, Combat Format. Occupation, Combat Mage. Feng Xiangming. ID, Xinghan Keman. Occupation, Priest. Sun Liang. ID, Ling Zhou. Occupation, Boxer. 6 person Lu Yining. ID, Yu Hai Yiming. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Map, War Grassland. Yu Wanzhou calculated that Yanyu would not use a full offensive lineup, so he chose the War Grassland. It was a pity for Yanyu. If Blue Rain had chosen the Niha Peninsula, they would have given Blue Rain a big surprise. This time, Lu Yining also got the opportunity to play. In fact, when the Shu sisters joined Yanyu, it was impossible for Lu Yining not to have any emotions. 3 sharpshooters in one team. What a joke. Fortunately, the old Yanyu team, led by Chu Yunxiu, protected Lu Yining, so he stayed in the team competition list. As for the Shu sisters' self-confidence and arrogance when they came in, they were ruthlessly penetrated by Lu Yining in a private duel. Lu Yining is much stronger than the two sisters. The increase in the number of appearances of the two sisters in the regular season is because the management wants to increase the traffic of the sisters. Chu Yunxiu is also very determined. It is okay to play, but the management cannot interfere in the playoffs. The top management of Yanyu is naturally not stupid. The Chu family is a shareholder of the Yanyu club, and Chu Yunxiu contract will expire after the end of the 9th season. This is what they must strive for. They can see the direction of this season. The alliance will definitely put Samsara on the altar, and the second dynasty will be established. If the relationship with Chu Yunxiu is strained, if the Chu family withdraws investment, Chu Yunxiu will run to Samsara to find his little man in a rage. Then Yanyu will be finished. So after the start of the playoffs, they completely gave power to Chu Yunxiu, including the 10th season. The top management will not interfere with the team. Chu Yunxiu will naturally not be aggressive, saying that she will give the sisters room to play. After all, these two people are not just bases. They still have some strength. TSK. It's you every year. I'm a little bored. Huang Xiaoyan came up and said trash talk. Hee. After Chu Yunxiu and Yu Wanzhou shook hands, they quickly passed by Huang Xiaoyan. Damn. I was ignored again. Huang Xiaoyan pouted. It was not the first time he was ignored. Wang Jieshi often ignored him. After the two sides shook hands before the game, they entered the war room at both ends of the competition stage. The holographic projection unfolded, revealing the topography of the war prairie. 99%, 100% night rain sounds troubling. Loaded. Soxer. Loaded. Wind City Misty Rain. Loaded. Battle format. Loaded. Rain of guns and bullets. Loaded. Map, War Prairie. Loaded. After the commentators of both sides briefly introduced the map, the game officially began. Both sides rushed from the 3rd floor to the bottom floor. On the 2nd floor, both teams tacitly chose not to attack. Blue Rain has Soul Speaker, and long-range attacks are not very effective. Misty Rain is relatively fast, and Blue Rain's attack will slow down its own speed. It seems that the two teams are planning to have a decisive battle at the bottom floor, Jianbin said. Yes. It seems that both sides are preparing for a fast break. It depends on who has a more fierce attack. From the lineup, it seems that Yanyu is better on the offensive end. Xiao Wei continued, while the commentator was talking about how to attack. The two teams had already arrived at the grassland at the bottom. Li Hua, go to the side to block Yu Shengfan. And the others keep the formation and be ready to attack at any time. Chu Yunxiu commanded in the team voice. Received. After hearing Chu Yunxiu order, all the members of Yanyu took action. The captain and others are coming. The team voice on the Blue Rain side was also communicating frantically. Others were responsible for collecting information about Yanyu. And Yu Wenzhou was responsible for the next action arrangement. Shout Yan. Lin Nko Jing is not in the front. He should go to the side to block you. You be careful. Xiao Lu will take the initiative. And Zheng Xian and I will support you from the side. Yu Wenzhou commanded. Jingxi, activate the Holy Shield. Okay. Captain. This head-on confrontation was kicked off by a cursed arrow from Soxer. And Lu Yun wielded his heavy sword to attack the battle format in the front. Feng Chengyan raised his staff and used the level 60 ultimate skill. Flame Storm. The front suddenly turned into a fire scene. The Soul Speaker waved his hands, and a holy light hit the Lu Yun in the front. Guard Virtue. Then the Soul Speaker raised the battle axe above his head. And a 360-degree light circle appeared in the sky. The light circle spread out, causing magic damage to enemies within the range and knocking back enemies. Guardian Angel's level 70 ultimate move Angel's Power. Retreat. Chu Yunxiu gave the order to retreat. After this Angel's Power, Blue Rain must have a backup plan. Sure enough, the next second, Soxer chanted on the spot and summoned a black revolving door filled with evil spirits behind him. The black light emerging from the revolving door gathered into a line and quickly grabbed Yanyu and the others. The Warlock's level 70 ultimate move Death's Gate. Fortunately, Yanyu retreated quickly from the front. Otherwise he would be dragged in by the black line. Seeing that the Death's Gate did not catch anyone, Yu Wenzhou secretly said it was a pity. If he could catch anyone, then the next move would be the 6-star light prison. Yu Shengfan and Lin and Chao Jing were also entangled on the side. Lin and Chao Jing used the Earth Core beheading technique to try to defeat Yu Shengfan. But unfortunately Huang Xiaotian's reaction was too fast. Not only did he avoid Lin and Chao Jing's surprise attack, but he also gave him a silver blade backhand. Blue Rain's frontal attack has already yielded results. And Yanyu formation has been completely compressed. Others think that Blue Rain only needs to withstand pressure from the front and wait for Huang Xiaotian to put pressure on the side. But in fact, Blue Rain is really not weak from the front. Yi Xiu said that there is a swordsman holding a heavy sword in the front, as well as a guardian angel who takes the wound, and a combination of a warlock and an ammunition expert. So the output will not be less. Many people's view that Blue Rain is relatively weak from the front is actually caused by Yu Wenzhou tactics. After all, Huang Xiaotian is a member who is independent of the team, and Yu Wenzhou will naturally let this member play the greatest role. However, under the intervention of the league rules, the role that Huang Xiaotian can play is no longer as good as before. Recalling the 6th season, the team was fighting in the front, and there was a chatterbox on the side. Not only did he use the swordsman's flexibility to harass, but he also sent a lot of text bubbles crazily. It's okay to be alive, but it's even more threatening to be dead, because he can devote all his body and mind to text attacks. And there is no voice chat in the team. Some of the command text bubbles were drowned by Huang Xiaotian before they could be seen clearly. Anyone would have a problem with his mentality. Now even if Huang Xiaotian unilaterally suppresses Li Hua, it is only an operational suppression. In terms of voice attacks, Yanyu adjusted the opacity of the text bubbles to the lowest when the team game was loaded. If it weren't for the public channel that couldn't be closed, Yanyu would have closed it long ago. Now the public channels of both sides are full of Huang Xiaotian trash talk. And it is still constantly refreshing. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Although the transparency of the text bubbles has been reduced to the lowest. Who is Huang Xiaotian? How can this be difficult for him? Others are studying how to run around the map and find cover. But he is studying how to make the text bubbles visible to others even in the most opaque state. It can only be said that everyone has their own specialty. For example, now, in a one-on-one situation, Li Hua was still affected by Huang Xiaotian. The front is about to collapse. Huang Xiaotian said playfully. Li Hua saw the text bubble sent by Huang Xiaotian. His heart trembled, and he subconsciously slid his view to look at the front. The next second, Li Hua felt bad. Oh no! I was deceived. Ha ha ha. You got tricked. I said, if you send it 100 times, there will always be one time that you can see it. Huang Xiaotian laughed. At this time, people looked at the public channel and found that the front is about to collapse. Huang Xiaotian had already filled this sentence. Awesome. The Blue Rain fans at the scene gave Huang Xiao a thumbs up. Huang Xiao's mouth was a lie. Chapter 374 Unbearable Control Chain. As expected of an opportunist, Huang Xiaotian used verbal attacks to upset his opponent, and then defeated him with one move. When Lin and Keijing wanted to use the ninjutsu to release afterimages to confuse Yi Yushinfan, it was too late. Huang Xiaotian's eyes were very sharp, and he was not like Wang Jieshi, who had different eyes. The three-stage slash approached Lin and Keijing's true body. In Li Hua's shocked eyes, Yi Yushinfan swung his sword, and the speed was so fast that Li Hua could not react at all, and was knocked out by the sword light. Draw the sword and slash. After knocking Lin and Keijing away, Yi Yushinfan did not choose to chase him. After all, there was no reason to chase a ninja. There were too many escape skills. Whether he could catch up or not, it was not a cost-effective deal. Besides, Huang Xiaotian's task was not to use Yi Yushinfan to battle Lin and Keijing one-on-one. His main task was to give Yin Yu more pressure from the flank. Just like now, Yi Yushinfan rushed toward Xinghan Canlon in front of everyone in Yin Yu. Be careful. Seeing Yi Yushinfan coming from the flank, Feng Chengyin Yu charged a fire bomb at Yi Yushinfan. Yi Yushinfan jumped up, dodged the fire bomb, and stabbed Xinghan Canlon against the wind. Press it, Yu Wanzhou said, and the gun rained bullets and flash bombs were fired, successfully blinding Ling Zhou in front of him, and the fighting format, who was resisting Lu Yun. Then Wan Lei took action, and all kinds of grenades hit the two of them like they were free. Just when the two who were knocked down by the grenade wanted to retreat, Soxer took action. Warlock level 75 ultimate move Ghostly Entanglement. I saw Soxer raise the silver weapon in his hand, and began to chant the curse of the god destroying on the spot. As the power of the curse emerged, the atmosphere within the skill range suddenly became weird and gloomy, and many ghosts emerged and screamed continuously. Enemies within the range will receive continuous dark magic damage, and a strong slowdown effect. Of course, this is not the most powerful point of this skill. Under the Ghost Entanglement, any space-based skills and displacement skills will be interrupted in the magic circle. Ling Zhou, who is at the front, can naturally activate Steel Bones to offset the skill effect of Ghost Entanglement, and then use Cloud Body and Eagle Step to leave the battlefield. But the battle format is tightly entangled by Lu Yun. If Ling Zhou leaves, then the battle format will definitely become the target of Blue Rain's concentrated fire. Therefore, Ling Zhou wanted to repel Lu Yun, but the guns and bullets on the side came up. Yin Yu formation was divided by Soxer's Ghost Entanglement. In this case, Huang Xiaotian Yi Yushinfan will play very comfortably, Xiaowei explained. Since the front and back rows of Yin Yu cannot support each other, Yi Yushinfan can come and go freely without worrying about being left behind. Blue Rain used so many big moves not long after the start of the game just to achieve the current situation. Of course, there is another problem. That is, after playing too much with the all-offensive lineup, Yin Yu suddenly fell into defense, and it was obvious that they were a little uncomfortable. A typical example is Feng Xiangming Xinghan Canlon. After Feng Cheng Yin Yu stopped Yi Yushinfan, he had no idea what to do next. Should he go to support the front row that was about to collapse, or cooperate with the captain to deal with Yi Yushinfan on the side? Feng Xiangming was in a dilemma. Fortunately, the deputy captain Li Hua gave instructions. Go to the front, and leave Yi Yushinfan to me, Li Hua said. Okay. You hold on. After Feng Cheng Yin Yu blocked Yi Yushinfan with a wall of fire, he turned and walked towards the front. It happened that the duration of Soxer's Ghost Entanglement had ended at this time. Ling Zhou used a barehanded attack to block Liu Yun's heavy sword, and the 1,000-pound weight was released, and the derived shock wave knocked Liu Yun away. Just when Sun Liang thought that he and Qiu Fei could retreat, the Soul Speaker held a battle axe and chopped with holy light. Damn! Is this going to end? Sun Liang, an honest man, was also forced into a corner. Fortunately, Feng Cheng Yin Yu arrived, and the fire bird attacked, knocking the Soul Speaker away, and the Firebird turned back and hit Gun Lindanyu. The shock wave generated by the explosion knocked him away, and the Soul Speaker was burning and smoking all over. But fortunately, he used life activation in time, gaining a speed bonus while recovering 7% of his health per second. Then he cast a spell to use purification to remove the negative state of Gun Lindanyu. Chu Yunxiu arrived and successfully rescued Yinyu on the edge of the cliff. Fortunately, this Firebird was eaten by Su Jingqi's Soul Speaker. If it was Lu Yun, the situation would be completely different. Jianbin analyzed. Yu Shengfan and Lin Ankeijing on the side collided again. But this time Li Hua didn't care. Ninja Flame Slash. Ninja 100 Flows Slash. Ninja Shadow Dance. Multiple shadow clones appeared in the perspective of Yu Shengfan. These shadow clones have higher health points and can move freely. But the real body ran towards the front battlefield. In order to confuse Yu Shengfan to the greatest extent, Li Hua deliberately appeared in front of Yu Shengfan and threw 3 shurikens in his hand. But little did he know that this was exactly the point that Huang Xiaotian saw through. Huang Xiaotian, who was chopping melons and vegetables, noticed that the clones in front of him were moving within a certain range. After Lin Ankeijing's real body retreated with K-Ho, he disappeared. Captain, Lin Ankeijing has sneaked over. You guys go down carefully. Huang Xiaotian quickly reminded his teammates. Got it. Huang Xiaotian information was still very critical. Do it. Chu Yunxiu commanded everyone to attack Blue Rain. This was Yinyu opportunity. If they delayed for a while, Huang Xiaotian, the annoying guy, would arrive. Blue Rain was not a fool. After knowing the news that Lin Ankeijing had arrived at the front, Yu Wenzhou knew that Yinyu had decided to give it a try. So he hurriedly notified Zhengxian Gun Rain to throw smoke bombs. And Soxer himself also threw smoke jade. The fog suddenly enveloped the grassland. If you enter it, you will find that it is mixed with purple fog. The people in Yinyu were not in a hurry to enter it. Chu Yunxiu was very smart. He controlled Fengcheng Yinyu to use the Elemental Mage level 65 Space Ice Magic skill Absolute Zero in the fog. Yinyu wants to force Lan Yu out. But Lan Yu has already joined Yu Shengfan through the fog. Xiao Wei was surprised. Yinyu was calculated by Yu Wenzhou. Yi Xiu said that after the release of Absolute Zero, Chu Yunxiu realized that Lan Yu was not in the fog at all. Ha ha ha. Look at me. Jian Ding Tianxia. With a laugh, Yu Shengfan fell from the sky like a god of war. Jian Ding Tianxia took action. Fengcheng Yinyu used instant movement to avoid the 360-degree sword circle, and the other 4 were not so lucky. Being swept by Jian Ding Tianxia's sword energy, they fell into a short state of stiffness. Ling Zhou activated the iron bones and went forward to meet the enemy. Fengcheng Yinyu also began to chant the magic circle. Xinghan Qianlan used concentration to remove his own negative state. But the next second, Lu Yun jumped out with the same sword to control the world. And then the 2 swordsmen used the phantom invisible sword at the same time. Ling Zhou alone could not withstand the damage. As Soxer's chaotic rain fell, Yinyu and the other 2 fell into a state of chaos. After Ling Zhou knocked Lu Yun back with a punch, he suddenly saw a huge dark claw appear in the chaos and grabbed Ling Zhou. While grabbing Ling Zhou and causing dark magic damage, it broke the hegemony effect of iron bones. Blue Rain has too many control skills. Yinyu can't move at all, Xiao Wei said, and threw out the gun rain and bullet rain explosion grenade. And the explosion produced a shock force that blew the 3 people to the ground. Facing the thunder and fire summoned by Fengcheng Yinyu, Blue Rain chose to charge. The Soul Speaker activated the firm will and rushed directly. The thunder and fire struck the Soul Speaker, causing fire and light magic damage, and also produced burning and paralysis effects. The level 25 firm will was completely unable to withstand the level 70 thunder and fire. However, the first one to fail was Ling Zhou, who was fighting against the double swordsman. Night Rain killed Ling Zhou. Ling Zhou, out. After playing for so long in the team competition, the first head finally broke out. At this time, Yinyu couldn't retreat even if she wanted to, because Blue Rain had already pressed forward. The ice wall erected by Fengcheng Yinyu was quickly shattered by Blue Rain. What was even more desperate was that Soxer's 6-star light prison directly trapped Lin Ankeijing. And the battle format also had Xinghan Qianlan. Chu Yunxiu was directly paralyzed after controlling 3 people at once. Ling Zhou was eliminated, which meant that she would become the target of Blue Rain's concentrated fire. Sure enough, after the double swordsman dealt with Ling Zhou, Xionglang Zhan and Luo Fengzhan moved towards Chu Yunxiu Fengcheng Yanyu. Chu Yunxiu reacted quickly. The black line released by dark, night flying shadows successfully hit Lu Yun. After the electric light ring hit Yu Shunfan, he began to chant the power of elements. Chu Yunxiu hand speed has increased to 480. Wow! For a female player, this is a very cruel hand speed, Xiao Wei said. Now, Yanyu can only rely on Chu Yunxiu. Chapter 375 The Top 4. Both friends and rivals. Flame impact. A flame array ignited in front of Fengcheng Yanyu, and the range of the array was very large. Lu Yun and Ye Shifan were both in the array, and were suspended in the air while suffering from fire magic damage. As expected of the first elemental mage of glory, Chu Yunxiu operation is too perfect. It's a pity that she is the only one here, and no one helps to make up for the damage. Otherwise everything that Blue Rain has done before will be defeated by Chu Yunxiu alone, Jieben said excitedly. However, the arrival of Soxer and Gun Lindanyu still limited Fengcheng Yanyu output. As for the sixth person Yugaimi Zhang, it will take some time for him to arrive from the second floor. Chu Yunxiu still needs to hold on until Yugaimi Zhang arrives. But after saving Lu Yun and Ye Shifan, who were suspended in the air, Blue Rain did not rush to attack Fengcheng Yanyu, because Yu Wenzhou estimated the time. If Fengcheng Yanyu was not dealt with in time, when the time of the 6-star light prison came, Yu Gezang and Fengcheng Yanyu could completely treat them as sandwiches. At this time, Yu Wenzhou made an amazing decision, which was to let the soul speaker with low health go to the second floor to exchange for Taluo's shaming with full health. Blue Rain obeyed Yu Wenzhou's command unconditionally, and Su Jingxi immediately controlled the soul speaker to rush to the second floor of the war grassland. After the time of the 6-star light prison ended, Yanyu launched an attack. Now the score is 5-5. Chu Yunxiu decided to take the initiative to attack, and she couldn't be so passive anymore. She would rather die standing than live on her knees. Besides, only by taking the initiative to attack, there is a glimmer of hope. There is a saying, attack is the best defense. Prepare for defense. They are going to fight to the death, Yu Wenzhou commanded in the team voice. He knew Yanyu's current situation too well. If he was Chu Yunxiu, he would also choose to fight to the death. After all, fighting to the end is the main theme of life. Now it was Yanyu's turn to attack and Blue Rain's turn to defend. But Blue Rain's defense was obviously much better than Yanyu. Whether it was the formation or the connection of skills, it all showed that this was an integrated offensive and defensive team. The problem of Yanyu offense was also reflected. Before, the offense was mainly based on the firepower coverage of Fengcheng Yanyu, and Ling Zhou and Zanwich took the opportunity to go in and muddy the water. But now, Fengcheng Yanyu ultimate skills are basically on CD, and a few low-level skills are no threat to Blue Rain. The output of one person is not enough, and Yanyu offensive rhythm is frozen. Yanyu is stuck. During the training match of Xingxin, Su Macheng, who was watching the game, said that after Xingxin was determined to enter the league next season, Qingwe gritted her teeth and directly rented a villa for the team to train. In fact, Su Mucheng's contract and endorsement have been transferred. But Qingwe felt that as a boss, it was not appropriate for her to use the players' money. Yanyu attack seems to be very good, but it actually relies a lot on Chu Yunxiu, Yishiu explained. In Yanyu attack, Chu Yunxiu is both a fire support point and a power point. But now Fengcheng Yanyu has been consumed and can no longer provide much output for the team. What about Yanyu? Someone asked. It depends on whether there are other people who can stand up. Yishiu looked at a young figure. Don't let me down. Xiao Fei. Yanyu attack is a bit stagnant. Is there a hero who can stand up? At this moment, Xiao Fei battle format Fu Long Xiang Tian started, and the giant dragon soared into the sky and hit Lu Yun. Then, after ending the stiffness, the battle format rushed into the Blue Rain formation. It's Xiao Fei. Is Xiao Fei going to be a hero? His hand speed has reached 400, and it is still rising. Xiao Fei. This young player who stepped on the line to enter the All-Stars can do it. Xiao Wei couldn't help but get excited when he saw the scene. The already silent hearts of the fans of Yanyu gradually burned up. Why are they all crazy with fast hands? Yu Wenzhou words showed great envy. 100 Dragon Meteor attack. At this moment, everyone in Blue Rain seemed to see the shadow of Yu Xingchen. But only for a moment. The next second, the battle format was knocked to the ground by the unexpected falling phoenix slash of Night Rain. Young man, I have walked more roads than you have eaten salt. Huang Xiaotian typed in the public channel that Qiu Fei was too reckless and only wanted to operate, but completely forgot that he was not facing a robot, but a top professional player. In Huang Xiaotian's eyes, Qiu Fei's flaws were too obvious. Hey, you are still young. Yishio looked up and sighed. Indeed. But if it was Joey Chen, he would not rush in. Tang Rou said. No. He would rush in too. Yishio smiled. But his target would definitely not choose Huang Xiaotian Night Rain. But you won Joe Soxer. Why? Tang Rou's eyes revealed clear stupidity. Just like a college student lying on the bed in the dormitory. Because he knows the opponent's weakness very well. Yu Wenzhou weakness is hand speed. This is the consensus of everyone. Yu Wenzhou can't keep up with Zhou Yichen hand speed even if he tries his best. Yishio explained. Then can you keep up? Me? It depends on whether he can keep up. You are bragging again. Yin-Yu counterattack failed to break through the solid wall of Blue Rain after all. Qiu Fei, who wanted to be the savior of the team, was also taken away by Blue Rain's concentrated fire. Yin-Yu is being eaten away by Blue Rain step by step. In this desperate situation, is there any hope? No. Before Chu Yunxiu died, he replaced the biggest boss of this team game, Yu Wenzhou Soxer. But it didn't help. Blue Rain's double swordsman could no longer be dealt with. With the last character of Yin-Yu, Yu Wenzhou, being taken away by Night Rain, the team game also came to an end. The last semi-final seed appeared. Let us congratulate Blue Rain for defeating Misty Rain 11-7 and winning the game. At the same time, they successfully advanced to the semi-finals of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League with a score of 2-1. There is no regret for Misty Rain. If they ranked higher than Blue Rain in the regular season, then everything would be unknown. The ranking in the regular season is still very important. After all, the team with a higher ranking has 2 home courts. The semi-finals. The next game is the most difficult. Yu Wenzhou smiled. He didn't feel so much pressure against Misty Rain in this game. But when facing Samsara in the semi-finals, he had no confidence that he could beat them in a BO3. With the end of the quarter-finals between Blue Rain and Misty Rain, the semi-finals of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League have all been determined. Upper half, Samsara, the first in the regular season, versus Blue Rain, the 4th in the regular season. Lower half, Tyranny, the 2nd in the regular season, versus Wei Chao, the 3rd in the regular season. The top 4 teams are the top 4 teams in the regular season. People have gotten used to it. In recent years, there are too few teams that can beat the top teams. The only teams that can do it are the 5th-ranked teams in the regular season, such as last season's Wei Chao and the season before that, Baiwa. The teams they beat are all Tyranny, which is really miserable. As for the 6th to 8th places, the possibility of an upset is too small. The high-ranking teams have 2 home courts, which is indeed a huge advantage. It is estimated that the league will continue to introduce new rules next season. 2 days later, the first match of the top 4 will be held in G-City, Blue Rain's home court. Chapter 376, The Split Excellent Era. While the 9th season of the Glory Professional League was in full swing, the Bleak Excellent Era was also having a clearance sale. That day, Yishio and Su Macheng returned to the Excellent Era Club. Although they had talked with Tao Xian before, Mu Yuqingfeng was sold to Happy for 450,000. But that was just a verbal conversation, and everything had to go through formal channels. If there were other people here, they would inevitably have some doubts. The price of a general character account card is at least 1 million. Not to mention Mu Yuqingfeng, the first gunner of glory. But Yishio and Su Macheng knew very well that this price should not be the real value of Mu Yuqingfeng. If calculated formally, it would not be surprising for Mu Yuqingfeng to be priced at 10 million. Then why is it 450,000? 450,000 is exactly the price that Tao Xian paid to buy out this character for Excellent Era. At the beginning of the league, all characters were brought in by each player when they joined. Yichio and Autumn Leaf, Han Wenqing Desert Smoke, Sun Jiping's Fallen Flowers, and Zhang Jiala 100 Flowers were the characters they used in online games before entering the league. And the club operators are naturally not fools. They realized early on that powerful characters would be one of the important assets of the club. After all, players will always leave the stage. People will get old, and their level will decline. But characters will not. They can stay on the stage of glory forever. Therefore, at that time, major clubs actively took the ownership of characters from players to teams. So there is the current model, The ownership of characters belongs to the club. And there are few characters that belong to individual players. Han Wenqing Desert Smoke belongs to him. Tyranny did not buy it out, and directly gave him shares in the team after Han Wenqing joined. So to some extent, Han Wenqing is one of Tyranny's shareholders, which is one of the reasons why Tyranny manager is respectful to Han Wenqing. Later, after the club grew and became stronger, its resource advantages were brought into play. When players joined, the club could directly provide them with roles. A typical example is Huang Xiaotian of the Blue Rain team, Night Rain, which was a special role created by Blue Rain for Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian's role in online games was naturally abandoned. After all, that character was already on the must-kill list of major guilds, who told him to go around the world to rob other people's bosses for no reason. In fact, Miyu Chengfeng was acquired by Excellent Era a long time ago, but it has never been used, because of Su Maicheng. This is the last gift that Su Muchio left for Su Maicheng. The current Miyu Chengfeng is different from the past. In addition to the upgrade of equipment, it also has the aura of the chief gunner. Last summer, the Samsara team acquired the judo character Zhang Yi Luan Fei from Tiny Herb and disassembled it into equipment. This situation is actually extremely rare. But thinking of Samsara, everything is smooth. Samsara does not need a Zhang Yi Luan Fei to increase its influence. After all, there are 3 great players in the team, each with traffic. Yu Xingchun and Yi Chong Chuanyun, a double band account, have become the combination with the highest traffic in the glory circle. Now Tao Xian offered 450,000 to Happy. There is no doubt that this is a friendly price he gave. Tao Xian, in his heart, may feel a sense of indebtedness to Yi Xiu. How is the sale going? Yi Xiu handed Tao Xian a cigarette. It's not easy to sell, Tao Xian said melancholy. The plate is too big, and there are not many people who can take it over. Without a league seat, who is willing to play with you in the challenge? So? Split it up, Tao Xian said, watching the Excellent Era that he had worked so hard to run being split up step by step. Tao Xian, as the boss, felt heartbroken. Although Excellent Era was sold, whether it was sold as a whole or in pieces, he could still get a lot of cash back. But what about after that? There was no after that. As the boss, his use of star players in the team had already spread among the glory, and there was no place for him in the glory circle. Miyu Chengfeng, I keep it for you. Here. The contract is here. You can take it after signing the account card. Then just make a copy of the contract and give it to the alliance. Tao Xian smiled and handed Miyu Chengfeng account card and contract to Yi Xiu. What about Yi Xiu? Yi Xiu asked. Why do you want it? A QQ club has offered a high price. If you want it, I can give it to you, Tao Xian said. At this moment, Yi Xiu felt as if he had returned to the beginning. Yi Xiu, if you want to practice, I can give you the machine for free. Forget it. Yi Xiu. Let him shine alone. Yi Xiu smiled and shook his head. His brilliance is about to be overshadowed by Yi Xingchen. That kid is really a monster. The two of them were smoking at the stairs of Excellent Era. Guess which team wants to acquire one autumn leaf? Tao Xian looked at Yi Xiu. Thunder. Yi Xiu smiled. How did you know? Tao Xian was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Xiu to guess. I thought of many things at first, such as Misty Rain, acquiring it for Qiu Fei, or buying Sun Xiang as a package to play double tactics, and Blue Rain and Tyranny. They are all possible, Yi Xiu said slowly. But you said later that it was a club that was very aggressive. So I ruled out these teams at once. The only teams that have not made any moves in the past few years are Void and Thunder. But because of Xiao Shiqin, he will definitely return to Thunder. And Sun Xiang will follow Xiao Shiqin to Thunder. Not only can he continue to maintain his core position, but it will also be very easy for the team to run in. Xiao Shiqin knows everything. Great. I feel that your analytical ability is not worse than Yu Wenzhou of Blue Rain. Tao Xian clapped his hands. The chat is over. See you later. Maybe we will never see each other again. Tao Xian stood up. Come on. Tao Xian extended his right hand to Yi Xiu, with a bitter smile. Of course. Yi Xiu stood up, looked around, and turned to leave. Goodbye. Excellent Era. Before Yi Xiu and Su Maicheng left Excellent Era, they kidnapped Guan Rongfei, the real core figure of Excellent Era Technical Department. Compared to various strange habits, Guan Rongfei is unique. His habit is silver weapons. Every time he sees a new silver weapon, he is as excited as a pervert seeing a beautiful girl. After hearing that he can study Lord Grimm's Thousand Chance umbrella, Guan Rongfei decisively chose to join the big family of Happy Thousand Chance umbrella. He is already thirsty. Thunder Club. Training room. How is it? The environment is not bad. Xiao Shiqin smiled and looked at Sun Xiang, who kept looking around like a curious baby. It's really good. Sun Xiang nodded and said. The Thunder boss on the side looked at Sun Xiang as if he saw the hope of the team. In recent years, the Thunder has given people the impression that the team has one god and 5 pits, and the club is going fast. Since its establishment, Thunder has basically not spent any money. Lu Hao and He Ming were obtained in exchange by Xiao Shiqin. Since Lu Hao came to Thunder, he looked down on Thunder's configuration. After the regular season, he went to find another way, and Thunder said it was great. I just don't know if Lu Hao will feel a little heartbroken when Xiao Shiqin returns and Sun Xiang joins. Captain, what is our goal for next season? Dai Yanqi looked at the returning Xiao Shiqin. Of course. The championship. Great. Chapter 377. The semifinals begin. The finals reappear. The 2-day adjustment time passed in a flash, and the 9th season of the Glory Professional League entered the semifinals. With the sound of summer cicadas, the semifinals began. Samsara, the first in the regular season, faced Blue Rain, the 4th in the regular season. Both sides are old rivals. The last playoff match was in the finals of last season. That was also the battle that made Yu Xingchen famous. Currently, it has been ranked second on the broadcast list of a certain station, second only to the finals of the 3rd season between Excellent Era and Baiwa. And that battle also nailed Blue Rain firmly to the background board. In this battle, Blue Rain must avenge its previous shame. For Samsara, Blue Rain will only be a small episode on their road to the Triple Crown. Samsara 3 consecutive championships. No dead ends. At 8 p.m., the Blue Rain team will face the Samsara team at home. Blue Rain's lineup this season has not changed much. The all-star player Yu Feng left, and the 14-year-old rookie all-star Lu Hanwen, who they carefully trained, was promoted. In the eyes of others, Blue Rain has been weakened. After all, Lu Hanwen can't resist the pressure like Yu Feng in the front. There is still a very obvious difference between the swordsman and the wild swordsman in the front. However, Blue Rain's dual cores, sword and curse, are still in great shape. Zheng Xian is still so stable. Su Jingqi has become more experienced, and there is no need to worry about Song Shao playoffs. On the other hand, their opponent Samsara has formed an unprecedented 5 all-stars this season, but only Zhang Jiala has joined. Zhou Zikai, Zhou Yichen and Lu Buiyuan were completely discovered and cultivated by Samsara. Jiang Buitao only stayed in Hewu for half a season before he was dug to Samsara by Fang Minghua, who had a keen eye for talent. Such a lineup is not the most terrifying point. The most terrifying point is that the players of Samsara are basically cultivated by themselves, and they have a strong sense of belonging to Samsara, which is called the second home. Du Ming and Wu Qi, don't you want to be the starter? Yes. No professional player doesn't want to be the starter, but they know very well that only Samsara is their home. Leaving Samsara is equivalent to leaving their comfort zone. Going out to explore is still quite risky, and this season's Samsara lineup is aiming for 3 consecutive championships. Even if they go out to explore, it will be next season. Now many teams are looking for the future of the team and constantly cultivating new core players, such as Gao Yingjie of Tiny Herb and Lu Hanwen of Blue Rain. But Samsara core players are very young. Zhou Zikai, who debuted in the 5th season, can play for the next few years. Jiang Buitao, who debuted in the 6th season, his playing style is like one Zhou health preservation. Not to mention Zhou Yichen, who debuted in the 7th season and reached his peak when he debuted. His winning rate throughout his career is over 90%, ranking first in the league. As the lights went out, the entrance ceremony officially began. Welcome to the first match of the top 4 of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. This is the home court of Blue Rain. First of all, let us welcome the second team to win 2 consecutive championships in the 7th and 8th seasons of the Glory Professional League. The Samsara team. Samsara, Samsara, Samsara. Let us welcome the home team, the champion of the 6th season of the Glory Professional League. The Blue Rain team. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. Blue Rain. The cheers of Blue Rain were obviously louder than those of Samsara, After all, this was their home court. The players of both sides appeared on the stage one after another. While Zhou Yichen made a heart to the fans, he also pointed to the two shining stars on his clothes with his right hand. All of them showed the style of the double champion. Zhang Jiala's face was also flushed. It was hard to tell that this was a professional player who had debuted for 8 years. Zhang Cunhua. Worthy of the name. I hope to present a wonderful duel. Jiang Guotao said to Yu Wenzhou with a smile. We too. Yu Wenzhou smiled back. We won't lose again this time. Huang Xiaoyan clenched his fist. Come on. Zhou Yichen didn't choose to tease Huang Xiaoyan. As the captains of both teams bumped fists, the game officially began. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator Bazi. Hello everyone. I'm today's commentator Li Ju. Today, we will comment on the first game of the top 4 of the 9th season of the Glory Professional League. What does Li Ju think of today's game between the two teams? After a brief greeting, Bazi talked about today's game. Both sides should be relatively clear. These are the two teams in the finals of last season. Li Ju smiled and said, Samsara is as strong as ever. And Blue Rain is not weak either. They defeated Misty Rain after a 1-2 comeback. After the two sides talked about the two teams' journey this season, the big screen also announced the starting lineups of the two teams. On the Samsara side, Zhou Yichen was the starter, which many people knew. Although they would change players after each game, they didn't need to hand in all 5 players at once. But Samsara still arranged Zhou Yichen, Zhang Jiala and Zhou Zikai in the order of 1, 3 and 5. 2 and 4 were Wu Qi, LV Buyuan, Du Ming and Jiang Guotao, who took turns to participate in the battle according to the situation of the opponent. And the starting player of Blue Rain was Lu Hanwen. That's right. Blue Rain actually chose a 14-year-old rookie to play in the semifinals, and the starting player of the ring match. It will definitely not be bad for the newcomer to have more contact with him. Yu Wenzhou smiled. In addition, Lu Hanwen also wanted to fight with the great player. Is there any topic between the two? There really is. You know, at the beginning of the season, Lu Hanwen positioning was to go for Zhou Yichen. When it comes to Zhou Yichen, the first thing people think of is that he is at the peak of his debut. Both the chosen one and the only one. In the first few games, Lu Hanwen performed very well, and his limelight once overshadowed Huang Xiaoyan. But his other team studied him in depth. Lu Hanwen still hit the rookie wall. Who is Zhou Yichen? A rookie hits a wall, but he builds a wall. He has never lost in singles matches. He is the strongest rookie in history. This is not just a boast. It is earned by his real strength. There is only one Zhou Yichen in the world. Some people are born to be the protagonist, just like some people are born in Rome, while some people are born to be cattle and horses. Samsara, Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Blue Rain, Lu Hanwen. ID, Lu Yun. Occupation, Swordsman, Heavy Sword. Map, Arena. Master, you won't use the sharpshooter anymore. Lu Hanwen touched his head and asked. Guess. Zhou Yichen said mysteriously. Then I won't guess. Lu Hanwen said. And after the two shook hands, they each walked towards the competition stage at both ends. 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loading completed. Lu Yun. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. As the countdown ends, the match between the best newcomer of the 7th season and the best newcomer of the 9th season officially begins. Chapter 378 Fixed Combo Routines. After the countdown ended, both sides rushed to the arena in the center of the map at the same time. Yu Xingchen refreshed in the north. Lu Yun refreshed in the south. And the characters of both sides refreshed symmetrically. Huh? Why did Blue Rain choose the simplest arena? Qingguo, who was watching the game, was puzzled. Yes, this feels like a map that only Samsara would choose. What is Yu Wenzhou doing? Wei Chen thought. It's very simple. Samsara lineup is too rich. Sometimes choosing a complex map will limit yourself. It's better to play something simpler. Besides, Blue Rain's lineup is not bad. The points in the arena will not be particularly large. Yishio said. So Blue Rain's winning hand is in the team competition? Tangro asked. Of course. This home court is Blue Rain's only chance. If they lose and return to Samsara Devilish home court, Blue Rain will most likely miss the finals. Yishio analyzed. Samsara paper strength is too exaggerated. In a head-on confrontation, let alone the season's team. Even the several strong teams in history may not be able to beat this season's 5 all-star Samsara. On the court, Lu Yun used the 3-stage slash to move one step ahead of Yu Xingchen to enter the ring in the center of the map. When Yu Xingchen stepped onto the ring, Lu Yun was already waiting for him in the center of the map. This kid? Really naive. Zhou Yichen couldn't help laughing when he saw Lu Yun standing in the center of the ring waiting for him. After seeing Yu Xingchen appear, Lu Hanwen didn't hesitate at all and controlled Lu Yun to kill him directly. Against the wind stab, Lu Yun started with an intermediate killer move, but Yu Xingchen moved very quickly, and the sword circle drawn by Lu Hanwen controlled Lu Yun had a very large range, and it was very difficult for ordinary people to dodge. But Zhou Yichen quickly showed people how to dodge the strong Wind Reverse Thorn, which is to control the character to attack from the side. Since the Wind Reverse Thorn only attacks the target in front, dodging to the side is the best choice. Even though Yu Xingchen movements were fast enough, he still suffered some marginal damage from the Wind Reverse Thorn. Lu Hanwen hand speed at the beginning is a level that their captain can't reach. Beige teased that Yu Wenzhou hand was clumsy, and he had been with him since his debut. But Captain Yu brain is also a level that we can't reach. Li Ju laughed. How terrifying Yu Wenzhou thinking is. Anyone in the league who has played against him has a deep understanding of it. If Yu Wenzhou has the upper limit that ordinary professional players can reach, not to mention Lu Shubia, then Yu Wenzhou will be quite terrifying, because it means that he has no weaknesses. Back to the game. Yu Xingchen started with Tyrant Smash, aiming at Liu Yun's ankle. Silver Light Falling Blade. Lu Yun jumped up to avoid Tyrant Smash, then Wave Flame Shadow, and slashed Yu Xingchen with a Silver Light Falling Blade. Swoosh. Yu Xingchen dodged the sword energy by moving to the side. Xiaolu operation has been seen through. Yu Wenzhou looked at Huang Xiaotian. Captain, why are you looking at me? I didn't collude with the enemy? Huang Xiaotian stared at Yu Wenzhou with 2 big eyes. I'm asking you what you think Xiaolu will do next. Yu Wenzhou was silent for a while and said, the next move. If the silver blade doesn't hit, then it must be a sword slash to pull away. Huang Xiaotian said after thinking. Sure enough, after seeing that his silver blade didn't hit, Lu Hanwen wanted to use the sword slash to knock the opponent away. But Yu Xingchen had been prepared for it. The speed of the sword slash from the heavy sword was much slower than that of the lightsaber. Z-shaped shaking to avoid the sword slash swung by Lu Yun. Lu Hanwen was not stupid. After seeing that the sword slash was also dodged by the opponent, he used the inertia of the heavy sword to use a cloud sword to repel Yu Xingchen. But the speed was still too slow, and Yu Xingchen falling flower palm had already hit Lu Yun's chest. Lu Yun fell backwards, and Yu Xingchen seized the opportunity, and the tip of the spear stabbed Lu Yun's chest. With a powerful dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit, Lu Yun was knocked out. There are only a few moves back and forth. Don't young people now innovate? Zhou Yichen couldn't help but think. Whether it is Lu Hanwen of Blue Rain or Qin Muyun of Tyranny, the newcomers who debuted this season, their playing styles are traceable. To put it simply, they have lost their spirituality. If everything, including position selection and combos, is customized, then what is the point of the game? Among the great players in Glory, everyone has his own unique playing style. You are a unique individual, and the POV of the great players is for reference, not for plagiarism and imitation. This duel is a good example. Both Lu Hanwen and Zhou Yichen had studied their opponents. Blue Rain knew without a doubt that Zhou Yichen was the starter, so Lu Hanwen must have watched a lot of Zhou Yichen POV before the game. Zhou Yichen rarely used the previously criticized Dragon Fang Sky attack, because he also knew that it was too conventional. Once the War Spear was out, others would already know what it was. So Zhou Yichen made some changes. His starting moves were flexible and varied, including Dragon Fang, Tyrant Smash, and even Sky Strike. But Lu Hanwen still used the same set. No matter what move he used at the beginning, he would definitely follow up with Silver Light Falling Blade to dodge. If he missed, he would definitely follow up with Sword Draw. If he was hit by Rising Dragon Slash or Falling Phoenix Slash, he would move close. If he missed, he would be beaten by the opponent. I don't know which genius came up with the summary of swordsman moves. As for why swordsmen don't watch Huang Xiaotian POV, well, my suggestion is not to watch it. Huang Xiaotian first-person perspective makes some people dizzy. Zhou Yichen first-person perspective is much more conscientious. Now many up masters will edit Zhou Yichen first-person perspective online, and then analyze in detail why Zhou Yichen played like that. To be honest, Zhou Yichen was a little shocked when he saw his own analysis video for the first time. Maishua. Did I think so at that time? Why don't I remember? Did I lose my memory? But after hearing those analyses, he felt that it made sense. Magic. Liu Yun inserted the flame shadow into the ground, and the heavy sword drew a sword mark on the ground. And then he barely stabilized his body. Yu Xingchen rotated the war spear and danced with magic fighting spirit, rushing towards Liu Yun. Before Lu Hanwen could react, he found that the view was filled with misty water mist and floating clouds. He couldn't catch Yu Xingchen figure at all. This is Fengwan Liu Yun followed by Dupo Shanhe. When Zhou Yichen used it for the first time, I was surprised for a long time, Beige said with a smile. The connection between Fengwan Liu Yun and Dupo Shanhe of the Battle Mage will produce a special environmental effect. The Cloud Effect. This combination should be used by anyone who has watched the game or the Battle Mage tutorial. After all, it is not difficult. You just need to press the skills with your left hand and hold the mouse with your right hand. Liu Yun didn't dare to act rashly now, but the magic fighting spirit that emerged from the ground quickly attacked him. Boom, boom, boom. After all, he had the reaction speed of a 14-year-old. Liu Yun dodged several attacks with his wonderful positioning. But as the cloud effect disappeared, Yu Xingchen had already appeared behind Liu Yun. Longya successfully stabbed Liu Yun and caused him to be temporarily stiff. Take off. Big fly. Sky strike. Yu Xingchen raised the floating cloud, and the spear moved from his left hand to his right hand. After the shadow step was activated, the unique charm of the battle mage arrived. If you want to say which profession's combo is the most ornamental, the first one must be the battle mage. At this time, the director was very considerate to give a first-person perspective of Lu Hanwen. People could only see Yu Xingchen's silver cloak and the red blood spurting out of his body. During the whole process, they could only feel two words: suffocation. TSK, TSK, TSK. This is the power of the great god. Chapter 379 Technique, Cloud Spear. Since his debut, Lu Hanwen felt the feeling of suffocation for the first time, which was something he could not feel when fighting with Huang Xiaoyan and other great players. Facing Yu Xingchen's shadow step, Lu Hanwen had no idea of escaping. He wanted to find the opponent's flaws. Even a great player could not be without weaknesses. But Lu Hanwen could not see Zhou Yichen's weaknesses. Little Lu still needs to practice, both in operation and mentality. Yu Wanzhou shook his head and said, Captain, don't ask too much. The opponent is a pervert. Huang Xiaoyan said. Zhou Yichen is getting better and better every year. What the hell is this? Song Xiao complained. Then why can he improve? But we can't, Yu Wanzhou asked. Does he have a system? Therefore, look for problems in yourself. Review, and make up for your own shortcomings. Only the weak will complain. Everyone in Blue Rain was silent. This was not something Yu Wanzhou could say. When Huang Xiaoyan said this, the first person he thought of was Han Wenqing. Captain, did you get the wrong script? Why do you all look at me like this? I'm telling the truth. Now the average level of the league is getting higher and higher. And the exposure is also much higher. Your own strength is the most important. Yu Wanzhou said heart to heart. Yu Wanzhou said this because the development of honor has not stagnated, but has been getting better and better. Most of the newcomers have come in, whether they are players or fans. Some people's focus is distorted from the beginning, such as appearance, such as CP. And what this group of players can do is to lay a good foundation for themselves, show their own strength, and let those who hide in the dark have no chance to discredit those who live in the sun. Puff. Angry Dragon pierces the heart. Yu Xingchen finished his combo and used his ultimate move to knock Liu Yun out again. Liu Yun's health had dropped a lot, but Yu Xingchen's health was still healthy. After this round of confrontation, Zhou Yichen was a one-sided defeat of Lu Hanwen. Come on, kid, Zhou Yichen typed to encourage in the public channel. But in Lu Hanwen's eyes, this was a naked provocation. Liu Yun held his weapon tightly, staring at Yu Xingchen. And then his body began to move quickly. Sword shadow step. 7 Liu Yun figures appeared on the field, swinging their swords and killing Yu Xingchen. Yu Xingchen did not retreat, holding the spear with both hands. And at the moment when Liu Yun came to kill, Yu Xingchen rotated the spear 360 degrees and pressed down. Swoosh. Cloud Spear. The special technique developed by Zhou Yichen for the battle mage is similar to the swordsman Cloud Sword. The Cloud Spear is also one of the basic techniques of the Red Tassel Spear in reality, and Zhou Yichen has also learned from it. This is due to Zhou Yichen's love of watching martial arts analysis. And he happened to see the use of the red tassel spear, which gave him the idea of developing new techniques. It is very difficult to use the cloud spear in glory. The hand that swings the mouse must be fast. If the speed is not up to standard, the amplitude will naturally not reach 360 degrees. While half squatting, you must operate the direction keys to let your body lean back. Otherwise the whole person will spin like a gyroscope. This is a special technique developed by Zhou Yichen, the cloud spear. It caused a sensation in the online game before, and once rushed to the top of the hot search. Various masters imitated it one after another. But unfortunately, there are very few people who can do it, Beige said excitedly. This is a combination of games and traditional martial arts. Chinese martial arts are profound and extensive. Li Ju also promoted a wave of traditional culture here. Zhou Yichen's move was praised by the Wushu Association's official website. They never thought that one day, esports, which they once regarded as a cancer, could become a channel for promoting culture. "My Shua. So handsome." The fans of Blue Rain at the scene exclaimed. Watching it in front of the computer and watching it in person were completely different feelings. A genius idea. This is the evaluation of esports home. The 360-degree sweep directly forced out Liu Yun's true body. After all, he couldn't just hit the gun directly. The skill effect of sword shadow step ended, and Liu Yun's true body appeared in front of Yu Xingchen. He stood up, rotated the war spear with both hands, and stabbed straight at Liu Yun. Round dance stick. Clang. The friction between the spear tip and the heavy sword produced a harsh metallic sound. After Liu Yun dodged the round dance stick sideways, he activated the sword to control the world and tried to use the surging sword energy to stiffen Yu Xingchen. Unfortunately, Lu Hanwen's actions were all within Zhou Yichen's expectations. The sword energies that he swung out in succession were all twisted away by his coquettish movement, and only the 360-degree attack circle hit him. Lu Hanwen also figured it out. Since he had activated the sword to rule the world, he had to fight to the end. Blade Storm. Liu Yun's killing move came out again, and Yu Xingchen jumped up, waving his war spear to charge. The silver spear tip looked so dazzling under the sunlight. White magic fighting spirit gushed out from the spear tip. After Yu Xingchen landed, the fighting spirit condensed in the dragon gallbladder was released in reverse, causing range physical damage to Liu Yun underground and knocking him out. Flying dragon in the sky. While it was still flying in the air, Yu Xingchen accumulated power on the spot, and the blue magic fighting spirit was like a surging sea. And Yu Xingchen was also shrouded in magic fighting spirit. Yu Xingchen controlled Long Dan and waved forward, and a blue dragon appeared on the holographic projection. Fu Long Xiang Tian. We have to move. Liu Yun used Jian Luo Chong Kong to move in the air to avoid the sudden Fu Long Xiang Tian. But before Lu Hanwen could relax, Hao Long behind him turned around and bit him with his teeth and claws. What? Lu Hanwen's heart palpitated, and the hot sweat on his head dripped onto his keyboard. Boom! The dragon raised its head. It's the dragon raised its head. Zhou Yichen used the legendary skill of the battle mage. The dragon raised its head, the cup said excitedly. He hadn't seen Zhou Yichen perform the dragon raising its head for a long time. The last time he saw it was in the challenge match, when Sun Xiang used one autumn leaf to perform it. Although there is a new saying that it is the dragon turning back, it is actually just the dragon raising its head with a larger swing amplitude. After seeing Zhou Yichen dragon circling, I feel that the dragon raising its head is his basic skill. Li Ju laughed. The magic fluctuations generated by the explosion of Fu Long Xiang Tian directly knocked Liu Yun to the edge of the arena. Huh? This position is not good for Yu Xingchen, Li Ju said hurriedly. The place where Liu Yun landed was just behind Yu Xingchen. If Lu Hanwen reacted quickly enough and succeeded in taking the body, he could fight back. But at this time, the problems of the rookie's lack of experience and poor mentality were highlighted. Lu Hanwen rarely succeeded in taking the body. It's messed up, Yu Wenzhou said softly. He wanted Lu Hanwen to start in order to help him overcome this problem. Although Lu Hanwen said that he was not afraid of anything and liked to fight with the masters the most. But when facing Zhou Yichen, who was much stronger than him, Lu Hanwen was completely suffocated. Suffocating. Too suffocating. Even though he was facing Yu Xingchen back, Lu Hanwen still felt the pressure coming. Huh? Why didn't he attack? Zhou Yichen was puzzled. After the stiffness ended, he didn't turn back immediately. He still used his back to induce Lu Yun to attack him. But the other party didn't choose to attack. Did he see my intention? It shouldn't be. I pretended to be very good. Just when Zhou Yichen was thinking. Hurried footsteps suddenly came from behind. That's right. Young man. Chapter 380 Yu Wenzhou Conspiracy. Don't panic. Don't panic. This is an opportunity. He is frozen. This is my opportunity. From Lu Hanwen inner monologue. The child was really stunned. At first, he thought he could fight with the opponent, and raised his position very high in his heart. But he found that he was beaten and couldn't fight back at all. The psychological gap was too big, and the dragon raised its head directly shattered Lu Hanwen pride. He is still too young. 14 years old. And his psychological defense line is too easy to collapse. Yishio shook his head and said, What is Yu Wenzhou thinking? Letting the newcomer start in the semifinals arena. And the first encounter is Zhou Yichen. A pervert. How can he beat him? Wei Chen said. At this time, Lu Hanwen completely stopped thinking and wanted to fight with the opponent relying on muscle memory. But Zhou Yichen is not the simple reckless man before. He is now an old fox. At the moment when Lu Yun came to kill him, Yu Xingchen held the spear with both hands, turned around and used the dragon fang, relying on the advantage of attack distance to successfully stab Lu Yun, who jumped up and wanted to use the falling flower style, one of the 4 sword styles, on Yu Xingchen. Perfect back-to-back dragon fang. The distance control is just right. This is the detail of the master. Players who play battle mages can learn more from it. Beige explained. After the dragon fang was stiff and Lu Yun was killed. Swoosh swoosh. 100 dragon meteors hit. The spear kept stabbing at Lu Yun. Strange. Why is Yu Xingchen damage and attack speed so high? Lin Feng asked in confusion. Because there is no space in the combo. Yu Wenzhou said calmly. That's right. Yu Xingchen fighter will was not interrupted. Huang Xiaotian nodded and said. When the 100 dragon meteors were released, it would increase its own attack speed. With the blessing of the fighter will. Yu Xingchen's stab was so fast that only the shadow of the gun could be seen. When Lu Yun was about to swing his sword to counterattack after his stiffness ended, Yu Xingchen put away his gun and waved his right hand. Falling flower palm. Lu Yun was knocked to the ground directly, and Yu Xingchen followed. Let's fight. Lu Yun stood up and used his sword energy to attack Yu Xingchen. The 4 sword style. Wind return style. Unfortunately, this wind return style was a bit rough and was easily dodged by Yu Xingchen. It's over. Yu Wenzhou said that if he guessed correctly, Yu Xingchen's next move should be strong dragon pressure. Yu Xingchen blocked Liu Yun's heavy sword, unloaded the force to the side, and charged the spear. The magic fighting spirit gradually condensed at the tip of the spear, and hit Lu Yun with the dragon-shaped magic fighting spirit. This game also came to an end. Glory. Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for winning the first match of the ring match. Young player Lu Hanwen, despite being suppressed throughout the whole game, still knocked down 20% of Yu Xingchen health. Keep it up. He still has a long way to go. Li Ju encouraged. What kind of damage is this heavy sword? Zhou Yichen complained that the damage he caused by a shot was not equal to the blood consumed by a sword. Although the speed of the heavy sword is much slower than that of the lightsaber, its attack power is much higher than that of the lightsaber. Although Lu Hanwen's performance in this game was a bit lacking, he is a newcomer after all, and he is only 14 years old, so it is understandable. Huh? Is this the pressure given by the great god? Lu Hanwen was still panting after the game, while Zhou Yichen on the other side didn't feel anything at all, and even felt a little sleepy. He took off his headphones and yawned. Who will Blue Rain send next? Let me think. Lin Feng, Song Xiao or Zheng Xian? Zhou Yichen lay on the gaming chair and thought. It can't be Yu Wenzhou. It's so funny. Zhou Yichen shook his head and laughed. Yu Wenzhou was definitely passed by him. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a commotion at the scene. Huh? It seems that the personnel are beyond the expectations of Blue Rain fans. Zhou Yichen sat up and looked at the stage. He found that it was Yu Wenzhou who stepped onto the stage. Huh? Zhou Yichen thought he was dazzled. But the big screen above the stage clearly read. Blue Rain, Yu Wenzhou. ID Soxer. Occupation, Warlock. Zhou Yichen rubbed his eyes without interest and looked at the map again. The ring? Yu Wenzhou is on. Is there something new? Everyone in Samsara was thinking about what card Yu Wenzhou played when he came on the stage. Yu Wonjo's personal appearance on stage was actually a sudden idea. Originally, in Blue Rain's plan, Song Xiao was to go up. But now Lu Hanwen's confidence is seriously hindered. This is a high EQ statement. Low EQ, being beaten down. Because of this, Yu Wonjo went on the court and personally faced Zhou Yichen. He wanted to let Lu Hanwen know that even if he was a clumsy player, Zhou Yichen was nothing to be afraid of. Captain Yu, it's been a long time since we fought in a game. Zhou Yichen recalled the last time the two fought. His every move was under his control. But today, it won't happen. 99%, 100% Soxar. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1. Fight. Why did Captain Yu want to come to the arena? Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Are you trying to trick me? Yu Wonjo said. No. I'm very simple. How could that be? Ugh. Zhang Jiala couldn't stand it anymore. Zhou Yichen had nothing to do with the word simple. He was just a black-bellied monster. I got itchy hands. So I went in. Yu Wonjo responded. The conversation ended here. Soxar, who was lightly equipped, came to the center of the arena one step ahead of Yu Xingchen. Then he raised his staff and chanted the magic circle on the spot. A purple-black chaotic light ball appeared above the entrance of the arena. Cursed arrow. Zhou Yichen also noticed this. Yu Wonjo's position was very subtle. His position was just right to observe whether Yu Xingchen entered the arena. Once the opponent appeared, he stopped charging and shot the arrow. If it doesn't appear, then keep charging. This is Yu Wonjo's conspiracy. If Yu Xingchen chooses not to move, then Swoxar only needs to release the curse arrow, and then use the advantage of high attack to restrict Yu Xingchen outside the ring. Then Zhou Yichen will be very uncomfortable, because Fu Long Xiangtian is still on CD, and the distance is widened, and he can't touch Swoxar. Captain Yu, you are awesome. Zhou Yichen typed with gritted teeth. The only solution is of course to choose to rush directly through the magic circle. The moment Yu Xingchen appeared, Swoxar released the curse arrow, and the light ball above quickly fired more than 10 bows and arrows to continuously attack the enemies within the range, causing dark attribute magic damage and deceleration effect. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After Yu Xingchen was slowed down, Swoxar waved his staff and chanted briefly, and black flames of arrows emerged, and one arrow would be fired at him every 2 seconds. Swish, swish, swish. Burning arrows. Yu Xingchen moved while swinging his spear to knock down the arrows. After he walked out of the magic circle, Soxar chanted again, and a new magic circle appeared in front of Yu Xingchen. Corrosion. The enemy who stepped into the magic circle would suffer dark magic damage, and also suffer bleeding effects due to the corrosiveness of the magic circle. After chanting the corrosion spell, Yu Wonjo did not rush to attack the opponent, but moved again to increase the distance between the two. This is a duel between the gods. Captain Yu is worthy of being a tactical master. The distance control is so wonderful, Beige exclaimed. Awesome. The fire in Lu Hanwen's eyes was rekindled by Yu Wonjo. Among them, only Zhou Yichen was injured. Chapter 381. Yu Xingchen turned into a gangster. Since his path was blocked by the corrosion spell, Yu Xingchen could only choose to find a way to get close to Soxar, who had already slipped away from the side. Devouring spell. A magic circle appeared in front of Yu Xingchen again. In addition to suffering dark magic damage, the enemies hit by the magic circle would also be swallowed by the magic circle and forced to move. Just when Yu Wonjo thought that Yu Xingchen would retreat, he didn't expect that he would rush directly into the magic circle. While Yu Xingchen suffered dark magic damage, he was forced to move. Good luck doesn't favor fools. Yu Xingchen moved directly to the edge of the magic circle, and the distance between him and Soxar was reduced at once. Ah! Yu Wonjo was dumbfounded. How could he calculate this bad luck? Zhou Yichen luck is too good. Li Ju was stunned. Oh my god! Zhou Yichen has a good luck system. Huang Xiaoyan shouted. With this luck, why doesn't he buy lottery tickets? He is indeed very lucky. Jian Buotao laughed. Zhou Yichen basically wins every lottery in the reincarnation, but he never wins the punishment. He is really a darling favored by God. Zhou Yichen didn't expect that since devouring would only force him to move once, he would rather take this damage and get close to Soxar. Compared to the skill effect of corrosion, devouring seems much more humane. Seeing Yu Xingchen running over, Yu Wonjo was stunned for a second and then reacted in time, controlling Soxar to chant binding on the spot. A curved black light surged out and hit Yu Xingchen. If the enemy is hit by the black light, in addition to suffering dark attribute magic damage. It will also suffer from the imprisonment effect due to the entanglement of the black light. The damage value of the binding spell is low, but his skill lasts for 5 seconds, and the chanting speed of the skill is also relatively fast. However, the skill display is too obvious, so this move is still good for sneak attacks. It is easy to be dodged by the opponent when released from the front. And Yu Wonjo did not expect to be able to imprison Yi Yuxingshan with a small binding spell. After all, Zhou Yichen is not a fool. He was just buying time for his next move to charge and chant. After releasing the binding spell, Soxer chanted again. The Warlock's level 60 range skill Chaos Rain. A dark purple vortex appeared in the sky, and countless dark purple arrows would attack Yi Yuxingshan within the range. The damage value of Chaos Rain is very low, but there is a high probability that enemies within the range will fall into chaos. Yi Yuxingshan is not stupid either. After dodging the binding spell, he hurriedly left the range of Chaos Rain. Now the battle between the two is the control of distance. Once caught by Yi Yuxingshan, Soxer will most likely not be able to escape. But if the distance is controlled properly, Swoxar can restrict Yi Yuxingshan to death. Just like now, Swoxar has not lost a drop of blood, but Yi Yuxingshan has consumed a lot. Seeing that the opponent is getting closer and closer to him, Swoxar raised the curse of extermination, and a black revolving door appeared behind him. Evil spirit permeated. The Warlock's level 70 high damage ultimate move Death Gate. The black line formed by the black light grabbed Yi Yuxingshan, and Zhou Yichen did not choose to control Yi Yuxingshan to retreat, but rushed straight towards Swoxar. What does he want to do? Yu Wonjo suddenly had an ominous premonition and controlled Swoxar to retreat. Yi Yuxingshan jumped up to avoid the grab of the black line, and then crashed into the Death Gate. Yi Yuxingshan took the initiative to enter the Death Gate, and with an explosion, bang! Yi Yuxingshan drilled out again. In and out. In and out. Of course, Yi Yuxingshan himself was hurt by the Death Gate, but Zhou Yichen's goal was achieved. Close range Soxer. This was the goal Zhou Yichen wanted to achieve from the beginning. When Yu Wonjo wanted to use Ghostly Coil to control Yi Yuxingshan, it was too late. Captain Yu, you had a great time just now. Zhou Yichen typed in the public channel. Yi Yuxingshan health was 80% at the beginning, but now it is only 35%. Death Gate is indeed the highest burst damage skill of the Warlock. Yu Wonjo did not type in response. After all, Zhou Yichen could type and operate in a duel, but he could not. Soul Strike. Facing a close enemy, the best choice for a Warlock is naturally Soul Strike. The evil black light will directly hit the enemy's soul. The enemy hit will suffer dark attribute magic damage and trance effect, operation invalid. But Yu Wonjo still underestimated Zhou Yichen's reaction. He successfully captured the black light shot from close range, and dodged the soul striking technique with a simple Z-shaped shake. Sometimes, I really envy you crazy people with fast hands. Yu Wonjo typed at this time. Soxer threw out the ninja tool Smoke Jade, and tried to distance himself from Yi Yuxingshan with the help of purple smoke. But Yi Yuxingshan's attack speed was too fast. Yi Yuxingshan Dragon Fawn successfully hit Swoxar, who threw out the Smoke Jade. As the purple smoke rose, Swoxar was frozen in place. Although Zhou Yichen's vision was covered by the purple smoke, he knew that the Dragon Fawn had hit the opponent. So Yi Yuxingshan waved his spear and shook off the magic fighting spirit like water splashes. Then Yi Yuxingshan launched a dragon-shaped fighting spirit attack towards the purple smoke in front of him. Swoxar, who was frozen in place, was successfully hit, and was knocked out while suffering physical damage. Battle Mage level 75 skill Dragon out of the sea. After hearing the sound of puff, Zhou Yichen knew that the Dragon Gallbladder had hit Swoxar. So he went straight through the purple smoke, and saw Swoxar flying backwards. No. Once he is stuck, the captain will not be able to fight back. Huang Xiaotian felt very bad. Yu Wonjo would not watch himself being killed in close combat, so he began to chant after predicting the approximate position. 6 spell patterns fell from the sky, forming a spell barrier. The first confinement skill of glory. The 6-star light prison. Yu Wonjo prediction was just right. Just when Yi Yuxingshan approached, the 6-star light prison was formed. Just when Yi Yuxingshan was about to lock the 6-star light prison, Zhou Yichen held the gun with one hand and stretched out his right hand to grab Swoxar's ankle directly. Then he pulled him back. When he wanted to escape, the 6-star light prison had already formed and the two were trapped inside. The 6-star light prison was not large, and Yi Yuxingshan's spear could not be extended. So Zhou Yichen pierced Swoksar's shoulder with a continuous thrust, let go of Long Dan, and threw a set of combined punches at the fallen Swoksar. I'm so angry! Almost all the audience members who saw the scene stood up. The players on the Samsara side were also dumbfounded. Is this a battle mage? Or a gangster? Zhou Yichen's hand speed has soared to 400. What kind of fighting style is this? Li Ju was also stunned. Killing the master with random punches? Beige said after a moment of surprise. Yu Wenzhou on the field really had no words to say, because the space was not large. And Yi Yuxingshan was riding on Swoksar. He couldn't fight back at all. Even if Yu Wenzhou had reached the highest value he could, it was still useless. Yi Yuxingshan was like a heavy piece of metal pressing on Swoksar, completely unable to move. What a cool fighting style! When Xingxin and others were stunned, Bozi suddenly said excitedly, I like this fighting style. I don't know if you like it or not, but Yu Wenzhou definitely doesn't like it. Chapter 382, When a Clumsy Person Meets a Madman. This scene perfectly illustrates how to deal with a clumsy person with brains. Although Yu Wenzhou thought of many ways to escape, his hands would not allow him to do so. Yi Yuxingshan's punches were too fast, and he could not defend at all. Isn't this bullying the elderly? Huang Xiaotian said angrily. Who is the elderly? Lu Hanwen asked. At this time, the other people in Lan Yu looked at Huang Xiaotian with strange eyes. Song Xiao and Zheng Xian smiled slightly. Hey. I'm talking about an honest person. An honest person. Xiao Lu. You heard it wrong. You are so young. How can your ears be so bad? Huang Xiaotian realized something and quickly changed his words. Really? But I clearly heard an elderly person. Lu Hanwen was still stubborn. He thought there was nothing wrong with his ears. Zheng Xian and Song Xiao smiled even brighter. Hey. We're playing now. The semi-finals. This is our home court. We're going to be defeated 2-0 soon. Huang Xiaotian said. Does Huang Xiao mean that the captain lost? Zheng Xian asked. Oh! Zheng Xian and Song Xiao looked at each other, indicating that they understood. Huang Xiaotian shut up. He had seen Qiukui waving at him. The situation on the field had completely reversed. Although Yu Wenzhou blocked some of Yi Yuxingshan's physical damage with the magic mirror, and escaped from Yi Yuxingshan's control as soon as the 6-star light prison ended, but Zhou Yichen's hand speed had already increased, and Yu Wenzhou's Soxer was swept to the ground before he could even see the shadow of the gun clearly. The fighter will is up. Yu Wenzhou's 6-star light prison makes Zhou Yichen feel great. Yi Shou laughed. Yu Wenzhou obviously realized this. But the disadvantage of the warlock came out. Most of the skills have to be released by chanting. Once they are close, it will be very uncomfortable. For example, now, Soxer can't stand up to Yu Yuxingshan's full firepower. Zhou Yichen even released the light attribute dazzling pattern, and London's attack speed became faster. When a clumsy player meets a crazy player with fast hands, he is as helpless as Yu Wenzhou expression. Yi Yuxingshan only has 15% of his health left. But although it seems to be only this little, Soxer can't beat him. On the contrary, his own health has dropped from 100% to 23%. All the efforts made by Yu Wenzhou in the early stage were wasted in his 6-star light prison. Maybe for a second, he was glad that he didn't max out the 6-star light prison. Otherwise he would die in it. In the end, Soxer, who was close to him, still couldn't escape from Yi Yuxingshan's cage. But Yu Wenzhou has done his best. When Yi Yuxingshan solved Soxer, he only had 5% of his health left. At least Zhou Yichen can't do a 1-on-3. I don't know when it started. The other team's ideas changed from defeating Zhou Yichen to weakening Zhou Yichen to preventing him from completing a 1-on-3. This step-by-step concession caused Zhou Yichen to carry an invisible pressure when he came on stage. Their fear of Zhou Yichen may have exceeded that of Zhou Zikai. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhou Yichen for defeating Yu Wenzhou and completing a 1-on-2 against Blue Rain. The current score is 2-0, and Samsara is temporarily leading. The cup announced the result of the game. What does Mr. Li Ju think of this game? Yu Wenzhou did a very good job of restricting Zhou Yichen in the early part of this game. But Zhou Yichen was indeed a little lucky in that devouring technique. Yu Wenzhou's mistake in this game should only be the 6-star light prison, Li Ju thought. But if Yu Wenzhou doesn't use the 6-star light prison, Soxer will still be caught up by Yu Yuxingshan. The cup said. Indeed. Li Ju nodded. What the cup said was right. Hey, when can I have such hand speed? Yu Wenzhou said that he didn't envy those crazy people with hand speed. That was definitely a lie. Who would be willing to be born with one more weakness than others? However, even if he was clumsy, he still used 100% of his health to exchange for 75% of Zhou Yichen health in the contest with Zhou Yichen. This is something that many first-line professional players can't do. But clumsy hands did it. Yu Wenzhou envied others' hand speed. And others also envied Yu Wenzhou's smart brain. So sometimes, there is no need to envy others for what they are like. Maybe others are also envious of you. After Yu Wenzhou left the court, the third player on the Blue Rain side was Zheng Xian. Blue Rain, Zheng Xian. ID, Guns and Bullets. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. When Yu Wenzhou returned to the Blue Rain player seat, Huang Xiaotian came to greet him. Another handed over a towel. And another handed over a water bottle. Xiaotian, you are very abnormal. Yu Wenzhou smiled. It seems that Xiaotian said something shocking when he was fighting. Nothing. Captain, I think you played very well. But it's a pity that the opponent is a pervert. Huang Xiaotian smiled. What's going on? Yu Wenzhou looked at the others. Oh, nothing. Captain, I'm ready to go. Zheng Xian ran away directly. Song Xiao lowered his head and said nothing. Judging from his facial expression, he was laughing. Xiao Lu. Lu Hanwen didn't know how to answer. What did Xiaotian say about me? Captain, I said you are an honest man. Zhou Yichen treated you like that. Isn't that bullying an honest man? Huang Xiaotian interrupted. Honest man? Old man. Yu Wenzhou laughed. Huang Xiaotian's mind was too easy to guess. I knew it. Song Xiao thought it was a joke that Huang Xiao asked them to shut up. What kind of person is our captain? Analysis king. If you can't win the ring match later, you can wait for Annie to prepare your favorite okra feast for you. Yu Wenzhou said the most vicious words in the warmest tone. No! Accompanied by Huang Xiaotian's scream, Zheng Xian walked onto the competition stage. 99%, 100% guns and bullets rained. Loading completed. Map, ring. Loading completed. At the beginning of the game, Zhou Yichen drove Yu Xingchen towards the middle lane without any hesitation. He only had 5% of his health left. He didn't want to win. He just wanted to see if he could use more skills. Consuming health would be a sure win. But it was obvious that although Zheng Xian didn't have much ambition to win, he still wanted to win in the game. As a professional player, since he was on the stage, he had to try his best to win. The two of them almost stepped onto the stage at the same time. When Yu Xingchen was about to rush over, Zheng Xian didn't save his skills and threw out the explosive grenade. Which team in the league is the least skill-saving now? It must be Blue Rain. They paid a heavy price for this. In the 8th season finals, even if Blue Rain won the first round against Samsara, it would be difficult to win the second and third games back at Samsara home court. But at least they wouldn't be carried away by a big score of 2-0. The most important thing was that their self-confidence and the momentum to win the championship were shattered by Zhou Yichen. The moment Zhou Yichen saw the explosive grenade thrown, he knew that his plan to consume was shattered. Zheng Xian guns and bullets really didn't give him any chances. He fired a burst of explosive bombs one after another and successfully took away Yu Xingchen, who only had 5% health. Glory! Let us congratulate Zheng Xian for successfully taking away the remaining health of Yu Xingchen and winning a game for Blue Rain. The current score is 2-1, and Samsara is temporarily in the lead. When Zhou Yichen packed up his peripherals and stepped down, he found that his teammates were still discussing who to play. Aiken, you're back just in time. I want to play Buiyuan, Jiang Guotao said. But I think it's better to play Lao Zhang, Fang Minghua said. What does the captain mean? Zhou Yichen asked. The others looked at Zhou Zikai. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Zikai said only 2 words. Alright. Chapter 383 Grenade Bombardment. At the urging of the staff, Captain Zhou Zikai handed in the list of players. Sometimes there are too many people. And the distress of happiness is also a kind of distress. Compared to Samsara, Blue Rain's lineup is too easy to guess. The moment Zheng Xian came on the court, Samsara knew that the next 2 players were Song Xiao and Huang Xiaotian. But even so, Yu Wenzhou still guessed that the second player of Samsara would be Zhang Jiala. No way. Isn't Zhang Jiala fixed as the third? Huang Xiaotian asked. Because our lineup has been guessed by them. If you want to maximize the score, then the second player of Samsara must be Zhang Jiala. Zhou Zikai will only go up if you go up. You won, Joe analyzed. Sure enough, after the Samsara list was handed in, the camera turned to Zhang Jiala, who was packing up the peripherals. The list of players was also announced on the big screen above the stage. Samsara, Zhang Jiala. ID, 100 flowers. Occupation, ammunition expert. Samsara lineup is really rich. Yishio said that Samsara can bring out too many players. Not to mention Triton, Du Ming, Wu Qi and Jiang Buotao, which is enough for the opponent to eat a pot. Fighting senior Zhang again. The pressure is huge. Zheng Xian lay on the esports chair weakly. The pressure of fighting against the same profession is too great. Not to mention that the opponent is a top ammunition expert than himself. Zhang Jiala didn't feel anything. He only had one idea now. That is, to get the Glory Championship trophy that he had missed. Blue Rain was just a stumbling block on his way to the trophy. For Zhang Jiala appearance. Except for the commentator and the audience, who were a little surprised. The professional players watching were very calm. In their opinion, Samsara's second card would only be one of Lu Buiyuan and Zhang Jiala. Obviously, Zhang Jiala is the better choice. 99%, 100% 100 flowers. Loading completed. Map, arena. Loading completed. 3, 2, 1, fight. The game officially started. And the two ammunition experts refreshed symmetrically. Baiwa Liaowan in the north and Gunlin Dainyu in the south. Both sides rushed to the ring in the center of the map at the same time. In terms of speed, the two were almost the same. After arriving at the ring, Baiwa Liaowan used the common impact grenade to attack first. But Gunlin Dainyu chose to start with incendiary bombs. Zheng Xian was still more wary of Zhang Jiala close range and long range attack. In this regard, he was completely no match. He also tried Zhang Jiala's style of play. But the final conclusion was, he couldn't come. The biggest difference between Gunlin Dainyu and Baiwa Liaowan is the silver weapons of the two. Baiwa Liaowan hunting is an automatic pistol, while Gunlin Dainyu free is a rifle. So once he is close to him, the pistol can still play a role. But if the rifle is caught by the barrel, it will be too uncomfortable. In addition to Zhang Jiala extremely high talent, Zhang Jiala unique ammunition expert close-range fighting style is also due to the environment. At that time, Sun Zhiping's retirement made the front row of Baiwa overwhelmed. In this case, Zhang Jiala would take charge of Baiwa Liaowan as the front row of Baiwa. After coming to Samsara, Zhang Jiala unique style of play was brought into full play. Because Samsara also has a single front row. On both sides, Shozakai one gun piercing the clouds and Zhang Jiala Baiwa Liaowan were both played freely. This is also the reason why other teams cannot imitate the essence of Samsara. That is, the Trident is too strong. On the field, Zhang Jiala also knew what Zheng Xian meant. So he used the ultimate move Chaos Thunder. And Zheng Xian was not to be outdone. The grenades bombarded each other, producing brilliant sparks. The holographic projection was full of the skill effects of the ammunition expert. And the figures of the two were completely hidden in it. The audience looked down on the competition between the two sides, and could only judge which side had the advantage by the blood volume. It should be Zhang Jiala who controls the rhythm of the game, Li Ju said. After all, judging from the blood volume, Baiwa Liaowan should be ahead of the gun and rain of bullets. This is the 100 flower style of play. An old 100 Flowers fan who watched this game sighed that Zhang Jiala self-created. 100 Flower style of play is still the most gorgeous and romantic style of play in the league. He turned the ammunition expert into an artist. The one who felt the most deeply was Zheng Xian on the field. Although his skills were the same, his health was obviously lower than that of the opponent. Why is this? The key is that Zhang Jiala will intersperse ordinary attacks in the process of throwing grenades. And he has a habit of remembering the specific position coordinates of the opponent before throwing random grenades. Even if the field of vision is obscured by the gorgeous special effects produced by the grenade explosion, he can still roughly determine the position of the opponent. And Zhang Jiala positioning is also a point that is easily overlooked by the public. Unlike the fixed position of the gunner, the ammunition expert is always moving. And skills such as grenades can be used as cover for positioning. The difference in health between Baiwa Liaowan and Gunlin Dainyu is that Baiwa Liaowan avoided some damage by moving around. But Gunlin Dainyu couldn't do that. Sure enough, the battle between the ammunition experts is the most interesting. An audience member said, "Too gorgeous. It feels not as good as the Magic Scholar's domination of the sky. Not as good as your inner one." Even though they were throwing skills at each other, the 100 Flowers looked more gorgeous than the gun rain of bullets. I don't know if it was because of the filter. Strange that even if Zhang Jiala positioning is good, the damage shouldn't be so different. Wang Xiaoyan thought. Because the skill levels are different. Yu Wenzhou said helplessly. Yes. How could I forget this? Wang Xiaoyan suddenly realized that the skill points of Samsara are the real killer. This season. Because the strength of the Samsara lineup is too high. People directly ignored this point. With the opening of the level 75 cap, Samsara's skill points will only increase, not decrease. Zheng Xian also reacted. So he began to selectively give in the confrontation. And sometimes even reduce the output frequency to avoid bullets. The way of playing with injuries for injuries is too stupid. Gunlin Danyu threw a smoke bomb to the ground, announcing the end of this wave of bombardment. But Bai Liaowan entered the smoke the moment it rose, obviously not wanting to let Gunlin Danyu go. As the smoke gradually spread, the ring was almost covered by it. The two were like blind men groping in the dark. Bai Liaowan was looking, and Gunlin Danyu was hiding. Why do I feel that Zheng Xian is a little afraid of Zhang Jiala? Wang Xiaoyan said. What do you think? He has never won. Yu Wenzhou said. Since Zheng Xian debuted in Blue Rain in the 4th season, he has never won Zhang Jiala, whether in Baiwa or in Samsara. During the time when Zhang Jiala retired, he was also rated as the most suitable successor to Bai Liaowan. But Zheng Xian has a bit of PTSD about Bai Liaowan. Last year, Zhou Yuan Bai Liaowan finally helped Zheng Xian regain his confidence. But this season solo with Zhang Jiala has shrunk again. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Whether Zheng Xian can break through depends on whether he can defeat Zhang Jiala head-on. However, judging from his personality and mentality, this is almost impossible. Chapter 384 Grenade stuck to the sole of the foot. In this duel between the same professions, whether from the perspective of health or the situation, Zhang Jiala established an absolute advantage. Under great pressure, Zheng Xian blurted out. This sentence has become Zheng Xian advertising slogan. And these 4 words are written on his fan card. Nowadays, as it is becoming more and more difficult to find a job, the desire for a better life is increasing day by day. And under great pressure, has also become a catchphrase for many workers. The moment Bai Liaowan escaped from the smoke, he was greeted by a flash bomb from the rain of bullets. The flash bomb from the rain of bullets has been planned for a long time. Bai Liaowan rushed out. Did he dodge it? No. Zhang Jiala's reaction was so fast. He turned his back. Li Ju said excitedly. You know, Zhang Jiala is not a young man. He debuted in the 2nd season and was already 25 or 26 years old. At this age, he can still have such a reaction. Old Zhang's reaction is good. Zhou Yichen praised. This flash bomb has no advance warning. And if you want to dodge it, you can only rely on your own reaction ability. Zheng Xian did not sluggish because of this, and fired a volley at Bai Liaowan. Beep beep beep. The muzzle spewed blue flames. This is an ice bullet. After Zheng Xian replaced the ice bullet, he was obviously ready for a desperate fight. The ice bullet hit Bai Liaowan, and it not only caused ice magic damage, but also suffered a slowing effect due to freezing. The smoke bomb was fired, and Zhang Jiala wanted to use the smoke to cover the view of the gun rain of bullets. And Zheng Xian did something that no one expected. He rushed in with a rifle. Damn. Zheng Xian rushed up. Is this still Zheng Xian? Will he not be possessed by another body? Wang Xiaoyan was shocked. Well, it's a good start. Yu Wenzhou nodded. He knew what Zheng Xian's problem was. Not very competitive. Basically doesn't care about winning or losing the game. This situation was particularly obvious after Blue Rain won the championship in the 6th season. But now, when he began to care about winning or losing, that was when he was about to undergo a dramatic change. Zheng Xian rushed in. How will Bai Liaowan respond? Huh? The cup suddenly widened his eyes, and suddenly stepped on something when Gunlin Danyu rushed in. Just when Zheng Xian was puzzled. Bang! An explosion knocked Gunlin Danyu to the ground. Time grenade. This was the grenade hidden in the smoke when Bai Liaowan threw the smoke bomb. And Zheng Xian didn't notice it at all. As for how Zhang Jiala knew that Zheng Xian would come forward, this involves the issue of game. If Zheng Xian wants to win, he must rush in. The ice bomb is about to reach the critical point of freezing. If Bai Liaowan can be frozen, then Gunlin Danyu can turn defeat into victory. Of course, if Zheng Xian is cowardly and chooses to be a turtle, Then Zhang Jiala will only lose a timed grenade. Before Zhang Xian gets up, 2 explosions knock him down again. Tracking grenade, remote control grenade. These 3 grenades made Zhang Xian dizzy and dazed. The first-person perspective was full of smoke, and he couldn't see anything clearly. No. We have to retreat. Zhang Xian's brain was all messed up. Subconsciously, he ran out of the smoke with a gun raining bullets. But as soon as he got out of the smoke, he saw Bai Hua Liaowan gun pointed at him. As the muzzle of the gun emitted a violent white light, Zhang Xian was a little confused. This bright light like electric welding directly extinguished Zhang Xian. Oh my god! Some of the audience members, who couldn't stand it, closed their eyes. Director, are you stupid? The flash bomb of the ammunition expert was outrageous. And the small screen also cut to the first-person perspective of the gun raining bullets. This light was so bright that I thought it was gold. Bai Hua Liaowan took advantage of the time when the gun raining bullets was blinded, approached the opponent closely, and forced him to float up with a floating bullet close to him. Explosive bomb. Special bullets with fire magic damage hit Gun Lin Danyu, causing him to enter a burning state. Too miserable. Zhou Yichen shook his head and said. Gun Lin Danyu's health was dropping sharply, and the poisoning effect of the gas grenade reduced Gun Lin Danyu's resistance. The lightning of the electric grenade and the burning produced a chemical reaction. At the same time, Gun Lin Danyu fell into a paralyzed state and could not move at all. Zhang Xian was finally brave once, but Zhang Jiala made him lose so thoroughly. In the end, Gun Lin Danyu fell under the dazzling fire bombardment. Explosive grenade followed by explosive grenade. Glory! Let us congratulate Zhang Jiala for winning the same professional duel, maintaining his career undefeated record against Zhang Xian, and at the same time bringing a precious 3rd point to Samsara. After the cup game, he said heartbreakingly, "Oh, the pressure is huge." Zhang Xian packed up his peripherals listlessly and walked off the stage. What a pity. You won, Zhou said to Zhang Xian, who had returned. Yes, just a little bit short. Huang Xiaoyan answered. Huang Xiao. It's not just a little bit. It's a billion bits and pieces. Zhang Xian sighed and said. He admitted that he couldn't beat Zhang Jiala in terms of brains. After all, he only needed to act as a thug in Blue Rain. After all, Yu Wenzhou was enough as the brain in the team. Song Xiao, who played in the 4th place in Blue Rain, was also unable to stop Zhang Jiala's pace. Whether at the far end or at the near end, Song Xiao Tao Luo Xiaoming was suppressed by Bai Hua Liaowan. Ah, Samsara lineup is really a headache. Yu Wenzhou rubbed his eyes. If you have seen the statistics of Samsara this season, you will find that Samsara is a complete hexagon. They have no shortcomings. Zhou Yichen, Shou Zakai and Zhang Jiala form a trident that almost pierces all the teams in the league. Jiang Buitao command is becoming more mature, and Fang Minghua's priest is also very experienced. It is simply wishful thinking to want to catch him. The 6th man also includes Lu Buiyuan, who fills the front row, Du Ming, who fills the output, and Wu Qi, who comes unexpectedly. The lineup of Samsara has everything you need. In Yu Wenzhou view, Samsara ring match is a small matter, and the main thing is the team match. How to resist the attack of the trident, and how to cross the trident to break through the priest of Samsara, are issues that he and other teams need to consider. Originally, at the beginning of the season, people thought that Zhang Jiala was ready to join Samsara and win the championship as he got older. But the facts were beyond everyone's expectations. Both Zhang Jiala and Samsara felt that the other party gave them a big surprise. Zhang Jiala was surprised that his running in with the starting lineup of Samsara was unexpectedly smooth, and the team environment was very fresh, without intrigue and small groups. Samsara was surprised that Zhang Jiala's level did not decline at all, and he still maintained the high level before retirement. Therefore, after joining Samsara, Zhang Jiala directly entered the core layer, and he didn't even play the 6th man this season, together with Zhou Zakai and Zhou Yichen, the strongest firepower combination in history. They formed an unprecedented trident for Samsara. Do you think Blue Rain, Tyranny and Tiny Herb can stop Samsara? A middle-aged man sitting in the VIP room asked. Difficult. Chapter 385. Huang Xiaoyan ordered. Watching the game in the VIP room of the Blue Rain home stadium were Feng Xianjun, the chairman of the Glory Professional League, and the general manager of the league, looking at the passionate young people on the field. Feng Xianjun remembered his passionate youth. So Samsara 3 consecutive championships this season are destined? The general manager looked at Feng Xianjun. No championship is absolute. Before the result comes out, everything is unknown. Feng Xianjun responded with a smile. But we have to prepare for the future. Right? The general manager smiled. Samsara 3 consecutive championships were their default, which was also within the acceptable range of the league's top management. But they couldn't grasp what would happen after the 4th consecutive championship. They had considered it after Excellent Era 3 consecutive championships. And now this problem was before them again. After Excellent Era 3 consecutive championships, the league allocated a lot of motivational bonuses to other teams at the time to encourage them to participate in various competitions. After all, some teams didn't want to continue after the 3rd season ended. Excellent Era's sense of oppression was too strong. Fortunately, except for Yichio, all the heroes who contributed to Excellent Era 3 consecutive championships chose to retire, which also made the league relax a lot. But what they didn't expect was that Yichio led such a brand new Excellent Era to the finals. This man is so scary. This was the first impression of Yichio by the league's top management at that time. Invincible. This term appeared for the first time on a player who had never appeared in the public eye. Fortunately, Tyranny successfully overthrew the Excellent Era dynasty. And later, Wei Chao and Blue Rain won the championship, which made the Glory Professional League enter an era of flourishing and contending. But now, they have to face the difficulties they encountered before. Samsara is stronger than Excellent Era, and the players are younger. Retirement is impossible. Except for Zhang Jiala. The other players of Samsara are in their prime. I don't think there's any need to worry. The reason why we faced this problem in the 3rd season was that the competition system was relatively young at that time, and the investment of each club was relatively small, Feng Xianjun said. Now, even if you force them to withdraw, they will not choose to withdraw, because they have already reaped the benefits. Yes, the current situation is completely different from that time. The major clubs have invested so much effort in honor. Choosing to withdraw now is a loss for businessmen, and they will not do so. But, the general manager wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Feng Xianjun. And that man will be back next season. Although he is no longer young, I still believe that he can set off a bloody storm in the league. Feng Xianjun's eyes were shining when he said this. He talked to Yichio, and when he heard that the other party was willing to make a public appearance, Feng Xianjun was surprised for a long time. After all, no matter how he requested before, Yichio always chose to refuse very firmly. It seems that the collapse of Excellent Era this time made him understand that his snowflake was also one of the reasons for the avalanche in Excellent Era. While the two were talking, the game on the field had already ended. In the end, Zhang Jiala by Hua Liaowan stood in the center of the stage, while Song Xiao Toluoximing fell at his feet. You see, the enthusiasm of the veteran players is the best gift to give back to the Glory Professional League. Feng Xianjun waved his hand and said, "How come I am only a little bit short?" Song Xiao hammered the table and said, Bai Hua Liaowan only had 2% of its health left. If it could solve the opponent with a normal attack, the situation of the ring match might be different. Another 1-on-2. Yu Wenzhou's smile was full of helplessness. The Samsara Triton had the strength of 1-on-2. So how could other teams play in the ring match? It's okay, Captain. Just watch me. Huang Xiaotian was in a very high spirits today. Seeing Huang Xiaotian jumping up and down with his peripherals and walking towards the competition stage, the Blue Rain players felt unusually relieved. Although Huang Xiaotian was sometimes out of tune, his performance on the field was unquestionable, especially in the competition. Huang Xiaotian never dragged his teammates down. On the contrary, he has always been the giant who carries the team on his shoulders. Blue Rain, Huang Xiaotian. ID, Night Rain. Occupation, Swordsman. Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian. Huang Xiaotian. Swordsman. 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 Who's next? Huang Xiaotian. Fortunately, I don't have much health. Zhang Jiala breathed a sigh of relief. He only had 2% of his health left. Huang Xiaotian should have killed him directly when he came up. So Zhang Jiala was too lazy to change the settings. It's really annoying to change the settings every time I encounter Huang Xiaotian. 99%, 100% Night Rain. Loading completed. Map, Arena. Loading completed. Entering the game. Zhang Jiala looked at the public channel with no news and nodded. Huang Xiaotian. He's still a good guy. When he came to the ring, the public channel started. You're still as good as ever. You defeated 2 opponents at once. It seems that retirement hasn't made your level drop. Since the two were not far apart. The text bubble appeared in Zhang Jiala first-person perspective. Chow. Why don't you move? Are you adjusting the settings again? What's there to adjust? You only have 2% of your health. I kill you soon. Easily and without pressure. My shoulder won't make you feel any pain. So annoying. Zhang Jiala couldn't stand it anymore. And directly said GG in the public channel. And then quit the game. Anyway, he couldn't withstand Yu Shenfan's flat attack. And seeing Huang Xiaotian's arrogant look, he wanted to disgust himself. Don't even think about it. Ah? Zhang Jiala clicked. Li Ju was also dumbfounded. Although Zhang Jiala only had 2% of his health, he still had grenades on him. So throwing them out could do some damage anyway. This is Huang Xiaotian trash talk. The cup sighed. After Zhang Jiala eliminated himself, Huang Xiaotian faced his next opponent, Du Ming, who was also a swordsman. The duel between swordsmen was much more intense than that between ammunition experts. But Huang Xiaotian was suppressing Du Ming almost all the time. Although Du Ming had already lowered the opacity to the lowest, Huang Xiaotian was very cunning, and his words were splashed on the wall of the ring. As a result, Du Ming could see it clearly when he turned back to block. Damn! Will he die if he doesn't speak? The irritable brother Du Ming shouted angrily. But his words were soon drowned out by Huang Xiaotian trash talk. Seeing that there was no hope of winning, Du Ming adopted a crazy style of play, commonly known as hitting wherever there was a light. It was originally a helpless move, but it turned out to have some effect. Seeing Huang Xiaotian's enthusiasm, everyone in the reincarnation frowned. This guy's touch was up, and he had to be suppressed. So after Du Ming was eliminated, the reincarnation chose to let Zhou Zikai, who was defending the ring, come on stage early. Zhou Zikai lived up to expectations and successfully defeated Huang Xiaotian. To some extent, Zhou Zikai restrained Huang Xiaotian. When facing Huang Xiaotian, many players' first choice was to escape. That is, not to read the text said by Huang Xiaotian. But Zhou Zikai read it. But he was still unmoved. Yu Shenfan, look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Why are you running? Zhou Zikai. Aren't you the gun king? Against the wind stab. 3-stage slash. Ouch. I was hit by you. EP321. The captain system is really strong. Even flies can be immune. Zhou Yichen exclaimed. You are also very strong. You can break the defense of flies. Jiang Guotao laughed. Indeed. To some extent, Zhou Yichen also restrained Huang Xiaotian. A chatterbox still can't beat a poisonous tongue. Chapter 386 Blue Rain's Preparation. The first round of the semifinals ended after a gunshot from EP321. Samsara defeated Blue Rain 5-3. Blue Rain got 3 points in the round, which was an excellent score for them. 2 points for passing. 3 points for excellent. 4 points for a natural show. 5 points. Awesome. Now it depends on how Blue Rain prepares for the team match. Yishio was still looking forward to what new things Blue Rain could come up with. The Blue Rain gathered around Yuanzhou, who took out the tactical board to formulate the next tactics. If you don't know, you might think they were playing a basketball game. Compared to Blue Rain, Samsara was much more relaxed. I hope Blue Rain can make Lord Samsara happy. After the lively halftime break, the team match was about to begin. As usual, the starting lineups of both teams and the map selection of the home team were also announced on the big screen. Samsara, Zhou Zikai. ID, EP321. Occupation, Sharpshooter. Jiang Guotao. ID, Wulong. Occupation, Magic Swordsman. Zhou Yichen. ID, Yu Xingchen. Occupation, Battle Mage. Zhang Jiala. ID, Bai Hua Liuan. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Fang Minghua. ID, Xiaoga Ziru. Occupation, Priest. The sixth person. LV Buyuan. ID, Yun Shanluan. Occupation, Judoka. Blue Rain, Yu Wanzhou. ID, Swoksar. Occupation, Warlock. Huang Xiaotian. ID, Ye Shenfan. Occupation, Swordsman Light Sword. Lu Hanwen. ID, Lu Yun. Occupation, Swordsman Heavy Sword. Zheng Xian. ID, Gunlin Bullet Rain. Occupation, Ammunition Expert. Su Jingxi. ID, Soul Speaker. Occupation, Guardian Angel. The sixth person. Song Xiao. ID, Taluo Shaming. Occupation, Qigong Master. The starting lineup of Samsara is still so enviable. And the silver clothes on the characters make them dumbfounded. Samsara has now undoubtedly joined the ranks of the rich. Each character is wearing level 75 silver equipment. During the winter off-season, Samsara has really made a lot of money. The first one to try it is delicious. It's full of meat. This time, Samsara did not choose the double sharpshooter full attack lineup used in the second round of the first round of the playoffs against Baiwa. Although Samsara regular lineup seems to have only Yu Xingchen as a front row, Zhang Jiala's special playing style allows Samsara to actually have 2 front rows. It's just that the other one is more fragile. But the damage is very high. There is nothing to analyze about Blue Rain's lineup. They have had a fixed lineup since the beginning of the season and have not made any personnel changes. Compared with last season, they only replaced Yu Feng with Lu Hanwen. Blue Rain's system has not changed, and their playing style is still the same. The most outstanding thing about Blue Rain is the map they chose in this game. Blue Rain's map is Broken River. The entire map is a standard square, and the diagonal is divided into 4 triangular areas. The symmetrical triangular areas are 2 sparse stone forests, and the symmetrical ones are 2 dense woods. The roads in the stone forest and the woods are relatively tortuous and complex, which are very suitable for ambushes. The intersecting diagonals are a thoroughfare from the northeast corner to the southwest corner, and a river from the northwest to the southeast. However, it is blocked and cut off by the thoroughfare from the northeast to the southwest in the middle. So it is called Broken River. The Broken River has a turbulent flow, but it flows in the opposite direction, and the cutoff point in the middle seems to be the source of the river. However, when it flows to the northwest and southeast corners, it reaches the edge of the map respectively. Here, the Broken River is made into a waterfall, which is actually the exit of the map. If you go out from here, the character will be directly sentenced to death and withdraw from the game. Now many teams have begun to use new maps, in addition to enriching their own tactical reserves. There are also new regulations issued by the league. The league stipulates that starting from the 10th season, each team's home map cannot be used more than twice in the same season. After all, if all teams use the same map over and over again, it will obviously make the game lose a lot of fun. The most typical ones are War Grassland and Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins, which are the 2 maps that bully teams like to use the most. As for why the Alliance introduced it at this time, it is because Samsara set a good example. In the regular season, in order not to expose their tactics, they frequently used the Ancient Roman Colosseum Ruins and War Grassland, and Yenyu. At most they added a market in Perry Town, their previous king map, at home, and did not touch other maps. This made many viewers feel that it lacked fun. So the Alliance introduced this new rule. In fact, a long time ago, the Alliance had this map selection restriction. But at that time, the Alliance's map making was too slow. So no matter how they played, they would always use those maps. And some teams were more biased. They only knew how to play 1 or 2 maps. So the Alliance simply abolished this map selection restriction in the 3rd season. But now, as the league grows and more maps are added, the league has decided to re-enable the previous map restrictions and modify them. The new season's game maps can reuse the maps used in the previous season, but they must not exceed half of the number used in the previous season. Starting from the 10th season, each team must practice more than 10 maps in 19 home games and 19 map selection opportunities. Half of the old maps cannot be used, which means that 5 new maps must be added. Therefore, each team in the 10th season must use 15 maps in a cycle. Other teams are fine. But Xingxin, who announced its entry into the league, is much more uncomfortable. Many of them are blank slates. But fortunately Yishio and Su Macheng are both there, and they are still very experienced. If you want to say who is the most uncomfortable, it must be the 2-time champion Samsara team. Almost no team dares to touch their Ancient Roman Colosseum ruins. They are undoubtedly the city lords of ancient Rome. The league is really stupid. Zhou Yichen cursed inwardly when he heard the news when he got up at noon. Blue Rain chose this map. Is there something new? Zhang Jiala thought. This map is not a new map. But Samsara did not expect Blue Rain to be so bold. They thought Blue Rain would be more conservative and choose a tactical map like the Void Sand Sea. Glory players will not be unfamiliar with the Broken River map. This is a very famous classic map in the history of Glory. In the team battles in the online game arena, From 2 versus 2 to 10 versus 10. This is a super popular map. After all, some people like to run to the waterfall and use some disgusting skills to push others down. Some people feel very happy when they hear the screams of the people who are pushed down and the national quintessence in their mouths. This map has a good selection rate in the regular season. Blue Rain chose it in the semifinals, which means that something new has been discovered. It seems that it depends on you again today. Jiang Buitao said that he believed in the individual strength of his teammates. What do you think? Didn't you expect us to choose such a map? As soon as the Samsara players stepped onto the stage, they heard Huang Xiaotian beeping. Will it really work? Jiang Buitao laughed. How do you know it won't work if you haven't fought it? Yu Wenzhou smiled back. Just like the moon-watching forest. Zhou Yichen said the most vicious words in the most gentle tone. This sentence made everyone in Blue Rain silent again. They thought of the bad memories. Except Lu Hanwen, who was dumbfounded and didn't know what it meant. You are so vicious. Zhang Jiala couldn't help but complain. Moon-watching forest was Blue Rain's sad place, and Zhou Yichen amusement park. After all, Zhou Yichen officially established the name of the god of war in that battle. Can you die? Huang Xiaotian stared at Zhou Yichen and said, Can you bear to see me die? So disgusting. Lu Hanwen covered his mouth with both hands as soon as he finished speaking. Well said. Seeing Zhou Yichen stop talking, Huang Xiaotian felt very happy. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yichen laughed. As a child, children's words are innocent. He naturally wouldn't care about anything, even though he had used a Smurf account to argue with haters. See you at the game? Yu Wenzhou shook hands with everyone. See you at the game? Chapter 387 Urgent. 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 99%, 100% Yu Xingchen. Loaded. Yi Chang Chuan Yun. Loaded. Yi Yu Shang Fan. Loaded. Suakusar. Loaded. Xiao Guziru. Loaded. Map, Broken River. Loaded. I think the players of Glory will not feel unfamiliar with this map. When I was 10v10 in the daytime, I fought passionately in this map and pushed down a poor guy. Li Ju smiled. Having said that, when the loading interface appeared, the two commentators still gave a rough introduction of this map to the audience on site and online. The playstyle of the game is still different from that of the online game. As the 10 characters on the field entered the refresh area, the countdown was ready. 3, 2, 1. Fight! The game officially began. The Samsara team refreshed on the lower side of the map. In the southwest corner, the Blue Rain team refreshed on the upper side of the map. In the northeast corner, the connected avenues run straight through without any obstruction. If both sides walk along the avenue, they will soon appear in the other's field of vision. Samsara took the lead and rushed directly along the avenue. No matter what new tactics Blue Rain had, they rushed over first. Blue Rain chose to use a roundabout tactic and quickly gathered to enter the triangular stone forest in the north. At this time, Samsara also arrived at the cutoff river. Looking out, they could not find any trace of Blue Rain. Did you see Blue Rain? Jiang Buitao asked in the team voice. No. I don't know if he went into the triangular stone forest or the woods. Zhou Yichen responded. I saw a fool. Zhang Jiala suddenly spoke up. He saw Yi Yushenfan waving at him on the stone. Everyone looked in the direction of Bai Hua Liaoan gaze. What the hell? Is Huang Xiaotian tempting Samsara? Li Juren was stunned. Even if Blue Rain was luring Samsara in, wouldn't such behavior be too obvious? Captain, can we reach him? Zhou Yichen asked. No. Zhou Zikai responded bluntly. Then what should we do? He's not waving now. I'm afraid he'd jump up. Zhang Jiala stared at the rain on the computer screen with wide eyes. Ah? Wei Chen, who was watching the game, was also dumbfounded. Was he the one who brought him up? How did he become like this? Captain, I can't stand it anymore. Zhou Yichen gritted his teeth and said, You are not allowed to take off your pants during the game. Zhou Yichen turned his head and looked at Zhou Zikai, who was staring at the screen intently, with a strange look. Captain, you have been possessed. Who stole his dear captain? Return him quickly. Captain, why don't they move? Just watch. Lu Hanwen, who was hiding behind a rock, said, although Huang Xiaotian enjoyed it. As his teammates, the other players were clenching their toes tightly. It was too embarrassing. Huang Xiaotian successfully shut everyone up with his actions instead of his mouth. When are you going to see it? Huang Xiaotian couldn't help but type on the public channel. Don't say it. You dance well. Keep going. Someone must be recording it. You're going to be famous. Huang Xiao. Go to Idol Producer. Zhou Yichen responded on the public channel. You've already met 2 of the triathlons. Let me see how you sing. Zhang Jiala also joined in. As the few people were communicating, Yu Wenzhou found something wrong. Why are there fewer people in Samsara? Captain, they're coming, Zheng Xian said. It turned out that, after Huang Xiaoyan finished his dance, Samsara gathered and sneaked over. Prepare for defense. As soon as Yu Wenzhou finished speaking, Zhou Yichen and Yu Xingchen rushed in first. He had memorized the coordinates of night rain and troubling, and his teammates were naturally nearby. The big rock was too obvious. If there was no one behind him, Zhou Yichen would have eaten the boulder directly on the spot. Sure enough, before he could get close to the boulder, a grenade was thrown from the air. Boom! The speed of the gun piercing the clouds was still so fast. Air explosion. Zheng Xian retreat. Yu Wenzhou knew that Zheng Xian had been exposed, so he quickly asked him to retreat. He also controlled Soxer to chant the corrosion spell to avoid the concentrated fire of the Samsara gun rain. Yu Shanfan disappeared. Zhang Jiala broke the news in the team voice. This guy must have gone around again. Although the stone forest is not as dense as the woods, the size of the stones is very large. This is... Yi Xiu saw a clue from the god's perspective. He found that blue rain was a pocket formation, and the stone forest was also very suitable for the pocket formation. Now blue rain's formation is clear at a glance from the god's perspective. Soxer, the gun rain and the soul whisperer are in front of Samsara, and Huang Xiaotian Yi Yu Shengfan and Lu Hanwen Luyun are on each side. As long as Yu Wenzhou gives the order, they can attack from the side and catch Samsara off guard. But Samsara is not stupid. It has 2 firepower points. 1 gun Chuanyun and Bai Hua Liuan. Wulong is also long range. Why should it go deep into the opponent's territory and fight with it? The 2 sides are deadlocked, and Blue Rain is waiting for Samsara to fall into the trap. And Samsara is waiting for Yi Yu Shanfan to show up. Yi Yu Shanfan's threat from the side is too great. Samsara must find Yi Yu Shanfan before it dares to take the next step. Both sides are playing very cautiously, Bebe explained. After all, this is the semifinals, not the regular season, and this game is particularly important to Blue Rain. They were able to catch up with Yinyu in the first round of the playoffs, largely relying on 2 home court advantages, Li Ju said. But in the semifinals against Samsara, they don't have this advantage. Blue Rain is also very clear about this. If they want to defeat Samsara and enter the finals, they must win the first round at their home court. Once they return to the home court of Samsara, not to mention the new things Samsara prepared for them, just the ruins of the ancient Roman Colosseum, they are not as good as Samsara in terms of killing. So at this time, the only one who is anxious is Blue Rain. Seeing that Samsara did not attack, Blue Rain was so anxious that it could sing a song. Urgent, urgent, urgent. Baby, baby, baby. This is awkward. Samsara wants to find Yi Yu Shengfan first, and Blue Rain wants Samsara to come in first. The 2 sides were awkward here. Samsara was frantically attacking the gun Rain and Soxer's long-range output behind the boulder. And Soul Speaker also activated the Holy Shield to resist most forms of physical damage and spell damage. Yi Yu Shengfan on the side couldn't hold it back anymore, and took the lead in attacking Xiao Guziru in front. But his sword was stopped halfway before he stabbed the opponent. Finally, I caught you in the team game. Chapter 388 Normandy landing failed. Yi Yu Shengfan's surprise attack was stopped by Yi Yu Xingchen. Zhou Yichen had been waiting here for a long time. His guess was right. Yi Yu Shengfan's target was still his own pastor, Xiao Guziru. Therefore, when Yi Yu Shengfan appeared, Fang Minghua was not panicked at all. And the appearance of Yi Yu Shengfan also made Samsara confirm that Blue Rain's 2 swordsmen were standing on each side. After all, if they were on the same side, it would not be possible for Yi Yu Shengfan to be the only one attacking Xiao Guziru. Old Zhang, be careful that a swordsman suddenly popped out on your side, Zhou Yichen reminded in the team language. Now Samsara is in a 212 formation, and Zhou Zikai Yi Chong Chuan Yun and Jiang Butao Wu Lang are standing in the front. On the left side, Bai Hua Liaowan provided firepower cover, and on the right side, Yi Yu Shengfan, the 6th man, was prevented from attacking Xiao Guziruo's Yi Yu Xingchen. After finding Yi Yu Shengfan's position, Samsara decisively launched an attack from the front. Xiaotian, come back, Yu Wenzhou commanded. and Soxer raised his staff and began to chant the Reign of Chaos. Samsara had already entered Blue Rain's pocket formation. But Yu Shifan couldn't go back. He was entangled by Yu Xingchen. Hey! You can't hit me! You can't hit me! Huang Xiaoyan dodged Yu Xingchen attack while typing on the public channel to tease Zhou Yichen. After hearing the captain's command, Huang Xiaoyan decisively chose to retreat. But Yu Xingchen jumped up and hit Yu Shifan directly. Yu Shifan suddenly left the main force and came to the edge of the stone forest. Behind him was the turbulent broken river. Looking at Yu Xingchen chasing him, Huang Xiaoyan suddenly had a bold idea. Yu Shifan's position is a bit out of touch. He needs to get back to the front as soon as possible. But it seems that Yu Xingchen doesn't want to let Yu Shifan go easily. Yu Shifan, he jumped down. The cub stood up excitedly. What did he see? Yu Shifan jumped directly into the broken river. Ah! Li Ju was also dumbfounded. What was Huang Xiaoyan doing? He wanted to move to the northwest of the stone forest along the broken river. But the two sides' main forces fought in the northeast. Daisy couldn't figure it out. As expected of Huang Xiaoyan. A genius idea. Li Xian, who was watching the game, commented. If Huang Xiaoyan could land in the northwest of the stone forest along the broken river, he could return to Blue Rain's formation intact. But by then, whether Blue Rain could still hold up in the front was another matter. Zhou Yichen, who was watching Yu Shifan jump down the broken river, had a flash of inspiration. If I land in the northwest along the river, wouldn't it be a surprise attack on Blue Rain from the rear? Huang Xiaoyan, this fool, would definitely think that I went back to support the front directly. And he certainly wouldn't have thought that I was right behind him. So under the gaze of everyone, Yu Xingchen also jumped down the broken river. Ah! The audience was really confused. Is this a glory competition? How did it become a freestyle? Captain, I'm in the river. Come pick me up. Huang Xiaoyan said in a team voice. No time to pick you up. Xiaoyan. Yu Wanzhou frowned. Just retreat. Although I didn't see clearly. That idiot must have gone into the water. We can catch him on the shore. This time, Zhou Yichen is on the first floor, and Huang Xiaoyan is on the 5th floor. Idiot? You said Zhou Yichen is chasing you? Yu Wanzhou eyes lit up. Humph. I don't know him yet. I know he's following me. Zhou Yichen. This idiot. Even used the sound of breaking stones with his attack to cover up the sound of him falling into the water. It makes me laugh to death. After confirming the news, Yu Wanzhou decisively commanded the entire army to retreat. Catch Yu Xingchen first. As long as he is sent out, this team game will be much easier. In order to create an illusion, the rain of gunfire and bullets even through random mines and smoke bombs. What does this mean? Zhang Jiola, who is also an ammunition expert, couldn't understand. Random mines are a signal for attack, but smoke bombs are used for retreat. Advance and retreat. What is Blue Rain doing? Captain, is Blue Rain still there in the front? I feel they are coming to block me. As early as after Yu Xingchen jumped off the broken river, Zhou Yichen proposed a strategy of attacking Blue Rain from the front and back in the team voice. Although he was the only one in the back, Zhou Yichen was very confident in his strength. He alone is a legion. Retreat, Zhou Zikai said immediately. Chase, Jiang Buitao commanded. Aiken, slow down. They may go to catch you. I know. Huang Xiaoyan. This fool is walking so slowly. This trap is too obvious. In the eyes of both Zhou Yichen and Huang Xiaoyan, the other party is a fool. Since the audience and commentators could not hear the internal voice chats of both teams, from a bird's eye view, Blue Rain was retreating. Samsara was quietly following. And Yu Xingchen was also following behind Night Rain. This made Samsara look like a peeping Tom. Something is wrong. 9 out of 10 things are wrong. Yu Wanzhou suddenly stopped and looked back, and found that there was no one behind him. It was so strange. If Samsara returned to the road, they should be able to see each other. After analysis, there was only one possibility. That is, Samsara followed them. Xiaoyan, you have been discovered, Yu Wanzhou said. Now Blue Rain was in a dilemma. They had been trapped. The only way to escape now was to jump over the broken river and go to the triangular forest to the west. Get rid of Yu Xingchen under the broken river on the way. After Yu Wanzhou sorted out his thoughts, he decisively commanded all members to rush to the broken river in the northwest. Blue Rain accelerated. We were discovered. Zhang Jia said. We also speed up, Fang Minghua said. Huh? Why did both sides suddenly speed up? The cup really couldn't understand what the two teams were thinking. The news of Blue Rain's speed increase was also told to Zhou Yichen. They are targeting me. Zhou Yichen's judgment was very correct. It seemed that Blue Rain knew that it was going to be surrounded, so it wanted to break out from his side. Humph. If I can stop it once, I can stop it the second time. At this point, Zhou Yichen's Normandy landing plan failed, and the next step was to start a naval battle. Yu Xingchen quickened his pace. He could already see Blue Rain's large army. Focus on Yu Xingchen. Yu Wanzhou gave an order, and Lu Yun beside him jumped directly into the broken river. Yu Shanfan turned around and killed Yu Xingchen. At this point, both sides knew it well. Come on! Yu Xingchen gun shot out like a dragon, accompanied by the magic fighting spirit like water splashes. Yu Xingchen shot at Lu Yun with a gun. Lu Yun failed to dodge in time, and was directly knocked out by the dragon-shaped fighting spirit attack. The dragon went out to sea. This move has a full visual effect in the water. Zheng Xian, come up with some output. We're watching the show. Okay. Mr. Huang, standing on the shore amidst the rain of bullets, he threw out a shrinking grenade. Boil. Yu Xingchen shot back Yu Shanfan, but it was too late to retreat, and he was knocked into the water by the impact of the shrinking grenade. Ha ha ha. Go to hell. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. While Huang Xiaotian was stabbing Yu Xingchen, he did not forget to refresh the public channel. Yu Xingchen kept rolling in the water like a fish to avoid Yu Shanfan's stab. Where are my teammates? Save them. Zhou Yichen roared in his heart. The speed of movement in the water is greatly limited, and the speed of the interrupted flow from the central avenue is extremely fast, and the impact is extremely strong. He almost fell into the water several times without standing firmly. Captain, if you don't come, I'm going to send it. I'm rushing. I'm relying on. Chapter 389. A big melee in the water. The battle in the water has entered a white-hot stage. Yu Xingchen can still resist the mixed doubles of Yu Shanfan and Lu Yun, but the long-range output of Soxer on the shore with Gun Lindanya made him a little overwhelmed. Because he is in the water, Yu Xingchen is far less free than on land. This also makes some skills that can be avoided. Zhou Yichen can't hide in the water. Just when Yu Wanzhou was about to release a big move to get rid of Yu Xingchen in the water, the tail behind him finally arrived. A gun pierced the clouds and stepped on the wind. Stepped on the shoulder of Gun Lindanyu in 3 stages. Then he fell into the water with a perfect posture, and the whirlwind kick successfully forced back Yu Shanfan and Lu Yun, who were close to Yu Xingchen. It has to be the captain. Looking at the gun piercing the clouds from the sky, Zhou Yichen felt a warm current in his heart. Go! The shot did not stay for long, and used the powerful recoil of the shot to move directly to the other side of the broken river. Then he set up the Gatling gun and kept shooting at the 2 swordsmen in the water. Damn it! Yu Shanfan used the lightsaber to block the bullets, but Lu Yun was much easier. He held the heavy sword in front of him, and if he hit it, he would be awesome. Blue Rain's long-range output was forced to stop due to the arrival of the Samsara army. Cross the river. Yu Wanzhou ordered that staying here now would undoubtedly be a dead end. Soxer jumped into the broken river first, followed by Gun Rain and Soul Speaker. Now it was Samsara's turn to beat the drowned dog on the side. Just now, Zheng Xian Gun Rain was as good as the output on the shore, and now it was as messy as the explosion of Bai Waliao in the water. Soxer opened the death gate to delay time for the team. A binding spell tried to hit Yiqian Chuanyun, who was standing alone at the edge of the triangular forest, but was easily dodged by his sliding tackle. The gate of death had already been opened. Jian Guotao, who knew Blue Rain's intention, did not choose to avoid the gate of death, but chanted the frost wave array on the spot in an attempt to freeze the Blue Rain people. But Soxer's Soul Strike spell successfully interrupted Wu Lang chanting, causing him to enter a trance state. Wu Lang was also dragged into the gate of death by the thread formed by the black light. Xiao Guziru's focus was on Yu Xingchen in the water, accompanied by a healing spell. Then Xiao Guziru opened the angel wings and flew into the air. The cross on his chest emitted a dazzling light. After chanting, a holy light hit Soxer's body. Samsara's goal was very clear: to get rid of Yu Wanzhou during Blue Rain's crossing of the river. Without Yu Wanzhou's clear command, Blue Rain's strength would be reduced by more than half. Now Blue Rain is being attacked from both sides, and their position is very awkward. They must cross the river as soon as possible. Otherwise they will be attacked to death by Samsara. Gunlin Danyu jumped onto the western woods first, and a stiff bullet interrupted Yiqian Chuanyun attack on his teammates in the water. Wu Lang was dragged into the water by the death gate. With a loud bang, Wu Lang was blown away. In the air, Jiang Buitao used the silver blade to adjust his position and landed next to Yu Xingchen. The 2-on-1 of the two swordsmen turned into 2-on-2 as Wu Lang landed. Now most of Blue Rain's troops are in the water. This position is very bad. They are almost facing enemies on three sides. Yiqian Chuanyun by the woods, and by Hua Liaowan by the stone forest, as well as Yu Xingchen and Wu Lang in the water, can all pose a threat to them. Li Ju analyzed the situation on the field. Blue Rain can't drag it on any longer. It's the best choice for everyone to go ashore now. Yi Xiu was also analyzing the situation of this team game. Both Blue Rain and Samsara must leave this broken river as soon as possible. Especially Blue Rain. The broken river originating from the avenue would impact the waterfall every once in a while. And after several times, it had already dispersed Blue Rain's formation a lot. On the Samsara side, Yu Xingchen had the least HP. And Wu Lang HP was not much either. Both of them were in the water. But Blue Rain did not rush to launch a concentrated fire attack on them. Yu Wenzhou was not a fool. The two looked very low in HP. And with Xia Dezirua there, it would be extremely difficult to forcibly kill them. And killing them also meant that they would need to stay in the water for a longer time. Soxer's position was particularly bad. He was already at the edge of the waterfall. And he might be washed down if he was not careful. Don't look at Soxer's HP, which was nearly 70 or 80. Once he was washed down, his HP would be directly reset to 0. Captain, I can't bear it anymore, Zheng Xian said. I hit Zhou Zikai? Really? After Zheng Xian harassed Zhou Zikai for a while, he was pressed to the ground and hammered by Zhou Zikai. Stop fighting, Xiaotian. Cross the river first. Yu Wenzhou looked at Huang Xiaotian, who was fighting with Yu Xingchen in front of him, and said helplessly, Yes, Captain. Huang Xiaotian made a falling English move to get rid of Yu Xingchen, and then jumped towards the shore. As a result, he was hit by the 100 Flowers explosion bullet in the air, and fell into the water again. Clown. Seeing Yu Shengfan being hit into the water, Zhou Yichen began to taunt him mercilessly. Damn. Get ashore first and then battle with him. Huang Xiaotian understood that this was Zhou Yichen provocation, and he would not be stupid enough to take the bait. 100 Flowers explosion fired at full power, and threw random thunder into the water. Various grenades exploded with the turbulent river, producing powerful water splashes. Lu Yun and Soul Speaker were affected by the impact of the grenades, and fell into the water. This won't work. Yu Wenzhou was already thinking of a new countermeasure in his mind. And this couldn't go on. Wu Lang Wave Slash was dodged by Soxer's magic mirror. And then Yu Wenzhou chanted on the spot to use the Warlock's level 75 ultimate move Ghostly Coil. Yu Xingchen and Wu Lang, who were within the range of the magic circle, suffered continuous dark attribute magic damage, accompanied by a strong deceleration effect. Cross the river. Yu Wenzhou didn't know how many times he had said these two words. Yu Shengfan jumped ashore first, and saw Yiqian Chuanyun kicking the Gunlin Danyu into the broken river. Damn Zhou Zikai. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Look at the sword. Huang Xiaotian stabbed against the wind and killed Yiqian Chuanyun. Lu Yun followed closely and jumped ashore. And Soul Speaker also jumped up after giving Gunlin Danyu a healing. So far, 3 players of Blue Rain have successfully landed. But on the other side, Yu Xingchen, who was in the water, chose to jump ashore to help Yiqian Chuanyun after getting out of the range of the ghost's entanglement. Xiao Guziru in the air also gave him a big healing. Big healing technique. Focus on Soxer. Jian Bo Tao, who did not choose to go ashore in the water, looked at Soxer. He could accept others landing safely in Samsara, but not Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou Swoksar must die in the water. Wu Lang used a lightning wave sword to hit Swoksar, who was chanting, as the fastest wave sword. The speed was so fast that Yu Wenzhou could not react at all. What's worse, when the lightning came into contact with the water, Swoksar entered a paralyzed state and could not move at all. Lan Yu can escape, but Yu Wenzhou must die. Chapter 390 Dance. Soxer? No. Their target is the captain. Huang Xiaotian came to his senses. It was Samsara who deliberately let them go ashore. The purpose was to make Yu Wenzhou Soxer disconnect from the other members of Blue Rain. Yu Wenzhou was wondering how Samsara could let them enter the woods in the west so easily. It turned out that they were waiting for him here. Now a new choice is once again placed in front of Blue Rain. Only Soxer is isolated and helpless in the broken river. So should he jump down again to cover the captain to go ashore? Or give up the captain? Before Yu Wenzhou thought about the countermeasures, Bai Hua Liao on the other side threw a smoke bomb. And the smoke spread, directly isolating Soxer from the others. I can touch this smoke bomb. You cover me. Yu Wenzhou saw the gap in the smoke. And just when he was about to fish in troubled waters, Yu Xingchen suddenly appeared and stabbed Soxer to the ground with a round dance stick. Yu Wenzhou's brows were furrowed to the extreme. The appearance of Yu Xingchen at this time was really a big trouble. Bai Hua Liao did not choose to attack Swoxar in the water, but fired wildly at the smoke to prevent other Blue Rain members from rescuing Swoxar. What should I do? Lu Hanwen was very anxious. He didn't know what to do next. Besiege Wei to save Zhao. Yu Wenzhou tried his best to resist the combined attack of Yu Xingchen and Wu Lang. He was already burning. Others didn't understand what Yu Wenzhou meant, but Huang Xiaoyan certainly did. Fang Minghuo looked at the eyes of the Blue Rain people and knew their intentions. So he ended the angel wings and landed directly beside Bai Hua Liao. Damn. Focus on Ichiang Chuanyun, Huang Xiaoyan said. The captain meant for them to find a focus point to attract Samsara. Xiuge Zirua had already joined Bai Hua Liao. Ichiang Chuanyun was the only one left alone on the field. Lu Hanwen Lu Yun moved first. 3 stage slashes close to the opponent and shot through the clouds. Then retreated half a step and turned half a body. And used the falling phoenix slash to chop at the opponent. Ichiang piercing the cloud slid back to avoid Liu Yun's heavy sword. Huh? Are they going to focus on me? Zhou Zikai felt a strange feeling in his heart. Wow. It's been a long time since I was focused on. If you ask which season Zhou Zikai played the most comfortably, it must be this season and last season. Because most of the pressure was absorbed by Zhou Yichen. Zhou Yichen, yes. The captain on the side only needs to output steadily. And there are more things to consider for the front. Blue Rain chose to focus on Ichiang piercing the clouds to attract the attention of Samsara. But is this approach effective for Samsara? Li Ju expressed doubts about the encircle way to save Zhao playstyle. And the target of the focus was still Zhou Zikai. The following scene was similar to what Li Ju imagined. And Blue Rain's focus on Zhou Zikai did not achieve a very good effect. Zhou Zikai is no stranger to concentrated fire. Since his debut in the 5th season, Zhou Zikai has been the target of concentrated fire from other teams in the past 2 seasons. After all, everyone knows that as long as Zhou Zikai is eliminated, Samsara will be in disarray. This situation is much more serious than Thunder. Xiao Shichin's tactics are very comprehensive. Even if he is not on the court, the players will play according to his pre-match deployment. At that time, Zhou Zikai was the only core of Samsara. To be precise, Samsara was 4 protecting 1. But the sharpshooter is a free man. So after Jiang Buotao joined Samsara, Samsara changed from 4 protecting 1 to 4-1. At that time, you could often see this picture. That is, the 5 people on the opposite side completely ignore the 4 people on the front of Samsara and catch Zhou Zikai and hit him hard. Zhou Yichen joined in the 7th season, so that the front of Samsara is no longer ignored. At this time, other teams discovered that Samsara has 2 1s. This is why the league is now popular with dual-core or even multi-core play. Single-core is too monotonous and the pressure is too great. Blood-sucking technique. Soxer bit Yu Xingchen hard, but was knocked away by Yu Xingchen falling flower palm the next second. Not good. Yu Wenzhou fingers flew, and he tried his best to stop Soxer. At this time, he was already standing on the edge of the waterfall. If he took a step back, he might fall into the abyss. Yu Xingchen did not choose to let Soxer go. After all, only a dead Soxer was the best Soxer. This sentence also applies to Yu Wenzhou. Yu Wenzhou knew that his death was approaching. So he controlled Soxer to chant the 6-star light prison to trap himself and buy time for his teammates. This was the last step Yu Wenzhou could do. The 6-star light prison was generated to trap Soxer. And Yu Wenzhou also quickly gave orders in the team voice. If there is no chance to kill Ichiang Chuanyun, forget it. I will most likely be sent away by Yu Xingchen. The 4 of you go directly to the woods and then head southwest. Song Xiao will be waiting there. If he comes back to find you, use the cover to ambush him. If he retreats, then you will immediately go south and seize the central avenue. Yu Wenzhou's mouth was moving frantically. And before he died, He told everyone in Blue Rain all the tactics that would follow. He also made corresponding strategies for different choices of Samsara. The others also listened very carefully. Run away. Shosakai said in the team voice that he did not choose to intercept the 4 Blue Rain players alone. The concentrated fire just now had already caused Ichang Chuan Yun to lose a lot of status. Therefore, there was no need to run into him and be buried with Swoksar. Swoksar's elimination was already a foregone conclusion. At the moment when the 6-star light prison ended, a blue Halong appeared right in front of him. Zhou Yichen did not save any skills. He and Jiang Guotao did not get close to Swoksar. After all, they all knew that Yuan Zhou still had the dark claw in his hand. If they were caught by accident at that time, it would be a loss. Therefore, Zhou Yichen directly used the Battle Mage's level 70 ultimate skill, Fu Long Xiang Tian. Zhou Yichen timing was just right. Fu Long Xiang Tian picked up Swoksar and flew into the air. Dance? Soxer? Soxer was affected by the explosion of Fu Long Xiang Tian in the air and fell to the edge of the map. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he fell into the depths of the abyss. Come on. It's up to you. This was Yuan Zhou's last words, before Soxer's health was reset to 0. Yu Xingchen killed Soxer. Soxer. Out. To be precise, Soxer was reset to 0 by the map. But since the last blow before his death was dealt by Yu Xingchen, this kill was also counted on him. Samsara temporary responsibility is really strong, Li Xian commented. The 5 starters were very good at controlling the situation and the direction. It's too uncomfortable. Dai Saijia said that if he was in Blue Rain, he might be overwhelmed by Samsara if he was in Blue Rain. Facing the enemy on 3 sides, Blue Rain still broke through Samsara defense line, although only 1 person was lost. This person's value was too high. Saijia, you still have a long way to go. Li Xian patted him on the shoulder and said, Samsara had never thought of destroying Blue Rain in one wave here. Their only goal was Yuan Zhou. Whether Yuan Zhou was alive or dead, the impact on Blue Rain was completely different. Although Yuan Zhou's hand speed limited his upper limit of operation, as long as he was on the court, Blue Rain fans would feel extremely relieved. Even more relieved than Huang Xiaotian Night Rain. But now, their captain became the first player to be eliminated in the team competition. They really didn't know how the game would go. All they could do was to believe in their teammates and be able to turn defeat into victory.